Chapter 1: The Redemption of the Empress. Your Majesty, you must intercede on my behalf. That Hu beauty is simply outrageous. Lin Baolin spoke with a quivering voice, recounting her grievances. Zhao Wumian propped her head on her hand, murmuring absent-mindedly, her thoughts consumed by what to eat that day. A Crucian carp would be delightful, yet they say, I advise you not to eat Crucian carp in March, for it is filled with countless fish eggs. Nevertheless, March Crucian carp is indeed delectable. Ah, what a dilemma. But then again, who cares? Living itself entails taking lives eat. Your Majesty? Your Majesty? Zhao Wumian snapped back to reality. Ah? Oh, I understand your plight. You may return for now. In due course, I shall devise a way for you to serve the Emperor. If she dares to bully you, it is only because you seldom see His Majesty. Once you are more frequently in his presence, she will think twice. Lin Baolin's eyes sparkled with joy upon hearing this. Really? Thank you, Your Majesty. Yes, indeed, truly. Now off you go. I am truly hungry. Lin Baolin is delightful in every way, lovely, charming, and adorably innocent, yet her incessant chatter can stretch on for an entire morning, and that is quite exhausting. Upon hearing this, Lin Baolin departed happily. Zhao Wumian let out a sigh, finally feeling a sense of relief. Your Majesty, should you call for her to serve the Emperor, I shall ensure the medicinal soup is prepared in advance, remarked Zhang, the Empress' personal maid. Zhao Wumian. If I am not mistaken, that medicinal soup refers to the kind that prevents conception. Honestly, it is exhausting. Having inherited this body for half a year, Zhao Wumian often felt weary, not for any other reason, but due to the original owner's unwavering resilience. The former empress had been in her position for 3 years, and her own opportunities to serve the emperor were few and far between. Now, with Lin Baolin, a naive child willing to follow her, the original owner still insisted on administering medicine. Moreover, compared to the original owner, Lin Baolin had even fewer chances to serve the emperor. It had been half a year without a single encounter, and yet she still required medication. It is truly unfortunate that this child continues to sincerely believe in the empress. What a tragedy. The thought that she is now Zhao Wumian only adds to her distress. There is no need for any medicinal soup in the future, given the emperor's sparse progeny. It is a blessing for anyone able to conceive. Indeed, as long as she gives birth, you may embrace the child and nurture it, Zhang added earnestly. Zhao Wumian fell silent, having nothing further to say, for much of Zhang's reasoning was instilled by the original owner. Your Majesty, Lin Shui entered to pay her respects. Your Majesty, will you not go to express your gratitude today? Zhao Wumian looked up. Express gratitude? For what? Yesterday, His Majesty bestowed gifts upon you. Will you not go to express your thanks today? Lin Shui inquired with curiosity, noting that the Empress had never before failed to do so. Oh, there is no need. The Emperor and I are one in marriage. When my husband sends me gifts, must I thank him? Wouldn't that be rather formal? No, I shan't go. Zhao Wumian waved her hand dismissively. Having been ill for half a year, the emperor was still not indifferent, occasionally visiting, and bestowing gifts was not a novel occurrence. Zhao Wumian believed the emperor was not the type to be petty. Expressing gratitude seemed unnecessary and burdensome. Since you have recovered from your illness, we should return to our usual routines. The noble consort has managed the inner court for over half a year. It is time for you to reclaim your authority, is it not? Shall you not pay your respects to the Empress Dowager tomorrow? Should the concubines not also pay their respects to you? Lin Shui pressed further. Zhao Wumian furrowed her brow in contemplation. Naturally, I shall pay my respects to the Empress Dowager. As for the others, let us first see the Empress Dowager and then decide. Has the noble consort neglected any of our customary treatments during her stewardship? Well, there has been nothing ordinary missing, but you know some things are not included in the standard provisions. Lin Shui replied, somewhat awkwardly. Certain precious items, which are not part of the standard provisions, cannot simply be requested. Such items must be granted explicitly by the emperor, and for the past 6 months, there had been none in Fengyi Palace. Zhao Wumian understood. Do not concern yourself with those as long as the essentials are plentiful, that is sufficient. Your monthly allowances have not been reduced, have they? Not at all. The noble consort is quite astute in her management, and there would be no such oversight, Lin Shui remarked with a hint of disdain. Zhao Wumian merely raised an eyebrow, not particularly concerned. Speaking of which, last night it was once again the lively consort who served the emperor. I wonder if the noble consort will cause her any trouble, Lin Jue commented. That is of no consequence to us. Please inform the kitchen that I desire crucian carp, Zhao Wumian replied. Lin Jue paused for a moment but ultimately acquiesced. Ever since the Empress fell ill, she has changed remarkably. How is it that she now seems so indifferent to pressing matters? Day after day, she merely ponders what to eat. What is there to ponder about? If she does not swiftly reclaim her authority over the inner court, what will become of her? Zhao Wumian was oblivious to her unspoken thoughts. The original owner had succumbed to her illness after a bout of cold. It has been half a year since she arrived in this great Ying dynasty. In that time, she has learned all there is to know, both known and unknown. The original owner was a naive young lady from a noble family, possessing only a title without any official position. The demise of the previous empress, Lady Shen, had caused quite a stir. The Shen family had been too powerful and embroiled in treason, leading to Lady Shen's fall from grace. The original owner, Zhao Wumian, was plucked from the Zhao family, a family of nobility but without any real qualifications, to fill the role of empress. This was done to prevent excessive infighting among the concubines, while also serving to balance the court. In essence, she became a mere talisman. If she remained sensible and peaceful, they would protect her, for the emperor aspired to be a wise ruler and would not easily depose an empress. The previous empress had truly been left with no options. Overall, Zhao Wumian's treatment over the past 3 years had been acceptable. However, she could not help but overthink. Enamored with the emperor, she wished fervently for him to go nowhere. Simultaneously, she found herself imposing unnecessary pretenses, leading to her own discontent. She had also offended the other concubines, resulting in hostility from several noble ladies of the inner court who felt threatened by her presence. Alas, the original owner was so naive, believing that becoming the empress granted her supremacy over the inner court. She busied herself with petty matters, attempting to manage everything, yet ultimately failed to manage anything, leading to her own demise. And there was Lin Baolin, an equally naive little sister, who had yet to see the emperor even once in half a year, all while being made to drink the concoction to prevent conception. This situation is truly heartbreaking, a sight that elicits sorrow from those who hear of it and tears from those who witness it. It is as if a zombie has opened your head, shaking its head in disappointment before walking away, while a passing dung beetle suddenly lights up with inspiration. The narrative involves palace intrigue, where the emperor has many concubines, and consequently, many offspring. It follows a traditional storyline in which the male lead does not dismiss the concubines due to the female lead. The male lead is simply a typical man of ancient times. Please be aware that the female lead is already the empress, so she may not be particularly ambitious or proactive, instead inclined to live comfortably. However, life is not so easily defined. At present, I am uncertain as I do not write outlines, so the plot may change as I proceed. Nonetheless, this is likely the general situation.
Chapter 2, Rank. However, that was a thing of the past. Zhao Wumian was no longer the Zhao Wumian. She had now transformed into the indifferent Zhao Wumian. As long as she retained her status as empress, nothing else mattered. After all, an empress is an empress. No concubine, no matter how disgruntled, would dare confront her with poison. She preferred to comfortably play the role of a lucky charm, a mere ornament, or a wall mural. Any description would suffice. Should a concubine contest her position, it would be a different matter. After all, one cannot live well without some competition. But now that she was the empress, she had settled into a state of complete contentment. No longer needing to vie for anything, having long since come to terms with this reality, how could Zhao Wumian still be so invested in the affairs of the harem? Ignoring the matters at hand brought its own advantages. Why expend energy unnecessarily? An empress who does not receive favor merely functions as a steward. If she performs well, it is expected, and if she falters, the question arises, how could such an empress fail? If a favored concubine is willing to manage affairs, it is indeed a blessing. Days slipped by in this state of indifference, and after comfortably completing yet another day, she found herself obliged to visit the Empress Dowager the following morning. The Empress Dowager Fu was the mother of the current emperor, having ascended to her position upon his coronation. The late emperor had passed away in the prime of his life due to a severe bout of smallpox. At that time, the crown prince, only 19, had taken the throne, adopting the era name Shi. 8 years had already elapsed since then. The hasty ascension of the emperor had left many matters unaddressed, which subsequently led to the later rebellion of the princes. The family of the late Empress Shen had been embroiled in this turmoil, resulting in their complete annihilation. The young emperor had emerged from this coup and firmly secured his position on the throne. A year after the rebellion was quelled, Empress Shen passed away. The eldest son was sent to the palace for recuperation. 3 years prior, merely a month before the major selection, Zhao Wumian was directly chosen as the successor empress. And a few months later, she was brought into the thingy palace. As she sat in the palanquin, Zhao Wumian closed her eyes, her mind racing with chaotic thoughts, until she soon arrived at the Empress Dowager's palace. As the Empress, unless the Dowager acted with intention, no one would dare trouble her. Thus she entered the Ian Palace without hindrance. Inside the main hall, the Dowager sat, and upon Zhao Wumian's entrance, she noticed the Dowager's niece, the current emperor's favored concubine, who promptly stood to greet her. This favored concubine had entered the palace in the same year as Zhao Wumian. That year, Zhao Wumian had not needed to participate in the selection. She was chosen in February and entered the palace in August. The favored concubine had been selected in March and entered in April, arriving a few months earlier than Zhao Wumian. Please, favored concubine, return for now. I wish to speak with the Empress. The Dowager gestured. The favored concubine complied and withdrew. Empress, please take a seat. The Dowager indicated aside. Zhao Wumian expressed her gratitude and settled down. During this time, my health has not been well, so I have come less frequently to pay my respects. Please do not hold it against me, mother. It is of no concern. Your recovery is what matters. The Dowager replied, her sentiments towards this daughter-in-law being complex. Indeed, thank you, mother, Zhao Wumian said, sitting upright. However, to the Dowager's discerning eye, this seemed merely an act of compliance, as she could not predict when Zhao Wumian might stir unrest again. Over the past 3 years, the Dowager had been worn thin. She had chosen the Empress herself, and now she truly regretted it. It was not that an Empress could not contend for power. Rather, Zhao Wumian never seemed to do anything correctly, leaving those around her at a loss for words. In the silence that followed, Zhao Wumian refrained from speaking, resulting in an awkward moment between the two. The Dowager eventually broke the silence. Are you feeling unwell? No, it is merely the pleasant fragrance here that piques my curiosity. I wish to discern its composition, Zhao Wumian replied honestly. She was not particularly fond of the prevalent scents of the time, which were often overly smoky, yet she found the fragrance in the Dowager's palace quite agreeable, and thus instinctively wished to identify its elements. However, the Dowager interpreted her words differently, pondering her intentions. If you like it, I can have someone send some to you. It is nothing rare, merely common in the palace. Then I thank you, mother. Zhao Wumian accepted graciously. Very well, I shall have someone deliver it to you shortly. The Dowager replied, observing Zhao Wumian for a moment. Since you are feeling better now, you should resume summoning the concubines for their respects. As the Empress, it would not do to neglect them completely. There is no need to rush, mother, this is quite acceptable as it stands. Zhao Wumian quickly reassured, that will not do. As the Empress, it is inappropriate for you to remain long absent from them. The Dowager insisted, this matter is settled. In a few days, the initial selection will conclude, and the palace selection will take place on the 10th. The Emperor's lineage is thin, and the harem must welcome a few newcomers. You must exert yourself during this time and refrain from exhibiting any petulance. As the Empress, you should embody grace. Your words are wise, mother. Indeed, it is already the 6th, there are but a few days left. Rest assured, I shall devote myself to this. Zhao Wumian smiled and nodded. The Dowager struggled to keep pace with Zhao Wumian's remarks, ultimately offering a vague smile before engaging her in light conversation before dismissing her. What has come over her? Has she undergone a transformation? After Zhao Wumian departed, the Dowager conversed with her maid. It is a good thing that the Empress is so reasonable. Lingji, the maid, appeared somewhat perplexed. Reasonable? I only hope she does not cause a scene on the day of the palace selection. The Dowager frowned. With you and His Majesty present, that should not be a concern. Lingji offered a smile in response. The Dowager sighed, inwardly hoping her assessment would hold true. Thus, when noon arrived and the Emperor came to dine, the Dowager made a point to advise him to check on the Empress, aware that her son did not favor the Empress. She nonetheless deemed it necessary to ensure her steadiness during the selection process. The Emperor acknowledged her request but did not visit that day, while the Emperor's offspring were limited in number. He did have 5 children, however, given his position, that number seemed insufficient, as royal families traditionally valued larger lineages. Excluding the late Empress's eldest son, the second son, born of the virtuous concubine, was 5 years old but suffered from poor health, making his survival uncertain. The third son, born of Li Jiaoyi, was only 2 and had not yet begun to thrive. The 2 princesses, the elder aged 10, was born of the noble concubine, while the younger aged 5 was born of the Rome concubine. Thus, the Emperor indeed lacked sons. The Emperor arrived at Fingyi Palace the next day at noon, choosing this time deliberately to signal his disinterest in staying overnight. At that moment, Zhao Wumian was in the midst of overseeing the meal preparations when a palace maid rushed in with excitement, announcing the Emperor's arrival. Zhao Wumian stood, acknowledging the news. I understand. She tidied her attire slightly before stepping out to greet him, and the Emperor had already entered. Your Majesty, please take your seat. In Qiangla gestured dismissively. No need for formalities, Empress. There is no need for such courtesy. Here is the hierarchy of the harem, shared only once for your reference. I shall not disturb your reading again. The Empress holds the highest rank, not included in the hierarchy. The first rank has 4 positions. Noble concubine, Virtuous concubine, graceful concubine, and esteemed concubine. The second rank includes 4 concubines. The third rank comprises 9 ladies-in-waiting, Zhaoi Zhaorong, and Zhaoyuan, Shui Shirong, and Shouyuan, Zhongyi Zhongrong, and Chongyuan. The fourth rank consists of 9 Jieyu. The fifth rank has 9 beauties. The sixth rank includes 9 talented ones. The seventh rank comprises 27 liangs. The eighth rank includes 27 bailins. The ninth rank consists of 27 imperial daughters. The lowest rank is the Shiyu, with no fixed number. Please note, this is a fictional setting. The ranks mentioned are largely based on historical titles from ancient times. For ladies, 9 concubines, 27 matrons, and 81 imperial wives. I have included a second-rank concubine. Additionally, I deemed the original title of Kainu unappealing and have since altered it to Shaoi. Now referred to as Liang Yi. Moreover, some settings place the graceful concubine ahead of the virtuous concubine, yet they all share the same rank, hence, it need not be debated which is superior. This is how it is established in our narrative. Currently, we have the noble concubine Qi Yuan emerging from the Eastern Palace, the virtuous concubine Su Qingxue, also from the Eastern Palace, the lovely concubine Zhou Yutong, who entered during the 4th year of Shihi. The Rong concubine Xiame from the Eastern Palace, Li Zhaoi, also from the Eastern Palace, Jiang Zhaorong from the 4th year of Shihi, Hu Marin from the 4th year of Shihi, and Fu Marin, the dowager's niece, from the 4th year of Shihi, along with Li Zhaoi and Yang Jieyu, both from the Eastern Palace, and Zhang Marin, also from the Eastern Palace, and Lin Baolin from the 4th year of Shihi. I apologize for the interruption. Chapter 3, is it a lack of strength? The last time In Qiangla visited Fingyi Palace was 2 months ago. At the time, Zhao Wumian had yet to recover and lacked vitality. He had only briefly sat before departing. Your Majesty, please take a seat. I was just about to order the meal. Zhao Wumian politely urged the emperor to sit. The fragrant tea had already been served. In Qianglu observed his young empress, noting that although her complexion still appeared somewhat pallid following her illness, she seemed more serene than before. How do you fare, Empress? What did the physician say? The physician indicated I still require rest. There is no need for your Majesty to worry. I shall recuperate. Zhao Wumian replied. In Qianglu acknowledged her with a sound, internally reflecting that the physician had assured him the empress was not in danger and would only need time to regain her strength. However, given Zhao Wumian's current condition, a period of rest was indeed advisable. Once the new arrivals enter the palace, you shall regain your strength. Zhao Wumian knew well that this matter could not be avoided. Yes. As In Qiangla sipped his tea, he awaited her to broach the subject of managing the harem, intending to segue into it by referencing her own need for rest. However, after Zhao Wumian mentioned it once, she did not pursue the topic further. Feeling the awkward silence stretch, Zhao Wumian ventured, is there anything in particular you wish to eat, Your Majesty? If not, I can arrange the meal accordingly. Whatever you decide will suffice. In Qiangla thought Zhao Wumian was perhaps acting petulantly. Zhao Wumian efficiently arranged the meal, then smiled at In Qianglu. After such a serious illness, I must have lost my appetite. Now, I simply desire to eat. This was indeed true. Her illness had nearly claimed her life, and taking charge of her recovery had left her physically weak. She had lost considerable weight and required gradual nourishment, while tonics were beneficial. Nothing surpassed a balanced diet of meat and vegetables for restorative nourishment. Naturally, I shall instruct the kitchen to serve you well. You need only focus on your recovery. In Qianglu agreed. Very well, I shall heed your Majesty's wishes. Zhao Wumian replied cheerfully. As they conversed, the meal was served at the table. In Qiangla did not make further comments but took his seat alongside Zhao Wumian. Since he had come, this meal would not be a simple affair. A grand spread was laid out before them. The etiquette of dining without sleep is indeed commendable, exuding a sense of elegance. The emperor, having been nurtured in such traditions from a young age, is particularly meticulous about these ceremonial protocols. The two of them finished their lunch in quietude, and after a brief tea session to keep the sleepless one company, the emperor declared, I shall take my leave now, for there are numerous matters awaiting my attention. In a few days, when you have fully recovered, I shall return to visit you. With a smile and a nod, the sleepless one replied, Your Majesty, the affairs of the state are indeed demanding. I have little to occupy my time, so please feel free to return. In Qianglu cast a few lingering glances at her, appreciating the lack of entanglement this time, yet, he couldn't help but wonder what thoughts occupied her mind. Nonetheless, he said nothing, merely nodding before rising to depart. The sleepless one accompanied him to the door, watching him walk away before stifling a yawn with her hand, feeling the toll of her prolonged illness. The absence of a midday nap was indeed exhausting. Are you ready? I shall brush my teeth and retire for the night, she mused, nearly in a state of somnolence. Ling Shui intended to offer a few comforting words, mentioning that the emperor would surely come to stay in a few days, but seeing her so fatigued, she thought better of it. With that, the sleepless one collapsed into slumber, while the emperor, upon his return, instructed those around him to send nourishing provisions to the empress as a gesture of consolation. It must be noted that Zhao Wumian was indeed a striking beauty. Upon her entrance into the palace, the emperor had shown her considerable interest. However, her less than pleasant demeanor and lack of intellect gradually diminished his affection, leading to an estrangement. The less he saw her, the more she seemed to stir up trouble. leaving the emperor in a state of exasperation. After all, she was the empress, and as the principal consort, she could not be easily dismissed. Regardless of the circumstances, it would not do to have two empresses embroiled in controversy. It must be remarked that during the empress's prolonged illness of over half a year, the emperor found his ears remarkably at peace. On the 10th day of the month, Wumian arose early. Feeling exceedingly weary, after a hasty meal, she changed into her attire and sat before the mirror, where Zhao Hua, the most skilled hairstylist in Fengyi Palace, began to style her hair. Wumian was indeed a beauty, with delicate features that carried an air of aloofness when not smiling. However, when she did smile, her eyes sparkled in a way that captivated all who beheld her, while there were no unattractive women in the harem. The empress's beauty was truly exceptional. Alas, her poor temperament and lack of cleverness diminished the allure of her striking appearance. Your Highness, it is all done, Zhao Hua announced to Wumian, opened her eyes, gazing at her reflection with satisfaction before nodding. Let us proceed. She donned a light red embroidered skirt paired with a pale green overgarment adorned with floral patterns and a light yellow shawl. Her hair was elegantly styled with golden ornaments, and a flower was placed at her brow. The makeup was subtly yet perfectly applied. Very well done, Zhao Hua. I shall reward you when I return. And now let us go. Thank you, Your Highness. As the group exited Fengyi Palace, they made their way to the Wujidian. Although Wujidian was situated directly across from Fengyi Palace, the vastness of the imperial grounds meant that there were other sights in between. Wumian arrived neither too early nor too late. In fact, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor had yet to arrive, though several concubines were already present. Not all the concubines had come, only the first-rank consort, the virtuous consort, and the second-rank consorts, the lovely consort and the graceful consort, were in attendance. Upon seeing Wumian, regardless of their inner thoughts, the four women extended the proper courtesies. Wumian waved her hand and took her seat. Please, take your places. Are the ladies ready? Indeed, they are all prepared. The lovely consort replied with a smile. Today was a significant occasion, and everyone expected the empress to make a grand appearance. Thus, they were surprised by her absence. This unexpected turn made the consorts feel as though they were overshadowed by the empress's lack of presence. The lovely consort, who was a year younger than the emperor, was at an age filled with allure, and she certainly embodied that charm. With a fateful name, she was surnamed Shi and called Yuhuan. She was known for her laughter and had enjoyed favor since her days in the Eastern Palace, making her the favored one even before the birth of the Grand Princess, who was a year older than the Crown Prince. Unfortunately, her youth during the birth of the Grand Princess had taken a toll on her health, and despite her efforts to recuperate, she had yet to bear another child. Ironically, it was the once less favored virtuous consort who had given birth to the second prince. Although he was frail and rumored to be linked to the late Empress Shin, which had weakened the virtuous consort's standing and allegedly rendered her incapable of bearing more children, the second prince had been born after the emperor's ascension and was already 5 years old. Though these two women were at odds, they never displayed their animosity outwardly, presenting themselves as if they were sisters. Wumian sat quietly listening to their conversations, showing no inclination to speak. Instead, the concubines awaited the empress to initiate the dialogue. After a prolonged silence, as the Empress Dowager and the Emperor arrived, the Empress remained inexplicably silent. This was indeed peculiar. The Empress was not one to be so reticent, as she typically engaged in verbal sparring with the lovely consort. Today was an anomaly, prompting speculation about her health and strength. Upon the arrival of the Emperor and Empress Dowager, the formalities resumed, and the ladies took their seats once more, thus leaving no time to ponder the Empress's behavior. The selection of candidates commenced, and the ladies entered in groups of 10. This was the second selection of candidates since Xingqiong-Lu's ascension, and it was expected that several would be retained. Given that the late emperor had passed away in his prime, and the current emperor, the eldest son, was only 27, with several younger brothers yet to marry, this selection was not solely for the emperor's choosing but also for the royal family. Initially, Wumian refrained from voicing her opinions, aware that both the Emperor and the Empress Dowager had individuals in mind for retention. As anticipated, in the first few groups, 7 women were chosen, not all of whom would enter the harem, but certainly they would join the royal family. When the 5th group arrived, the Empress Dowager pointed to one candidate and inquired of the Emperor, "What do you think of this one? She seems promising." Fearing the Empress might take offense, the Emperor also sought her opinion. "What do you think, Empress?" Wumian leaned forward slightly, responding, "Your Majesty, your judgment is impeccable. This young lady possesses both a commendable disposition and remarkable beauty, and I believe she would be an excellent choice. However, might I suggest the one on the left as well? She is exceptionally lovely. Perhaps we could retain both." Her words took the Empress Dowager by surprise. As did the Emperor and the concubines, the Empress was notoriously known for her jealousy. For her to propose retaining candidates was indeed an unprecedented occurrence. "Very well, if the Empress believes so, we shall proceed accordingly." The Empress Dowager acquiesced, not wishing to dismiss her request. Wumian was not acting impulsively. The young lady had been stealing glances at the Emperor, her nervous expression indicating her eagerness, and upon hearing Wumian's suggestion, She beamed with joy, clearly willing to accept the opportunity. Had the girl appeared unwilling, Wumian would not have pressed the matter, as it would have jeopardized the young woman's future. With the Empress Dowager and the Empress in agreement, the Emperor nodded affirmatively. As the subsequent groups arrived, Wumian identified several more candidates, all of whom were indeed strikingly beautiful. However, the Empress Dowager and the Emperor could not retain them all, yet, due to her discerning eye for beauty, the Empress Dowager felt compelled to keep 4 of them. These 4 lacked noble lineage but were undeniably exquisite. What astonished the Empress Dowager and the Emperor most was that the Empress did not refute any of their choices. Whenever the Empress Dowager or the Emperor endorsed a candidate, she readily concurred. Even when the lovely consort and others suggested their selections, the Empress would nod in agreement, saying, "Your judgment is truly remarkable. She is indeed admirable." In summary, throughout the entire morning, the Empress did not utter a single negative remark. This should have been a positive development. However, it felt somewhat unnerving, as if the Empress was harboring a grand scheme. Meanwhile, the Empress herself began to feel a pang of discomfort in her waist, relieved that only 2 groups remained, for she was growing hungry. By the end of the morning, 40 candidates had been selected, with 10 to remain in the palace and the rest designated for the royal family. For which candidates would enter the harem. That decision had yet to be finalized. Finally, as the proceedings concluded, Wumian rose. "Shall I escort you back, mother?" "No need, it is not yet late. Everyone should return to their respective quarters." The Empress Dowager gestured dismissively. Wumian was eager to comply, interpreting this as a prompt to bid farewell. The Empress Dowager regarded her with a hint of concern, sensing her urgency but saying nothing. The Emperor took his leave as well, and Wumian smiled at the 4 concubines. "Shall we disperse?" The lovely consort, still on edge, anticipated a remark from her, but was taken aback by the simple suggestion to disperse. "Yes, your highness, please take care." Once the Empress had departed, the 4 concubines exchanged glances. They had not thought highly of this new Empress, yet they had all been challenged by her presence. The Empress looked somewhat haggard after her prolonged illness. The graceful consort remarked, "Indeed, she appears quite frail." The lovely consort agreed. Sensing their circling conversation, the lovely consort interjected, "Let us return then." While they were all curious about the Empress's sudden change in demeanor, they refrained from voicing their thoughts. The virtuous consort, being the quiet type, simply nodded and walked away. Later that evening, the Emperor visited the Empress Dowager's quarters, during which she brought up the morning selections. "What are your thoughts on the candidates chosen by the Empress?" "I have checked, and the Empress has had no prior dealings with them." Ing Xiaonlu responded, filled with curiosity. It is quite normal for the Empress to cultivate relationships with the young ladies. However, she has not made any efforts to do so since their arrival in the palace over a month ago. She merely adhered to the customary practice of bestowing rewards, ensuring everyone was treated equally, without any preferential treatment. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. "Could it be that she truly has your best interests at heart?" Ing Qianlu shook her head in confusion. "If she has chosen them, she ought to retain at least 2 out. If none are kept, it is certain that more trouble will ensue later." The Empress Dowager nodded, resigned to the situation. Heaven knows, while everyone pondered these matters, Wumian merely thought those young ladies were genuinely stunning, truly breathtaking. As events unfolded swiftly, the Emperor issued decrees to arrange accommodations for the royal family and ultimately retain 10 women for the harem. These 10 were selected based on their family backgrounds, with 4 from Balin and 6 from the imperial household. To prevent the Empress from causing any disturbances, the Emperor even conferred an official title upon one of the candidates she favored. Zhang Balin. Alas, this is akin to casting flirtatious glances at the blind. The Empress has not paid this matter any heed. On the 14th of March, all the newcomers officially entered the palace, temporarily residing in the Funing Pavilion while awaiting their assigned quarters. On the 15th, all the concubines of the harem from the favored consort downwards gathered at the Fingy Palace to pay their respects. The senior members offered their greetings first, and Wuxian, without pretense, promptly called for the proceedings to commence. Once everyone was seated, the 10 newcomers approached the Empress to perform a grand salute. This first formal audience necessitated a significant display of respect. Wuxian awaited the conclusion of their homage, adhering to protocol to offer a few instructive words before allowing them to take their seats. The new sisters were all beauties, and I found them quite pleasing to behold. And now that they have entered the palace, we are all sisters. Henceforth, there should be no quarrels, and we shall serve His Majesty well." The assembly naturally responded in affirmation. The favored consort chimed in, remarking, "Indeed, they are all of fine appearance. This is truly His Majesty's fortune, yet none can compare to you, consort. You are the epitome of beauty." Humayun interjected, "Such mindless flattery is rather distinctive," she added. The favored consort chuckled, "With the Empress present, how could I dare to utter such words? If we speak of unparalleled beauty, the Empress must be the foremost." Wuxian merely smiled. "Humayun speaks truth. Consort, you are indeed beautiful. In discussing beauty, it is not solely about appearance. There is also a certain," she nearly mentioned allure, but dared not, fearing it would anger the favored consort. With utmost sincerity, she wished to compliment, not to insinuate, and thus quickly rephrased, "It is your grace that I cannot quite articulate. I feel that none can rival it. Truly, you are captivating," despite Wu Xian's attempt to amend her words. The favored consort remained convinced that the Empress's remarks were laden with subtext or perhaps bore another meaning that eluded her comprehension. She could only manage a forced smile, saying, "Your Majesty, you flatter me excessively." Chapter 5, Accommodations. By the way, Wumian, do not bully Lin Baolin, she is naive and utterly guileless. Do you see her as any threat? Wu Xian said with a smile, leaving Wumian at a loss for words. Observing the varying intellects among the harem, it was evident that Wumian's intelligence was decidedly lacking. She was on par with the original owner's level of wit, perhaps even beneath it. I wouldn't dare. It must be a misunderstanding on Lin Mimi's part, Wumian replied. Well then, that is good, let us ensure she does not misunderstand again in the future. And now, the newcomers have yet to be settled. You may all return for now. Among you 10, should any matters arise, seek out the favored consort, as she oversees palace affairs and is the most considerate. Until your accommodations are arranged, you are not permitted to attend to His Majesty, nor should you come to pay respects. They all complied, but as the favored consort attempted to offer an explanation, Wu Xian had already risen. Everyone, please return. Those with children should care for them. I have never raised a child and know not how to do so. If there are matters to address, consult the favored consort. The favored consort, she wished to clarify, yet the Empress's resolute dismissal left no room for her to speak further. Upon returning to her Chaoyang palace, she began to contemplate the accommodations for the newcomers, having previously devised a plan that now required slight adjustments due to the Empress's demeanor. Nevertheless, she did not dwell on it excessively. She then dispatched the arrangements to the Emperor. After reviewing the Yingxiong building, no modifications were made. Instead, she instructed the accompanying court official to present it to the Empress, saying, "I have reviewed it." This implied that the arrangements were satisfactory, and it would be best for the Empress not to make significant alterations. The official Zhong personally delivered the list, signifying it was the Emperor's will, and thus it would remain unchanged. Wu Xian examined the list and nodded. This arrangement is indeed quite satisfactory. I have no objections. However, there is one matter. Please convey to the Emperor that Wumian and Lin Baolin are incompatible in temperament. If possible, I would prefer Lin Baolin to be assigned to a separate pavilion, though ultimately, it is at the Emperor's discretion. You need only relay my message. Zhong, somewhat bewildered, promptly agreed and returned with the list in hand. Upon arriving at the Taiji Palace's Yingguang Hall, he conveyed the Empress's words in full. The Emperor was taken aback. What is this about Wumian and Lin Baolin? Your Majesty, Wumian possesses a rather strong character, while Lin Baolin is quite simple-minded. There have indeed been some frictions. This was a clear indication that Wumian had been taking advantage of Lin Baolin's naivety. In that case, select a suitable location for Lin Baolin to relocate. The list was handed to the favored consort, and thus the matter was settled. Zhong sighed and pondered a suitable place. Ultimately deciding to arrange for Lin Baolin to reside in the Yenyue Pavilion near the Imperial Garden, which was a fine dwelling, the favored consort, upon seeing the unchanged list, breathed a sigh of relief and hastened to organize accommodations for the newcomers. Such arrangements were not merely about housing, they held deeper significance for the future. Should any of the newcomers rise to prominence, a well-appointed residence would inspire gratitude towards her. The women of the harem were adept at scheming. Yet few would risk offending someone upon their initial arrival. The favored consort's arrangements were made with her own considerations in mind. It was preferable that the Emperor had no objections, should he express discontent. She would need to make further adjustments, which would be quite troublesome. Of course, the favored consort did not fully account for the Empress's sentiments. She allocated Zheng Baolin to reside in the Xianfei Palace. Believing this to be a gesture of consideration towards the Empress, Zheng Baolin was one of the four whom Wu Xian found appealing. The Emperor, thinking Wu Xian harbored specific intentions, assuaged her by bestowing the title of Baolin upon Zheng Baolin. The favored consort, convinced she was catering to Wu Xian's feelings, placed Zheng Baolin in the Xianwei Palace of the favored consort. However, in truth, Wu Xian had no knowledge of which Zheng Baolin was being referred to. The favored consort instructed her staff to arrange accommodations according to the list, paying little attention to other matters. Since gaining the authority to manage the harem, the Empress had been unwell, and the Emperor's affections were lacking. Gradually, the higher-ranking concubines began to disregard the Empress entirely. It was already a favor to consider her feelings in the arrangements, yet, this setup bore significant pitfalls. The favored consort had 2 sons, but her second son was frail, and she herself had suffered injuries that prevented further childbirth. Over the years she had lost favor, unable to solicit the Emperor's attention. Now placing the Empress's people in her residence could be seen as a challenge to her authority. Your Majesty, the 19th is the birthday of concubine Li. What do you think? An official from the Zhaoyang Palace inquired of Qing Lai. The favored consort frowned. Let it be according to the Emperor's wishes. Indeed, we are uncertain whether it will be held in the Hanliang Palace or elsewhere. Qing Lai understood that the Emperor had long stated that concubine Li's birthday should be celebrated appropriately. The favored consort took a deep breath, inquire with concubinely to see where she wishes to hold the celebration, clarify this to avoid any misunderstandings later. Yes, I shall do so. Qinglai bowed and exited the main hall. The mention of concubinely caused a wave of unease among the harem. There was no denying that concubinely was favored excessively. She had entered the palace in the 4th year of Shiha. Having been selected from a pool of candidates, her family background was rather ordinary, being the legitimate daughter of a minor official from Jiangnan. At the age of 17, upon her entry into the palace, she was granted the rank of a 7th-grade lady-in-waiting, which was not insignificant, as most young ladies entering the palace were of the rank of lady-in-waiting or borne, with only those from exceptional families being made ladies. No one discerned anything extraordinary about concubine Li's family, yet she was initially conferred the title of lady. After sharing the emperor's bed, she swiftly ascended to the rank of beauty, and a year later, she became a Jiu. Last year, she was directly elevated to a 2nd-grade consort, surpassing 9 concubines, and awarded the title of Li. Concubine Li was indeed beautiful, yet few in the harem were unattractive. The emperor's favor was palpable. And even the favored consort, who was also favored and had offspring, could not disregard concubine Li. How many consorts could boast that the emperor remembered their birthdays? Concubine Li responded, expressing her desire to celebrate in the imperial garden. Coinciding perfectly with the blooming peonies ideal for flower viewing, the favored consort furrowed her brow as she arranged the details. In Fingi Palace, Wuxian too received an invitation. Would it be acceptable to decline? She frowned. Why must I attend? She is enjoying her peak favor. What purpose would my presence serve? Your Majesty, you are the Empress. How could you avoid her? Since she has invited you, you must go, replied Mama Zhang. Wuxian raised her hand. Very well, I shall attend. This Mama is agreeable in all respects, though rather loquacious. Summon Yanming and Xinliu. Someone complied, and soon Yanming and Xinliu entered. Chapter 6. Yao Huang. These two were 2nd-tier maids, whom the original owner had held in disdain due to their beauty. From today onward, you two shall serve by my side. In the future, you shall be 1st-tier maids, akin to Lingshui Zhaohua and Shuiyu, Wuxian declared. We are deeply grateful, Your Majesty, the two maids exclaimed excitedly. Wuxian waved her hand. Rise. Since concubine Li's birthday celebration is approaching in the imperial garden, I shall take a stroll there first, Your Majesty. Lingshui hesitated. What is it? Are we not allowed to go? That cannot be, she replied, for she was the Empress. After all, Your Majesty, you have not paid your respects to the Empress Dowager in several days. If you do not leave, it may be excusable, but if you venture out, it would be wise to visit Yining Palace first. Remaining indoors could suggest that the Empress has only just recovered from an illness, yet if you can stroll in the gardens, it would be inappropriate not to pay your respects to your matron, Lingshui advised. Wuxian felt overwhelmed, having never experienced such familial roles in her past life, easily overlooking them. Very well, prepare my attire. We shall visit the Empress Dowager and then explore the imperial garden. Understood. Lingshui hurriedly called for someone to fetch garments for the Empress. Once dressed, she set out with Lingshui and Shuiyu. Crossing the bridge from Fingi Palace to Yining Palace, they passed by the favored consort's Chaiyang Palace. To speak of the favored concubines, their residences are indeed quite splendid. The noble consort's Chaiyang Palace is adjacent to the imperial garden, while the lovely consort's Hanliang Palace also borders it. Wumian merely cast a few glances. Noticing that outside the noble consort's palace, palace maids and eunuchs bowed to her from a distance, Wumian did not linger and continued on her way. Why does the Empress appear so understated today? A maid whispered. Another maid scoffed. There's nothing wrong with that. What was the point of being adorned with jewels and pearls? Wumian, unaware of their conversation, had already arrived at the gates of the Empress Dowager's palace. Intentionally avoiding the palanquin today, she strolled leisurely. The attendants of the Empress Dowager promptly invited her inside upon learning of her arrival. Upon her respectful greeting, Wumian sat down to accompany the Empress Dowager for tea. Though truthfully she found little to say, her relationship with the Empress Dowager had always been rather ordinary. Perhaps it had been better when she first entered the palace, but it had gradually soured. With the current changes, they were even more estranged, leaving little to discuss. It's good to take a walk, it lifts the spirits, the Empress Dowager remarked. Indeed, I was thinking of strolling in the imperial garden. Wumian replied with a forced smile, feeling the conversation was rather dry. Would you care to join me, mother? This invitation was unprecedented, leaving the Empress Dowager momentarily stunned. I shall not accompany you, you may go as you please. The weather has warmed early this year. I expect the peonies will soon bloom, the Empress Dowager said. Yes, speaking of peonies, they are indeed best viewed at the peony terrace. I shall go and take a look shortly. Wumian expressed her genuine interest. The two exchanged a few awkward pleasantries, yet the Empress Dowager was clearly awaiting Wumian to broach more significant matters, such as reclaiming control over palace affairs, summoning the emperor to Fingi Palace, or arranging for the newcomers to serve at court. As Wumian calculated the time, having spent about 15 minutes, she declared, then I shall not trouble you any longer, mother. I will come to see you again in a few days. The Empress Dowager nodded slowly. Very well, go enjoy your stroll, it will do you good. Do not tire yourself. Yes, thank you for your concern, mother. I shall take my leave, Wumian said decisively, bowing as she withdrew once outside. She exhaled in relief, grateful that she would not need to report back for a few days. Aside from Eating Palace, Wumian said, let us go to the peony terrace. I suspect the peonies are not yet fully bloomed. We can take a look now and return in a few days if necessary. Fortunately, the peony terrace was not far from Eating Palace, making it convenient to return later. Meanwhile, within Eating Palace, the Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Pondering, has she truly changed her nature? Why does she seem so unreliable? To speak frankly, the Empress has not enjoyed favor these past years. Perhaps she has reconsidered her disposition after her illness, Lingji suggested. That may be well and good, but what if it is merely an act? The Empress Dowager sighed. Regardless of whether it is genuine or feigned, time will reveal all, and it will likely be similar to before. Lingji replied. The Empress Dowager nodded, acknowledging the truth in her words. Fortunately, although the Zhao family is somewhat troublesome, they lack intelligence and are easier to manage, far more so than the Shen family. The Zhao family may cause disturbances and suppress concubines, but their own lack of favor in offspring renders them ineffectual, unlike the Shen family, which jeopardizes the emperor's lineage. At the peony terrace, indeed, the peonies had not fully bloomed, but many had. Flowers are truly beautiful. Wumian's spirits lifted instantly. My lady, shall I cut a flower for you to wear? Lin Shui inquired. Yes, please choose one that matches my attire for today, Wumian replied, adorned in a light red skirt complemented by a beige robe. The maid selected a fine yellow peony. Such a rarity. Will it suit me? Wumian questioned. As long as you like it, my lady. There are several here, Lin Shui assured her, fetching scissors from the palace maid in charge and carefully cutting a beautiful bloom to place at Wumian's side. With her natural beauty enhanced by the flower, it was indeed a harmonious match. My lady is truly a vision of loveliness, Shu Su remarked. Such flattery, but when it comes to wearing flowers, it is a matter of joy. Most women enjoy adorning themselves. Tell me, would it be permissible for me to dine here at noon? Wumian suddenly asked. Of course, my lady. Do you wish to invite His Majesty? Lin Shui replied. That could be arranged. As you have not served him since your recovery, she continued. No, I merely meant for myself to eat, Wumian interrupted. Please do not associate everything with His Majesty, you two are the most astute. Let me speak plainly, we must grow accustomed to life without His Majesty. As the Empress, whether favored or not, I shall not be disheartened. You must also adapt. It is merely that some special things remain out of reach. Life is filled with many unattainable desires, the favored concubines may bask in their favor, yet they still must pay their respects to me, the Empress, who does not enjoy such privilege. Everyone has their own burdens. Noticing her attendants hesitating to speak, Wumian added, very well, do not attempt to persuade me. I know precisely what I intend to do. If you both believe there is no future here, I shall find a way to send you elsewhere. My lady, please do not be angry, we never meant such a thing. The two maids hastily knelt. As long as that is the case, there is no need for such formalities. Arise. It suffices that you understand this matter. Grandma Zhang is advanced in age and cannot bear such discussions. The two exchanged a glance, both acknowledging her words. Although they were puzzled by their lady's sudden shift, they could only acquiesce. The lady was still young, and they felt it was unjust for her. Chapter 7, A Misunderstanding. Enough of the gloomy faces, let us enjoy ourselves, Wumian declared. What would you like to eat at noon, my lady? Lin Shui inquired. Have the kitchen prepare something simple for the outside. No need for a grand spread, Lin Shui agreed, and soon set a table at the peony terrace. The news of the Empress dining there quickly spread throughout the palace, and it was no secret that this was her first time. Everyone unanimously believed that the Empress's actions were motivated by a desire to please His Majesty. Certainly waiting for him to arrive, they all understood that since her recovery, she had not served him. And with newcomers entering the palace, it was evident that the Empress was anxious. Upon hearing of this, the Emperor shared the same sentiment, though the Empress did not send anyone to invite him. He had no intention of forcing his presence. Nonetheless, her approach was novel, preferable to the jealousy and tantrums that would invite disdain. However, the Empress, having dined and enjoyed herself for a while, returned without any intention of seeking out the Emperor. The Emperor found this puzzling, but ultimately did not dwell on it, and the matter passed. Of course, the women of the inner court mocked the Empress for her futile efforts, but she was blissfully unaware. The following morning, Wumian was awakened rather abruptly. So early? What is the matter, my lady? Today everyone is coming to pay their respects. You cannot afford to sleep in like this, Lin Shui explained. Wumian frowned and sighed deeply. Understood. Please inform the newcomers that they need not come for the time being. They have been assigned quarters but have yet to settle in. They should come once they are ready to serve. Yes, Lin Shui complied and went to relay the message. Wumian yawned as she got up. It was still early, and she had no appetite for breakfast. Just bring me something simple to eat. Once she had tidied herself, with her hair not yet fully done, Lin Baolin arrived. She entered the inner chamber, ready to style the Empress's hair. Wumian hurriedly told her not to fuss over it, as she did not mind. Though the girl's skills were somewhat lacking. Why are you up so early? Have you forgotten that you are moving tomorrow? Do not come in until you are settled. Wumian yawned again. No need, I will finish quickly. Thank you, my lady, for arranging my new quarters. The Yenua pavilion is quite lovely, and I appreciate it. Living alone is much more peaceful. Lin Baolin expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Wumian nodded. As long as you are pleased. This girl's temperament likely made it difficult for her to gain favor. She should simply focus on living a peaceful life. I will frequently come to serve you, my lady, although Tsuwei Palace is close. Yenua Pavilion is even nearer, Lin Baolin stated. Come by to visit whenever you wish. Wumian observed as her hair was styled and adorned with various accessories before she rose and moved to the side. You may go now, I will step out shortly. The lower-ranked concubines had nearly all arrived, but the higher-ranked ones had not yet, allowing Wumian a moment of respite. After about 10 minutes, the area filled with people. Wumian stepped out, and they all hurriedly paid their respects. She raised her hand from her position. You need not be so formal. Why have Li Jiaoyi and the lovely consort not arrived? Wumian casually inquired. Reporting to the Empress, last night the lovely consort served His Majesty, so she is likely just now leaving. As for Li Jiaoyi, I am unsure of the reason. One maid replied. As she spoke, she glanced around and added. Has Yang Jieyu not come either? Wumian nodded. Li Jiaoyi has a child, and Yang Jieyu's health is poor. She will likely arrive soon. The noble consort paused for a moment and then smiled in acknowledgement. In the past, when anyone was late to pay respects, the Empress would have shown no leniency. It was unexpected that she now refrained from mentioning the lovely consort at all. Or was she perhaps waiting for her arrival? Yang Jieyu was the first to arrive, entering with an apology. Empress, I beg your pardon for my tardiness. It is quite alright, please sit. You look unwell. Are you feeling ill? Wumian noted, as Yang Jieyu appeared quite haggard. Having endured hardships during her time in the Eastern Palace, her health had deteriorated, and she suffered from various ailments at a young age. Thank you, my lady, for not holding it against me. I am fine. Just a momentary lapse in waking up late, Yang Jieyu said, not daring to relax. Wumian nodded. Understood. Please take a seat. Li Jiaoyi and the lovely consort entered one after the other, both mentioning their tardiness. But unlike Yang Jieyu, they did not seem genuinely apologetic, offering no explanation at all. Of course, this might have been due to Wumian not inquiring further. Wumian nodded. Please sit. As the crowd settled, Wumian remarked, while we see each other daily and there is little to discuss. If any of you have matters to attend to or feel unwell, there is no need to force yourselves to be here. Simply inform those below. The Empress need not take offense, I assure you. My intentions were not deliberate. I shall certainly be more mindful in the future. Li Fei smiled as she spoke. She was exceptionally beautiful, her voice melodious, and at that moment, there seemed to be a hint of playful affection in her tone, which Wumian found rather endearing. I harbor no grievances against you. I merely stated that we are all in the same boat. Ultimately, you should do as you see fit. It is not of great significance. During the festive season, let us not neglect the courtesies we must observe. Otherwise, feel free to be at ease, as we are all in our own home. Wumian's words rendered the assembly momentarily speechless. Indeed, the Empress had undergone a remarkable transformation. Regardless of their thoughts, Wumian commenced the proceedings. Xian Fei, how has the second prince been these past few days? Has his cough improved? The second prince was frail, suffering from multiple childhood ailments, akin to whooping cough exacerbated by pollen allergies. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. He always tends to cough in spring, but this year has been relatively better, Xian Fei replied. That's good to hear. As he grows, he will surely improve. You are also delicate. Take care of yourself. Wumian nodded with satisfaction. She then inquired of Li Jiaoyi. Li Jiaoyi, is there nothing amiss with the third prince? Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The third prince is quite well. Li Jiaoyi, the cool beauty, responded with little inflection, and the two princesses, both the Guifei and Rongfei, say they are well. Wumian nodded approvingly. That is delightful. As long as the children are healthy, all is well. If there are no other matters, you may all take your leave. The assembly. Guifei hesitated. The accommodations for the newcomers have been arranged. Your Majesty, since you have requested they refrain from attending these past few days, do you have any further instructions? Furthermore, Sister Li Fei is preparing to celebrate her birthday in the Imperial Garden. Do you have any opinions on this? Handle the newcomers as you see fit. I have no objections. As for Li Fei's birthday, the weather is quite favorable, and the flowers in the Imperial Garden are abundant. Let it be as planned, for I have no objections, Wumian replied with a light laugh. Thank you, Your Majesty. Li Fei rose and bowed. You must certainly attend, Your Majesty. Of course, for your birthday, I shall certainly be there. Wumian thought to herself, I truly do not wish to attend. I must also bestow gifts upon you. What a family affair. Very well, all of you may return. We shall meet again tomorrow. Wumian smiled, her resolve to meet again quite firm. Chapter 8, The Birthday. The gathering hesitated slightly but ultimately said nothing, with Guifei leading the way as they all took their leave. Upon exiting Fingy Palace, they bid each other farewell, familiar friends walking in pairs. Guifei and Xian Fei walked together. The weather is lovely, shall we take a stroll? Xian Fei suggested. Certainly, Guifei replied with a smile, and the two proceeded together. After walking for a while, Xian Fei remarked, since the Empress fell ill, her demeanor has changed remarkably. In her current state, I find myself at a loss. Indeed, in the past, if Li Fei was late, it was never so easy. Today is quite peculiar. To speak frankly, we both hail from the Eastern Palace and are older than the Empress. We were unaccustomed to such behavior before, but now, I find it equally disconcerting. Though they were not fond of one another, they concealed their animosity well. The underlying truth was that Xianfei was currently out of favor. While Guifei enjoyed favor but lacked a son, despite the value of daughters, they remained girls, and Xianfei had been unable to conceive for years, causing her great distress. If this continued, it was likely that Li Fei and others would surpass them. The Empress's change in temperament was inconsequential. However, now Li Fei truly, Xianfei said with a slight frown, with newcomers arriving, the harem will soon see an increase in children among those from the Eastern Palace. Both Guifei and Xianfei had suffered during their pregnancies, resulting in weakened health. Li Zhou, who had only been a secondary consort at the time, gave birth after entering the palace, while Shen Huangho had already passed away. And it was Anqing who bore the third prince. Rongfei also found it difficult to conceive. Whether she was schemed against or not remains unknown, but since her arrival from the Eastern Palace, she had received sparse affection. After suffering a miscarriage, she had not conceived again. Yang Jieyu and Zhang Maran were without favor. In truth, among the 5 who entered in the 4th year of Shiha, only Li Fei stood out. Over the years, those who enjoyed favor were Guifei, Li Fei, Li Zhaoi, and Rongfei. The others were lacking. Even the late Empress's niece Marin Fu was without favor, while Humaran, after a brief period of admiration, quickly fell out of favor. However, such circumstances could not persist indefinitely. Guifei, Xianfei, Rongfei, and Li Zhaoi were no longer young, especially Xianfei, who was a year older than the emperor. The 10 newcomers were all strikingly beautiful, with several coming from prestigious backgrounds. Eventually, they would bear princes and princesses. What would happen when they grew older? Xianfei, despite having a son, was still concerned. After all, the second prince's health was genuinely poor. Contradicting her earlier claims of improvement, the second prince was indeed frail, and it was uncertain how long he could survive. As time passed, with aging and fading beauty, lacking children and favor, they could not rely on the empress to protect their positions. Previously, the two had cooperated to undermine the empress while suppressing Li Fei and Li Zhaoi. Now that the empress had retreated, would they not be driven to desperation? Wumian, unaware of these matters, awaited Lin Bolin's departure before returning to her slumber. She had bin sleeping well for the past 6 months, but today felt insufficient. She needed at least another hour. Before long, it was March 19th, Li Fei's birthday, and Wumian arrived punctually at the Yuhua Gardens Yutan Hall. Not all the consorts were present. Those above the 9 consorts had arrived, while those below included Yang Jieyu, Humaran Fumaran, and Zhang Maran. Without Fumaran, Wumian doubted that Zhang Maran and Humaran would have had the opportunity to attend. Today, Wumian was dressed in red, not overly extravagant, as she had no desire to overshadow Li Fei. Indeed, Li Fei was resplendently adorned, truly outshining the flowers themselves. The Empress Dowager has instructed us to enjoy ourselves. His Majesty will arrive shortly. Li Fei smiled. Wumian nodded and presented her birthday gift, having hastily selected a few precious items from the store, merely to fulfill her obligation. Regardless of her feelings, Li Fei accepted the gift with unbridled joy. Li Fei is radiant today, truly more beautiful with the festivities. Guifei remarked, nonsense, in the presence of Sister Guifei, how could I dare claim to be beautiful? You are the one praised by His Majesty for your ethereal beauty. Li Fei replied with a smile, here with the Empress, how could I claim beauty? Guifei deftly redirected the conversation toward Wumian. Wumian chuckled, the Empress is the Empress, and beauty is beauty. One does not necessarily equate to the other. Neither of you should flatter one another excessively. You are both beautiful in your own right, each possessing unique charms. This is indeed His Majesty's fortune. These words were heartfelt. Guifei exuded a mature, charismatic allure, while Li Fei embodied a sweet, delicate charm, indeed a boon for the emperor. Precisely, Guifei is the most beautiful. Humaran quickly interjected. Wumian cast her a glance, thinking how obvious, this foolish creature. Does she not realize she may offend? Guifei merely smiled. Humaran, do not speak so carelessly. Amidst their conversations, news arrived that His Majesty had arrived. Wumian led the way, not stepping out to greet him but waiting for his entrance. Everyone, please rise. Ing Qiangla gestured. Ing Qiangla bore a striking resemblance to the late emperor. His deep-set eyes, long lashes, high nose, prominent philtrum, and slightly tanned complexion gave him a commanding presence. When silent or serious, he appeared somewhat stern or fierce. His profile was particularly striking, and his full face was equally handsome, exuding a robust masculinity rather than the delicate visage of a refined young gentleman. As the emperor, his regal bearing further enhanced his air of inviolability. His hands were also striking, not the delicate type but rather tanned and well-defined, with an attractive shape. His physique was impressive, tall and broad-shouldered, dressed in a dark robe with crimson trim and intricate dragon embroidery. With his hair tied back and adorned with a golden crown, he extended a hand to assist Li Fei. Granting her due respect, however, he did not go overboard. He turned to Wumian, who met his gaze without a smile, but with a hint of warmth. Is the Empress feeling more spirited? I am much better, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. Please, take a seat. Wumian offered him a slight smile. Ing Qiangla nodded, still somewhat puzzled. Yet he took his seat. Even for Li Fei's birthday, she could not sit at the head of the table, but she occupied the first position below, with Guifei and the others on the opposite side. Is His Majesty busy? You have arrived late today, a special day for Li Fei Guifeitis. It is my fault, In Qianlu replied amiably. I have arrived, and I trust you will be magnanimous and not hold it against me for Li Fei's birthday? What words are those, Your Majesty? I could never hold it against you, Li Fei playfully responded. Chapter 9. The warmth of the bed. In Qianlu offered a brief smile. The onlookers could not help but feel a myriad of emotions as they observed Li Fei's demeanor. The only one seemingly unperturbed and comfortably entertained by the spectacle was Wumian. The festivities soon commenced, featuring singing, dancing, and various performances, creating a lively atmosphere. It seemed that the emperor was determined to ensure Li Fei enjoyed her day thoroughly. Wumian had devised a plan. She would accompany them in the morning, partake in the midday meal, and then seek an opportunity to slip away, for she could not endure an entire day of such activities. It was exhausting. She intended to remain a mere backdrop, yet her status demanded her participation. Though she could remain silent, it was expected that Li Fei and the others would still engage her in conversation. Before the emperor, it would be utterly unacceptable to disregard the empress. Regardless of who speaks, Wumian would merely respond with a line or two, avoiding any deep discussions, letting the moment pass in such a manner. It is uncertain whether her words were too few or not. In Qianlu glanced at her. Is the empress feeling unwell? Wumian's eyes darted. Yes, after all, I have just recovered from a serious illness and often feel somewhat fatigued. Sitting for too long strains my back. I do hope I haven't dampened His Majesty's spirits. It's nothing. You are merely unwell. In Qianlu hesitated but did not suggest she return. Wumian herself proposed, perhaps I should take my leave to rest. Today is the birthday of Consort Li, and I truly wish to enjoy the day here, but my body is uncooperative. I hope His Majesty and the ladies 1T find my absence disappointing. If you are indeed fatigued, then you should return to rest, In Qianlu replied, filled with curiosity yet compliant. Very well, I shall take my leave then. Consort Li, enjoy your festivities. It is a day for revelry. Let us forego the morning audience, and should it grow late, do indulge in a leisurely sleep. With that, Wumian offered a respectful bow to In Qianlu. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. In Qianlu nodded, and the concubines promptly rose to bow, escorting her out. In Qianlu furrowed her brow lightly, feeling that the empress's departure was rather hasty. Once outside the Yutan hall, Wumian sighed in relief. It's impossible to sit rigidly. They are all quite talkative, she yawned. Let us go back. In truth, she had wished to stroll a bit longer, but having claimed to feel unwell, continuing to wander would seem like a charade. The empress has indeed lost considerable weight since her illness, observed Consort Li. Indeed, she appears somewhat dispirited, remarked the noble consort tentatively. It is also our fault. We ought to accompany her more in the future. In Qianlu merely hummed in acknowledgement, not engaging further, and the noble consort refrained from saying more, for the empress was a figure of respect. A few words were permissible, but beyond that would be crossing a line. That night, the emperor naturally remained in the Consort Li's Hanliang Hall. Of the next day, the newcomers were to serve him. However, no one anticipated that, by dusk, the emperor would unexpectedly visit the Fengyi Palace. Wumian herself was taken aback. Recalling the original owner's interactions with this man, it was rare for them to meet even on the 1st and 15th days of the month. Today was neither the 1st nor the 15th. Nor a festival. Was he planning to stay overnight? Wumian pondered but ultimately shrugged it off. If he wished to stay, so be it. After all, given the emperor's demeanor, a night spent together was hardly a loss. Has His Majesty not brought an umbrella in this rain? It's merely a light drizzle. I found it cumbersome to carry one, In Qianlu replied as she settled down. Oh, Lin Shui, see to it that His Majesty has his hair dried and serve him some hot tea. Wumian sat beside him. Dinner must be ready by now. Is there anything you wish to eat, Your Majesty? In Qianlu felt somewhat unaccustomed to Wumian's relaxed demeanor but did not voice any objections. Responding, you may arrange it as you see fit. Since the emperor had given her the liberty, Wumian did not hesitate and promptly made arrangements. After all, even if she did not mention it, the royal kitchen would remember the emperor's preferences. Ensuring there would be dishes he enjoyed. After dinner, seeing the emperor had no intention of leaving, it became evident he truly meant to stay, considering they had known each other for half a year. Embarking on such an endeavor was not particularly daunting. Given the emperor's youth, it would be wise to seize the opportunity for intimacy. In a few years, he might no longer be capable, after meticulously washing up. In Qianlu took the initiative to embrace Wumian. Wumian had indeed lost considerable weight. Once cherubic, she was now merely 19. However, this illness had taken a toll on the original owner's health, and recovering fully would not be a simple feat. Moreover, once baby fat is shed, it seldom returns. In Qianlu, while not particularly fond of the empress, nonetheless recognized her as his wife, recalling she had not always been so slender. In this embrace, he felt the weight of her illness. She must replenish her strength in the days to come. She had truly lost a significant amount of weight. Wumian returned the embrace, noting the man's solid physique. She leaned in closer, gazing up at him. Thank you for your concern. Your Majesty, aside from her less than pleasant disposition and lack of intellect, Zhao Wumian was indeed quite beautiful. In this moment, with a lovely woman in his arms, In Qianlu chose not to dwell on anything else and lowered his head to capture her lips. The curtains fell, and the attendants discreetly exited. After a considerable time, Wumian's voice broke the silence. Your Majesty, please be gentle. It hurts. Alas, she had forgotten the pains of youth during this revival of intimacy. Although no longer a maiden, the years had seen few encounters, and In Qianglu, endowed with natural prowess, was indeed formidable. In Qianglu, in a deep, sensuous tone, willingly complied. They spent the night entwined 3 times, and by morning, Wumian awoke to the sound of the emperor stirring. She turned over, feigning sleep, though her fatigue was genuine. As In Qianglu rose, he glanced back at the sleeping empress, choosing not to rouse her, allowing the attendants to assist him in dressing. As the sounds of footsteps faded, Wumian found solace in her slumber. Alas, mere moments later, she was summoned awake. Is it truly necessary to hold morning audiences every day? Wumian sat before the mirror, eyes closed. Allowing the attendants to fuss over her, observing her evident fatigue, they dared not speak, tending to her with utmost care. Once everyone was gathered, 10 newcomers knelt in unison, performing their grand salutations. Wumian stifled her urge to yawn and offered the customary pleasantries. Allowing them to rise and take their seats, the main hall of Fengyi Palace was soon brimming with people. Traditionally, when the empress has spent the night with the emperor, she would be lively and chatty the following day. Radiating confidence and vigor, the concubines, however, found such an empress irksome and prepared themselves to face her, only to find her expression betraying 2 words, so tired. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, she decisively waved her hand. You may return. The newcomers are permitted to serve the emperor. Should you have matters to discuss, seek the noble consort. As the crowd exited Fengyi Palace, they sensed the empress's urgency. Who could blame her, once everyone departed? Wumian collapsed back into her bed, relishing the warmth of her covers. Nothing felt more comforting. Chapter 10. The inept empress. The newcomers awaited the emperor's favor with bated breath. However, he had not summoned any concubines for the past 7 or 8 days. Gradually, the newcomers grew restless, seeking conversation with the higher-ranking concubines. Naturally, some sought the empress, but she did not receive them. Wumian had long contemplated that should the emperor require it, she would arrange for the newcomers to serve him. A structured roster would ensure the higher-ranking concubines had more opportunities, while those of lower rank would have fewer, provided the emperor did not tire of the arrangement. However, the noble consort in charge had no such concerns. She would do as she pleased. Finally, as the month drew to a close, the emperor summoned the newcomer Li Baolin to the Bue pavilion, yet, it was not long before she was called away by consort Li. Wumian was somewhat surprised to hear this from Lin Shui. What has happened to consort Li? She has never acted in such a manner before. Consort Li had always been favored and had no need to resort to such tactics. This maid is uncertain. It is past midnight now. When Du Kong returns, we shall know more. He has gone to the royal kitchen to fetch you some snacks. Lin Shui replied with a wink. Wumian nodded. The matter was of little concern to her, though she was keen to hear the gossip. Before long, Du Kong returned, bearing some news. It is said that consort Li suddenly experienced severe vomiting and weakness, prompting her to summon the imperial physician. The specifics remain unknown. Wumian responded with an "Oh, she must be pregnant," this maid inquired, and indeed, consort Li has not had her monthly cycle this month. Du Kong confirmed. Very well, you have performed admirably. Go receive your reward. It is late. Let us retire for the night. You may forego the late-night snack. While nourishment is essential, it is not advisable to eat at this hour. We shall discuss it in the morning. Du Kong, expecting further developments, found himself excusing himself. Should consort Li indeed be pregnant, once she gives birth to a son, her status would likely ascend to the first rank. Having been in the palace for over 3 years, she has yet to bear a child and has already attained the rank of consort Li. Isn't that as it should be? Lin Shui commented while attending to Wumian. It matters not, as long as His Majesty does not wish for her to replace me, Wumian mused, confident in her understanding that the emperor was likely not that type of person. Yawning, she closed her eyes, appearing genuinely unconcerned about the matter. Within the Hanliang Hall, consort Li wept in the emperor's embrace. Your Majesty, it is my fault. I believed that having our child would hasten your arrival. But it seems I was mistaken. Your Majesty, there, I hold you no blame. Do not cry, he assured her. You are merely anxious, your health is intact. It is simply a matter of irregular cycles, with time and care. All will be well. You must learn to heed my words. Thing Qianlu gently patted her back. Do not weep. Tomorrow you may simply assert that you are unwell. Yes, I shall send some gifts to Li Baolin tomorrow. I truly did not intend to cause any trouble. Consort Li wiped her tears. Very well, I understand. It is getting late. Let us sleep. Li Baolin, having just entered the palace, dared not voice any complaints. She merely cursed consort Li as a seductress in her heart. The following morning, consort Li arrived at Fengyi Palace unusually early. Finding everyone present, she sincerely explained, last night, I suddenly experienced severe abdominal pain, and in my panic, I summoned His Majesty. I was in such agony that I became muddled. Li Baolin, I apologize for interrupting your time with him. Please do not take offense. I did persuade His Majesty to visit you tonight. I would not dare. Your Highness is far too kind. Li Baolin hastily waved her hands. Is your Highness feeling any better? It is nothing. The heat has intensified recently and I indulged in some cold food. Consort Li replied with a smile. To make such a commotion in the dead of night? You must have worried His Majesty terribly, Rong Fei teased her. It is my fault. I shall not act so rashly again. Consort Li laughed shyly. I had thought that perhaps Consort Li had some good news to share. As I ponder upon the occasion to extend my congratulations to you today, truly, the noble consort expressed her discontent. Lively consort sighed, how could I not wish for it, yet, this matter cannot be rushed. The usually reticent consort Jiang suddenly interjected, the Empress has yet to bear a legitimate heir, therefore, we are not in a hurry I sincerely hope for the Empress to soon deliver a son. For that would indeed be splendid news. Observing the conversation, Wumian reflected, Consort Jiang thinks of me, however, it matters not who among the harem gives birth, I shall cherish them all. As for myself, it appears that fate has not yet aligned. Indeed, should the Empress give birth to a legitimate son, she would naturally hold immense prestige. I too harbor such hopes. The noble consort chimed in. Wumian raised an eyebrow lightly. Very well, you all are most considerate. Let us hope for the best. The assembly paused, pondering. Is there something amiss in this sentiment? If Lively Consort's health falters, she should summon the imperial physician to provide care. As for Li Baolin, do not be disheartened, for last night was an exceptional circumstance. Lively Consort's temperament does not align with such behavior, so do not entertain any ill thoughts. In the days to come, harmony among the sisters must prevail. Wumian said with a cheerful smile. I would not dare. I shall surely remember your words, my lady. Li Baolin hurriedly replied, that is good. You have just entered the palace, and are unfamiliar with your surroundings. Do explore the gardens while the spring is delightful. Do not remain cooped up. If there is nothing pressing, shall we disperse? Wumian inquired, glancing at the noble consort. What could the noble consort say? Who could have anticipated the commotion caused by Lively Consort last night? Leaving even the Empress speechless, if she were to speak further, would it make sense? Historically, conflicts with Lively Consort had always been instigated through the Empress's influence. To confront her directly, what would the Emperor think of such audacity? Truly at once outside Fingy Palace, Consort Rong followed the noble consort. Sister, do you have any white tea left? I have been longing for it these past few days. Indeed, come, let us go have some. I will fetch you more later. The noble consort replied with a smile, beckoning the virtuous consort. Virtuous consort, will you join us? The virtuous consort waved her hand in refusal, suggesting they go without her. Upon returning to Chaoyang Hall, Consort Rong remarked, Lively Consort is likely not pregnant. Her monthly cycle is irregular, and her vomiting led her to believe she was. However, the physician merely indicated it was a gastrointestinal discomfort. Her audacity in appearing today is quite something. The noble consort chuckled softly. She enjoys the Emperor's favor. What is there to be ashamed of? Her irregular cycle suggests that such nights of intimacy are inevitable. Do you recall a few years back when she first entered the palace? Her health was far worse than it is now. I have heard she has improved considerably. Alas, truly, I cannot fathom what the Emperor finds appealing about her. In terms of beauty, she is hardly comparable to you. Dear sister, Consort Rome, having emerged from the Eastern Palace, had previously suffered a miscarriage due to the tribulations brought upon by the late Empress Shin, although she has seen the Emperor in recent years. Her standing remains modest. At 27, she has consistently aligned herself with the noble consort. The Empress has indeed undergone a remarkable transformation. Had Lively Consort acted out in such a manner before, she would have long since lost her standing. Today is truly peculiar, or perhaps this entire period has been strange. Could it be that she will continue in this manner henceforth? Would she truly acquiesce to such a state? The noble consort frowned. Indeed, even Jiang Zhaorong cannot remain composed. The Empress unexpectedly, Consort Rong, too, furrowed her brow in confusion. Chapter 11. In Xiangyu, Jiang Zhaorong has never been one for excessive conversation. She once bore a daughter, but tragically, the infant passed shortly after birth. Consequently, she fell from favor, and her discord with Lively Consort stems from their simultaneous entry into the palace. At that time, both enjoyed the Emperor's favor, yet after her pregnancy, Lively Consort eclipsed her in grace, while Jiang Zhaorong mourned the loss of her daughter, leading to Lively Consort's elevation in status. Thus, their rivalry deepened, and the Emperor has reproached Jiang Zhaorong on several occasions since. Over the years, she has not conceived again, further intensifying the animosity between them. It is all but a tale of old grievances, their mutual disdain growing ever stronger. Strangely, the Empress has been well for quite some time now. Yet she has not once broached the topic of managing the harem. She refrains from mentioning it, yet repeatedly instructs newcomers to seek her out for matters. The noble consort scoffed. What good would it do to speak? She cannot manage it well herself. If I may say, dear sister, your misfortune lies in the absence of a son. Quickly bear a prince. Not only would you contend for the management of the harem, but your position would also be secured. Consort Rong remarked. The noble consort fell silent. She was keenly aware of this, yet the thought alone incited her anger. What of that wretched child? She referred to the eldest prince. Raised in the villa, what else could be done? The Emperor refuses to bring him back, yet he remains his flesh and blood, does he not? Consort Rong shared a similar sentiment towards the eldest prince. Both of them had been ensnared by Empress Shin's schemes in the past, and their offspring suffered as a result. Were it not for the Emperor's protection, it is uncertain what fate would have befallen them. This wretched child cannot be allowed to thrive. The noble consort frowned. In these past years, I have refrained from taking action, fearing that the emperor might discover it. We would then be deemed the villains. Alas, the empress is utterly inept. They have not hesitated to act against that child, both overtly and covertly, even prior to Wumian's illness, which was indeed related, while she could not reach into the villa to harm the prince. Such thoughts did cross her mind. When she attempted to place a spy within the villa, the emperor caught her and chastised her severely, punishing her to kneel in the rain, leading to her illness. Luckily, Ing Qiangla spared the empress the humiliation of this punishment, as no one outside was aware. At that time, Wumian knelt in the courtyard of Fengyi Palace. One might say the original owner was deeply concerned about this eldest prince. She, being naive, had no understanding of what Empress Shin truly was. She merely perceived the son of the late empress as a significant threat to her own standing. Thus, she allowed the noble consort and her faction to incite her into action. But her abilities were insufficient. Compared to Wumian, the noble consort and her allies perhaps had ulterior motives, yet it was also fueled by their resentment towards the eldest prince. Although the Shin family has been vanquished and Empress Shin has been deceased for years, the scars they suffered have yet to heal. Hence, the prince left behind by Empress Shin must not be allowed to live. Speaking of princes, Wumian encountered a prince in the imperial garden. However, he was not one born of the consorts, but rather the late emperor's son. The late emperor passed away at a young age, leaving behind 8 sons. The current emperor is the eldest, followed by the 3rd, 4th, 5th, 7th, 10th, 11th, and 12th princes, along with 7 princesses, 4 of whom have married, leaving 3 in the harem. The prince Wumian met was the youngest, the 12th prince, Ing Qiangyu. This child was even born after the late emperor's death, a posthumous son at the tender age of 9. He is unfortunate. Upon his birth, his mother succumbed to hemorrhage, and his father was gone as well. The Empress Dowager and the current emperor have shown him kindness, yet he remains not of their blood. Moreover, following the sudden demise of the late emperor, the crown prince ascended the throne in haste, leaving little consideration for a posthumous brother. He was merely instructed to ensure the palace attendants cared for him. Shortly thereafter, the rebellion transpired. Amidst all this commotion, when the emperor and Empress Dowager finally stabilized their reign, they turned to discover the posthumous child left behind by the late emperor. And found him to be mute. Not that he cannot speak, but rather he speaks poorly. He is not foolish, yet his speech is slow and his action sluggish, giving him an air of dullness. Only in the past 2 years has he been better taught. However, he still speaks slowly. At 9 years of age, he often stumbles over his words. At this moment, upon seeing Wumian, the attendant beside him hastily reminded him, 12th prince, quickly pay your respects to Her Highness the Empress. The 12th prince then slowly articulated, I greet my imperial sister-in-law. Previously Wumian held little regard for him. However, having never met him in private, this was their first encounter. No need for excessive formality. Why were so many layers? Is it not warm today? Though it is still late spring, today is particularly sweltering. The 12th prince grinned. Indeed, it is quite hot. The nanny insisted on dressing me this way. He stepped forward. The nanny fears I might catch a chill, and thus overdress me. Is that so? It is midday. You may change into something lighter and don the heavier clothing again in the evening. Otherwise, overheating may lead to illness. Wumian advised patiently, having never had a younger brother in her past life. She did have an adorable cousin reminiscent of the charming child before her, who also bore a certain clumsiness. The 12th prince nodded and departed. To her surprise, a mere quarter of an hour later, he returned. I have changed. Wumian chuckled. Very well, shall we go admire the flowers together? The 12th prince nodded, smiling at her. What flowers do you like most, imperial sister-in-law? Wumian pondered, holding her fan to her forehead. That is difficult to say. I find all flowers delightful. If I must choose, perhaps the white rose. White rose? I have never seen it. The 12th prince pondered earnestly. Indeed, white flowers are rather scarce in the palace. What of you? What flowers do you favor? I like the begonia, the 12th prince affirmed. Begonia, truly a discerning choice. I too find begonia quite lovely. You previously said you liked the rose, the 12th prince remarked, somewhat suspicious of her honesty. I initially stated that I find all flowers lovely. If I must select, I choose the white rose. I never claimed the begonia was undesirable, did I? Wumian laughed, affectionately ruffling his hair. This is not a game of choosing only one, is it? I can certainly have a favorite. As well as others I like a little and those I simply appreciate, correct? The 12th prince contemplated for some time before nodding. Then I most prefer the begonia. You truly possess exquisite taste, Wumian affirmed. The 12th prince's cheeks flushed. Never before had a superior expressed such confidence in him. He was not a fool. Typically, when encountering other consorts, he would speak a few words and fall silent, yet today, he felt an overwhelming urge to confide. Imperial brother. Mention. Mother, yes, birthday. The birthday is approaching. What should I gift? Wumian hesitated momentarily. My lady, the Empress Dowager's birthday is in April. Lin Shui reminded her. Oh yes, is it not said that next year will mark her 50th birthday? Therefore, what is there to celebrate this year? What is there to be joyous about? I have yet to prepare a birthday gift. I can draw. I possess nothing in the palace. Only my filial piety, the 12th prince asserted. Chapter 012, The play. This is indeed true. During her lifetime, his mother, the consort, was merely a low-ranking concubine in the late emperor's harem. Had the late emperor not passed away, the consort who bore a child would have likely risen to a higher rank. However, with the late emperor's demise, the consort also tragically bled to death. Ing Xiong Tower was posthumously honored with the title of Jieyu. Thus, this child's maternal family offers no support, relying solely on the Empress Dowager and the emperor for sustenance. They truly cannot present any precious gifts for her birthday. Sincerity is indeed the finest gift. Considering your mother, who holds the esteemed position of Empress Dowager and lacks for nothing, your filial piety will surely bring her joy. Wumian spoke earnestly. This opened up a new perspective for her, did it not? The 12th prince nodded with delight. The two continued their idle chatter for some time before they each rose to depart. When lunchtime arrived, Lu Zhong brought up the matter before Ing Xiong Tower. Today, the empress and the 12th prince spent over an hour in the imperial garden. They had no intention of scrutinizing either the empress or the 12th prince. But the fact that they sat together for an hour in the public garden could not be concealed. Due to its curiosity, Lu Zhong decided to inform the emperor. Ing Xiong Tower glanced at him. What was said? I am but a humble servant and do not know, Lu Zhong hurriedly explained. How rare. Ing Xiong Tower was not particularly concerned, unaware whether the rarity pertained to the empress or the 12th prince. Upon returning to Fengyi Palace, Wumian was at least persuaded by Lin Shui to reconsider. You are the empress. If you do not prepare, the palace will make arrangements on its own. You need only speak a word. How can a mere painting suffice? If you present a gift in such a manner, how will the other concubines manage? The empress truly must not be indolent, nor can she act recklessly. In the end. Wumian relented. Alright, I understand, let the palace handle it. Days later, the emperor conveyed orders to promote several newcomers. Wumian sat in Fengyi Palace, observing the newly promoted individuals as they paid their respects. Su Baolin was elevated to Su Liangyi, Li Baolin to Li Liangyi, Yun Yuni to Yun Baolin, and Morong Yuni not only advanced to Liangyi but also received the title Xan. Wumian regarded this Xan Liangyi a little longer. Noting her commendable appearance and outstanding demeanor, and could not help but nod in approval. Ing Xiong Tower indeed has a discerning eye. Wumian offered a few words of encouragement and, in accordance with protocol, conferred rewards before bidding them to rise. After all, they were merely of low rank. A promotion was just a matter of words and did not require any formal ceremony, thus not warranting excessive attention. The 9th day of the 4th month marks the Empress Dowager's longevity celebration, and this day is fast approaching. Although it is not a significant birthday this year, it should still be celebrated properly. After consulting the Empress Dowager, it was determined to hold the festivities in Yian Palace. The palace is also making preparations. Does the Empress have any directives? The noble consort inquired. None. You have considered everything thoroughly and arranged it well. You may proceed as you see fit. When it comes to significant matters, the greatest fear is the cacophony of opinions, which often leads to poor execution. I am well aware of your capabilities, and I trust you completely, Wumian stated with utmost seriousness, albeit with an earnestness that bordered on the disingenuous. You flatter me, the noble consort replied, momentarily unable to discern the empress's true intentions. I speak nothing but sincerity. Do your best, and on the day of the event, I shall concern myself only with feasting and revelry, Wumian said with a smile. Indeed, the noble consort lowered her head in humility. At this moment, the newcomers could not help but murmur amongst themselves, as the notion of a non-involved empress diverged somewhat from their expectations. Sure enough, after the morning greetings concluded, the newcomers began to gossip in small groups. The empress is a successor, while the noble consort has been a favored one from the eastern palace, Su Liangyi whispered. Indeed, the palace affairs are now overseen by the noble consort, although she has no prince. The eldest princess is present. She is quite favored and ranks first among the concubines. It is no wonder the empress treats her with such courtesy, Zhang Yuni agreed. Regardless of the newcomer's whispers, Wumian continued to handle her duties for the day and comfortably returned to her slumber. There is nothing quite as delightful as a midday nap. Upon waking, Lin Shui entered and announced, a servant from the Empress Dowager has arrived, requesting your presence to enjoy a night performance. The Empress Dowager has a fondness for theater, particularly night performances, leading to frequent occurrences of such events in the palace, which is a peculiar quirk. Understood. This was not Wumian's first time accompanying the Empress Dowager to a night performance, but it was her first since recovering from illness. In the evening, she donned a violet gown and made her way to Yining Palace, which boasted a small garden and a stage. Upon arrival, she found 2 imperial consorts accompanying the Empress Dowager, while the noble and virtuous consorts had also arrived early. Wumian approached to pay her respects, but the Empress Dowager waved her hand. Laughing, recently several new performers have arrived from the southern residence, claiming to be exceptional. Today, we shall be graced with their talents. Wumian smiled in response. Are there any new pieces? The Empress Dowager pointed to Lingji, who presented a list of performances. Empress, please see, these few are new plays. The Empress Dowager has already made her selections. Which would you like? Wumian glanced over and lightly marked a title called The Meeting on the Cloud Bridge. I find this one delightful. Let us proceed with this. Very well. Lingji smiled and passed the list to the two imperial consorts, who casually selected one as well. These performances are brief, one act following another. In the midst of conversation, several princes and princesses from the late emperor's lineage also arrived, including the somewhat simple-minded 12th prince. Following them were consort Li, consort Rong, and Li Jiaoyi, as well as Jiang Zhaorong. The emperor was the last to arrive. And only then did the Empress Dowager declare the feast to commence. After dining with the Empress Dowager, everyone moved to the stage, where the performers bowed and prepared to begin. The Empress Dowager occupied the center seat in the first row, demonstrating respect for her elders, with two imperial consorts on either side of her. To her left sat the emperor and empress, while to her right were the late emperor's princes. The second row was filled with Yingqiong Tower's concubines, their children, and the late emperor's princesses. Once the performance commenced, the Empress Dowager watched with rapt attention. Wumian found it quite agreeable. This play, reminiscent of kunku opera, was indeed quite good. Being able to perform in the palace naturally indicated their exceptional skills, and she too was captivated by the show. Conversely, Yingqiong Tower appeared drowsy, as he did not enjoy watching plays. Given his disinterest, it was only natural for him to be distracted. In truth, many in this gathering shared a disinterest in theater, including Consort Li, who was struggling to stay awake. However, as she sat behind the Empress Dowager, she dared not even yawn, let alone shift positions too much. Instead, she could only pinch her own hand within her sleeve to remain alert. The emperor, too, was indifferent to the performance and made no remarks. After all, he and the Empress Dowager were not overly concerned about such formalities. Thus, the second act commenced, the one chosen by the Empress. Wumian had selected it casually, yet to her surprise, it turned out to be quite good. It depicted a newlywed couple separated by war for 10 long years. The husband believed his wife to be dead, while the wife thought the same of him, yet neither sought new partners. Waiting steadfastly through their arduous journeys, suddenly one day, they encountered each other on a bridge called Cloud Bridge. Initially hesitant to recognize one another, they ultimately embraced and wept. The husband's poignant lines echoed, 10 years apart, I took for granted the fleeting moments. 10 years of warfare, I have not forgotten, yet upon seeing you, I fail to recognize my own beloved. The wife sang, 10 years apart, I had thought I would never hope again. Today, I see my husband clad in armor like a general. My dear, do you still remember the beautiful moments we shared a decade ago? Wumian mused how rare it is for people in this era to compose such pure love stories. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager had already begun to wipe away her tears. Once the performance concluded, the Empress Dowager exclaimed to reward them, they performed splendidly. Wumian felt a pang of regret. This would surely deplete her finances. She had no choice but to follow suit. Empress, you made an excellent choice. This play is indeed remarkable. A rare tale of love, the Empress Dowager lamented, filled with emotion. As for me, how could I discern whether it was good or not? Their singing was exceptional, and the lyricist's words were splendid. How fortunate that my mother appreciates such artistry. Ah, you speak wisely, the Empress Dowager laughed, her emotions oscillating between tears and laughter, revealing a significant emotional fluctuation. Yingqiong Tower shot Wumian a glance filled with unspoken meaning, to which Wumian returned a nonchalant smile before lifting her tea. Compared to Consort Li, who did not even dare to drink tea to mask her drowsiness behind the Empress Dowager, Wumian felt much more at ease. Had she known of Consort Li's predicament, she would have surely remarked, indeed, being the Empress brings far greater freedom. Once the performance concluded, the Empress Dowager instructed everyone to return. It was uncertain whether it was due to sitting beside the Empress or because the play she selected brought joy to the Empress Dowager. But Yingqiong Tower intended to accompany the Empress back to Fengyi Palace. Unfortunately, this intention ultimately went unfulfilled. To return to Fengyi Palace, one could either take a detour or pass through the Imperial Garden. In the interest of expedience, they chose to traverse directly through the garden. Naturally, the garden had paths, making it easy to navigate. However, the lantern's illumination was limited, and the trees surrounding them cast eerie shadows in the darkness. Wumian was not timid by nature, but the encompassing darkness, with only a small path ahead illuminated, was somewhat intimidating. Instinctively, she pulled at Yingqiong Tower's sleeve. He said nothing, allowing her to grasp it as they walked. Upon reaching the dreaming pavilion, Lu Zhong barked, who goes there? Wumian jumped, startled. At his eye, the concubine, son, came a delicate female voice. Wumian sighed in relief, thinking she had encountered a wild animal. What are you doing here? Yingqiong Tower's voice carried an edge of anger as he glanced at the Empress, his expression unmistakably disapproving. Without uttering a word, Wumian, puzzled, asked, what is the matter? Yingqiong Tower huffed, since the Empress has leisure time, she may as well enjoy the cool air here. I shall take my leave. With that, he abandoned Wumian and her companions and departed. He presumed this was yet another of the Empress's orchestrations. After all, in recent years, the Empress had taken great pleasure in such arrangements, particularly with Song Yuni being a favored individual of the Empress. Wumian extended her hand, thinking, you could at least escort me back. I am somewhat afraid of the dark. Forget it, Song Yuni, is it? Stand up and speak. What are you doing here in the dead of night? Wumian gazed helplessly at the person kneeling on the ground. She remained oblivious to the emperor's thoughts, pondering how this Song Yuni could be considered hers when she was merely one of the beautiful candidates during the selection process. It seemed to Wumian that the emperor was simply acting on a whim. And she gave little thought to his departure. Your Highness, all right, at least stand up. Wumian regarded her. There are many ways to meet His Majesty. Lurking here in the darkness could lead the guards to mistake you for an assassin. What if you were harmed? Even if you aren't, should you startle His Majesty, you would be guilty, and not just you, your family may be implicated, correct? Your Majesty, I dare not, I shall never dare again. Song Yuni, frightened, knelt down once more. At nearly 15 years of age, she was understandably terrified by such words. Enough, rise. Wumian extended her hand, assisting her to her feet. How old are you? I am 15. Song Yuni lowered her gaze. Unable to meet Wumian's eyes, a foolish girl, our emperor is enlightened. He does not treat the women of the harem harshly without cause. However, this is still the imperial palace. A single misstep could lead to dire consequences. Every woman in the palace is His Majesty's, who does not desire his favor. Before you act in the future, think carefully, do not blindly follow others. If it were so easy to take advantage of certain situations, why would others not do so themselves? Wumian approached and patted Song Yuni's shoulder. Go back now, and remember to be cautious in your words and actions. Yes, I thank your Majesty for your guidance. Tears welled in Song Yuni's eyes. Wumian waved her hand. Go. Song Yuni hurriedly bowed to send the Empress back to the palace, her gesture of respect more profound this time. Zhang Baolin and Song Yuni had been promised to each other since the selection day. Lin Shui guessed her mistress had forgotten and quickly reminded her. Wumian realized, so that's how it is. If that's the case, the emperor's departure makes sense. As she strolled back, her mind wandered. She recalled that Rong Fei and Gue Fei were closely allied. Wumian, having unexpectedly ascended to the position of empress, had caused discontent among the established concubines, who were all well-versed in the palace's intrigues, holding on to their power and status, yet an outsider had claimed the title of primary wife, which bred resentment. Over the past 3 years, much of Wumian's misfortune stemmed from her own folly, coupled with the instigation of these individuals. Of course, their instigation was their own affair. Her lack of prudence and insatiable desires were also issues. Since the harem had designated Song Yuni as hers, and she happened to reside in Rong Fei's quarters, it was only natural for Rong Fei to seek to utilize her. Zhang Baolin has taken up residence in Xianwei Hall. Correct? Wumian inquired. Yes, Lin Shui replied. Wumian smiled slightly. How thoughtful. She had not paid much attention to the two, yet they regarded the matter with utmost seriousness. A high rank does not equate to significant power. But those of high rank must be cautious. Do you think we should arrange for them to change quarters? Lin Shui asked. No need. The more I intervene, the more attention they will draw, which is of no benefit. I do not intend to use them for anything. I prefer to let things unfold naturally. Wumian waved her hand. Return home quickly. I am genuinely a bit frightened. To avoid typographical errors, I have replaced with. I will make further corrections where necessary. Chapter 14, Unseen. My lady, do not be afraid, we servants are here with you, Lin Shui reassured her. In the future, let us bring more people when we venture out at night. Do not fear, both I and Jean Bo are here, Du Kong quickly added. Wumian glanced at the two palace maids and nodded. Indeed, having both of you is reassuring upon returning to Fingy Palace. Lin Shui and the others aimed to soothe Wumian, but she was already stifling yawns from exhaustion. After urging her to wash up with warm water, she collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep. Showing no signs of embarrassment or sorrow over the emperor's abrupt departure, she had truly overthought it. When awakened in the morning, Wumian contemplated sending word that it was unnecessary to come, as she wished to continue sleeping. Your Highness, that won't do. Today is the first day of the month, Zhao Hua said helplessly. You must rise today. You can sleep again after they leave. All right. Wumian opened her eyes and stretched. Then I shall get up. When the concubines arrived, their gazes toward Wumian were tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. After all, the high-ranking concubines had been present the previous night and were aware that the emperor had left with the empress. And now, the empress had driven His Majesty away, rendering herself devoid of favor while attempting to promote a newcomer. Truly foolish. Even the likes of Gue Fei and others observed the scene, feeling that the once easily manipulated empress had returned. However, during the morning greetings, the newcomers mocked Song Yuni, yet the empress remained silent, merely waiting for the right moment to dismiss everyone. In the morning, Yan Ming entered and reported, Your Highness, the wife of the Duke of An has entered the palace. She went directly to Chaoyan Hall to pay her respects to Gue Fei and did not come here. Wumian glanced at Yan Ming. The wife of the Duke of An, I recall she is related to Gue Fei? Indeed, she is Gue Fei's cousin, Yan Ming confirmed. With a huff, she continued, regardless, she should have come to pay her respects here. This shows she does not regard you highly. Wumian smiled slightly. Very well, let us observe. Yan Ming was uncertain about what to watch for, yet she nodded in agreement. In Chaoyang Hall, upon hearing that her cousin had not visited the Empress, Gue Fei frowned. This truly is, yet with the guest present, it would be impolite not to meet. Thus she welcomed her into the main hall and, while conversing, brought up the Empress. Cousin should pay her respects as well. The Duke of An's wife paused. I will go shortly. It was my oversight. Gui Fei did not mind this incident. After their meeting concluded, she instructed Qishir to head to Fengyi Palace. Your Highness, Qishir has arrived. Zhao Hua announced. Do not see her. Yes, how should this be conveyed? Should we say you are busy? Zhao Hua inquired. Wumian chuckled. No, just say I am not seeing anyone. Zhao Hua was taken aback. Just say you are not seeing anyone? Wumian nodded. Choi Su, you go and relay the message. Choi Su acknowledged and left. Qishir was waiting and, upon seeing a maid who was unmistakably a senior palace maid approach, she stepped forward. I apologize for disturbing the Empress, the wife of the Duke of An responded politely. Our Empress has said she is not seeing anyone, please return. Choi Su, being courteous, still performed a respectful bow, yet her words were devoid of politeness. Qishir felt humiliated and awkwardly asked, is the Empress busy? I can wait. No need to escort the lady out. Choi Su smiled. The Empress's words need only be repeated once. After all, we are merely palace maids and dare not disregard the Empress's words. Would you not agree, my lady? Qishir understood that this was the Empress's way of chastising her for not coming to pay respects first. Internally, she cursed the Empress for being petty, yet dared not speak it aloud. Ultimately leaving in embarrassment, this matter could have ended here, but the next day during morning greetings, Li Fei seized the opportunity. Gui Fei, you have managed the palace's affairs for over half a year now. In a few months, it will be a year. Why have your duties become increasingly hectic? I heard that the wife of the Duke of An entered the palace yesterday and did not pay her respects to the Empress. What sort of etiquette is this? Shall we no longer visit Fengyi Palace and instead go to your Chaoyang Hall? Gui Fei frowned, instinctively glancing at the Empress. Wumian returned the look, her expression seemingly inquiring. I would like to know this as well. Gui Fei had no choice but to explain. The Empress misunderstood. This did not occur. Perhaps there was some confusion among the Empress's people when the wife of the Duke of An sought an audience. The Empress may have been preoccupied. This was akin to burning paper at a tomb. Wumian chuckled. Oh, my people are usually quite uncooperative. They cannot even grasp such simple matters. The Empress has her reasons for not receiving visitors. It is not customary for guests to pay their respects to a concubine before the matriarch, Li Zhaoyi remarked coolly. In this matter, Gui Fei, you have indeed been lacking in consideration, Xian Fei added with a light touch. Your Highness, please do not be angry, this matter was indeed my oversight, yet it was never meant to disrespect you. Wumian sighed softly. As Empress, my performance has been mediocre, whether or not you respect me cannot be blamed on you. Your Highness, do not take offense, I truly had no intention. It was only after meeting with people at Chaoyang Hall yesterday that I realized she had not paid her respects to you. It was certainly not my intention. Gui Fei felt a bit wronged, and at this moment, she also perceived that the Empress was making a mountain out of a molehill. Is it enough to simply say I did not know? Yet when the matter arose yesterday, why did Gui Fei not come to inform you? Had I not brought it up today, this matter might have been overlooked, right, with silence on both sides, and words of respect spoken. Yet the actions taken hardly reflect such respect. Li Fei scoffed. Why must Li Fei be so aggressive? Gui Fei was unaware of this matter. How could she know that you would not mention it? Rong Fei snorted. Well, I do not know. It was not her who brought it up first. Li Fei glared at Rong Fei. Jiang Zhaorong considered defending Li Fei, yet after some thought she chose to remain silent. Enough, the order of events is not what matters, what I see is the current situation. Gui Fei, you oversee the palace affairs. It is not enough to merely plan what you will do, at the very least. You must ensure that no mistakes arise on your part, otherwise, how will the sisters throughout the palace find it reasonable? I am the queen, and you must offer me a day's worth of respect. Even if you harbor resentment within your heart, outwardly, you must comply. This is not a matter of my superiority, rather, it is a matter of decorum and established rules. Should you fail to adhere to this, do not be surprised if others likewise neglect to show you the respect you seek. The queen. Very well, let today conclude thus. You may all return. Wuxian rose, waving her hand, concubinely scoffed and cast a glance at the noble consort before rising to curtsy and take her leave. The noble consort, of course, would not be easily disheartened by such trivialities. Upon exiting the Fengyi Palace, she cast a cold glance at concubine Li and departed. Their enmity ran deep, and this incident was but a minor affair. The noble consort, the virtuous consort, and the elegant consort had all previously utilized the queen to contend with Li Zhaoyi and concubine Li, who, in turn, had employed the queen against them. However, in the past, it was predominantly the queen who bore the brunt of the emperor's ire. This instance, wherein the noble consort experienced any form of loss, was indeed a first. Chapter 15, Heart-to-Heart Conversations. The noble consort's greatest fear, and what she most wished to avoid, was the loss of her authority over the harem. Although she stood as the foremost figure beneath the queen, she remained subordinate nonetheless, over the past 6 months of managing the harem. Her endeavors had proceeded with relative ease. At the age of 27, despite her attempts at nurturing her health, she had yet to conceive, and her confidence in bearing a prince was waning. Should she prove incapable of bearing a child, she would be forced to adopt. Thus, the management of the harem became paramount. Only by maintaining control could she maximize her chances of achieving her desires. After contemplating for an entire afternoon, the noble consort sought out the emperor that very evening. I admit my shortcomings. I did not handle this matter well, yet I truly did not foresee my cousin's folly in failing to visit the queen. I humbly request your majesty to speak a word on my behalf. Urging her not to take offense, Qiangle furrowed his brow before finally nodding. It was not that he wished to show favoritism towards his concubine, rather, in the past, an insignificant incident had incited the queen's anger, which inadvertently affected the eldest princess. Thus, since the noble consort had voiced her concerns, he did not dwell on the matter. It was merely a matter of habitual perception, viewing the queen through the lens of past experiences. Nevertheless, he intended to visit the queen today, recognizing that his previous actions were somewhat inappropriate. Regardless of the circumstances, the queen had done nothing wrong during this period, and he ought not to disregard her dignity. Therefore, as evening fell, the emperor returned to the Fengyi palace. At that moment, Wuxian was engrossed in writing. She often engaged in some activity while pondering issues, and writing had become second nature. To truly practice calligraphy, one must invest heart and soul into it. Your Majesty has arrived, announced a maid. Wuxian responded with a hum. Rising, the emperor has come. It seemed the emperor had been visiting somewhat more frequently of late. She set down her brush and exited her study to greet him. The emperor had already entered the rear hall of the Fengyi palace. What is the queen occupied with? He inquired. Wuxian performed a respectful bow. Nothing much, merely reading and writing. Qiangle glanced over and noted the queen clad in a simple white dress adorned with blue floral patterns, her hair adornments equally modest, coupled with her noticeably slender form. She exuded an air of gracefulness. It was rare to see the queen so studious. One ought to learn throughout life. It is always beneficial to read more, he remarked as Wuxian joined him in the main hall. Though her words might seem blunt, they held a kernel of truth. Qiangle mused. Wuxian smiled in response, choosing not to pursue the topic further. I am aware of today's events, the emperor stated. Wuxian looked at him in surprise. What events does your majesty refer to? She was not feigning ignorance. She genuinely did not comprehend the Nguogong residence's failure to send their greetings as their oversight, and I am aware of this matter. Wuxian felt somewhat speechless. It is a trivial matter. She did not wish to elaborate further. However, she was too nonchalant in her dismissal, leaving the emperor uncertain of her true feelings. You possess the magnanimity of spirit, and the noble consort does not harbor disrespect towards you. All of this is merely the fault of the Nguogong residence. Thus, you need not dwell on the noble consort's missteps. Her situation is not easy either. At that moment, Lin Shui was just entering with tea. Wuxian refrained from speaking until the maids had arranged the tea. Then she said, originally, this matter should have been laid to rest. This morning, I merely mentioned the noble consort a few times, without even a change in expression. I neither scolded her nor spoke harshly. As the queen, I believe my words were not misplaced. Why does this require your majesty's personal intervention? Wuxian smiled gently. Though I am the queen, I am still your majesty's wife, and a legitimate spouse at that. Since I am in the right and have not oppressed anyone, why does your majesty seem so concerned? Her reasoning was sound, and it rendered Qiangle somewhat uncomfortable. I harbor no such intentions. I merely wish to avoid discord between you two. As the queen, you ought to possess such a broad-minded disposition. Wuxian gently shook her head with a smile. Your majesty's favoritism is quite evident, but fortunately, I am magnanimous and bear no grudges. I firmly believe I have done no wrong in this matter. Therefore, it is likely that the noble consort is simply overthinking things, and your majesty has misconstrued the situation. However, since your majesty is my husband, I shall not hold it against you. You speak of magnanimity. Indeed, a concubine may lack understanding, but a wife cannot hold it against her. Should your majesty wish, shall we simply let this matter pass? Let it pass just like that? Wuxian mused. In the past, would I not have sulked for several months? Qiangle was more than glad to agree. Of course, however, the outcome of this reconciliation leaves me with mixed feelings. Furthermore, your majesty misunderstood me the other day. My encounter with Song Yuni was not orchestrated by me. It was mere coincidence. Qiangle likely found this hard to believe, but he often assumed she was still the same as before, which led to misunderstandings. Nevertheless, during these past 6 months of solitude, she had reflected deeply. She acknowledged her past shortcomings, yet she had changed. Had she not, Wuxian would never admit to her own flaws or shortcomings. The original owner of her body had been foolish, arrogant, and unaware of her own identity. Such truths were hers alone to express. No one else had the right. Despite the original owner's failings, Wuxian had inherited a life. If the queen truly held such thoughts, it was for the best. Qiangle was taken aback. Wuxian, however, continued to shake her head. I genuinely believe this, but has your majesty ever considered whether your expectations of me are excessive? Although I was born into a marquis family, that family has long since fallen from grace. My mother was merely the daughter of a minor official of the 7th rank who married my father. My grandfather held a title but never held an official position and did not attend court. Your majesty and the Empress Dowager selected me as the queen, elevating me from the daughter of a fallen marquis family to that of a duke's daughter and ultimately to the queen. How could someone of my background have dared to dream of becoming a queen? Naturally, I was not raised with that ambition. If I do not perform adequately, if I falter, your majesty has not shown me leniency. Yet this is not entirely your majesty's fault. The former queen's family had their share of misdeeds, though she herself was capable. Though no one speaks of her now, I have gleaned from palace gossip and casual remarks that Empress Shin was indeed competent. Astute and capable, qualities I admittedly lack. In comparison, your majesty grows ever more dissatisfied with me, yet each person is unique, with varying levels of ability and backgrounds, as well as differing educational experiences, would you not agree? In Qiangle found himself astonished. He was quietly listening to this woman speak of his own faults, yet, it felt as though she bore no intention of offending him. Moreover, she had the audacity to mention Empress Shin directly? How bold of her. In the future, I shall strive to learn how to fulfill my role as queen properly. I hope your majesty will grant me some opportunities and refrain from condemning me without inquiry. Such actions are truly disheartening. Wuxian reproached gently. In Qiangle sipped his tea, concealing a hint of awkwardness. Of course, Chapter 16, Empress Shin. Wuxian smiled at him again. Enough of this. Your majesty has come at this hour to share a meal with me. Has he not? Shall I make the necessary arrangements? Yes, I shall trouble the queen with this task. In Qiangle nodded. He thought to himself that the queen had truly become eloquent, although she had spoken well before. Her words had never hit the mark. However, now her arguments were well-founded and compelling. Lin Shui was exceedingly worried. Your majesty, you have spoken too directly. Mentioning the former empress could provoke his majesty's ire. Wuxian shook her head, remaining silent as she attended to her tasks. Anger, that seemed unlikely. In Qiangle was not such a petty man, and he appeared to have no significant psychological issues. The late emperor's passing had come too soon. He had not yet reached an age where he would be regarded with suspicion by the late emperor. Though the late emperor had many concubines, his rapport with Empress Fu had always been amicable. The emperor was the late emperor's eldest son, having been named crown prince at the tender age of 10, and had always been held in high regard. Following his ascension, he faced his uncle's rebellion yet resolved it swiftly. Encountering few subsequent issues, therefore, it was improbable that he could not tolerate a few normal remarks. In fact, the frequency of his visits to Fengyi Palace in recent times indicated that he wished for the queen to be in good spirits. If he truly despised her, would it not be easy to rid himself of her? Moreover, while the late empress's family had indeed caused trouble, she herself had harmed several concubines. However, in her 3 years within the palace, not once had the emperor spoken ill of her, nor had the Empress Dowager. Although the eldest prince's status was awkward, he was still well treated. Keeping him within the palace was not a matter of neglect but rather of protection. Hence, from various perspectives, it appeared the emperor did not harbor the deep-seated animosity towards Empress Shin that many assumed. Yet, given that the Shin family had been involved in treason, it was best to avoid mention of her altogether. If that were the case, it would be preferable to communicate openly rather than shoulder the burden of blame. It was truly exhausting, and no one wished to bear it. The harem desired to be free from such burdens in pursuit of a life of ease and joy. Alas, this was one of the queen's shortcomings. If one were to neglect all matters, could one truly maintain such a position? Up the contradictions. As night fell, the emperor, as he wished, lay down beside the queen in the realm of sleeplessness. One cannot be overly courteous. The emperor, so strikingly handsome, certainly deserves to be indulged in a morsel. Thus, she wrapped her arms around the emperor's neck, pressing her cheek against his and softly calling him Your Majesty. Under the dim light, In Qiangle removed the last jade hairpin from Wumian's head, allowing her long hair to cascade down. She was youthful and beautiful, and had her temperament not been so dreadful and her intellect lacking, In Qiangle would have been inclined to pamper her. However, at this moment, he found himself quite intrigued, and thus he turned over, pinning her beneath him. After a considerable time, he summoned someone to attend to them. And once they were cleaned up, Wumian lay sleeping soundly. Turned towards the emperor. In Qiangle gazed upon this young empress, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Zhao, who was 8 years his junior, was a stark contrast to the late Shin. In truth, no one in the harem dared to mention Shin anymore, yet, his feelings towards her were not solely rooted in disdain. Rather, it was a mix of frustration and resignation. They had once been a devoted young couple, and Shin's beauty, competence, and intelligence had made her a suitable candidate for both a crown prince consort and an empress. He was not oblivious to her ruthlessness. He had even intervened to protect his concubines. But it was impossible to be attentive to every detail. In reality, to excel as a crown prince consort or an empress, one must possess a certain cunning. Thus, at times, he would turn a blind eye to Shin's methods, until the Shin family became embroiled in rebellion. At that point, Shin was completely unaware, and not only was she unaware, but she was also vehemently opposed and filled with indignation. She had already ascended as empress, yet her family was in turmoil, with her uncle plotting treason. He felt that even though Shin was the empress, he could gain nothing from the situation. His short-sightedness had led to the demise of an entire family. Meanwhile, her father and grandfather, in their attempts to shield their kin, inadvertently shielded her treacherous uncle. Truly, one misstep led to another. Even the empress's maternal family could not escape the consequences of treason, leading to the downfall of the Shin family. The formidable Empress Shin, powerful for so many years, could not avert the calamity her lineage brought upon her. She fell gravely ill, fully aware that even if she were to survive, she could no longer fulfill the role of empress. Rather than being demoted to a concubine and living as a mere scapegoat, she preferred death. She had a son to consider. Before her demise, she implored the emperor to send her child away. Ensuring his safety, she understood that once she was gone, those she had once dealt with would not spare her offspring. She bore no grudge against the emperor for executing her family, as he had. After all, spared the women of her family. Thus, she passed away with clarity and sorrow. The women in the harem, especially those from the eastern palace, harbored resentment towards her. After all, Qin had, to some extent, suppressed them to secure her position. The later arrivals had never met Qin but were aware of the Qin family's involvement in the rebellion. Regarding her with disdain, it seemed that if one had a single flaw, they were deemed wholly flawed. In Qiangle would not defend Qin, yet he had married her at the tender age of 15. That he also had a child. Could he truly remain unmoved? He did not harbor deep affection, but neither did he feel intense aversion. Today, Zhao's mention of Qin stirred many thoughts within him. However, Zhao herself had indeed undergone significant change. After an illness, she was remarkably different. When Wumian was awakened in the morning, the emperor had already departed. She stretched lazily, thinking to herself, "Today, I must adorn myself a little more. It's time to speak of the noble consort. To refrain from contention is one thing, but one cannot allow others to trample upon one's dignity, can they? This noble consort truly seems to disregard her status as empress." When the others arrived, they were taken aback by the empress's lavish attire, which exuded a certain regality. After some idle chatter, Wu Mian turned to the noble consort. "Noble consort, I wish to speak with you about a matter." The empress graciously requested to be enlightened. The noble consort felt a twinge of anxiety, uncertain whether the empress intended to speak of something troublesome as before, though she was not afraid it would not reflect well. "His Majesty visited me yesterday and spoke a few words. While I clarified matters with him, something feels amiss." Wu Mian shifted her position, leaning casually against the armrest of her chair, adopting a relaxed demeanor. "If you have any grievances with me, noble consort, you ought to voice them directly. Why involve His Majesty in this? If His Majesty is to be burdened, he should be told the truth. What did I say wrong yesterday? What did I do incorrectly?" "Your Majesty is overthinking it. I had no such intention. I was merely conversing with His Majesty." The noble consort rose. "So, you imply that His Majesty would take your casual words to speak of me behind my back? Are you suggesting His Majesty is too talkative or perhaps too easily swayed?" Wu Mian's smile faded. In this narrative, there is no mention of this servant or this palace, as historically, such terms were absent. Chapter 17, Lady Fu. "Your Majesty has misinterpreted. I would never dare to imply such a thing." The noble consort hurriedly clarified. It was merely a trivial matter, nothing of great significance. The people of the Duke of N's residence were remiss, and I simply acted in accordance with the situation. Are you now determined to escalate this matter beyond reconciliation? I only mentioned yesterday that you, as the noble consort, oversee the harem. It was a pointless statement. Wu Mian spoke softly, yet her words cut deeply, especially as the noble consort was significantly her senior and had always been resistant to her. The noble consort, now irritated, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. "Your Majesty, you truly misunderstand. It is not what you think. Should you wish to impose punishment, I have no objections, but I hope you will not misconstrue my intentions." Wu Mian scoffed. If the noble consort were truly aware of her status, we wouldn't be having this discussion today. I hold the esteemed position of Empress and have no desire to contest anything with you. You need only consider how to command the respect of those beneath you. Having said this, she stood and walked away. The noble consort, furious, stormed out without a word. Upon exiting the Fingy palace, Lady Li chuckled. "The Empress is quite accommodating. Some people are simply unrestrained, and now look at this." "Lady Li, are you speaking of me?" The noble consort raised an eyebrow. Lady Li has never been favored in the central palace. What is this sudden change? Such words were spoken, and Lady Li had not previously taken sides. Unless one counted the emperor's faction. To abandon the emperor in favor of siding with the empress, that would surely be inappropriate. Lady Li huffed. "Noble consort, you are overthinking. I meant no such thing. I shall take my leave." Concubine Rong frowned. What has Lady Li been up to these days? She appears quite unhinged. What else could it be but her jealousy over Lady Liang having spent a few nights with the emperor? The noble consort scoffed. She has enjoyed favor for years, yet still bears no child. The Empress Dowager has never favored her allure, and now with a new arrival in the palace, she seeks to suppress her. Li Bolin is a supporter of the noble consort, and with her people gaining prominence, Lady Li naturally feels displeased. Concubine Rong chuckled. I thought she truly intended to side with the Empress. The noble consort let out a cold laugh, not turning back, merely stating, that would be foolish indeed. Sister, do not be angered. It is merely a few words. Ultimately, you have gained something of value. What does she possess now? If the emperor visits her once more, she will be quite pleased, Concubine Rong advised. I understand. The noble consort huffed again, her discontent towards Wumian growing. Setting aside other matters, the second princess' health has notably declined recently. I doubt he will survive among the new arrivals. Do you see anyone with potential? The noble consort inquired softly. It is too early to say. Lady Liang has a chance, as her temperament is steady. If the second prince were to pass away, then Lady Zhao's third prince would become the sole heir. At the next elevation she will undoubtedly be favored. Meanwhile, Wumian was engaged in idle chatter with Mama Zhang. You must pay attention. I have heard that the second prince's health has worsened significantly of late. If you bear a legitimate son, their numbers will be of no consequence. A woman must ultimately bear a son. Otherwise, what will become of her in the future? Wumian replied, half listening. The second prince is so gravely ill. Wumian recalled that the second prince had suffered during the prolonged labor of his mother. The Xinfei, which had caused lasting harm, both mother and child had struggled to recover for years. The imperial physician had said little, but given the circumstances, it seemed evident the Empress Dowager had chastised the Xinfei for the second prince's condition over the years. Mama Zhang scoffed. Wumian sighed, a child's poor health weighs heavily on a mother. There is no need to blame the Xinfei. Let us refrain from speaking of this, if we discuss it too often. Others might think we wish for the second prince's misfortune. Indeed, I shall be careful, Mama Zhang quickly replied. With the Empress Dowager's birthday approaching, should you not pay her a visit, though you no longer oversee palace affairs? It is still a matter of propriety. Yes, it would be wise for you to make an appearance. The noble consort still visits regularly. If you do not go, it reflects poorly on you, Mama Zhang remarked. I truly do not wish to compete for the title of filial with her. Such thoughts should not be voiced. Very well, I shall go see her. I will leave at once. Wumian rose, changed to retire, and accompanied by Lin Shuai and Fei Su, exited the Fengyi Palace. The weather was pleasant, and upon traversing the imperial garden, they encountered several young concubines enjoying the blossoms, who hurried over to pay their respects. Wumian smiled at them. Go enjoy yourselves. The weather is splendid. The young concubines complied and watched as the empress walked away. Yun Baolin suddenly remarked, the empress's beauty is truly remarkable, and her temperament appears equally pleasant. So how could Do not speak? Zhang Baolin pulled her back. We have just arrived. What do we know? Yun Baolin nodded. Yes, you are right, sister. Let us go over there. I hear there are balsam flowers. Shall we pick some to bring back for nail dye? Certainly, let us go. It was unfortunate that upon arriving at the Yan Palace, Wumian encountered Lady Fu again. Lady Fu's eyes were red-rimmed, and Wumian sighed deeply, realizing her timing was ill-fated. Fu Marin resides alone in the splendid Jinhua Pavilion, conveniently close to the Empress Dowager's quarters, without passing her own dwelling. Unless she sends someone to keep watch, encountering each other would not be surprising. The traces of her tears are unmistakable, and for Wumian to pretend not to notice would be disingenuous. So she reluctantly inquires, what troubles you? Has the Empress Dowager scolded you? She is typically so well-behaved, scarcely uttering a word. Why then, would you be unkind to her? The Empress Dowager feels a twinge of embarrassment, replying, not at all. The girl simply misses her home. Fu Marin quickly bows to Wumian, expressing gratitude. Thank you, Your Highness. I merely mentioned my childhood to Her Majesty, and inevitably, I thought of my mother. What is so significant that you cannot simply call for your mother to visit? Do not be sorrowful. Sadness does not suit you, Wumian remarks with a smile. Thank you, Your Highness. I understand. Please excuse me. I shall return to wash my face. Fu Marin turns back to the Empress Dowager, bowing deeply. Your Majesty, I shall take my leave now. Go on. The Empress Dowager gestures dismissively after Fu Marin departs. The Empress Dowager comments, this child is quite stubborn. Even you say she is not talkative, which reveals her reserved nature. What is wrong with being tranquil? I find it rather admirable. Wumian decisively concludes the topic, as she has no desire to pry into Fu Marin's affairs. A simple fact remains, Fu Marin has been in the palace for over 3 years and has not garnered much favor. Although her ascension from a lowly position to being a Marin is relatively swift, it is primarily due to her being a daughter of the Fu family. Moreover, compared to her contemporaries, Li Fei, Jian Zhaorong, and Hu Marin, she remains inconspicuous. However, one positive aspect is that this cousin is exceptionally well-behaved, never causing any trouble. Despite her lack of favor, she does not create discord, which demonstrates her commendable nature. Outside Yan Palace, Fu Marin takes a deep breath. Tumi hastily advises, do not be disheartened, Marin. The Empress Dowager only expressed concern for you out of worry. Try to be more open-minded. It is merely your aunt speaking a few words. Do not take it to heart. If you truly do not wish to hear it, simply forget it. Fu Marin gazes up at the drifting clouds, softly responding with a non-committal and without further explanation, she accompanies Tumi back. Meanwhile, after exchanging pleasantries with the Empress Dowager, Wumian turns to the main topic. Your birthday is approaching, and the preparations are being handled by the Guifei. She is thorough, and I have complete confidence in her. Nevertheless, since it is your birthday, do you have any thoughts or requests for me? I am at your service. The Empress Dowager. Feels somewhat weary after these recent conversations with the Empress. At your service? Are you suggesting we form a blood bond? This is merely a birthday celebration where relatives gather to enjoy a performance and share a meal. There is no need for you to be burdened. Just accompany me to watch the performance when the time comes. Everything else is inconsequential. She replies, certainly, I will ensure that you have several performances to enjoy. We shall watch them for an entire day and into the night. Wumian responds with a smile, very well, when they can no longer sit still, you will keep me company. As for watching performances, the Empress Dowager genuinely enjoys it, the thought of spending an entire day and night watching does not seem tiresome to her. Reflecting on the last performance, the grand gathering was quite enjoyable, and she found that it lifted her spirits. Indeed, it was delightful. Nowadays, those who write plays are predominantly men, and most of these stories depict women in a poor light. While men achieve success without disdain, women, on the other hand, must endure being cast aside, seemingly reliant on the mercy of men to receive any recognition. It is rare to find a script that portrays mutual affection and trust. Where both parties are equally devoted, the Empress Dowager nods, fully agreeing that is precisely the case. Ultimately, women in ancient times were constrained by societal expectations. They were not foolish, only a minority could internalize such humble ideologies. The vast majority would rather witness a woman exacting revenge on a heartless man than endure the humiliation of being cast aside in old age. However, they often find themselves helpless, unable to voice their grievances. Your words resonate with me. It is indeed rare, the Empress Dowager reflects. Wumian surmises that the Empress Dowager's feelings are likely genuine. Having come from a prestigious background, she became a crown princess at a young age and later an Empress Dowager. She probably has not experienced such sentiments. As they discussed the performances, the two women conversed for quite some time, and it was not until nearly noon that Wumian excused herself. She did not rush back but took a detour to the flower house in the northern part of the imperial garden. Ling Shui curiously inquires, Your Highness, do you wish to choose some fine flowers? I intend to select a couple of exquisite pots for the Empress Dowager as a birthday gift. A birthday gift is one thing, but flowers are another. After all, it is a birthday celebration. Offering some flowers is customary. Indeed, the Empress Dowager favors peonies and chrysanthemums. Shall we select those? Fei Su suggests. No, let us choose a pot of splendid roses instead. What significance do roses hold? Ling Shui asks, perplexed. Must there be a deeper meaning? The Empress Dowager is already in her esteemed position. Cannot she simply appreciate beauty? Wumian chuckles. The two maidens, still puzzled, follow her into the flower house. Upon seeing the Empress arrive, the attendants in the flower house hurriedly kneel. Wumian gestures for them to rise. Select 2 pots of roses with beautiful colors and shapes for me to inspect. The servants quickly comply, bringing forth 7 or 8 pots. Here are the finest selections. We humbly ask for your highness's discerning eye. After examining them for a moment, Wumian points to one pot. This one shall be sent to my quarters shortly. This pot will be delivered to the residence of the 12th prince. You must take good care of these 2 until the morning of the Empress Dowager's birthday and deliver them then. This is a simple task. It cannot go awry, can it? Wumian inquires. No, your highness, rest assured. We shall ensure it is done perfectly. Wumian nods, signaling for Ling Shui to reward them, before turning to leave. The flower house attendants straighten up, quickly gather these pots and ensure they are not disturbed. Why has the Empress suddenly taken a liking to roses, and to send to the 12th prince, who is not favored in struggles with his speech? What is the intention behind this? One of them muses, uncertain and cautious not to speak further. It is merely a small matter, and no one is monitoring her. Upon returning to her palace, the flowers are placed in the corridor, and she simply admires their beauty. Before the Empress Dowager's birthday, the emperor did not visit Fengyi Palace again, but he did send a reward, a beautifully crafted golden hairpin embellished with gemstones, which was indeed lovely. Wumian decided that she would wear it on the day of the Empress Dowager's birthday, as a gesture of respect to the emperor. In her previous life, she had felt somewhat embarrassed to adorn herself with so many trinkets, perceiving them as somewhat false and slightly shameful. And now, as the Empress, though not favored, she certainly does not lack for jewelry. She can adorn herself freely. Your Highness, Fei Su enters. Jin Bo has just heard news that Su Liangyi has not yet changed her garments this month. It has already passed the time. She has been in the palace for less than a month, has she not? It is not unusual that she has not changed. She is a young girl, can her cycle be so regular? Wumian replies. Do not concern yourselves with this. Just ensure you remain uninvolved in such matters. Whoever is pregnant is good. We should focus on our duties and remain blissfully ignorant. Understood. But we must still inquire about this news. It should not be too obvious. Reward Jin Bo for his diligence. It is acceptable not to act, but to be completely unaware would leave us at a disadvantage. The night before the Empress Dowager's birthday, it rained, and the morning was slightly chillier. Upon rising, the Empress Dowager received the 2 pots of flowers, which were in full bloom. Although they were not her favorites, they were certainly pleasing to the eye, and she was quite satisfied. The Empress has a thoughtful heart. I will display these, as I like them very much. You may convey the message that the Empress should have a leisurely breakfast before coming. There is no need to rush. Wumian, after a brief period, has her breakfast and proceeds to the Empress Dowager's quarters. Shortly after her arrival, the Guifei, Xian Fei, Li Fei, Rong Fei, Li Jiaoyi, Jiang Jiarong, Yang Jieyu, and several other beauties arrive, along with the eldest princess, second prince, and third prince. Wumian takes note of the second prince, who indeed appears unwell, his skin excessively pale, with noticeable veins on his nose, being held by his wet nurse. Lacking vitality. At 6 years old, he is not as robust as Li Zhaoi's 3-year-old third prince, who at 2 is lively and charming. Wumian observes and smiles. The Empress Dowager calls for the children to be brought over. Although she does not favor the frail second prince, she will not voice any objection since he is present. Soon, the Empress Dowager's maternal relatives and the former emperor's children begin to arrive at the palace, filling Yining Palace with a lively atmosphere. On this day, neither the emperor nor the empress sits beside the Empress Dowager. Instead, she is flanked by the elderly princesses of the imperial family. The Empress Dowager referring to them with terms of endearment. Even those of higher status must show deference. This is a matter of filial piety, although it is said to be a day of performances. Nothing has commenced in the morning, they will only proceed in the afternoon. The Empress Dowager engages in casual conversation with her relatives, while the elder princesses accompany her, providing support. Wumian envisions that in decades to come, she too will be in such a position, which seems quite agreeable. By then, her son may not be her own, but that does not matter, if her son is to be a wise ruler, he must honor her as his legitimate mother. At worst, there would be 2 Empress Dowagers, and she would not contend with his biological mother, coexisting harmoniously while remaining uninvolved in palace affairs. It seems rather appealing. What is the Empress pondering? As Ying Qianlu turns, she catches sight of her little Empress smiling with a face full of benevolence. Could it be that she is mistaken? I was wondering whether mother is pleased. She appears quite content. She almost slips, nearly voicing her thoughts about the birthday banquet she has arranged, believing mother would surely be delighted. However, she quickly realizes that the Empress has no control over palace affairs, and mentioning it would not bring joy to her. Wumian notices him trailing off mid-sentence and curiously looks at him. Oh, you are concerned about mother. She will surely be happy. Your mother does not place much importance on these events. It is sufficient for everyone to accompany her. Ying Qianlu replies, Your Majesty, what whispered secrets are you sharing with Her Majesty the Empress? The favored concubine raised her wine cup and glanced over, saying, We were just thinking of toasting, but since Your Majesty has not mentioned it, we hesitate to initiate the toast ourselves. Ying Qianlu nodded and raised her cup in salute to the Empress Dowager, who smiled warmly and drank. Wumian followed suit, raising her cup in respect, allowing the other concubines to express themselves thereafter. When it came to the second prince, he ought to have uttered a few auspicious words. However, the 6-year-old child was rendered speechless. His wet nurse urged him on, and he burst into tears. The Xian Fei immediately rose, exclaiming, Quickly take the second prince away, lest he disrupt the Empress's enjoyment. The wet nurse dared not move, but Ying Qianlu gestured for her to take him back. Only then did the wet nurse hurriedly carry him away. The Xian Fei further explained, It is my fault for not educating the child properly. Please do not hold it against him, Your Majesty. The Empress Dowager huffed. The child is still quite young. Ultimately, she refrained from commenting on whether she was displeased or not. Wumian stood and poured a cup of wine for the Empress Dowager, asking, Mother, when shall our performance commence? I can hardly contain my excitement. The Empress Dowager chuckled, It will begin shortly. You seem to enjoy it even more than I do. The relatives laughed and praised the Empress for her filial piety, allowing the matter to be brushed aside. Nevertheless, the Xian Fei felt her dignity somewhat tarnished. While the child was indeed frail, it was unacceptable for a 6-year-old to be unable to utter a single auspicious phrase. The 2-year-old third prince could effortlessly declare that his grandmother's blessings were as vast as the Eastern Sea. In contrast, the second prince appeared utterly inept. In this societal context, the Empress Dowager would surely be displeased, not merely because she had not heard auspicious words from her grandson on her birthday, but due to the child's frailty and timidity, both of which were unappealing. As Wumian returned to her seat, she playfully pinched the third prince's cheek. Li Zhaoui witnessed this but remained silent. The Empress Dowager laughed, The third prince is quite adorable. Li Zhaoui, come here. Li Zhaoui stood and approached, Your Majesty, yes, I recall when you first entered the Eastern Palace, you were named Cheng Hui? Back then, the late emperor was still alive, and I thought highly of you during the selection process. You were not much of a talker, yet you were exceedingly proper, and now, in the blink of an eye, over a decade has passed. Thank you for remembering me, Your Majesty. Li Zhaoui replied, Your Majesty, the Emperor, and the Empress. Li Zhaoui has been a resident of the Eastern Palace for some time, and she has offspring. Now I intend to promote her status. What do you think? The Empress Dowager inquired. It is only appropriate. I have no objections. Wumian smiled. What mother says is true. Let her be elevated to the rank of second-tier consort, and the title will be sent from the Palace of Internal Affairs for approval. Ying Qianlu added. I am deeply grateful to Your Majesty, and to the Empress and Empress Dowager for this grace. Li Zhaoui expressed, Now having been elevated to Lady Elite in the harem, a woman who can bear heirs for the royal family holds merit. Do not think I am biased. The Li family has raised their children well, and promotion is only natural. The Empress Dowager surveyed the crowd. What mother says is true. I shall heed your teachings. Wumian curtsied. The concubines quickly echoed their agreement, though internally they felt a pang of bitterness. The emperor's offspring were few. The Guifei and Rongfei each had only a daughter. The Xianfei's son was looked down upon, deemed unworthy, and now, with Lady Li's son poised to become a consort, her status would surely rise. The Empress Dowager then ceased her attention to the concubines, turning her focus to the performance, enjoying the lively atmosphere. It was not until late at night that she sent the relatives away. Still unsatisfied, and called upon the Empress and concubines to accompany her until the festivities concluded at midnight. Early the next morning, the Palace of Internal Affairs prepared the title for Lady Li and presented it to the Emperor, who circled the character Min and ordered it delivered to the Empress. Just as everyone had gathered, the Empress announced, "His Majesty has chosen the title Min for Lady Li. It is indeed a favorable name. Henceforth, she shall be known as Consort Min. The official coronation will take place at the end of the month, so prepare accordingly. It is essential to serve His Majesty well and bear more children. I shall diligently remember the Empress's teachings and fulfill my duties." Consort Min replied, kneeling, "Yes, rise, let us converse seated," the Empress said. Consort Min took her seat, and the others hastened to offer their congratulations. Though the sentiments were tinged with bitterness, the Emperor was typically generous in bestowing titles within the harem, granting high ranks without hesitation, as seen with Li Fei and Jiang Zhaorong. Li Fei had never been pregnant, yet due to the Emperor's fondness she held her title. Jiang Zhaorong, despite having lost a daughter, came from a less prestigious background and was not particularly favored, yet the Emperor still granted her a position, remembering her loss. In truth, Consort Min had not been favored initially, but after giving birth to the third prince, she was swiftly elevated from a mere talent to a favored lady. It seemed that Ing Xionglu had indeed been somewhat capricious in her allocations of rank among the concubines. Consort Min, being a senior member, faced no objections regarding her promotion, especially as she had borne a prince. Among the newcomers, few had the opportunity to rise, and none possessed the means to challenge the high-ranking ladies. As the weather gradually warmed and rain became more frequent, Wumian spent her time indoors reading and writing when not venturing outside to stroll in the imperial garden. Occasionally she conversed with the 12th prince, who appeared to enjoy her company, finding joy in having someone willing to listen to him. One day, as Ing Qianlu visited the Empress for a meal, she inquired about this matter. "Do you have a fondness for the 12th prince?" "Indeed," Wumian nodded. Chapter 20. A bit annoyed, Ing Qianlu awaited further elaboration, curious about her reasons for liking him. Wumian, however, did not continue, prompting him to ask, "What is so special about him?" "Nothing much. The little 12th prince is simply adorable," Wumian replied dismissively, "though it is true he is rather endearing when he speaks slowly." It was rare for the Empress to express such affection for the 12th prince. Ing Qianlu noted. Wumian feigned ignorance. "Isn't that a good thing? No one else appreciates him as I do. After all, he is just a 9-year-old child, unbothered by the opinions of others." The Empress had indeed changed considerably. Ing Qianlu remarked, "That is rather inconsequential." Wumian smiled at him. "Your Majesty, please enjoy this tea. It is the new spring tea you had delivered yesterday, quite delightful." Ing Qianlu took a sip. "Indeed, it is quite good. If you like it, I have plenty more to send your way. Oh, thank you, Your Majesty. I will gladly accept. If I cannot finish it all, I shall save some for others. It is all fine tea." "Your Majesty, Your Highness," a palace maid called from the entrance. "Come in," Wumian replied. This maid was from the Tai Chi Palace, named Jiang Yishan. "What is it?" Ing Qianlu inquired. "Reporting to Your Majesty. There is news from Jinhua Pavilion that concubine Fu has had an accident and fallen. The imperial physician is on his way, but the situation remains unclear," Yang Yishan responded, bowing her head. Ing Qianlu frowned. "How did she fall?" "I do not know, only that the maids there came to deliver the message," Yang Yishan replied. Wumian observed the emperor's expression, which did not exude concern, but rather appeared somewhat annoyed. "Since we have been informed, shall we go take a look?" Wumian suggested. Having already finished lunch, Ing Qianlu stood and nodded. Thus, the emperor and empress proceeded to Jinhua Pavilion. Upon arrival, they found the Empress Dowager's matron already present. Concubine Fu was unable to rise, and her personal maid hastily emerged to report. "The concubine slipped while descending the stairs. It was our negligence in attending to her. She has severely sprained her ankle and suffered considerable bruising on her thigh." "And the physician?" Ing Qianlu asked. The imperial physician soon emerged to respond, reporting to Your Majesty and Your Highness. "Concubine Fu's ankle is slightly dislocated. I have already restored it, and while her thigh is not gravely injured, she will need to recuperate for some time. She has also sustained some bruising on her waist. It would be best for her to rest for several months." "Such a severe injury?" Wumian exclaimed. "I shall go see her." Upon entering the inner chamber, Concubine Fu appeared pale, her eyes red-rimmed, although she had been tidied up and her hair ornaments were removed. She looked as though she had been crying, appearing somewhat disheveled and in visible pain. "Your Majesty, I cannot rise. Please forgive my rudeness." Concubine Fu's voice was hoarse. "Do not move. Did you not say your waist is injured? Lying like this is not advisable." Wumian approached her. In response to Your Majesty, the physician advised that lying down is best for the next few days. Moving about will only exacerbate the pain. The maid replied. Wumian nodded. "Very well, I understand. Please take good care of yourself. There is no need to pay your respects. How could you be so careless and suffer so much?" Wumian did not comment on Concubine Fu's disheveled appearance or her unusual demeanor. Everyone had their own thoughts, and she was indifferent to such matters. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. I shall take good care of myself, concubine Fu said. Wumian nodded. I shall take my leave now. Focus on your recovery. I will inform the Empress Dowager. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Wumian remarked, she is alright, just in pain. Will Your Majesty not go see her? Lu shook his head. Let her recover. There is no need for me to enter at this moment. I have other matters to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Will the Empress accompany me? Then I shall join you. Your Majesty, Wumian replied with a smile. After leaving Jinhua Pavilion, Wumian instructed Zhao Hua to inform the Empress Dowager. Lu glanced at her but said nothing. Upon reaching the entrance of Fengyi Palace, the Emperor said, you may return. I will come by tonight. Wumian nodded. Very well, I shall prepare the dishes Your Majesty enjoys in anticipation of your arrival. Lu gently brushed his fingers against her cheek before turning to leave. Wumian raised an eyebrow, pondering what this meant. Was it teasing? Very well, as a legal couple, teasing was permissible. Your Majesty, I noticed concubine Fu's condition seems rather off. Lin Shui whispered. Concubine Fu has been in the palace for over 3 years. Yet she has not received any favor. The Emperor seldom visits her, Lin Shui added. Indeed, Wumian nodded. It was true that concubine Fu had not been favored, and it seemed not merely to suppress the Empress Dowager's maternal family. For while the Fu family was prominent, they did not hold significant power. Although the Empress Dowager supported concubine Fu, it appeared she had no intention of allowing her niece to rise too high. It seems that maintaining the marital ties between the Fu family and the imperial family is of utmost importance. The Emperor and the Empress Dowager share a genuine mother-son relationship, characterized by mutual affection. And it is unlikely that their feelings are mere pretense. However, the Emperor does indeed harbor a distinct aversion towards Lady Fu. Although Lady Fu possesses considerable beauty, it is perplexing that she remains so neglected. The circumstances surrounding this situation appear rather suspicious. With so many attendants around, how could such an unfortunate incident occur? Lin Shui remarked. Wumian nodded in agreement, acknowledging the peculiarity. Initially, she had assumed it was a quarrel with someone else. But that was not the case. Whatever you may have discovered, it is best left unexamined. If there is nothing to report, with the Empress Dowager present, it would be wise for us to refrain from inquiring too much about Lady Fu. Please convey my sentiments, instructing those in the inner palace to refrain from disturbing her while she recuperates. She seems to dislike being interrupted. After all understood, Lin Shui proceeded to attend to the matter. This incident, while not particularly grave, did not warrant much of Wumian's attention. When the Emperor arrived in the evening, she had the meal prepared in anticipation. Lu observed her attire and remarked, this color suits you splendidly. Wumian was adorned in a purple gown, a color that indeed complemented her well. The Emperor's approval undoubtedly validates its beauty. Wumian replied rather nonchalantly. However, your adornments seem a tad lacking. Adding a hairpin would enhance your allure, allowing you to sway gracefully, further accentuating your beauty. Lu suggested, playfully tugging at Wumian's earrings. Very well, should I venture out again, I shall heed the Emperor's advice regarding my attire. Wumian smiled in response. Lu nodded in satisfaction. Let us partake in our meal then. After dinner, the Emperor had a few memorials to review. He was not one to guard the inner palace with an iron fist. As long as the documents were not confidential, he typically carried them to whichever palace he visited. In the past, Wumian had been talkative and somewhat naïve, which often deterred the Emperor from bringing her along. However, today was different. The Emperor called for ink, and Wumian grounded diligently, not uttering a single unnecessary word. As the Emperor processed the memorials, Wumian took a piece of paper and began to write. Whatever came to mind, she noted down. When the Emperor finished his tasks and turned to her, he found her shaking her head. What troubles the Empress? He inquired. Are you dissatisfied? Wumian set down her brush and pointed to the character for jade she had just inscribed. It is too rounded. Lacking any sharpness. Chapter 21. His Majesty's Mighting Lu glanced over, noticing she had written, fish dwell in the shallows or hide in the depths, they relish the gardens where the sandalwood trees flourish. Beneath which the valley lies, the stones of other mountains may be used to polish jade. Since the purpose is to refine, why must it be so sharp? A gentler approach would surely lessen the toil. Wumian cast aside the paper she had written on. In jade possesses spirit. It is not always willing to be polished. The Empress expressing some discontent. Lu teased. Why now? They had moved to a side where the palace maids brought in warm water. And Wumian personally washed Lu's hands. His hands were strong, with distinct joints, quite pleasing to behold. She gently cleaned the ink stains from his hands. I harbor no grievances. Rather, I believe that all things in this world should retain their original form. The stones submerged in water, continually smoothed by the stream, become perfectly rounded. What purpose do they serve? They merely serve as a foundation, losing all their edges with each step taken upon them. Lu grasped Wumian's hand in the water, gently scrubbing it as well. I had no idea the Empress possessed such insightful perspectives. Wumian smiled, and once their hands were clean, Lu instructed for the memorials to be taken away. It was time to prepare for rest. As they approached the bed, Wumian leaned against Lu's chest. Might the Emperor be gentle tonight? Must you only think of your own comfort? Her words struck a peculiar chord with Ing Xionglu. The Empress's words carry a hint of grievance. Wumian nodded. If the Emperor speaks of this matter, then indeed there is some grievance. As husband and wife, should we not share our joys and burdens together? In the past, I refrained from voicing my thoughts, but now that I am married, the one closest to me in this world is none other than the Emperor. If I cannot speak openly with you, how lamentable that would be. Wumian reached into Ing Xionglu's robes, gently caressing him. Especially considering the Emperor's considerable age, it is only natural that you should cherish me more. Is it not, my husband? Having said that, if I do not respond, would it not render your address of my husband meaningless? Ing Xionglu, feeling somewhat challenged, reflected on how none of his many women dared to voice such matters in bed. After all, he was the Emperor. Naturally, his own comfort would take precedence. This woman dared to complain. Trapped beneath him, Wumian wrapped her arms around Ing Xionglu's neck. A good man does not torment his wife in bed. Ing Xionglu chuckled in disbelief, gazing into her anxious eyes with a cold snort. I am not so base. Wumian quickly flattered him. Your Majesty, in such a light, you truly embody the grace of a dragon and the majesty of a phoenix. Ing Xionglu leaned closer, fixing his gaze upon her. Is this the time for such flattery? Wumian blushed. Your Majesty, you are vigorous and imposing, truly awe-inspiring. Ing Xionglu scoffed lightly as he loosened her garment. Initially, Wumian remained unperturbed, but gradually she sensed something amiss. This insufferable man, while he may not torment her in bed, he certainly knew how to provoke her, frequently asking if the Empress was pleased, if she was satisfied. Did he not realize how maddening it was to dangle such questions? With each inquiry, she would respond, and if he pressed further, she would retort, it was only getting better, your questioning has made it worse. Throughout the night, it was difficult to ascertain whether the Emperor and Empress were truly satisfied or dissatisfied. Regardless, after their bath, the Empress playfully kicked the Emperor's calf, though it was a gentle kick. Her dissatisfaction was evident. The Emperor paid her no mind, proceeding to sleep, and in the morning, he summoned the Empress to serve him. Wumian, with sleep-deprived eyes, gazed at the Emperor in silence. She complied with his request to serve. But her eyes conveyed a silent message. You are truly demanding. Since she was already awake, it was not long before others would come to pay their respects. Today was a rare occasion. The Emperor was not attending morning court. Otherwise, she might have been incensed at having to rise so early. Will your Majesty partake in breakfast? Wumian asked, her voice lacking energy. Ing Xionglu had not intended to eat, but her demeanor piqued his interest. Wumian waved for someone to prepare the meal, feeling too fatigued to express any specific cravings, nearly stating, have the meal prepared. She did not even bother to mention what dishes the Emperor favored. She was too lazy to spend time primping and preening, opting instead to gather her hair simply and secure it with a gold hairpin, washing her face before accompanying the Emperor for breakfast. Ing Xionglu sat down, sipping water. Every time I leave, you are still asleep. Why on this day do you appear so weary? I have been recovering from a serious illness. My strength is lacking, Wumian replied. Do not always mention this serious illness. Just last night, I observed that the Empress seemed quite spirited, he said, recalling how her back had been scratched a few times. Wumian offered no rebuttal. Merely casting a glance in his direction, due to her fatigue, breakfast was consumed hastily, which did not escape Ing Xionglu's notice. He frowned. You are eating far too little. Wumian acknowledged, albeit slowly. I shall eat a little snack later if I grow hungry. I will eat more at lunch and dinner. This is not conducive to your health, Ing Xionglu remarked. Wumian sighed. Understood, I will amend my ways. Today is simply due to my fatigue. In the future, I will adhere to your guidance, sufficiently filling my stomach at breakfast, enjoying lunch, and having a light dinner. Ing Xionglu nodded. It is good that the Empress understands. After their meal, Wumian decided to see him off at the entrance. Your Majesty, tread carefully. Ing Xionglu nodded, reflecting on how in the past, when he departed from Fengyi Palace, Zhao would always inquire when the Emperor would return or mention that she had prepared meals in anticipation. Now, however, she remained silent, saying nothing at all. After the Emperor left, Wumian had no time to rest. While Zhao styled her hair, Lin Shui brought forth a bowl of bird's nest. You have eaten too little. Awaken your senses and consume this bowl of bird's nest. Wumian accepted it, eating while instructing Zhao to continue styling her hair. Has someone arrived? If so, have them enter the main hall to await my presence. No need for them to stand outside. In the past, Wumian would always have people wait outside, which could be quite offensive. Alright, I will see to it. Once Wumian was nearly ready, the others arrived. She gestured for everyone to rise and began. Lady Fu's injuries are quite severe. She will be unable to attend for some time. Indeed, I sent someone to check yesterday, and her injuries are indeed serious. It seems her attendants at Jinhua Pavilion were not adequately trained. The Guifei commented. If they were not adequately trained, should not Sister Guifei be punished if they fail to serve their master well? They ought to face consequences, El Fei provocatively remarked. The Emperor and Empress personally visited yesterday and did not mention punishment. Does the Guifei dare to? The Guifei shot a glance at El Fei. Let us wait until Lady Fu recovers before discussing punishment. If we do so now, she will have no familiar faces to assist her. Sister Guifei is so understanding. I had thought you only punished our servants. It turns out you can also show leniency towards others. Elfei scoffed. Last winter Elfei's attendants had been punished by the Guefei, receiving 20 lashes. How about this? Allow me to offer a suggestion. Unbidden I interject, Your Majesty, I shall certainly heed your words, replied concubinely. Your guidance is always welcome. I have no objections, remarked the noble consort. Indeed, there is nothing amiss. The noble consort is merely concerned that concubine Fu may be harmed and, in turn, impose penalties upon those familiar to her for inadequate service, thereby jeopardizing her health. The intention is commendable, and the matter is easily resolvable. If corporal punishment is ineffective, then a monetary penalty shall suffice. Serving as a reminder for them, concubinely does not intentionally oppose you. In the harem, with so many individuals, fairness is all that is sought. One cannot neglect the servants of concubine Fu simply because she has been injured. Otherwise, how can we ensure that other sisters in the palace perform their duties adequately? There will always be various excuses. Noble consort, what will you do then? Precisely, it is only just that Your Majesty acts in such a manner. Ultimately, Your Majesty is indeed correct. I harbor no resentment, replied concubinely with a smile. Your words resonate. I too find this approach to be most agreeable. I did not previously advocate for punishment, I merely contemplated waiting for a while. Yet it is indeed my oversight that has led to misunderstandings among the sisters. The noble consort smiled. Let us proceed according to Your Majesty's wishes. She emphasized that this course of action aligns with Your Majesty's intentions, which Unbidden fully comprehended. Unbidden was also aware that her prior reluctance to impose penalties stemmed from the Empress Dowager's influence. The matter involving the Dowager's niece rendered her hesitant to act hastily. After all, concubine Fu was not favored, and it would be unwise to dwell on trivialities, for excessive scrutiny might offend the Dowager, leading to complications. Even now, should she impose a penalty on someone, she must extricate herself from the situation, implying that if the Dowager is displeased, it is the Queen's directive, not the noble consort's. Unbidden regarded her with a smirk, saying, Indeed, that is my intention. Go ahead and file a complaint. If the Empress Dowager takes issue with me for this, then I shall truly have no place left in this realm. With such a muddled-headed superior, I may never enjoy a four-course meal in my life. Very well, if there is nothing further, you may all depart. The assembly rose to disperse, and Lin Shui remarked, Concubine Li has been at odds with the noble consort of late. The noble consort has supported Lady Li, much to Concubine Li's discontent. He Unbidden chuckled lightly. Seemingly unfazed, Concubine Li must also harbor some grievances against Concubine Fu. I had not noticed before. Indeed, they have never been on amicable terms. As you know, the Empress Dowager has never favored Concubine Li, consistently denying her any semblance of respect. Concubine Fu was the Dowager's niece, yet she has proven to be quite unremarkable. When she first entered the palace, Concubine Fu was not as unfavored as she is now. The Dowager's bias towards her kin inevitably caused Concubine Li some distress. She dares not speak against the Dowager, and has always treated Concubine Fu with a cold demeanor. Unbidden nodded. I understand now. Having too many beauties can indeed be troublesome. Your Highness, the lady of the Changma Duke's residence has arrived. She has already entered the Longyun Gate and is on her way here, announced Du Kong at the entrance. Unbidden was somewhat taken aback but nodded nonetheless. Please, let her in. The day before, her mother had sent word that she wished to visit, yet it was not supposed to be today. Her arrival now seems rather sudden. Madame Chen entered the Fingy Palace, observing the customary greetings. Unbidden waved her hand. Mother, no need for formalities, please sit and converse. She had seen her mother a few times during her illness, and Madame Chen, having come from humble beginnings, initially struggled to adapt to the palace's formalities and felt quite constrained. However, after her daughter had served as empress for 3 years, she was much improved, yet, being of modest background, she remained anxious in the presence of nobility. Thank you, Your Highness, Madame Chen said, sitting down with a sense of trepidation. Unbidden gestured for most to leave, retaining only Lin Shui and Fei Shu. Fei Shu prepared tea, standing at the door. What brings you here so suddenly? Unbidden inquired. Madame Chen appeared somewhat agitated. Your brother. She felt she had misspoken and quickly corrected herself. Your Highness's brother had already arranged to wed the legitimate daughter of Lord Sun, set to be married this winter, and now yet he has acted foolishly. As she spoke, tears began to flow. Mother, do not cry. What has happened? Unbidden hastily offered her a handkerchief. He has acted foolishly, bringing back an unknown woman. Adamantly wanting to break off the engagement. Your father and elder brother have already sent people to inquire, but he disregards the family's well-being. This matter has already caused a stir, and it is likely that the entire capital is aware. What shall we do? Although Lord Sun holds only a third-grade title, he serves as a deputy minister in the Ministry of Personnel, enjoys the Emperor's favor, and comes from a long line of reputable officials. This is utterly unfathomable. What are we to do? Your grandmother is so distressed that she has fallen ill. Unbidden was at a loss for words. The previous Unbidden had always looked down upon her family, yet she did not feel that way now. However, this family, no wonder they had fallen from grace, truly lacked resolve. Enough. This matter is not as difficult to resolve as you think. Please do not cry. Unbidden stood and approached to dry her tears. You do not understand. The Sun family. The Sun family is renowned for its integrity. Lord Sun, at an age of understanding, has only one legitimate wife, though there are a few lesser concubines, and his family has no illegitimate children. How could their legitimate daughter endure such humiliation? Our family. If not for you being empress, how could we possibly aspire to such a union? With this uproar, you lose face. Madame Qian's sorrow deepened. She had not slept a wink the previous night, and now clung to Unbidden's hand, her tears flowing uncontrollably. Do not cry, do not cry. How old is that girl from the Sun family? Unbidden asked with a smile, finding her mother genuinely soft-hearted. If she could cry so easily. It was unlikely that Yin Qiangla would have treated her with such disdain. The trait was not inherited. She is 15 this year. Madame Qian wiped her tears. Then this is easily resolved. Your fourth brother is your son. And your fifth brother is also your son. The fourth brother is 18 this year, and the fifth brother is 15, which is comparable to the age of the young lady from the Sun family. We had originally discussed this with the Sun family, and since it has not been formally decided, we may substitute another. Of course, this must not be done recklessly lest they perceive us as lacking respect. Let your grandfather take the lead, personally visit, and clarify that it is our family's failure to meet expectations. Unbidden patted her shoulder. Chapter 23, A Weeper. Is that feasible? Madame Qian hesitated. It is feasible. The Sun family is reputable. Yet in Lord Sun's generation, there are no particularly promising heirs. His two sons are neither scholarly nor martial. The Sun family is somewhat weak, and there are few members of the clan. To speak frankly, they are interested in our children simply because I am the empress, with hopes of producing an heir. As long as that sentiment remains, changing children will yield the same result, should they choose not to form a union with us now. Our family would certainly offend them, and they would lose face as well. They will not refuse us. However, you must ensure that your grandfather and father adopt a humble demeanor when they go. This I shall return and convey this. Will your grandfather and father agree? Madame Chen began to worry again. They will agree. They know what is best. Do not fret. A child's folly is not a significant matter. If this had occurred a few months ago, it might have been problematic, but now it is inconsequential. Why is that? Madame Qian was puzzled. Unbidden smiled. A few months ago, the capital was likely abuzz with rumors of my impending demise. Madame Qian had looked at her with such sorrow when she visited last winter, and now things are different. The illness has improved, and it is likely that the Empress Dowager has spoken favorably of her. Do not speak nonsense. Madame Qian's eyes reddened again. This matter must first be addressed by your grandfather and father, then I will invite Lady Sun to the palace to meet with me and clarify the situation. Once you have resolved it, summon the fifth brother to see me. The fifth brother is quite clever. I anticipate he will not refuse to assist. Yes, your fifth brother is dutiful, unlike your fourth brother. Who is? Madame Qian shook her head. When Madame Qian first entered the household, she was not particularly favored by her mother-in-law, primarily because the marriage was arranged by her father-in-law. Therefore, she faced considerable difficulties. After giving birth to the eldest legitimate son, her mother-in-law deliberately presented her husband with other women, resulting in Unbidden's second brother, third brother, elder sister, and second sister all being born from concubines. However, Madame Qian had no ulterior motives. The old lady eventually came to terms with it. Later, she gave birth to Unbidden, along with two younger brothers. The fourth brother was clever from a young age and was favored by his parents, while the fifth brother, though less talkative, was quite considerate. Tomorrow, please invite the fifth brother to see me, Unbidden added. Madame Qian agreed, as if suddenly finding her footing. Unbidden looked on with exasperation. Her mother. No wonder the previous Unbidden had felt that way. Ultimately, Unbidden allowed Madame Qian to stay for a meal. The emperor likely wished to save face for the empress, as he had sent several dishes, signifying a gesture. In the afternoon, after bidding farewell to Madame Qian, Unbidden rested her head on her hand, pondering. Family matters can be quite cumbersome, especially with numerous children. It is a small issue, yet the fourth son has acted rather foolishly, wishing to marry an unknown woman. Lin Shui shook her head. He is indeed foolish. The family is now better off than before, and he has become somewhat arrogant. You are aware of his nature. Lin Shui remarked that all the flowers had been brought from outside. Indeed, I wonder what sort of woman she is. She must be quite beguiling to captivate the fourth son so earnestly. Regardless of the woman, do our own offspring have any merit, seeking personal pleasure without regard for the family's well-being? Reflecting on the previous Unbidden. Never mind, the Zhao family's upbringing is indeed problematic. The day passed in silence, and the next morning, Unbidden made a special announcement, stating that she would summon her maternal brother. Excusing everyone from the customary greetings, it was also a subtle reminder to others not to approach her. Although the gender divide is not as stringent as it once was, this is the inner palace, and it is best to avoid any gossip. Zhao Qiufeng, aged 15, is now the youngest child of the Qingmao Duke's main household. He is quite handsome, yet with an elder legitimate brother and a fourth brother. This youngest legitimate son does not often take center stage. At this moment, standing before Unbidden, she noticed he had grown significantly taller. The siblings had not seen each other in a year, although Wumian has only been in this vast world for a little over half a year. It seems she has absorbed some of the emotions of this body, or perhaps she has gained even more feelings upon seeing her younger brother. She feels a sense of warmth. Get up, no need for formalities. Sit down and let us converse. As Zhao Qiufeng nodded. Sister, are you completely well now? I wanted to visit before, but father would not allow it. He spoke with a hint of grievance. I am perfectly fine. Did mother mention anything today? She did, though I have no objections. However, what of fourth brother? Zhao Qiufeng furrowed his brow. When fourth brother engaged in his reckless behavior, did he consider what would happen to you? Wumian retorted. By the way, what is the background of the woman fourth brother brought back? Oh, I have already investigated. Her family is respectable. She hails from Jiangnan and came to the capital seeking refuge with her aunt, who has since passed away. Thus she is left without support, accompanied only by an elderly servant. The main issue is Zhao Qiufeng hesitated. The main issue is that fourth brother has already. Wumian inhaled deeply. What remarkable skills he possesses. Sister, do not be angry. Given the current situation, we must do our best to mend things. Initially, father's intention was to accept this woman as a concubine if necessary, but fourth brother refused, insisting on marrying her as a legitimate wife, claiming there was no formal engagement with the Sun family, so it does not count. Zhao Qiufeng frowned. Very well, let him go to them himself. A father and grandfather will approach the Sun family, since he has shown no reluctance. Let us await the outcome. The Sun family will surely agree. Alright. Zhao Qiufeng primarily felt uneasy about facing fourth brother, yet he recognized that fourth brother's actions were indeed quite foolish. Reflecting on it, Zhao Qiufeng realized fourth brother neglected the family's concerns. The Zhao family had adopted a humble stance, precisely as Wumian had anticipated. If the Sun family were to withdraw, their children would inevitably be implicated. Society is harsh towards women. Even if the Zhao family bore the blame, outsiders would still say that the Sun girl lost to an unknown woman, which would be quite disgraceful. Zhao Qiufeng was not inferior to his brother, possessing looks that were even more appealing. The Sun family seemed to reluctantly acquiesce. Wumian then encountered the matriarch of the Sun family, who spoke with a lowly demeanor, both comforting and apologizing, to the point where Madame Sun nearly knelt in embarrassment. Wumian even bestowed a generous array of gifts upon the Sun girl, solidifying the arrangement smoothly. The engagement was set for the 28th of this month, directly confirmed. The wedding would take place in winter. Naturally, such matters could not remain hidden from the emperor's ears. In the Shenzhen hall, he listened to El Zhong report this development. Oh, you say this idea originated from the empress? Most likely. El Zhong nodded. The empress has changed quite a bit. This handling is quite commendable. Had it been in the past, the marriage between the Zhao and Sun families would likely have failed, and if it succeeded, it would have been a source of enmity. Qiangle smiled knowingly. Let us visit the empress. It has been a few days since I last did. However, before they could depart, someone came to announce that Li Liangyi had summoned the imperial physician and requested the emperor's presence. Chapter 24, Pregnancy. This was quite evident. Qiangle decided to first head to Buyue Pavilion, located just behind the empress's Fingy palace. Upon entering, the palace maids all knelt down, exclaiming, "Congratulations, your majesty, Li Liangyi is with child." Qiangle had an inkling, nodding as he stepped inside. Li Liangyi rose to greet him, but he stopped her, first inquiring of the physician at her side, "How is she, in response to your majesty?" Li Liangyi has been pregnant for about a month, and the fetal condition is stable with no issues, the physician reported. Good, grant a reward. After the physician expressed his gratitude and departed, the emperor bestowed gifts upon Li Liangyi. In no time, the news spread throughout the harem. Since you are with child, take good care of yourself. When you give birth, I shall elevate your rank, Qiangle remarked, gently touching her belly. Li Liangyi was naturally overjoyed. Her eyes filled with adoration for the emperor. As they spoke, the noble consorts and others also arrived. The emperor took his leave first, heading to the Empress. Wumian did not intend to visit in person, merely sending Lin Shui to check on her. When the emperor arrived, Wumian smiled. I have just heard the good news. Congratulations, your majesty. Let us wait until the child is born for further congratulations. What are you doing? Qiangle remarked, noticing her rolled-up sleeves. Dressed in a light blue skirt, seemingly engaged in some task. Wumian smiled at him. I am working on something that your majesty would not expect. Would you care to take a look? Of course. Qiangle nodded, intrigued. Wumian beamed, leading him to the back, passing through the moon gate, where they found a large black pot in the courtyard. Several palace maids and servants were nervously greeting them. Wumian waved her hand. Continue with your work, and once finished, move the pot away. What is this? Qiangle asked, genuinely puzzled. Wumian pointed to the roof. Your majesty, look there. Through several rooms, someone was cleaning the chimney. What are you doing? Qiangle was momentarily at a loss. Surely such tasks could not be expected of the empress. Wumian smiled at him. Can you guess, your majesty? Qiangle furrowed his brow, pondering for quite a while. I truly do not know. Perhaps the empress should enlighten me. The ink we currently use is rather monotonous. I wish to create a new kind. Ink made from plant ash should possess a unique charm. Presently, we only use pine ink. There is no oil ink yet. Pine ink is somewhat too light for my taste, and I cannot produce oil ink, so I thought of using herbal ash for ink. My recollection is that it is a bit darker than pine ink. You truly are playful. The emperor was at a loss for words, however, he was magnanimous in this regard, allowing her to indulge in her whims. Wumian stated, "This cannot be completed today, I have instructed them on how to proceed. Since you have come, I shall refrain from participating. Once it is ready in a few days, I shall present it to you. Please do not discard it. I would love for you to try it." "Very well, I shall certainly use what you present." Returning to the main hall, Qianlu inquired about the Zhao family's situation. "I only learned today. Would you like me to say a word on your behalf?" "No need, the matter has been resolved. It was my fourth brother's folly. Your Majesty need not concern yourself." Wumian shook her head. "It is best that the Sun family does not perceive us as using our influence to pressure them." "Very well, the Empress has handled this admirably," Qianlu affirmed, though he might not have managed it in the same manner. He recognized that this approach was indeed sound. "Your Majesty is free today?" Wumian inquired, curious about his presence so early in the morning. "Has there been no significant matter in court recently?" "Nothing major, I merely came to see the Empress. The weather is growing increasingly warm." "Does the Empress require anything?" "Nothing much is needed. With the Dragon Boat Festival approaching, my mother wishes to host a family banquet. Now that Li Liangyi is with child, it is indeed a joyful occasion. And I believe my mother will be quite pleased," Wumian replied. Qianlu considered for a moment. "If the Empress has anything to discuss, please relay it to me." Wumian nodded, not pursuing the topic further. After the emperor had lunch, he returned to the Xinjiang hall, not mentioning whether he would come again in the evening. "Your Highness, should we not prepare a reward for Li Liangyi?" Lin Shui asked at that moment. "Let's wait a bit longer." Wumian waved her hand. Lin Shui sighed. Zhang Mama huffed. "What status does she have to merit a reward from the Empress?" Wumian glanced at Zhang Mama, realizing this person was not suitable to remain. She was well-meaning, yet her mindset was difficult to change. Keeping her around might lead to complications. Zhang Mama, there is something I have been meaning to trouble you with. Your Highness, please speak. I shall comply without hesitation. Zhang Mama replied, "It is like this. You are aware of the family matters. My fourth brother is resolute in marrying a woman of unknown origins, and it seems difficult to extricate ourselves from this. My mother is quite mild-mannered, and there is no strong figure in the family. My grandmother is quite elderly, and the second branch is always calculating. I truly feel uneasy about this. I would like to ask you to return for a while to keep an eye on things." Zhang Mama nodded. "As long as you require it, I shall gladly oblige. When shall we return?" Wumian sighed in relief. "Then tomorrow. Please stay for a while. Having you there puts my mind at ease." Zhang Mama patted her chest. "Rest assured, I will ensure that no one bullies the lady in our main house." Wumian smiled at her, having expected Zhang Mama to refuse. This was indeed a pleasant surprise. In the evening, Lin Shui remarked, "Li Liangyi is being rather ostentatious. She has barely been pregnant for a month and is eager to announce it. Whether or not someone means to harm her, this early stage is not the best time to be so public. This is why I say we should not rush to reward her." Wumian tugged at her blanket. "All of His Majesty's women possess remarkable abilities." Lin Shui nodded. "You must be tired. Sleep early." Wumian murmured in agreement. Closing her eyes, Lin Shui arranged the curtains and rested on a couch outside. The following morning, Wumian had already instructed to inform Li Liangyi that she need not pay her respects until after 3 months. However, El Fei also requested leave, claiming she was unwell. Thus, during this early morning audience, Fei Mei, Li Liangyi, and El Fei were all absent. El Fei had always been in good health. What could have caused this? Just yesterday Li Liangyi announced her pregnancy, and now El Fei was ill. Rong Fei hinted at jealousy, suggesting El Fei's discontent over Li Liangyi's pregnancy. Who knows, El Fei is precious and has always been thus. Zhang Xiaorong scoffed. Indeed, El Fei is the most favored. Now that Li Liangyi is with child, it is only natural for her to feel displeased. Wumian chimed in. Once she spoke, everyone turned to look at her. "Forget it, this one truly cannot discern who she favors and is rather one-track-minded," she added, speaking a truth that was difficult to overlook. Wumian masked her amusement behind her teacup. She could not laugh. "As that would be quite alarming. Empress, you look particularly well today," Lin Baolin remarked with a smile. "Is that so? I slept early and sufficiently, hence my improved spirits. Indeed, I also brought some embroidery I completed. If you are not busy, may I show it to you shortly?" Chapter 25, Thoughtful. "Very well, you may stay for a while," said Wuxian with a smile. Wumian glanced at Lin Baolin and began. Lin Baolin remains to this day a treasure among treasures. Even the newly arrived sisters hold higher ranks than you. Lin Baolin shot her a glare. "My lack of favor stems from my own inadequacies. Being of low status is hardly a matter of great concern. It is indeed rare to witness such a tranquil state of mind from Lin Mimi." Yang Jieyu complimented with a smile. After the customary pleasantries, Wuxian remarked, "There isn't much else to discuss. Li Liangyi is with child, and we must all take care of her, whether out of jealousy or rivalry. It is only natural for individuals to harbor such thoughts. Yet do remember not to harm the royal heir, for the consequences shall fall upon you." Everyone then rose to take their leave. Lin Baolin showcased her exquisite embroidery to Wuxian, who offered sincere praise. "Your Highness," Jean Bo and the others mentioned they are currently preparing the black ink. "Would you like to take a look?" Fei Su inquired. Wuxian took Lin Baolin by the hand and replied, Let us go and see. Upon arrival, they found the ink already prepared and being pounded, requiring an extended duration of beating. Lin Baolin, upon confirming it was ink cakes, was astonished. Once completed, I shall gift you a few. Cannot read, Lin Baolin admitted, her face flushing. Wu Xin turned sharply. Cannot read. Lin Baolin blushed further. My father said. As a girl, it suffices to be skilled in embroidery. Wu Xin sighed. Then why not learn a bit? Really, that sounds wonderful. I have always envied my cousin. Her handwriting is beautiful, and she can paint as well. Whenever my mother took me to my uncle's house, I would watch her write. However, my father insisted that girls need not study. And my mother did not encourage me to learn either. Lin Baolin sighed. Not that you must delve into the 4 books and 5 classics, but if you cannot read, how will you manage accounts? I recall your family holds a 6th rank official position. Should you not enter the palace, you would be the rightful wife of a gentleman managing the household. Wu Xian expressed her bewilderment. What kind of family is this? My father said it would be fine to bring a housekeeper. Wu Xian sighed again, realizing this foolish girl had been coddled to the point of believing in her own self-sufficiency, oblivious to the pitfalls surrounding her. Learn to read and write, it will serve you well in passing the time with books in the future. There is no better way to occupy oneself than through reading, given her disposition. It is uncertain how she will fare in gaining favor. Alright, I shall heed your advice. Lin Baolin cheerfully accepted. After spending considerable time, she finally took her leave. Once she was gone, Yen Ming returned with news. Your Highness, the Guifei has sent some bird's nest to Li Liangyi. Given her rank, it was unlikely she would receive such delicacies unless she were pregnant. Such care? Wu Xian asked, not overly concerned, merely curious. Indeed, she has always been attentive. And now that she is with child, her concerns have intensified. It is feared that there are ambitions surrounding this pregnancy, as it is uncertain whether Li Liangyi will be able to ascend to a higher position after childbirth. It is not to say that only those of high rank can raise children, but for the sake of the princes and princesses, it is common for higher-ranking concubines to care for the children of lower-ranking ones. Particularly if the child is motherless. In this light, achieving the foremost position may not necessarily be advantageous. Wu Xian set aside her belongings and stood up. Let us go. It is time for lunch. She indulged in her preferences. Managing the inner palace, yet once matters fell into her hands, she might not concern herself as much. Your Highness, while you may choose not to compete, allowing the Guifei to dominate the management of the inner palace over time may not bode well for you. Lin Shui remarked. I understand the reasoning, yet do not rush. What one acquires through their own efforts will always be more valuable than what is given. As long as you have plans in mind. That is sufficient. If I could simply live as a carefree empress without any responsibilities, I would not desire anything more. Alas, such a situation is non-existent in this world. A temporary relinquishment of power may be tolerable, but a permanent loss would be disastrous. Before the Duanwu festival, Wu Xian instructed someone to send 2 ink cakes made by her to the emperor. She observed with satisfaction, they are quite good indeed. This ink is comparable to what we offer. And you have even added several medicinal ingredients. It has a slight bitterness yet possesses a unique flavor. Lin Shui noted. Yes, it is darker than what we previously used and quite satisfactory. The Yingxiong Pavilion. They received the round ink cakes, which were somewhat difficult to describe. Nowadays, ink cakes, whether in long strips or squares, are adorned with floral patterns and gilded inscriptions, unlike these plain raw shapes, since they have arrived. Grind some for me to try. The Empress has put her heart into this. I wish to see what can be created from it. Liu Zhong sighed, grinding a piece, and upon completion, remarked, it is indeed different. It carries a faint medicinal scent and has a bitter aroma. Yingxiong Pavilion approached with a brush dipped in ink, writing several characters. The color was vibrant, darker than the ink he usually employed, and flowed smoothly without any hindrance. This ink is indeed excellent. It should work well for painting. Yingxiong Pavilion confirmed. The Empress has even provided the process for making this ink. Take a look. Yingxiong Pavilion accepted it. Nodding, it is clear she has put in great effort. Deliver this to the Hall of State, informing them that it is the Empress's order, and instruct them to produce some accordingly. Very well, I shall do so immediately. After finishing the characters, Yingxiong Pavilion set down the brush. Bring me my garments. Shortly after, he changed into a new robe and made his way to the Empress's palace. Upon entering Fengyi Palace, he was greeted. Your Majesty has arrived. I just wrote several characters using your ink. It is indeed impressive, and I commend your ingenuity. Where did you learn this? From books, though I have forgotten where I saw it. It was a spur-of-the-moment idea. Wu Xian entered with him, noting the warmth of the indoors on this hot day. I had someone send 2 ink cakes to my mother's palace as well. My mother is not fond of such things. Yingxiong Pavilion was aware that the Empress Dowager had little interest in poetry, literature, or writing. I sent them nonetheless. I have little else to offer her. Wu Xian dismissed the matter with indifference. You were thoughtful, Empress. As the couple conversed, a maid from Fengyi Palace entered to report, Your Majesty, Empress, a maid from Li Liangyi seeks an audience at the entrance. Oh, what is the matter? Go and inquire. She is with child and must not be neglected. Wu Xian instructed. Fei Su personally went to check. After a short while, she returned. Your Highness, the maid only mentioned that Li Liangyi is feeling unwell and wishes for His Majesty to visit. Beyond that, she knows nothing more. Wu Xian was at a loss for words. Is she trying to pull someone in like this during the day? If she feels unwell, she should summon the imperial physician. Inform Li Liangyi that if she does not understand the rules, she ought to learn them properly. Yingqiong Pavilion frowned. Asu Wisha Su hurriedly left. Li Liangyi's attendants dared not linger, knowing this was the Empress's palace. And they left in disgrace. Chapter 26, Not Giving. Facing Qiong Pavilion, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, Your Majesty need not take offense, it is only natural for a pregnant woman likely to be a bit temperamental. I have said nothing, why should His Majesty be concerned? There is no need to quarrel over a mere Liangyi, is there? The Empress is magnanimous. Such words are true. Yingqiong Pavilion nodded. Are you not upset? He observed Wu Xian's composed demeanor, noting her silence. If I were upset, would His Majesty soothe me? Wu Xian inquired. The question left Yingqiong Pavilion feeling awkward. As the Empress, you ought to be more forgiving. It is merely a matter of a petty concubine's ignorance. Alas, now that His Majesty has spoken, what more can I say? His words are indeed wise. Wu Xian nudged his tea, signaling him to drink. I shall spend the night here with you, Yingqiong Pavilion declared. Wu Xian merely smiled lightly, showing no sign of gratitude. In truth, she found the emperor rather unremarkable. His method of pacifying the concubines was simply to act as a lover. What are you pondering? Nothing much, merely contemplating the upcoming Duanwu festival and how lively it will be. Wu Xian replied with a smile, Did we not say that my mother would invite us to a performance? It suits you well, and we must enjoy ourselves then, Yingqiong Pavilion remarked. Indeed, Your Majesty. Yingqiong Pavilion reached out, taking Wu Xian's hand. The Empress has changed tremendously. She has become much more agreeable, her natural beauty enhanced by shedding her previously unappealing temperament. The Emperor was determined to spend his time in the Empress's company, and thus, he had no intention of returning in the afternoon. The two decided to pay their respects to the Empress Dowager first and then stroll through the imperial garden. Upon arriving at the Empress Dowager's palace, they encountered a familiar maid exiting. Upon noticing the Emperor and Empress passing by, she promptly adhered to protocol, standing to the side. Wu Xian observed her closely, recalling that she belonged to Fu Meiren. The Emperor, however, walked past without glancing aside. Upon seeing the couple arrive together, the Empress Dowager had prepared tea and snacks for their reception. They sat for a brief time before heading to the imperial garden. What flowers does the Empress favor? Yingqiong Pavilion inquired as he settled down. I like them all. The blooming flowers signify spring, Wu Xian replied, lightly fanning herself with a round fan, her words flowing effortlessly. And now it is summer. Yingqiong Pavilion hinted, then it is summer when flowers bloom, and autumn as well. In winter, there are still flower houses, so flowers bloom in winter too, Wu Xian replied leisurely yet earnestly, making it difficult for others to dismiss her as insincere. The Empress is broad-minded. In truth, Wu Xian had often shared her preferences with the Emperor in the past. She had a fondness for lotus flowers. However, the Emperor had never paid attention. Previously, he had treated her with indifference. Therefore, the current Wu Xian was disinclined to express her tastes. Whatever she liked was of no concern to him. Today, the imperial harem at Yingqiang truly showed him no favor, while he and the Empress strolled through the imperial garden. It was meant to be a soothing excursion. However, scarcely had they settled down for idle chatter when they encountered yet another beauty. This time, it was Fu Meiren, adorned in a captivating manner, unmistakably with the intent of approaching the Emperor. Observing the approaching Fu Meiren as she paid her respects, Wu Xian couldn't help but smile slightly, leaning back against the pavilion's column, propping her chin on her hand as she watched them. By the time the Emperor frowned, Fu Meiren had already arrived, her final few steps quickening with eagerness. Your servant pays her respects to Your Majesty and Her Highness the Empress, she declared. Wu Xian remained silent, merely observing them, betraying not the slightest hint of displeasure. Yingqiang responded with a casual hum, gesturing for her to rise. Your Majesty, I heard that the pomegranates in front of the Lu Hua Pavilion are about to bloom, so I specially came to admire them. It seems I have interrupted Your Majesty and Her Highness's enjoyment. May I be forgiven? Fu Meiren's words were smooth and eloquent, reasonable and persuasive, knowing she was interrupting. She ought to seek beauty elsewhere, Yingqiang replied directly. Wu Xian found it amusing. The lady had claimed ignorance, yet the Emperor bluntly stated she was a bother. Your Majesty. Fu Meiren stamped her foot, her act of feigned petulance endearing in its own right. What, is one admonition not sufficient? Yingqiang responded, visibly irked. I dare not. Why does Her Highness not speak? Fu Meiren pressed on, undeterred. Is one admonition insufficient? Must you heed my words? Is it not pleasant to obey? She continued. You once enjoyed favor upon entering the palace, yet now the Emperor shuns you. Do you not listen? Indeed, Fu Meiren appeared quite aggrieved, as if Wu Xian had committed some unforgivable sin. Then I shall take my leave, so as not to disturb Your Majesty and Her Highness's enjoyment of the flowers. With that, she departed, glancing back 3 times as she walked away. Once Fu Meiren had gone, the Emperor leaned back against the column. The weather is delightful today. It is not too hot at this hour. Wu Xian tilted her head to look at him. Your Majesty is even more delightful, attracting beauties eager to see you. This was teasing. A sentiment she could clearly discern. Yinqiangla chuckled softly, though he was not one to laugh readily. His mirth at this moment held a unique charm. When he genuinely smiled, the subtle crease formed at the corner of his eye, exuding a distinctly sensual allure. The two were quite close, prompting Wuxian to boldly reach out and touch the corner of his eye. This was a gesture she had never dared before. In the past, she had only clung to the emperor, begging for his attention. Yinqiangla was genuinely surprised. "What, have you spotted my eye crease? It appears when I smile. I simply find it attractive." Wuxian smiled as she settled back down. "We are husband and wife. If I find it appealing, is it not permissible for me to touch it? Surely, your majesty would not mind. Indeed, if the empress is fond of it, it is my blessing." Yinqiangla grasped Wuxian's hand. She allowed him to hold it. "The pomegranates are about to bloom. The flowers are vibrant and lovely, though small. I believe they rival peonies in beauty. And if you like, I shall have a few pots sent to your quarters." "The pomegranate symbolizes good fortune," Yinqiangla commented, squeezing Wuxian's hand. "Why send them when we could plant them directly? After all, trees must take root to thrive. The palace is my home, a place where I shall reside for life." Wuxian replied casually, "That would indeed be preferable." Yinqiangla mused. Hearing her assert that the palace was her home was a first. He had never encountered a concubine bold enough to claim such. Yet for them, the palace was their home. After a while, they rose and returned to Fini Palace. The news of the emperor and empress strolling together in the garden spread quickly. Various thoughts circulated, with many wondering if this signified the empress's return to favor. In the harem, there were numerous concubines who had fallen from grace, but those who could regain favor were exceedingly rare. Once the emperor grew weary of someone, he would not deign to accept them again. Many would not even have the opportunity to see him, regardless of their beauty or accomplishments. If one could not meet the emperor, all was in vain. As the night wore on, the emperor naturally stayed the night. Within the tent, Wuxian embraced the emperor's waist, panting softly while he caressed her back. "Are you out of strength? You seemed quite wild earlier. Have I been scratched to the point of bleeding?" It took Wuxian a moment to process his words before replying. "Is that not good? Within the curtains, your majesty would not deem me an undignified empress for such pleasures, would you? Am I such a petty person?" Yinqiangla scoffed, pinching her waist playfully. Wuxian explored his back with her fingers. "No harm done. I am quite measured." Yinqiangla chuckled. "If that is the case, why not indulge once more?" Wuxian replied lazily. "This time I lack the energy. I hope your majesty will be a bit merciful." Whether or not he would show mercy was uncertain, but Wuxian found immense joy in their exchange. By the time her maids attended to her and she washed up, she was fast asleep. When awakened in the morning, the emperor had already departed, for there was a morning court to attend. As the courtiers arrived to pay their respects, Wuxian seated them and first addressed the concubine Gue. "Concubine Gue, how is Li Liangi? She complained of discomfort yesterday. Did the imperial physician attend?" Replying to Her Highness, "The imperial physician did not attend. It should not be anything serious," Concubine Gue said. Before Wuxian could respond, Concubine Li interjected, "So she dares to act recklessly just because she is pregnant? While the emperor is with the empress, she still has the audacity to disturb. Pregnancy brings about many thoughts. You may not understand, sister, even if Li Liangi has been thoughtless, she is still carrying the emperor's child." Rongfei remarked. "If we are to disregard all palace rules simply because one is pregnant, then what place does the empress hold?" Concubine Li scoffed. "That is not my intention. I beg your pardon." Empress Rongfei replied to Wuxian, "There are palace rules to uphold." Wuxian scanned the assembly. Among the emperor's concubines, many remain childless. While the title of heir is indeed noble, if one were to act with impunity simply because of it, then what significance remains in the hierarchy of the harem? Indeed, the empress speaks wisely. Concubine Li agreed. "Your highness is correct. I shall send someone to remind Li Liangi of the rules." Concubine Gue rose to say, "You are not at fault. Overseeing so many matters inevitably leads to oversights. I do not mean to place blame on Li Liangi. However, if she truly is unwell, not only must she refrain from summoning the emperor, but I too must see her. To not even send for the imperial physician is somewhat excessive," Wuxian stated. "The empress speaks true. I shall take heed." Concubine Gue responded, "Very well. If there be no further matters, you may all take your leave. The Dragon Boat Festival is upon us. There is no need to come for morning salutations tomorrow, as the Empress Dowager will host a banquet the following day. As the courtiers prepared to rise and depart, Wuxian added, regarding the Dragon Boat Festival banquet, not all concubines will attend. What arrangements shall Concubine Gue make for those who do not?" The courtiers settled back down. "Naturally, according to past practices, we will increase the number of dishes served. But I wonder what the Empress's thoughts are." But Concubine Gue inquired, "This year, with so many new arrivals, during the banquet, the chefs may struggle to accommodate everyone. Although it is summer, cold dishes are still unappetizing. My suggestion is to select a place for them to sit separately at their own table, ensuring a proper feast for them. Additionally, we should grant extra allowances of silver." Wuxian proposed. "The Empress speaks wisely. I shall return and manage this according to your wishes." Concubine Gue conceded, knowing that in front of everyone, denying the Empress's wishes would alienate her from all present. "There is nothing more to discuss. My dear consort, Do not let your busyness neglect the princess. We shall all take our leave now. Wumian smiled and waved his hand. The others expressed their gratitude to the queen and exited the chamber. Regardless of whether this small act of kindness is appreciated by all, there are always those in need. Upon leaving the Fingy palace, the consort maintained a tranquil demeanor, devoid of any overt expression. Yet, her gaze betrayed a complex array of emotions. As she settled into her carriage, she exhaled softly, realizing that she had indeed underestimated the situation. The matter was far too passive. The queen had not posed any challenges to her, instead seeking her opinions and ensuring she retained her dignity. Yet, it was the queen who had brought this matter to her attention. Of course, she could refute it and choose not to comply. But that would offend others, and it would not bode well if His Majesty were to find out. However, being led around by the nose was an uncomfortable predicament. My lady, we have arrived, Ziji reminded her. The consort alighted and took Ziji's hand as they entered the Chaoyang Hall. Chapter 28, Mutual Vigilance. Rong Fei followed closely behind the consort. The current situation with Li Fei opposing me at every turn is truly vexing. The consort took her seat without initially mentioning the queen. She was reluctant to confront Li Liangyi directly, as doing so would certainly displease the Empress Dowager. Therefore, she found herself at odds with you instead. Although she is favored, the absence of children is a significant drawback. What future can a favored consort without offspring hope for? Moreover, with new faces constantly emerging, His Majesty's attention will inevitably shift. Have we not observed a change in His Majesty's demeanor towards the queen compared to before? The consort inhaled deeply. We are fortunate to have children, albeit only daughters. We both occupy high positions, yet lacking a son makes it difficult to establish a firm standing. You shall have one. Your favor remains unwavering. One day, you will bear a son. Ziji reassured her. As for me, I have my sister to look after me, so I am not overly concerned. In truth, whether it is the queen or Li Fei who bears a son first is of no benefit to either of us. If Li Fei were to give birth to a son or even a daughter, as long as she can bear children, she will surely ascend in rank, and His Majesty will certainly elevate her to the first rank. At that point, dealing with her will be far from easy. Rong Fei sighed. One would expect her to be at odds with the queen, so why is she suddenly speaking in the queen's favor? The consort furrowed her brow. That is beyond my understanding. What is imperative now is to ensure that Li Liangyi's pregnancy is safeguarded. We cannot allow any mishaps to occur, Rong Fei stated. Then it falls upon you. Let us protect her together. The consort pressed her forehead. Since the queen has given instructions today, there are certain matters that must be addressed. Unfortunately, those matters are quite troublesome. Both the consort and Rong Fei were apprehensive about Li Fei potentially having a son. But Li Fei herself must also be wary of them having a son. If Li Liangyi were to deliver successfully, it is possible that the child would be taken to the consort. In that case, leaving the child with the mother would mean it becomes the consort's child. The consort and Li Fei have always been at odds. If that were to happen, her concerns would be entirely justified. Each individual harbored their own thoughts and intentions, while Wumian found herself quite at ease for the time being. On the occasion of the Dragon Boat Festival, she rose before dawn, and many had already gathered in the Empress Dowager's palace. Today, all those of beauty and above were qualified to attend. However, Fei Mei was unable to attend due to her condition. In the harem, only those who had ascended to the status of beauty were regarded as individuals in the eyes of those above. It is no wonder that everyone is so eager for promotion. Today, there was good news from the royal family. The legitimate wife of Prince Kong, Lady Shangguan, was with child. This Lady Shangguan had been married to Prince Kong for 6 or 7 years without bearing any children, leaving the entire Prince Kang's residence without an heir. Now that the legitimate wife is finally pregnant, the household can expect an abundance of blessings in the future. Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager was delighted. Please take a seat. This is indeed good news. What did the imperial physician say? Thank you, mother. The imperial physician stated that all is well. Both I and the prince are in good health, and the delay in pregnancy was merely a matter of fate not aligning. I have also failed in my duty over these years, Lady Shangguan replied. Fate can be early or late. It has simply arrived now. Do not dwell on sadness. You should be joyous now that you are with child. The Empress Dowager turned to Dowager Consort Zhou and smiled. You mustn't be worried now, right? Dowager Consort Zhou, who held the second rank during the previous emperor's reign and was elevated to the first rank after his passing, had 2 sons and a daughter, all of whom were alive. Thus she was indeed fortunate. She shared a good relationship with the Empress Dowager and chuckled. It is entirely due to your good fortune, sister. The choice of daughter-in-law was excellent. I would still be pleased even if it had taken a few more years. Indeed, Lady Shangguan was quite capable and well regarded. Among the 3 royal households, Prince Kang's residence was the cleanest and most tranquil. The Empress Dowager and Dowager Consort Zhou exchanged a few pleasantries before bringing up Wumian. The queen must also take good care of herself. You have been ill for so long, and it has certainly taken a toll on your vitality. You should recuperate well and bear a few children. I am eagerly anticipating it. Thank you for your concern, mother. I have been diligently recovering. It is merely that my body has not been cooperative. However, with the pregnant consorts, in due time, we shall see the fruits of our labor. They will all be my children, Wumian replied with a smile. The queen truly is virtuous. The royal wives began to praise her. Qianglu glanced at Wumian, reflecting on how her responses to such inquiries in the past were far less comprehensive than they were now. However, when it came to the topic of children, as the emperor, Qianglu found himself in a rather unflattering position. The eldest legitimate son was no longer in contention for the throne, and thus was seldom mentioned. The second son, a sickly child, had yet to survive, leaving only the youngest, a healthy third son, who was still quite young. Given the current rate of infant mortality, it was uncertain whether he would thrive. The Empress Dowager felt genuine anxiety, for the late emperor had already fathered several sons at this age. The Dragon Boat Festival was lively, and Wumian took a tentative bite of a zongzi. Instantly captivated, she adored this flavor, coarse yellow rice from the north, wrapped around dates or beans. While glutinous rice was also available now, it was less common in the north and seemed seldom prepared in the palace. Wumian elegantly and comfortably devoured 2 of them. Although they were not large, such delicacies were quite filling, and she had eaten her fair share. Qianglu initially paid little mind to the queen, but she found herself glancing over each time, noting how earnestly Wumian was enjoying her meal. Eating is not unusual, yet at a banquet, who would be so engrossed in their food? It was not that the rules had been violated or that she had delayed matters. How was she able to engage in polite conversation with everyone while simultaneously consuming 2 zongzi and numerous dishes? Thus, the scene unfolded of the queen wholeheartedly enjoying her meal while the emperor frequently cast sidelong glances. The emperor, as the centerpiece of the dynasty, was under constant scrutiny. How could this tableau go unnoticed? The onlookers could not help but speculate about the emperor's current attitude towards the queen. Furthermore, considering the queen's youth and beauty, it was hardly surprising that the emperor might harbor some affection for her. The higher the rank of those in the harem, the greater their concern. The queen also noticed the emperor's gaze, and her response was to have a servant present a dish from her table to him. Indeed, it was most fitting for the queen to serve the emperor food. As the family banquet concluded, the royal relatives began to exit the palace. It was still early in the day, and the harem consorts would return in the evening for a meal among family, marking the celebration of the festival. Just as Wumian prepared to return to rest, she was detained by the Empress Dowager. Emperor, you must stay as well. I have matters to discuss with you both. Wumian sighed inwardly but could only comply. After moving to another room, the Empress Dowager stated, I shall be direct. Emperor, your performance as an emperor has been lacking. Qianglu immediately stood up, having just sat down. Mother, if you find fault, I dare not refute. Please enlighten me. Wumian stood as well, internally reluctant, feeling exhausted from overreading and yearning for rest. Even hearing the Empress Dowager criticize the emperor was shocking. The physiological response was truly difficult to overcome. Chapter 29, The lesson is for the matters of the court. I have nothing to say. I am not versed in such affairs. I hardly participated during the late emperor's reign, nor do I intend to interfere now that it is in your hands. However, as an emperor, it is your responsibility to extend your lineage. Tell me, how old are you this year? Have you truly devoted yourself to the matter of progeny? This is indeed the emperor's responsibility. Yes, I have erred. Your words are just. Qianglu admitted, lowering his head. I am the harem. Although there are not many women, a few remain childless. Those from the Eastern Palace can be excused, as they have their own struggles. The late Queen Lady Shen had also been quite ruthless towards other women during her time as crown princess, a fact that the emperor and Empress Dowager had not particularly focused on, but it remains a truth. However, those who entered the palace later have also failed to bear children, and the Empress Dowager has much to say about that. The Queen Li Fei and Zhang Zhaorong all entered the palace in the 4th year of Shihi, and to this day none have borne offspring. Could it not be due to your bias, the emperor? The Empress Dowager scoffed. You are right to admonish me. Qianglu conceded, having no retort. Zhang Zhaorong had lost her child after giving birth to a daughter, and the others had not even experienced pregnancy. Hearing this, Wumian could not help but ponder, is the emperor perhaps incapable? Surely he ought to have fathered a few children by now? What a pity, an incompetent commander exhausting his troops. You are the emperor, you should understand what is right and wrong. You favor Li Fei, and while I may not care for her, I have endured for several years. If Li Fei cannot bear children, will you only remain with her? If this continues, your harem will forever lack heirs. I acknowledge my mistakes and will rectify them. Please do not be angry, mother. Qianglu, in the presence of his own mother, found himself at a loss for words, bowing his head. The queen is still young, and her health has improved. You should visit Fingy Palace more often. I am eagerly anticipating a legitimate son. Furthermore, cultivate closer ties with the younger consorts. Do not allow resentment to brew within your harem. The Empress Dowager frowned. Yes, I shall heed your advice, mother. Qianglu spoke with a steady tone, clearly unaffected by the Empress Dowager's admonition. Do not be agitated, mother. Currently Li Liangyi is pregnant, and the newcomers have only been in the palace for less than 2 months. In time, they too will bear children. Li Fei is not incapable of bearing children. She merely requires some recuperation. As for others, the sisters are indeed at a fine age, and offspring cannot be hastily demanded. In the future, my son shall encourage your majesty to be more affectionate towards the newcomers. I assure you that in 3 years, you will witness several grandsons. Wu Xin smiled as she poured tea for the Empress Dowager. Pouring tea was merely a gesture of respect. The Empress Dowager did not necessarily require the Empress to serve her. The Empress has indeed matured. I am quite pleased. Today is a festival, and out of consideration for the Empress, I shall refrain from reproaching you, and now, you may all return. Come back in the evening to dine with me. The Empress Dowager waved her hand. Thank you, Mother. I shall return with the Empress first. You should rest, for it is quite early, and fatigue is inevitable. Regardless, Yingxiong Tower genuinely cares for the Empress Dowager. They share a true mother-son bond. Once outside Ian Palace, Yingxiong Tower let out a sigh of relief. Affection is one thing, but being lectured by one's own mother is somewhat vexing. Will your Majesty return to Tai Chi Palace? Wu Xian stifled a yawn. Did Mother not say to visit the Empress's palace more often? Then I shall return with you. Yingxiong Tower smirked. I imagine the Empress is quite fatigued at this moment. Yes, indeed, your Majesty is astute, Wu Xian candidly admitted. You are quite unreserved. Have you eaten enough? Yingxiong Tower chuckled. I have eaten to my fill, so will your Majesty return or accompany me? Regardless, I truly need a bed right now. I simply cannot bear it any longer. Observing Wu Xian's exhausted demeanor, the Emperor laughed. Is it truly necessary? Since the Empress is tired, then I shall return with her. Wu Xian, ancestor, could you not find some other amusement? The two returned to Fingyi Palace, with Wu Xian already yawning, covering her mouth, her eyes misty. She yawned and said, Your Majesty, I am truly exhausted and wish to sleep for a while. If your Majesty is not tired, perhaps you could read or write. I shall accompany you for a short rest. Yingxiong Tower had never seen Wu Xian in such a state, and found it quite novel. Wu Xian waved her hand, allowing him to do as he pleased, hastily calling for someone to remove her hairpins, wash her face, and take off her outer garments before retreating to the inner chamber to lie down. The Emperor approached her, and she remained still. Her fatigue was genuine, and her sleepiness was real. Leaning against the Emperor, she soon fell asleep. When she awoke, she was surprised to find that the Emperor had not left. He had not even stirred. This was indeed quite extraordinary. She had no idea what time it was, and lazily did not wish to move, merely turning her head to gaze at the Emperor's sleeping visage. His nose was quite prominent, even in repose, giving him a chiseled appearance. Wu Xian extended her hand to touch the Emperor's nose, then his chin. Yingxiong Tower opened his eyes and met Wu Xian's gaze. What are you doing? Nothing much, just admiring your Majesty's good looks. My hand was a bit restless. Wu Xian was remarkably at ease, showing no sign of nervousness at being caught, nor did she feel the need to perform any pretense. What is wrong with admiring my own man? Yingxiong Tower turned to face her. Wu Xian stretched. It is beautiful from all angles, truly beautiful. What sort of metaphor is that? Yingxiong Tower said, noticing her waist exposed as she stretched, and reached out to embrace her. Since it looks good, let us enjoy it properly. No, indulging in such behavior during the day is not the conduct of a wise ruler. Though she said this, her tone was too casual, completely lacking the gravity of a virtuous consort advising the Emperor. It sounded more like a casual remark. I wonder what time it is, Your Majesty. Are you hungry? I am hungry. Yingxiong Tower was somewhat speechless. You ate so much for breakfast, and yet you are hungry. Wu Xian initially thought to explain that someone recovering from illness requires nourishment, but then reconsidered why she should be so indirect. Thus she responded with conviction. The Emperor looked at her with curiosity. Then let us rise. It should be around noon. Strangely enough, he was quite accurate. It was just 1:15 noon. The lunch consisted of light dishes and porridge, as there would be a banquet in the evening. Having 3 hearty meals in one day was indeed impractical. In the afternoon, the Emperor returned to handle state affairs, while Wu Xian lounged comfortably, anticipating the evening when they would dine and watch a performance with the Empress Dowager. Everyone was well, except for Li Lianyi. She had been feeling itchy since morning, with red bumps appearing on her delicate skin, her belly, the inner sides of her arms, and the tops of her thighs. It looked somewhat alarming, but today was the Dragon Boat Festival. Everyone was celebrating, and she did not dare to summon the imperial physician at this moment, fearing it would seem overly fussy given her condition. Neither did she wish to use any ointments, opting only to wash it with water. This provided some relief, but the itchiness persisted. By nightfall, she felt somewhat better. The bumps had diminished significantly. Chapter 30. The unforeseen. The maids attending her speculated that it might be due to some irritant, suggesting that it would have been better to avoid contact altogether. Or perhaps it was a bite from some poisonous insect. During this season, such pests were becoming more prevalent within the palace. Given her condition, she could not use powdered medicine for fumigation. Now that the houses were made of wood and earth, it was difficult to prevent insects, relying solely on medicinal powders for protection. When it improved, Li Lianyi did not pay much mind to it. By the next morning, the bumps had completely vanished and the itchiness was gone. She simply assumed it had been a bite from an insect, and did not wish to cause a fuss over it. The consort had previously advised her to remain low-key, lest someone with ulterior motives take notice and jeopardize her pregnancy. Li Lianyi took this to heart. She was generally a sensible person. The earlier incident where she had intercepted matters within the Empress's palace had been a moment of folly. On that very morning, during the court audience, once everyone had concluded their matters, Su Liangyi stood up. Your Majesty, I have been feeling somewhat unwell these past few days. May I request the imperial physician to examine me? Given her low rank, she could not summon the physician on her own. She needed to report to those above her for arrangements, yet her request to the Empress at this moment was rather intriguing. Of course, if you feel unwell, you should promptly summon the physician. Go ahead and send for him. Wuxian acknowledged her request and did not urge everyone to leave in haste. Wuxian was aware that those around her had previously mentioned that Su Liangyi might be pregnant. Though she had not yet seen the physician or shown any signs, and now it seemed this individual could maintain her composure better than Li Liangyi. Everyone shared this sentiment as they awaited the physician's arrival. Soon, the physician arrived at Fingyi Palace and began to check Su Liangyi's pulse in the main hall. After switching hands, the physician declared with certainty, "Congratulations, Your Majesty, Su Liangyi is nearly 2 months pregnant. And the fetus appears stable, regardless of who is pregnant. It is customary to extend congratulations to the rightful consort." Su Liangyi smiled, and so did Wuxian. "This is truly wonderful. Reward the physician. Congratulations to Your Majesty." "And congratulations to Su Liangyi," the consort chimed in. Others gradually followed suit, offering their congratulations. Su Liangyi bowed to Wuxian. "Thank you, Your Majesty. I am inexperienced and quite young. This is my first pregnancy, and I feel quite anxious. I humbly request Your Majesty's guidance on what I should do." Wuxian raised an eyebrow and smiled. "How coincidental. I have never been pregnant either. However, having conceived is indeed a joyous occasion, and it is my duty to care for you. Do you prefer to remain in Shurzui Palace, or would you like to change residences? I cannot make decisions on other matters, but I can manage this one, can't I?" As Wuxian spoke, she looked at the consort. The consort inwardly cursed but smiled outwardly. "Your Majesty is truly thoughtful." "Thank you, Your Majesty. Shurzui Palace is quite good. Sister Yun and I are close, and I have grown accustomed to it. I am immensely grateful that Your Majesty is willing to devote some care to me. I only wish for Your Majesty's permission to visit often in the future." Su Liangyi said. "Very well, but you must wait until your pregnancy is stable. Let us do this. Pregnancy is a joyous event. Starting today, you shall focus on nurturing the fetus, and only after 4 months should you move about. As for your daily meals, I will ensure the consort looks after you well. What do you think?" Wuxian received Su Liangyi's intentions and smoothly continued. "Thank you, Your Majesty. You are truly considerate, and I am most grateful." Su Liangyi replied. After sending everyone off, Ling Shui remarked, "I observe that Su Liangyi seems to wish to rely on you. Her family background is quite ordinary, and now that she is pregnant, without someone to protect her, it will be difficult for her to have a smooth delivery." Wuxian nodded. "Since she wishes for my protection, then I shall protect her. You should personally check in on her and give a word to those over there." "Yes, should I select an experienced aunt or wet nurse to accompany her?" "Not for now. Summon Dukong here." Dukong entered, and Wuxian said, "Go and inform His Majesty of the good news. Just say that Su Liangyi is pregnant." Dukong complied and went to deliver the message. The news of Su Liangyi's pregnancy spread among everyone, perhaps fearing that she might not be able to keep the child. Wuxian was quite eager to safeguard this child, fostering a good relationship. There was nothing wrong with that. After all, who among them does not give birth? She then summoned Jin Bo to report to the Empress Dowager, so that everyone could share in the joy. On the consort's side, after leaving Fingyi Palace, she maintained her usual demeanor, but upon entering Chaoyang Hall, she frowned. Such reckless behavior. Rong Fei also frowned. Did Su Liangyi just find out? Let us not assume she did not know earlier. Conspiring with the Empress to put on a show for everyone, the consort's frown deepened. This was not impossible. Could it be that the Empress desires this child? If the Empress truly wants it, then it is indeed possible for her to attain it. Both of them seemed to have lost their senses. The Empress herself was not favored, so why would everyone be so eager? Rong Fei scoffed. Yet, upon reflection, she understood that regardless of how unfavored the Empress may be, she is still the Empress. As long as she holds that title, she will always be a pillar for others. It seems we must consider our plans carefully. The consort took a deep breath. Meanwhile, after attending to the matters concerning Shurzui Palace, Su Liangyi was also assisted to lie down. "Are you feeling at ease now? The Empress has accepted you. You will have support in the future. However, I do not understand. Why not directly seek His Majesty's aid?" Chunyi spread a light blanket over Su Liangyi's belly. Of course I would like to, but His Majesty is preoccupied with state affairs. Would he have time for me? Even if His Majesty is willing to care for me, would that not offend others? The consort holds power. Li Fei enjoys favor, and Xian Fei, Rong Fei, and Min Fei all have children. Can I stand firm against them? It is better to rely on the Empress. Regardless of how they fight among themselves, my loyalty to the Empress will always be well placed. The concubines dutifully heed the words of their mistress. Wherever they may go, they find it acceptable. It is also due to their status as newcomers, having not yet experienced the unreliability of the previous Empress. Even if they hear only fragments, it proves inconsequential. Ultimately, the Empress they have encountered, Zhao Wumian, is indeed a person of great reliability. First impressions hold significant weight. On the day of the selection, the Empress sat regally, exuding beauty and grace, her smile warm and inviting. How could one not find such an Empress admirable? Though she does not manage court affairs, it is evident that she is not the sort to be cast aside. after all, does not His Majesty still seek her counsel? It is likely that her prolonged illness necessitated the promotion of the favored concubine to manage matters. Sooner or later, she would have to take charge herself, thus she harbors little concern for those concubines of modest lineage. The Empress stands as a towering figure, embodying maternal virtue. Indeed, she is akin to a revered deity. In the evening, Yingqiang Tower paid a visit to Su Liangyi, bestowing numerous gifts upon her. At that time, Su Liangyi was unable to attend to the emperor, yet His Majesty chose to remain overnight at Shirzue Palace. The following morning, it became known that it was Yun Bailin who had shared the bed with him. Such are the benefits of residing with one who was with child. Several days passed, and Jinbo mysteriously approached Wumian saying, "Your Highness, I perceive that something amiss has transpired at Bua Pavilion. Li Liangyi? What has happened?" Wumian inquired, her curiosity piqued. During this time, has she not been relatively obedient? What other mischief could arise? In Wumian's mind, Li Liangyi was not one to remain silent in the face of trouble. Chapter 31, The Sickly One. It was suggested that perhaps she had been bitten by some venomous insect. Jinbo procured some medicinal ointments suitable for pregnant women from the physician and even discreetly arranged for her chambers to be fumigated. The maid, having spent money to inquire further, discovered that Li Liangyi had developed welts all over her body on 2 occasions recently. Strangely, they appeared in tender areas and faded after several hours, accompanied by an unbearable itch, the cause of which remained unknown. It could be due to insect bites, yet the maid mused that it likely was not so simple. Wumian responded with a thoughtful "oh," suggesting they should perhaps not concern themselves with it for the time being. Jinbo sighed, "Then I shall continue to keep watch. Do not inquire too deeply, we are unaware of these matters," Wumian advised. The maid acknowledged her instruction. This was indeed the right approach. Previously, everything had been too tranquil. Lin Shui and the others were uncertain of what the Empress had said, thus they refrained from interjecting. This time, the welts on Li Liangyi's body took considerably longer to disappear than before she requested the ointment, yet the sensation it evoked left her deeply troubled. Consequently, she had her quarters fumigated, remaining outside for an extended period before returning. By now, she began to suspect that she was the target of a hidden plot and confided in the favored concubine. The favored concubine's regard for her was evident, and soon she dispatched someone to investigate. Remarkably, they did indeed uncover a few insects. Whether these insects were responsible for her ailment remained uncertain, but nothing else of concern was found in Bua Pavilion. It was mid-May, with the weather growing hotter and rainfall increasing. As thunder rumbled in the night, Wumian opened her eyes to listen for a while before drifting back to sleep. Upon waking, she found that the thunderstorm had dwindled to a light rain, still showing no signs of abating. At this time, the ladies of the court were already on their way to pay their respects, and having risen late, she did not call for anyone to return. She decided to wait until the visitors had departed before having her meal. As the ladies settled down, it became apparent that the virtuous concubine was absent, and Fei Maron was also unable to attend. "What has happened to the virtuous concubine?" a voice inquired. "She has yet to arrive this morning." "I do not know," another replied. "The weather is dreadful. Could it be that the second prince is unwell again?" The favored concubine speculated. Indeed, the virtuous concubine had little choice but to attend to her son, for that very morning, the second prince had been beset by vomiting and diarrhea, prompting her to summon the physician. Wumian sent for Dukong to assess the situation, and he returned promptly. "The second prince is ill. The physician has just arrived, and it appears to be rather severe. Oh dear, what are we to do?" Rongfei frowned. "Let those of the third rank and above accompany me to take a look. The rest may return. Be cautious on the slippery roads in the rain," Wumian declared. Rising, Lin Shui pointed out, "Your Highness has yet to have your meal. No matter. I shall eat upon my return," she replied, donning an additional layer of clothing. Dukong held an umbrella as Wumian led the way. Upon reaching Xianwei Palace, they had not yet entered when they caught sight of the emperor approaching. Wumian quickened her pace. "Your Majesty has also come." Yingqiang Tower nodded. "Why have you come in such weather? You have only just recovered from your illness, and today's weather is quite unfavorable." Wumian shook her head. "Let us go take a look first." With that, she entered Xianwei Palace alongside the emperor. The onlookers were filled with various thoughts, particularly the favored concubine and Li Fei, who gazed at the emperor and empress's retreating figures, their hearts heavy with myriad emotions. The virtuous concubine appeared exceedingly haggard. Even though her attire was neatly arranged, her hair remained unkempt, cascading freely. Upon seeing the emperor, the empress quickly approached to pay her respects. "I have not yet attended to my appearance. I apologize for my disarray before your Majesty and the empress." "It is of no consequence. How fares the second prince?" Yingqiang Tower helped her to her feet. "He has been retching for quite some time, yet has only just settled down," the virtuous concubine replied. Her eyes reddened with distress. Wumian passed her by, entering the inner chamber where she found the second prince curled up on the bed, his eyes closed, evidently asleep. His small face was pale, devoid of the rosy hue typical of his age, and he appeared even thinner than in April. Wumian frowned, and as the physician began to speak, she silenced him with a gesture, indicating for him to step outside. Wumian emerged first. "Your Majesty, please take a look." The child is asleep, yet he does not seem to rest soundly. If you wish to enter, please tread lightly. Yingqiang Tower nodded and entered with the virtuous concubine, the favored concubine, and the others had intended to follow. But since the Empress had spoken, they refrained, lest they disturb the second prince. The physician reported on the illness, but Wumian said, "Let us wait until His Majesty has exited to discuss, after all." It was imperative to inform the emperor. There was no need to burden the physician unnecessarily. Shortly thereafter, Yingqiang Tower emerged, his brow furrowed, revealing his troubled mood. "Your Majesty," he began, "the second prince has caught a chill. His constitution is weak, any slight disturbance can lead to vomiting. This vomiting is particularly draining. Even after some relief, he suffers from severe abdominal pain. While he has stabilized somewhat, he should refrain from solid food for the time being. It would be best to provide him with broth and ensure he is kept warm. However, his constitution is indeed frail and cannot withstand heat either. The room is too dry for him to endure." In summary, he was quite difficult to care for. Yingqiang Tower grew increasingly irate as he listened, taking a deep breath to suppress his anger. "Then you must consider how to attend to him. Are any medications permissible?" "Generally, they would be. However, the second prince's stomach is exceedingly weak. Any medicine administered will likely induce vomiting, which would be counterproductive. Following my advice, we shall forego medication and allow for a gradual recovery." Yingqiang Tower nodded. "I trust you. Take good care of him." The physician expressed his gratitude and withdrew. Yingqiang Tower addressed those attending to the second prince. "Any personal attendants should receive 20 lashes. Those who are not personal attendants shall receive 10. For those attending to the virtuous concubine, it shall be 20 lashes. The virtuous concubine's countenance grew even graver, yet not a word did she dare utter. At this juncture, who would tend to the child? He was already seriously ill, deprived of familiar caretakers. Would he not suffer even more? Wumian interjected. Yingqiang Tower, do consider. Yingqiang Tower shot her a glance, reluctantly conceding. "Then each shall receive a reduction of 10 lashes, 10 strikes shall suffice. It shall not impede their service. Should they fail again, let it be known." In truth, he was not oblivious to the fact that this was beyond human control, yet as an emperor, he felt compelled to vent his frustrations. "I thank you, Your Majesty and Your Highness." The virtuous concubine hastily bowed in gratitude. "For these few days, you need not attend to court greetings. Focus on caring for the child. His well-being is paramount." Wumian instructed. "Yes, thank you, Your Highness." The virtuous concubine responded gratefully. The emperor's expression was grim, and the onlookers were left in stunned silence, wary of provoking his ire. Having finished imparting his instructions, the group prepared to depart. As they exited, Wumian slipped on the stone pavement. Closest to her was the emperor, yet even closer was the attendant Dukong. Quick as lightning, Dukong steadied Wumian, while the emperor reached out to assist, albeit a moment too late. "Take care." Wumian smiled at him but said nothing. Behind them, Rong Fei observed Li Fei biting her lip. She covered her mouth, chuckling softly, a smile imbued with deeper meaning. Chapter 32. True love. Li Fei glared fiercely at Rong Fei. Yet now was not the time to indulge in the emperor's affections. Such behavior would be most out of place. Her heart was a tumult of emotions, filled with jealousy towards both the virtuous concubine and the empress. Even if the virtuous concubine merely tended to a sickly child, she could still see the emperor regularly. As for the empress, she held the title. No matter how disfavored she may be, the emperor would always afford her a measure of respect. Such is the nature of humanity. In this moment, Li Fei did not contemplate her own favored status. Near Fini Palace, the emperor and empress parted ways. Upon returning to Fini Palace, Lin Shui remarked, "The second prince's health is indeed deteriorating. I recall several years ago when the physician stated that he would grow stronger, yet over the years he has shown no improvement, and now he appears even more fragile. With summer approaching, one would think he would be able to withstand the heat. Yet he is still susceptible to chills. Although it rained last night, it was not particularly cool." Wumian nodded. "Indeed, his stomach is far too delicate to endure either cold or heat. It is truly a challenge to care for him. Were anyone else tasked with nurturing such a child under current medical conditions, it would prove exceedingly difficult. The second prince's survival is likely due to his royal birth, surrounded by dozens of attendants ensuring his access to medications and quality care. The emperor strives to provide for him. Had he been born to a poor family, he might have perished long ago. Ensure you monitor Su Liangyi closely. I shall not concern myself with Li Liangyi's pregnancy. But Su Liangyi must not encounter any problems," Wumian instructed. "Yes, I shall keep a vigilant watch," Lin Shui assured her. "Your Highness," a voice called from the entrance, "there is news from the estate. It appears that a lady wishes to visit you." Sleepless, furrowing his brow, "Is there trouble at home again? It must still be about the fourth master. That woman may be with child." Lin Shui sighed. "You should convey the message, asking mother to come tomorrow. Bringing the fourth brother and that woman along." "Very well." Fei Su went out to relay the message. Lin Shui hesitated. "If you meet her, she will truly become a part of our family. What can be done now that she is pregnant? Hopefully, the fourth brother will not regret it." Sleepless scoffed. Lin Shui sighed, at a loss for words. While the situation was indeed unpleasant, if he were to refuse marriage, who could say how things would unfold in the future? The following morning, Madame Chen entered the palace with the fourth son and the woman surnamed Su.In Fingy Palace. Sleepless intentionally adorned herself extravagantly. After the three offered their greetings, Sleepless instructed someone to assist Madame Chen in rising, neglecting to help Zhao Donger and Su Shi, who remained kneeling. The children of the Zhao family's main branch were all notably handsome. And her fourth brother was no exception. Instead of first examining him, Sleepless turned her gaze to Su Shi. "How old are you?" inquired the lady, to which Su Shi replied, "I am 17, Your Highness." Her eyes sparkled like flowing water, and she possessed the delicate charm that men are inclined to protect. "Zhao Donger, have you made a decision to marry this woman?" Sleepless inquired of her brother. "Sister, Iu is already pregnant. I shall live my life with her, no matter how good others may be. I will not take them. The fifth brother has already been betrothed to the Sun family." As Zhao Donger gradually spoke, he grew resolute. Sleepless let out a cold laugh. "What if you did not have a fifth brother? What if the fifth brother is unwilling? What if the Sun family does not consent?" Seeing Zhao Donger about to retort, Sleepless placed her teacup on the table with a clatter, silencing him. "Have you considered the Zhao family's predicament? Do you think that just because I am the Empress, the Zhao family need not worry about anything? Lord Sun of the Sun family holds an official position in the Ministry of Personnel, though his family has seen better days and his descendants are unimpressive. They are notoriously aloof and make few connections, but have you considered what it would mean for the Zhao family if you offend him? Have you thought about the next generation of the Zhao family?" "But I do not like that Sun girl, I only like Iu." Although Zhao Donger felt a bit anxious, he insisted. "Oh, you like her?" Sleepless scoffed. "Miss Su, if your presence will bring trouble to the Zhao family, you would still be unwavering, would you not?" Su Shi timidly replied. "I do not know." Her eyes were red, clearly on the verge of tears. "Sister, you have something to say to me." Iu is timid. "Do not frighten her." Zhao Donger stepped forward to shield Su Shi. Sleepless mocked. "How wonderful, you disregard your family for a woman of questionable character, treating her as a treasure. Iu is not. She is a good woman. How could she be of questionable character?" Zhao Donger protested. "Not. If she is indeed not, then why engage in an illicit relationship, resulting in this unforeseen pregnancy?" Sleepless stood and struck Zhao Donger across the face. Madame Chen, frightened, stood up but ultimately remained silent, sitting back down. I am not, Your Majesty. I am not," Su Shi cried, shaking her head, a picture of extreme injustice yet unable to voice it. This pained Zhao Donger greatly, and he turned to embrace Su Shi. "Sister, if you must hit or scold someone, let it be me. I shall bear it all." Sleepless, however, merely chuckled lightly. "There is no need." She returned to her seat. "Since you two share such a profound bond, I shall facilitate your union. Let the wedding take place at once." Madame Chen stood again. "Your Majesty, she was unwilling to have this Su Shi enter their home." "Mother, please remain calm." Sleepless raised her hand to silence Madame Chen. "You two are already expecting a child. The marriage cannot be delayed." Upon hearing this, Zhao Donger's spirits lifted. "After all, my sister cares for me." Su Shi appeared relieved as well. "However, since you do not care for your family and are willing to defy the entire clan for this woman, disregarding the family's welfare, it seems you will not require the family's protection in the future." "Correct, Miss Su. Your union with my brother is based on love, is it not?" Su Shi naturally nodded. "Yes, I fell for the fourth master, and I know this is not ideal, but it truly is in that case. You would not mind his humble circumstances, would you?" Sleepless fixed her gaze on Su Shi. Su Shi flinched slightly but resolutely shook her head. "No, I would never mind. How delightful. All lovers should be together. You two may leave the palace. Arrangements will be made for your marriage shortly. However, you both need not reside in the manor any longer. You may move out." Sleepless declared her sister. Zhao Donger was taken aback. "Come, escort the fourth master and Miss Su out of the palace." "Mother need not fret. I still have words to share." Madame Chen was dumbfounded, clearly accepting whatever the young lady decreed. Once the two were escorted out, Madame Chen finally asked, "What is the meaning of this, foolish child? Even if you reluctantly accept this Su Shi, do you believe it will satisfy his desires? Cast him out and let him learn to live well in a few years. Without the Zhao family, how can he, a good-for-nothing noble, adapt? When life becomes chaotic, he will surely understand the stakes. If he truly endures hardship without regret, I might even regard him with newfound respect. If it is not her malice impeding true love, then what love could justify disregarding morals and family?" Chapter 33, Unruly offspring. Having already made arrangements with the Sun family, they were just shy of formal engagement. This is not modern times where marriage and divorce are trivial. In this era, one misstep could ruin a girl's life. The Zhao family, too, must consider the consequences of offending someone with real power, as they could face dire repercussions. Did Zhao Donger not think of any of this? Such selfishness, without regard for how this matter would affect his sister, or considering that his sister's favor is not guaranteed and she has no children to protect the entire Zhao family? Not only selfish but also short-sighted. In due time, I shall ask His Majesty to arrange for a tutor for the Zhao family's children, starting their education anew. Lack of education is one thing, but ignorance could be fatal." Madame Chen was bewildered. This matter shall be handled as I suggest. You may return and inform the family of my intentions. He is not to take any money with him. Only what is in his own courtyard, and he may take whatever he wishes, but no one is to provide him with funds. The wedding must not take place in the manner, otherwise how will the Sun family perceive it? How will the censors and officials view it? Send him out, and let this matter cool down. Does mother think His Majesty has not received the censors' denunciation of our family? He simply chose to suppress it. Do not think that showing him pity is truly for his benefit, this is indeed for his own good. In a few years, when he comes to his senses, it will be better, let the rest go. The Zhao family elders are still somewhat obedient. Will His Majesty bear a grudge against you? Madame Qian asked anxiously. His Majesty is a wise ruler and would not go so far, but if this matter is not handled properly, it will hinder the future of your eldest brother. Sleepless felt warmth in her heart. Although Madame Qian was prone to tears and lacked capability, she genuinely cared for her daughter. Madame Qian sighed. She had more than one son and could not ignore others for the sake of one wayward child. The Zhao family had more than one grandson and would not risk the entire family for him. After Madame Chen was left to dine, she felt a bit awkward after eating. Your Majesty, do not be angry, he is truly a foolish child. I am not only angry for him, Sleepless sighed. The entire Zhao family resembled nouveau riche. Though the Zhao family held a title, they had never produced any pillars of strength, they were merely beneficiaries of ancestral favor. It could be said that each generation was worse than the last. Once they were somewhat honest, maintaining a decent reputation in the capital, but now they had fallen into decline and were not wealthy. However, with Sleepless becoming the Empress, this family seemed to be floating away. This simply would not do. The former Sleepless did not see this as a problem and even considered it a boon she had brought to the family, but allowing the Zhao family, a group of inept and self-important individuals, to drift away, would inevitably lead to disaster. The blood and tears of the Shin family were all too vivid. After sending Madame Qian away, Sleepless went to seek an audience with the Emperor. Previously, when Sleepless visited Taiji Palace, she would often fail to see the Emperor, for he was either busy or occupied with affairs. This time, however, she was promptly invited in. Why has the Empress suddenly come? Did not your family come to the palace? Have they left? At noon, he had still granted her warm soup. They have already left. I have a matter I wish to ask for your Majesty's assistance with. Please let us sit and speak. Ying Xiong Lu gestured towards a chair. Sleepless sat down and said, I would like to ask your Majesty to help find a good tutor for the Zhao family's children. Oh, what kind of tutor does the Empress desire? Ying Xiong Lu asked with curiosity. Learning literature and scholarship is secondary, the main goal is to help them understand the principles of the world. Sleepless replied. Ying Xiong Lu was taken aback. This request from the Empress, is it too difficult? Sleepless inquired. If the Empress has a request, it will not be difficult for me to fulfill. Ying Xiong Lu stood up. I have heard that you instructed your fourth brother to bring that commoner girl here. What is her appearance like? He was purely curious. There was nothing particularly intriguing about this matter. Primarily his curiosity lay in Sleepless's approach to resolution. Sleepless replied, a little white rabbit, who simply cried without saying much, as if I were to bully her. Ying Xiong Lu nodded. That woman is with child. So I have agreed to their marriage. However, they must move out to wed. They shall live well together henceforth. Since their bond is stronger than gold, they should be able to withstand trials. I suspect that the girl is not enamored with Zhao Dongshi's status. Sleepless spoke lightly. Ying Xiong Lu found it amusing, sensing that her words were laced with irony. What a strong bond. Was it not merely a case of one being enchanted by beauty while the other, having lost her family, sought a refuge? The Empress's method of handling matters was indeed unique. Ying Xiong Lu marveled. Does your Majesty sincerely compliment me, or are you jesting? Sleepless smiled wryly at the Emperor. The children at home are not promising. As the Empress, I cannot set a poor example, lest I be unable to guide the other consorts in managing their families in the future. You are quite right, I indeed praise you. Rest assured regarding the matter of tutors. Your brothers are still young and naive, do not be too upset with them, guide them slowly. Yes, I shall take my leave now and not disturb your Majesty any longer. Awakened from her slumber, Wumian found herself contemplating the Queen's rather dismissive demeanor. Was it truly the case that once her needs were met, she would depart? Ying Qianlu grasped Wumian's hand, stating, Your Majesty still has countless documents to attend to. Please focus on your duties. If you finish early, I shall await you in the Fingy Palace. If you find it too late, perhaps it would be wise to retire for the night. Wumian was reluctant to linger here, for if she stayed, an exceedingly early rise awaited her in the morning. The discomfort of sleeping outside her own quarters was undeniable. Was her expansive Fingy Palace, spanning a staggering 170,000 square meters, not a more suitable abode? To reside here with the Emperor, only to hastily return at dawn, as the Queen, must she compromise her comfort? So, though the Emperor possessed a delightful physicality, the Queen resolutely declared that she could not demean herself for mere flesh. Very well, since you were so considerate, I shall acquiesce to your wishes, the Emperor conceded. Only then did Ying Qianlu release her hand. Wumian smiled at him, saying, Then your Majesty should diligently seek the welfare of the people. I shall take my leave. With a graceful bow Wumian turned to depart, and only when her figure faded from view did Ying Qianlu retract his gaze, remarking to himself, the Queen has indeed become quite intriguing. Zhong, chuckling, added, indeed, just a few years ago Her Majesty was still quite young. Ha, indeed, she is but 19 this year. Not long ago, she reproached me for not being accommodating. Yin Qianlu mused, shaking his head as he picked up the official documents. Zhong fell silent, reflecting on how the Emperor's attitude toward the Queen had markedly shifted. While affection was perhaps not the right term, it was evident that things were different now. At the very least, when the Queen sought an audience today, the Emperor had not hesitated to grant her entry. The dynamics of the harem often shifted, and one could never predict when the central palace would become lively again. Everyone knew of the Queen's visits to the Emperor, but inquiries yielded little information. Yifengyi Palace had seen several occupants dismissed since Wumian's arrival, and it remained tightly secured. As for news from the Emperor's quarters, such information could only circulate if the Emperor permitted it. Clearly, the Queen's actions were not something the concubines dared to probe too deeply into. It was a minor matter, but should it escalate, complications would surely arise. As night fell, the Emperor indeed made his entrance. Wumian was not taken aback. She tossed aside her book and rose to greet him. The sky had just begun to darken, indicating that the Emperor had dined. Chapter 34. The bold little Empress Wumian had also dined and had no intention of waiting for him. Did you not say you would wait for me? She inquired, tilting her head playfully. Waiting, indeed, but it appears you have not yet retired. Your hair is all undone, Yin Qianlu remarked, reaching out to tousle her long locks. She had adorned herself with additional jewelry that morning, and the weight had caused her scalp discomfort, prompting her to let it down. As husband and wife, must we always maintain such formality? I believe I possess a modicum of beauty. I do not appear unseemly. Do I? Of course, if your Majesty finds my demeanor lacking, perhaps I could indulge in a bit of charm. Wumian smiled at Yin Qianlu, playfully tugging at his right hand. Pray do not hold it against me. Then let us forgive the wife, Yin Qianlu replied, playfully complying as he took her hand and led her inside. Bring forth the soup for his Majesty to enjoy. What sort of soup have you prepared? Yin Qianlu inquired as he settled himself. Something you likely have not tasted before. It is a concoction from my modest kitchen. Please do sample it, Wumian replied, withholding the specifics. Yin Qianlu, not inclined to press further, awaited the soup's arrival. Soon, a bowl was presented, its milky hue revealing shreds of white radish. Yin Qianlu, unfamiliar with such a dish, took a spoonful and inquired, is this fish soup? Wumian nodded. While it is said that winter is for radishes and summer for ginger, enjoying radishes in the summer is also delightful. This soup is light yet flavorful. I find it quite pleasing. Yin Qianlu savored the soup slowly, noting the tender fish pieces within, expertly deboned. The radish, which should have been salty, surprisingly offered a hint of sweetness, making it a unique experience. He consumed 3 bowls in quick succession, though they were small, and being a man of stature, he could easily manage more, once the dishes were cleared. Yin Qianlu remarked, this soup is excellent. Truly refreshing. I am pleased you enjoy it, Wumian said, offering him tea to cleanse his palate. It is growing increasingly warm. If you find it uncomfortable, we could prepare some ice. I am quite all right. I do not feel overheated. Are you feeling warm, Your Majesty? Perhaps you might consider removing your outer robe. There is little need for formality now, Wumian suggested. Yin Qianlu, however, declined. He was a man of dignity, preferring to endure heat rather than shed his outer garments at such a moment. This piqued Wumian's interest. Was the Emperor, surrounded by numerous women, truly so reserved? How amusing, with a playful tug on his robe. She glanced up at him. Yin Qianlu regarded her delicate hand upon him and sighed. It is getting late. Shall we not rest? Wumian laughed softly, finding his reticence amusing. She rose, and together they retired to the inner chamber to freshen up. Wumian embraced the Emperor from behind, exclaiming, Your Majesty, you are quite warm. Despite his robust constitution, the Emperor did indeed experience discomfort in the heat. Let us seek cooler climes at the end of the month. Perhaps we might reside in the summer palace for a time. For how long? She queried. If we depart at the end of May to truly enjoy the coolness, we must remain until at least August. My suggestion is that we forego the journey this year. Why is that? Yin Qianlu asked, puzzled. Wumian, concerned that he might travel without her, pointed out Li Liangyi and Su Liangyi are both with child. If your Majesty were to visit the summer palace, would they accompany you? If they do, the journey would be arduous. The summer palace lacks the strict regulations of the imperial palace, and errors might occur amidst the relaxed atmosphere should they not accompany you. The absence of the Emperor in the palace could lead to laxity in service. What if they were to neglect their duties? Wumian spoke earnestly. The Empress Dowager has a point. At your age, Your Majesty, the number of heirs is indeed insufficient, particularly concerning princes. The Queen truly, Yin Qianlu sighed, is quite virtuous. Of course, I merely offer my counsel. Wumian smiled. Your reasoning is sound. We shall not go this year, while escaping the heat is beneficial. It poses additional risks for pregnant concubines. The fact that the Queen expressed such concerns was indeed surprising. At the end of the month, we shall send the Empress Dowager to find respite. She too fears the heat. As for the Queen, let her endure alongside me in the palace. Wumian casually leaned against his back. Very well. Yin Qianlu did feel a bit warm, yet he hesitated to push the Queen away. In truth, he found himself enjoying the sensation. As the emperor, every woman in the harem was expected to exhibit tenderness towards him, often displaying playful affection, yet, it was rare for someone to relax so intimately against him. Even Li Fei, who was particularly fond of playful affection, had never draped herself across his back. After a considerable time, Wumian finally released him, only to be drawn into his embrace and pressed against the couch. Wumian instinctively wrapped her arms around his neck, remaining silent as she gazed into his eyes. Her enchanting, luminous gaze resembled a serene lake, captivating the man who held her. It was impossible for him not to feel desire. Thus began a passionate encounter, a night of fervent intimacy. In the morning, when Yin Qianglu awoke, he realized it was perhaps the first time he had slept in such a position. He felt an unusual fatigue. Not from exertion but rather from the awkwardness of their shared posture. One of Wumian's feet rested upon his abdomen, while one of her arms lay beneath his own, her head nestled against his chest. Her position had rendered him rather contorted, and he had unknowingly slept in this manner for an extended period. Yin Qianglu rubbed his forehead, taking a moment to gather himself before rising. The foot resting on his stomach was pale and delicate. Sensing his movement, it recoiled slightly. The morning air retained a hint of chill, and with a kind heart, he covered her foot, whether it was Yin Qianglu's rising or his act of covering her foot. Neither stirred the slumbering queen, who remained blissfully unaware, standing before the bed of Zhao Hua and Fei Shu exhaled slowly, their tension palpable as they feared the emperor's reaction. The queen, now utterly at ease, remained undisturbed by the emperor's early rise. Yet Fei Shu noted that the emperor did not seem displeased, which offered her some relief. Assuming the queen could enjoy a few more moments of rest, the two ladies quietly withdrew to the outer chamber. Once outside, Fei Shu inquired, "Is the queen's attire ready? It appears there is light rain outside." "Very well, upon awakening she shall dress it. I shall fetch it," Zhao Hua replied. No one had requested leave that day, although a few were unable to attend. Xian Fei, Fu Meiren, Su Liangyi, and Li Liangyi. Chapter 35. The affliction. During the morning court, no pressing matters arose, leading to a swift disbandment of the assembly. Around noon, news came that Li Liangyi had summoned the imperial physician. Living nearby, Wumian promptly instructed Ling Shui to investigate the situation. In the Bu pavilion, Li Liangyi was in a state of despair. She had awakened that morning feeling unwell, and by this hour, her body was covered in unsightly bumps, particularly in certain sensitive areas, causing her unbearable itching. As a lady of respectable background, she found it mortifying to even discuss her condition, particularly as she was with child. When Ling Shui arrived, Li Liangyi was reluctant to see her. However, Ling Shui insisted, for as the queen's personal maid, she could not afford to offend her. After a brief examination, Ling Shui furrowed her brow and exited to consult with the physician, who stammered and struggled to articulate a diagnosis. The situation was evidently serious, yet the physician could not discern the cause. "What do you suggest we do?" he asked, at a loss. On the brink of the water, hesitation ensued. The servant girl feared it might be an extraordinary ailment. Yet it did not appear to be smallpox. As for the plague, that was certainly out of the question. Wumian pondered. "Summon Dukong to invite the noble consort to take a look. After all, she oversees the palace affairs, and this matter cannot bypass her. If the imperial physician proves inadequate, we shall engage another." The noble consort arrived shortly thereafter, and it was only upon her arrival that Wumian proceeded to the Bu pavilion to pay her respects. The noble consort frowned, perplexed. "What manner of illness is this? Where is the imperial physician? If he is unfit, let us summon the head of the Imperial Medical Institute." Wumian replied, "The physician has already been replaced, and he is still examining her." The female physician also arrived, revealing that there were also blemishes on Lady Li Liang's body. The noble consort sighed. Just as they were conversing, word came from outside that concubine Rong and concubine Min had also arrived. A quarter of an hour later, concubine Li arrived as well. Wumian then suggested, "Send word to everyone else not to come. The gathering is already sufficient, and more would only complicate matters." At that moment, the imperial physician stepped forward to report, "To Her Majesty the Empress and the noble consort, upon examination, Lady Li Liang's pulse indicates a disturbance of heat toxins and excessive liver fire, compounded by her pregnancy, leading to a disruption in the flow of qi and blood, hence the eruption of acne surface symptoms." Wumian inquired, "Indeed, but the internal condition remains uncertain. As a male, I am not permitted to look further." "We must await the female physician's assessment," replied Li Tai. The two female physicians exchanged looks of disbelief and knelt, saying, "Your Majesties, we truly dare not speak of such sordid matters, fearing it would taint your ears." The assembly exchanged glances, the noble consort growing anxious. "But the fetus." "No, the fetus is currently unharmed," the female physician clarified. "All unrelated individuals, please exit." Wumian commanded. Many left the hall, leaving only Wumian, the consorts with their attending maids. Li Liang's entourage, 2 imperial physicians, and 2 female physicians. "Speak plainly, we wish to hear the truth," Wumian urged. One elder female physician hesitantly remarked, "Might your Majesty have heard of filth sores?" Wumian furrowed her brow and shook her head. Admitting she had never encountered such a term, the noble consort was equally in the dark. The imperial physicians instantly understood, exchanging shocked glances. Li Liang's lower body is covered in. Stammered the younger female physician. Though we have studied medicine since our teenage years in the Imperial Medical Institute, we have never witnessed such a condition firsthand. We have merely been instructed by our masters and seen similar medical texts. Li Liang's symptoms are indeed consistent, yet we cannot confirm anything without further verification from the imperial physicians. Wumian frowned. What exactly is this ailment? Please express it in simpler terms. Both the noble consort and I are not familiar with such matters. The two female physicians exchanged glances, struggling to voice their thoughts. Wumian sighed and turned to Li Tai. Please speak plainly. We must know. Li Tai bent low, resembling a shrimp, in response to Her Majesty the Empress's inquiries. This is an undesirable ailment, frequently seen in brothels. Wumian gasped in shock. This is inconceivable, my heavens. Her composure shattered. She exclaimed, if this is true. I can't. The noble consort's expression shifted dramatically. Such nonsense, it cannot be true. The expressions of several concubines changed. As this matter was deeply intertwined with their own fates, their anxiety was palpable, causing all to kneel in fear. Rationally speaking, such a scenario seemed implausible. Li Liang had only recently entered the palace. And although there were no explicit regulations stating that the candidates must be virgins, there were records of their status. She had entered the palace unblemished. How could a maiden possibly contract such a disease? As for His Majesty, the physicians conducted regular pulse assessments, and there could be no issues there. In this harem, which woman did not maintain her virtue, His Majesty was not known for his indulgences. As the emperor arrived, he overheard his young empress fervently defending him, though the content was quite alarming. His Majesty has arrived, Lu Zhong announced. The assembly hastily offered their respects. Upon entering Yingcheng Tower, the emperor observed the sea of kneeling figures. Was it not said that Li Liang was unwell? What has transpired? Initially he feared for the child's well-being, but recalling the empress's words, he sensed something was amiss. Wumian, unwilling to articulate the matter herself, stated, might the imperial physicians reiterate the situation for His Majesty? Li Tai, inwardly lamenting the calamity, knelt once more to repeat his account. The emperor's countenance darkened. You shall personally attend to Li Liang and conduct a thorough examination. Li Tai was taken aback. Your Majesty. As a man, how could I presume to examine the bodies of the women in the harem? You are a physician. The female physicians possess limited skills, and should they err in their judgment? Would it not be a grave injustice? This matter is of utmost importance. If there is truly something amiss, as the sovereign of this nation, it would be a dire concern for me, the emperor declared. Li Tai dared not refuse further, steeling himself to enter with the female physicians. The noble consort gripped the armrests of her chair tightly, contemplating the ruin of Li Liang, even if it were confirmed that it was not a filthy disease. Would she ever regain favor? Would her pregnancy even come to fruition? After giving birth, would she still hold any value? Li Liang, overhearing the conversation outside, felt her heart sink as she beheld Li Tai's entrance. Her spirit extinguished, yet she could neither refuse nor resist. How could a concubine subjected to a physician's scrutiny ever regain favor? A tear fell. The only silver lining was that Li Tai assured them it was not a filthy disease. As she tenderly caressed her still flat belly, she thought, I still have a child. If I can bear a son, I may yet have a chance. Li Tai clarified, with certainty, that it was not filth sores. Presently, he could not ascertain the cause, but it seemed likely that she had come into contact with something inappropriate. Provided she refrained from further contact, she would recover. However, given Li Liang's pregnancy, medicinal intervention was precarious. Only topical treatments that would not harm the fetus could be employed. Upon hearing that it was not filth sores, the assembly exhaled in relief. Liu Zhong, find her a quiet place to recuperate. The emperor instructed. This declaration effectively meant that Li Liang had indeed lost favor, yet, what else could be done at this point? Chapter 36, Rigorous Investigation. This matter is quite peculiar, noble consort. It warrants thorough investigation. Wumian remarked, frowning, regardless of who is responsible, such a vile act cannot be tolerated. If this sets a precedent, who knows what future methods might emerge? These incidents are utterly revolting. Li Liang was perfectly well. What you say is indeed true. This situation cannot be underestimated. If someone is scheming, such individuals must not be allowed to remain in our midst. The noble consort concurred. Very well, you need not concern yourselves further. I shall personally oversee the investigation. This affair is too repugnant, even his wives and concubines would feel sullied by it. Wumian cast a meaningful glance at the emperor, offering him a knowing smile. Wumian remained silent, but concubinely interjected, Your Majesty surely feels compassion for sister consort. This was not the moment for frivolity, yet she felt compelled to voice her thought. The emperor did not rebut her. Instead, pondering whether the empress shared a similar sentiment, what a misunderstanding this had become. He wished for none of the harem women to intervene. As the matter was too distasteful, however, he would not elaborate. Today's events would remain buried in silence. Anyone who dared speak a word outside of this gathering would face the consequences. Let it be so, the emperor declared, causing the maids to tremble and kneel. All of you may return. Lu Zhong, you remain to attend to business. The emperor cast a glance at Lu Zhong, who bowed his head in acknowledgement. Upon exiting the Biyue pavilion, the emperor instructed, everyone, please depart. I have other matters to attend to. The assembly took their leave. Wumian accompanied the emperor partway before bidding farewell. Upon returning to Fini Palace, she still felt a twinge of fear, reluctant to voice her concerns. After a few inquiries, she stated, do not pry into today's events. Li Liang has encountered some troubles, and it is not a matter of good fortune. His Majesty has issued a strict edict that forbids any discussion. Yes, Your Majesty, as long as you are safe, we shall not inquire further, Zhao Hua replied, obediently adhering to the Empress's wishes. When concubine Rong visited the noble consort, her pallor was evident. I was truly terrified. If this were to be filth sores, it would be dreadful indeed. Could this have been orchestrated by concubine Li? The noble consort shook her head, responding without hesitation. Concubine Li enjoys favor, even if she wished to deal with Li Liang. She would not resort to such disgusting methods. Indeed, it is uncertain who has perpetrated this. If His Majesty uncovers the culprit, they shall certainly face dire consequences. Concubine Rong sighed. They said no more. Li Liang had lost favor. But would the child she carried survive? This was the noble consort's greatest concern. Concubine Rong added, even if the child survives, her opportunity for intimacy with His Majesty may be forever lost. He will surely harbor disdain for her. Not to mention that she has been examined by physicians. With her body resembling that of filth sores, even if she recovers, His Majesty could hardly take an interest in her again. What chance would the child have to win His Majesty's favor? The noble consort pressed her lips together, inhaling deeply. Indeed, what shall be done? In Fingyi Palace, Wumian harbored similar thoughts, though with additional considerations. Meanwhile, within Biyue Pavilion, Li Liang's spirit lay in shambles. Those attending to her trembled in fear. And Lu Zhong sighed, commanding that everyone, regardless of rank, be taken away. They all understood that they could not remain in this place. While they would not face execution, those who served her closely could not stay. Such matters, regardless of their truth, would become scandals. Who would care for the veracity? Li Lian was acutely aware of this. With her own safety in jeopardy, she had no power to plead for her attendance. Having entered the palace just over 2 months ago, her brief period of triumph had swiftly led to this dismal fate, leaving one to ponder the cruelty of fate. As the master of Biyue Pavilion relocated hastily, her entourage was replaced, causing the other palace maids and servants to fall silent. Speculation ran rampant. The following day, as others came to pay their respects, many were curious about Li Liang's predicament but dared not inquire directly. Instead, they sought information through subtler means. Sleepless had long prepared her words. Li Liang experienced a miscarriage yesterday, a consequence of her own negligence. The emperor, in his anger, has temporarily confined her. In due time, she will recover. Naturally, the crowd was skeptical. After all, Li Liang had already relocated to the secluded Xian pavilion. Did the emperor truly react so severely? However, the empress, along with the favored consorts, all echoed this narrative, leaving the onlookers unable to uncover any alternative truths. Today's morning audience yielded little of note, and Sleepless retained Zhang Xiaorong without disclosing her reasons. She chose silence, allowing the favored consorts to speculate. Your Highness, do you have any instructions for me? Please, do not hesitate to speak. I shall fulfill your requests diligently, Zhang Xiaorong offered. Sleepless smiled at her. You are aware of Li Liang's situation. And she is indeed pitiable. Indeed, how could she have suddenly lost her child? Zhang Xiaorong, uncertain of the Empress's intent, followed along with her move to Xian Pavilion. Although the Emperor has not forbidden visitors, it remains uncertain when she might emerge. Especially considering her condition, Sleepless sighed. I thought since you often have little to occupy your time, it might be wise for you to visit her occasionally. Zhang Xiaorong appeared puzzled initially, but soon comprehension dawned. Your Highness means you are Zhang Xiaorong, a third-rank consort. If you visit frequently, it would provide her with comfort and protection from potential malice. Sleepless implied, the women in this inner palace lead difficult lives. One never knows when they might fall from favor. And once that happens, it is a lifetime of disgrace. Yet, the child is always innocent, is it not? It is best if someone tends to her properly. Your Highness, I understand. I shall devote myself to this task. Zhang Xiaorong replied, astounded. Do not rush, take your time. When things settle, you may visit more frequently. Sleepless advised, yes, I understand, thank you for your kindness, Your Highness. Zhang Xiaorong responded, overwhelmed with emotion. Upon realizing her understanding, Sleepless shifted the topic to lighter matters. As Zhang Xiaorong exited Fingyi Palace, she remained somewhat dazed, striving to appear nonchalant. Her maid, Hong Do, suggested to Xiaorong, let us return now. It would be wise not to reveal anything that might draw attention. Zhang Xiaorong nodded. Inhaling deeply, let us proceed. At that moment, her mind was in turmoil as she contemplated her next steps. The Empress had indeed signaled her intent. It was imperative to refrain from impulsive actions and to adopt a long-term perspective. After all, the Empress possessed a vision that extended far beyond the immediate. On the surface, Sleepless conveyed to others that Zhang Xiaorong remained for a brief discussion on calligraphy, given her remarkable skill in the art. Previously, the Empress had even crafted ink blocks herself, indicating her interest in this pursuit. She had gifted Jiang Zhaorong a handmade ink block and an exquisite inkstone. Regardless of the public's beliefs, this was the narrative presented externally. Chapter 37, New Arrivals. The Emperor took action, clarifying matters. By that afternoon, the situation was not particularly intricate. After all, Li Liangyi's predicament clearly indicated issues among her close associates. Otherwise, how could she have so easily accessed forbidden substances? Your Highness, the Emperor has relocated Lu Baolin to a less favorable residence for the time being, and no decree has been issued yet. However, all those accompanying Lu Baolin have been apprehended, Du Kong reported. Sleepless raised an eyebrow. It seems she is involved. Lin Shui nodded. It is quite possible. Du Kong, unaware of their conversation's context, refrained from inquiring further. Half an hour later, a decree arrived declaring Lu Baolin's misconduct, demoting her to a position of lesser service, barred from attending the Emperor. That evening, the Emperor visited Fini Palace. Presumably concerning this matter, the Lu family had presented various prescriptions, claiming they merely induced skin eruptions. Lu Baolin alleged that she had been wronged by Li Liangyi during her tenure as a court lady, hence her desire for revenge. Lu Baolin has a good memory, if she recalls that. Surely she remembers other grievances, Sleepless remarked. After all, entry into the palace necessitated thorough searches, making it improbable for her to carry written prescriptions. The only means of retention would be in her memory. It seems she cleverly infused the potion into her undergarments, delivering it to Li Liangyi, who, caught off guard, wore them several times. Lu Baolin's aunt had previously served as a physician. So that is the case. Did she know that such a potion would produce symptoms akin to sores? Sleepless inquired. Naturally, she vehemently denied any knowledge. In Qianlu scoffed. Sleepless shook her head. What a malicious act. How deep must her enmity run? This woman cannot be allowed to remain. In Qianlu concurred. Despite the apparent prowess of the imperial physicians, society at large harbors a disdain for female physicians. The root of this animosity lies in the oppressive attitudes of men towards women. They fear the repercussions should women retaliate. Moreover, in families of high status, where multiple wives and concubines are the norm, the entry of a female physician is met with trepidation regarding the safety of heirs. Thus, it is common for prominent families to reject female physicians, wary of the chaos they might unleash with their medical knowledge. Consequently, while female physicians may be practical in the general populace, they are regarded as lowly within noble households. Soon after Lu Baolin was executed, her body returned to her family. The Lu family's official standing swiftly diminished, though that was a tale for another time. Upon Lu Baolin's death, the Empress Dowager inquired, with In Qianlu personally relaying the details. The Empress Dowager was incensed, and before long, she executed two newcomers. She opted to select two of the waiting court ladies, destined to marry into the royal family, as replacements, both granted titles as imperial ladies. One is Chu Imperial Lady, the other is Yu Imperial Lady. The two newcomers were assigned quarters in the side palace of Ziyun Hall. Your Highness, the newcomers have come to pay their respects, Lin Shui announced. Sleepless nodded and stepped out to find the two newcomers adorned in fresh attire. Awaiting her arrival, upon her approach, they hastily performed their bows. There is no need to rush, dear Imperial ladies. The morning audience tomorrow will suffice, she reassured them. I dare not be negligent. It is customary to pay my respects to your Highness upon entering the palace. Chu Imperial Lady stated. Indeed, that is the proper way. Yu Imperial Lady added. These two young women hailed from respectable families, initially intended to become legitimate wives for royal relatives. Now, they found themselves striving as Imperial ladies. A challenging endeavor. I appreciate your dedication. Do you have any concerns about your accommodations? Should there be any issues, please consult the favored consort. I shall not intervene in such matters unless absolutely necessary. Sleepless smiled at them. The two, though bewildered, promptly agreed. That night, news reached Sleepless that the Emperor had visited the favored consort. It seems he has not done so in quite some time. Sleepless mused. Indeed, since the newcomer's arrival. This marks the second visit, Zhao Hua reported. It was said she was quite favored, Sleepless remarked. Indeed, the affections of the imperial harem are notoriously fickle. Relying solely on a man's favor is utterly absurd. How could he possibly remain loyal amidst such beauty? After all, new faces continually emerged. In fact, in the past 2 months, Li Fei had seen little of the emperor. Compared to them, Xian Fei had not been graced by his presence even once in half a year. Zhao Hua noted, the emperor's visit was merely to dine with her and check on the child. Sleepless nodded, acknowledging the reality that in the imperial harem encounters with the emperor were infrequent. Speaking of Li Fei, it was reported the following morning that she had been punished by the Empress Dowager with a month of confinement. What transpired? Sleepless inquired, perplexed. It appears she spoke out of turn while in the imperial garden, encountering the Empress Dowager and facing punishment as a result. Lin Shui explained, equally astonished. It is of little consequence. The Empress Dowager has long wished for the emperor to favor the newcomers. A month of confinement is not a grave matter. It is merely a restriction, and there has been no decree prohibiting the emperor from visiting her. Sleepless clarified. Lin Shui was taken aback, pondering the implications. Is it truly permissible? Regardless of the answer, Li Fei had indeed been confined. Since ascending to her esteemed position, the Empress Dowager had never favored her. Previously, when the Emperor left her to converse with the Empress Dowager had expressed her desire for the Emperor to favor the newcomers. Harboring disdain for Li Fei's inability to conceive, now the Empress Dowager had directly intervened on the Emperor's behalf. Sleepless found the situation somewhat amusing, reflecting on how the Empress Dowager's confidence allowed her to so casually confine her son's beloved consort. It was unlikely that Ing Qianglu would advocate for Li Fei to the Empress Dowager. She would probably only visit to check on her in a few days, ensure that Su Liangyi is well taken care of. No matter what, her child must be delivered safely. Sleepless instructed to rest assured, I will ensure that Jin Bo checks on her regularly. Following the incident with Li Liangyi, no one dares to act recklessly, Lin Shui affirmed. Let us stroll through the imperial garden. Surely we shall not encounter the Empress Dowager again. Indeed, at this hour, it is highly unlikely. Even if we do cross paths with the Empress Dowager, she shall not hold anything against you. Lin Shui replied with a smile. As they approached the dreaming pavilion, Sleepless inquired, is Fu Marin feeling better? She should be able to walk now, I presume. She is not fond of going out. I fear she may not wish to pay her respects just yet. Nor is she in a hurry to share the Emperor's bed. Lin Shui's response was somewhat complicated. Each person has their own aspirations. Indeed, Fu Marin has always been reticent and unobtrusive. Were she not the Empress Dowager's niece, she might have been forgotten altogether. Yen Ming remarked, each has their own path to follow. Sleepless glanced in the direction of Genoa Pavilion, which remained tranquil and undisturbed, its prime location overlooked by its owner. Days passed, and the Emperor did not visit the inner palace. By the end of the month, he accompanied the Empress Dowager to her summer retreat. Only Fu Marin accompanied the Empress Dowager, although she could now walk. She appeared frail and weary. The Empress Dowager invited her to join her in the carriage, sighing, you shall accompany me for 2 months. Consider it a respite after all this time nursing your injuries. Why do you seem to grow more haggard? Apologies for the late addition of another chapter. I hope you find it acceptable. Chapter 38, New Rain and Clear Winds. It is my misfortune. Fu Marin replied gently, child, why burden yourself so? You are still so young. The Empress Dowager lamented, it is not my fault. There is no self-inflicted suffering. It is merely my melancholic disposition that does not endear me to your majesty. Please do not overthink it. Once I have recuperated, all will be well. Fei Marin remarked. The Empress Dowager could only continue to sigh, for what more could she say? Shortly after bidding the Empress Dowager farewell, the Emperor arrived at Fingyi Palace. The Empress Dowager had departed early, and Wumian had just managed to catch a bit of sleep before waking. Your Majesty has arrived. Yes, the teacher you requested has already reported to your residence. Hanlin Lu, you have heard of him, I presume. Ingxiong Tower, observing her bleary eyes, understood the situation. Fortunately, the Empress had already completed her morning preparations. Little did he know that this was advised by the palace maids. Otherwise, the Empress would have spent the entire day with her hair unkempt. Naturally, although Hanlin Lu holds a modest official position, his scholarly achievements are remarkable. How could he possibly decline? This is hardly a promising endeavor. Wumian was astonished. Despite Lu's lack of high-ranking positions throughout his life, he is indeed an outstanding contemporary literati, skilled in poetry and prose. Wumian had read his works in her youth, though she lacked interest at the time. He is of advanced age and may wish to retire in a year or two. Thus, there is nothing amiss with him visiting your home now, Ingxiong Tower stated. Your Majesty has gone to great lengths. I am immensely grateful. Wumian expressed her thanks to the Emperor with a bow. How should I express my gratitude? Just with a single phrase, Ingxiong Tower inquired as he took a seat. Just one phrase, we are husband and wife. How else could I express my gratitude? Any further expression would seem insincere. Instead, I would request your Majesty to assist thoroughly. Wumian sat down as well. Does the Empress have any further requests? Ingxiong Tower found it somewhat amusing. The Empress was indeed quite unreserved in her demands and nothing excessive. I merely wish to return home for a visit. I have not been back in 3 years since entering the palace, Wumian replied. The Empress may indeed wish to visit her family. Let the Ministry of Rites prepare accordingly. Ingxiong Tower responded. No, I simply wish to return in casual attire for a brief visit. There is no need for elaborate preparations or fanfare. Just a few companions, and I will return for a day, Wumian insisted. If you wish to go, then go. When shall it be? Ingxiong Tower pondered for a moment and did not refuse. This request was not unreasonable. How about in a few days? Wumian inquired. Then let it be the day after tomorrow. You may keep it simple, but a few guards must accompany you. We shall abide by your Majesty's wishes. Wumian nodded in satisfaction. Ingxiong Tower observed her. The Empress truly loves to say this phrase. What is it? Wumian asked, puzzled. It is nothing. Ingxiong Tower sipped his tea, finding the Empress amusing. The Emperor has only just realized this. Although Wumian had indeed been somewhat naive in the past, the weather today is quite pleasant. Will your Majesty accompany me for a stroll? It is only mid-afternoon. Why sit here and converse? The Emperor then rose. Very well. Let us go. The lotus flowers have bloomed. The lotus flowers. Surely your Majesty is not reminiscing about my fondness for them. Wumian's concern was unwarranted, for the Emperor spoke merely in passing, devoid of any such intent. Not remembering is simply not remembering. Wumian instructed someone to fetch some half-bloomed lotus flowers from the lake to decorate the screen. Since the emperor was present, she decided to gather some additional flowers to offer him as well. They strolled until noon, and Wumian suggested dining here, to which the emperor agreed. Speaking of which, the emperor had yet to dine alone with anyone outside the palace. Last time, you dined in the imperial garden. Is this place satisfactory? Do you enjoy dining al fresco? Yingqiang Tower inquired curiously. Does your majesty not find this comfortable? The lake is adorned with blooming flowers, surrounded by lush greenery, and dining in the pavilion while enjoying the view surely uplifts one's spirits and appetite. Only one thing, the name of this pavilion is rather unappealing. It is called Fulong Pavilion, which sounds rather antiquated. Wumian shook her head. Yingqiang Tower surveyed the surroundings. In that case, why does the empress not rename this pavilion? Renaming, that is certainly possible. Wumian pondered for a moment, then suddenly smiled and addressed Yingqiang Tower. Lotus leaves entwined in rippling waves, a small boat glides through the depths of the lotus, when I wish to speak to my beloved. I lower my head and smile, my jade-like hairpin falls into the water. Ha ha! Yingqiang Tower was amused, laughing heartily. This startled Lu Zhong, for the emperor seldom laughed so freely. I did not detect that you possess such shyness. It appears the empress is quite bold indeed. Yingqiang Tower felt a subtle thrill of being teased, which was intriguingly novel and not unwelcome. Wumian raised an eyebrow at him, smiling. The handsome emperor truly looked delightful when he laughed. Then shall we rename the pavilion New Reign? Clear breeze. Yingqiang Tower contemplated this. I recall the empress mentioning that she had not read many books. In this day and age, there are many expectations placed upon women. Does poetry count as reading? In truth, I have perused numerous texts. I simply do not take pleasure in the admonitions meant for women. I have not finished the 4 books and 5 classics, and the 1,000-character classic has many passages I do not comprehend. Can I even claim to have read them? I cannot conceal such truths from my husband for a lifetime. Yingqiang Tower regarded Wumian with a knowing smile, non-committal, yet recited a poem. Green canopies half cover the new reign. A hint of red fragrance in the clear breeze. Natural talent is as pure as jade. Lianqi shares the same heart with the Tao. Previously, I did not know the empress well enough. It is never too late for your majesty to learn now. However, at this moment, shouldn't we prepare the meal? Are you not hungry, your majesty? Wumian settled herself in the pavilion, propping her chin on her hand as she gazed at the emperor. I shall not hold back with you. Lu Zhong, instruct someone to replace this plaque. From now on, let this place be called New Reign. Clear breeze, Yingqiang Tower said as he sat down. Wumian then beckoned Lin Shui to arrange the meal, once Lin Shui had departed. Yingqiang Tower inquired, are the palace maids by your side named Lin Shui and Zhao Hua? What are the others called? Lin Shui, Zhao Hua, Xinyu, Yan Ming, Fufeng, and Shuiyu. The palace attendants are Dukong, Jinbo, Baiduo, and Lu Ting. Wumian explained. Yingqiang Tower's expression turned peculiar. Your maids have charming names. Full of the essence of spring, yet your attendants. Does the empress enjoy drinking? Not particularly. Generally, I simply did not think of anything else when naming them. It happened quite randomly. Wumian smiled. I do not have a penchant for alcohol. But I would indulge in a good drink if offered. The empress is indeed unique. The names of your maids are delightful. It seems the empress has a fondness for spring days. Indeed, spring is a season of vitality. I certainly adore it. Does your majesty not share this sentiment? Wumian countered. Yingqiang Tower neither affirmed nor denied his preference. In truth, he was contemplating which season he favored. It seemed he had never pondered this question before. Having been born into affluence, he began his life as the crown prince at 10, surrounded by endless books, followed by marriage. After ascending to the throne, he dealt with rebellions and governance, endlessly processing memorials and affairs of state. Once everything was in order and he had mastered the role of an emperor, he found himself in the present moment. It was not that he was too busy, rather, he had simply never considered this matter from the start. Chapter 39, Are bees adorable? Your Majesty, blessed with riches from the 4 seas, should surely appreciate every season. Wumian, noticing Yingqiang Tower's contemplation, smiled. What is the reasoning behind that? Yingqiang Tower was particularly inquisitive today, posing questions about everything. If your majesty were to favor a particular season, it would inevitably lead to others catering to that preference. The emperor's inclinations could influence the realm. Is this not self-evident? What is favored above will be mirrored below. Which is undesirable. Wumian turned her gaze to the lake. At this moment, the lake shimmered under the sunlight, the lotus flowers swaying gently, creating a hazy vision. A gentle breeze wafted a faint floral fragrance. It should not be the scent of the lotus, but rather that of distant jasmine, wafting in waves, refreshing and delightful. A bee flew to the edge of the pavilion, landing very close to Wumian's crimson railing. Wumian remained indifferent, leaning against the railing and observing. Yingqiang Tower, witnessing this scene, felt inclined to shoo the bee away, but seeing that Wumian was neither afraid nor intending to retreat, he instead became curious about why this little empress was so unfazed. After a moment of eye contact with the bee, it eventually flew away. After all, there are many flowers here. Not all that glitters is genuine. It must seek out the true blossoms. Are you not afraid? Yingqiang Tower asked yet another question. Wumian chuckled. It is merely a charming little bee. The corner of Yingqiang Tower's mouth twitched. He vaguely recalled an incident with an unknown concubine who had once seen a bee in the imperial garden and frightenedly fled into his embrace. But are bees adorable? He still felt that the empress was jesting. However, teasing his own empress in such a manner was rather endearing. Soon, the meal was served. Palace maids and attendants arranged themselves in 2 rows. Presenting an array of dishes and delicacies, Yingqiang Tower suddenly found dining in this manner quite enjoyable, particularly with the fresh and appetizing dishes laid before them. I specifically instructed that all vegetarian dishes be stir-fried with soybean oil. Although not as fragrant as lard, they are quite delightful during summer. The loofah and lotus leaf soup is refreshing. Would your majesty care to try loofah and lotus leaf? Can lotus leaves be eaten? Yingqiang Tower expressed skepticism. The lotus leaf itself is inedible. However, adding a few slices serves to enhance the dish. Lotus leaves are known to reduce heat and relieve summer discomfort, and they impart a pleasant flavor while mitigating greasiness. Using them in moderation is quite beneficial. However, lotus leaves are cooling, so women should not consume them excessively. For someone like the emperor, who tends to run hot, it is of no concern, since the empress has suggested it. I must certainly give it a try. Yingqiang Tower was intrigued. This soup is not purely vegetarian. It contains finely shredded meat as well. The flavor is both fresh and light, with only a subtle hint of the lotus leaf. It is indeed delicious. The empress has a refined palate. This soup is excellent. Yingqiang Tower nodded. Wumian smiled at him, sipping her own bowl. It truly was delightful. This meal was indeed enjoyable. A gentle breeze wafted from all directions. The lake's wind was refreshingly cool. Occasionally, the faint sound of birds could be heard, though their species remained unseen, merely audible in the air. The cicadas were not overly abundant, a few chirping sporadically. Yet they contributed to a lively atmosphere. Various insects created a symphony with their wings. Ordinarily one might not pay them any mind, but after sitting here for a while, their sounds became quite noticeable. Yingqiang felt an overwhelming sense of novelty and comfort today, to the extent that many years later, he would still vividly recall this day. Perhaps he would not remember the precise words spoken. But the image of Wumian intently observing the bees and the chorus of cicadas on this sweltering afternoon remained etched in his memory. After partaking in lunch, they lingered for a while until Wumian, nearly overcome by fatigue, was on the verge of resting his head on the table before finally rising to return to Fini Palace. The emperor was also napping with the empress. However, by the time Wumian awoke, the emperor had already departed some time ago. Your majesty said he would come in the evening, so there is no need to wait for dinner, Ling Shui remarked. Wumian, still somewhat dazed from sleep, nodded absent-mindedly. After a while, he regained his senses. Oh right, tomorrow morning, send someone back to the Zhao family to inform them that I will return the day after tomorrow. Yes, I shall send Du Kong to ensure the family is well prepared. Zhao Hua replied. However, Wumian interjected after taking several hearty sips of tea. I instructed them not to make any preparations. Zhao Hua appeared bewildered. Your Highness means to instruct the family to keep it discreet. We shall travel lightly, and even if someone learns of our departure, it should not be a grand affair. If the family makes extravagant preparations, would that not be counterproductive? Ling Shui commented. Oh, I understand now, Zhao Hua hastily acknowledged, rushing off to relay the message. Do not hurry, just tell them there is no need for preparations. I merely require a meal. As long as the family is present, that suffices, Wumian reiterated. Zhao Hua dutifully conveyed the message to Du Kong. That evening, the emperor indeed returned, drawing the attention of the ladies in the inner palace. After all, the emperor had never before shown such interest in the empress, strolling through the imperial garden, where she even renamed a pavilion. Dining in the imperial garden was a first for his majesty. He even visited Fini Palace that night. With Li Fei currently under house arrest, was the emperor left with no other options? With so many new faces, why had his majesty suddenly developed an interest in the empress? This left everyone perplexed, and while the majority were displeased, some found solace in the situation. Zhang Xiaorong and Su Liangyi were among those inclined to rejoice, as the empress's position remained secure, offering them a glimmer of hope. Recently, Zhang Xiaorong had also begun to align herself with Li Liangyi, and indeed, under the watchful eye of this third-rank Xiaorong, Li Liangyi's circumstances had improved significantly. Previously, she had been rather neglected, receiving little special attention from the emperor, and the Guifei appeared to have abandoned her as well. The arrival of Zhang Xiaorong was akin to a timely aid in a snowstorm. Even knowing that Zhang Xiaorong likely had her own motives, such considerations were secondary. Survival was paramount. Following these events, Li Liangyi felt a sense of gloom within her, and her pregnancy showed signs of instability. Fortunately, the imperial physician, skilled in his craft, prescribed her medicine to stabilize her condition. On the second day of the 6th month, Wumian boarded a carriage to return to her family home, accompanied by Ling Shui, Zhao Hua, Yan Ming, and Bai Zhua, along with a retinue of 24 guards. Nevertheless, for the empress, this was considered a remarkably light entourage, as it was common for someone of her stature to be attended by dozens of palace servants and maidens. Upon receiving word, the Zhao family dared not disregard her wishes. Since preparations were forbidden, they were left with no choice but to arrange a modest meal. The entire family eagerly awaited her arrival. As this would mark Wumian's first venture outside the palace in 3 years. Upon entering the Zhao residence through the main gate, the family members knelt in reverence. Wumian beckoned them to rise. Gathering everyone in the old matriarch's chamber, including Chang Maogong, his wife Madame Ma, Wumian's father and mother Chen, her second uncle and aunt Zhao, as well as her third and fifth uncles and aunts, all of whom were of illegitimate birth. A multitude of siblings surrounded her. Her 2 elder sisters were already married and absent, while the 4th girl from the second branch was also away. The sheer number of relatives was staggering, with nearly 20 brothers and cousins, and when including the sisters, it amounted to over 30, approaching 40. Chapter 40, a large family with such a large family to manage. One could only wonder what troubles might arise in the future. Chang Maogong Zhao Xongshan was 59 this year, and so his offspring were not particularly old. Wumian ranked 3rd among the daughters. Her 2 elder sisters were of illegitimate birth, while her 2 elder brothers were 26 and 30 respectively. This group had previously endured a modest existence due to the family's lack of official rank. But with the emergence of a royal consort, their fortunes had changed. At the very least, they would no longer suffer from a lack of financial resources. Their titles had also risen, but their manners had not kept pace. As evidenced by the 4th son's behavior, what could possibly go wrong without restraint? The Shen family served as a cautionary tale, while the Zhao family was unlikely to engage in treasonous plots. They could certainly find themselves embroiled in other troubles, regardless of the nature of the issues. Wumian was determined to avert them. As they entered the main hall, the family members again prepared to kneel. But Wumian quickly gestured for them to stand. She wished to pay her respects to her grandparents, but they hesitated to accept. In the end, they merely bowed and offered their greetings. Is your health fully restored, my dear? The old matriarch Ma inquired, embodying the archetypal concerned grandmother. Though she could hardly be described as overly fond of Wumian, she still cared for her well-being. The reason for her absence from the palace was her facial scars, a remnant from the year of the late emperor's passing when a smallpox outbreak swept through the capital, claiming numerous lives. Oddly enough, the Zhao family had remained unscathed, with only the elderly matriarch succumbing to the disease. Yet she had survived, albeit with her face marred by pockmarks, which she now concealed with some powder, though the scars remained unmistakably visible. Thus she seldom ventured into the palace. Thank you for your concern, grandmother. I am well now. That is good to hear. Though I did not visit you, I have prayed for your well-being often over the past 6 months. All is well, the old matriarch repeated fervently after exchanging pleasantries. Wumian requested that the items she had brought be distributed among the household. Then she addressed the matter at hand. I have returned today regarding the situation with my 4th brother. Zhao Dongsher, standing with a furrowed brow, rose to respond. Your Highness, I am at your service. The necessary instructions have been conveyed. You shall depart tomorrow. Is the family adequately prepared? Wumian inquired. It is indeed urgent. As Su has confirmed her pregnancy, Your Highness speaks rightly. It shall be done. The old marquis sighed. Additionally, Lu Hanlin is someone I requested the emperor to summon to teach the Zhao family as children. Eldest brother, 3rd brother, you two must learn. The eldest and 3rd brothers, already married for several years, could only acquiesce. The children of the uncles also needed education. There were many young ones in the Zhao family who required schooling. They proposed establishing a family academy, realizing that one Lu Hanlin would not suffice. The grandfather, having worked hard, would personally consult Lu Hanlin for recommendations of other talented individuals to assist in teaching. I will also meet with Lu Hanlin myself, Wumian stated. Yes, we shall heed your words, Your Highness, the old marquis replied, lacking any strong opinions on the matter. Establishing a family academy would benefit not only the clan's children but also the capable children of servants and friends. While they did not expect to achieve great accomplishments, it was essential for them to understand propriety and decorum. Grandparents, do not blame me for taking the liberty to guide you as a younger generation. Wumian added, Your Highness, there is no need for such modesty. It is all for the good of the family. We would never think otherwise. The old marquis waved his hand dismissively. That is reassuring. In truth, having spent 3 years in the palace, I have witnessed and learned much. Let us not speak of anything else. How did the Shen family rise to prominence? The Shen family produced several high-ranking officials, and the father of Empress Shen was once a first-rank minister. My grandfather even taught princes and heirs. There were 3 third-rank officials and 7 or 8 fourth and fifth-rank officials. What led to such a flourishing family? Moreover, there is the Empress Shen, the mother of the emperor's eldest son. Such a prestigious lineage is indeed beyond reach, yet, due to fraternal jealousy, they foolishly engaged in treasonous schemes, and out of familial loyalty, the elders hesitated to report them, leading to their downfall. May I ask, grandfather, if a foolish member were to emerge from the Zhao family, how would we compare to the Shen family of yore? This grand lineage relies solely on ancestral merits, and with me being an empress without offspring, our family lacks depth and connections. With so many members, who can guarantee that none will err or act foolishly? Your Highness speaks nothing but wisdom. All your words are for the long-term benefit of the Zhao family, the old marquis said, his eyes glistening with tears. Rest assured, we shall ensure that the children of the family study diligently. Not for fame, but to understand reason and propriety, avoiding reckless behavior. The inner palace and the court are intricately intertwined. There are currently concubines in the palace who are with child. In a few years, regardless of whether I bear a son, there will be heirs born before mine. As the princes grow, conflicts are inevitable. At that time, who knows if someone will not be watching the Zhao family? I cannot claim that my position as empress has brought any glory to my family, but I must ensure that it does not bring calamity. Wumian emphasized, you have endured much hardship, my dear. Madame Ma said, wiping her tears. Naturally, we share in both joy and sorrow. Do not worry, I shall also keep the women of the family in check. Wumian nodded. Thank you, grandfather and grandmother. At this moment, Zhao Donger stood at the door. His head bowed low. In that instant, he felt a twinge of regret. However, upon recalling Su's demeanor, he reassured himself that he had done nothing wrong. Wumian's gaze had already shifted away from him. Since she intended to meet Lu Hanlin, there was no reason to delay until the afternoon. One must respect their teachers. The Empress too should maintain her decorum. Lu Hanlin was unaware of the Empress's arrival. He had not come today, citing affairs at the Zhao family. Those sent to summon him did not mention the Empress's presence. Thus, when the Empress encountered him in the front courtyard study, Lu Hanlin was taken aback and immediately knelt. I bow to your majesty, may you live 1,000 years. Please rise. Mr. Lu, you are being too formal. I have yet to speak and you are already kneeling. Wumian said, standing. Dukong hurried forward to assist the elderly gentleman to his feet. I am grateful to your majesty, Lu Hanlin replied. Today, we are to set aside our roles as ruler and subject. I have invited you here to convey a few words. I dare not. Please, your highness, instruct me. It is my humble request that the emperor recommend a distinguished teacher to guide the Zhao family as children. I was delighted to learn that you, Mr. Lu, would be that person. It is indeed a great honor for the Zhao family. I also feel a sense of guilt for having you, such a learned scholar, instructing our less capable children. It truly seems an imposition. Your majesty, you are overly gracious in your praise. I came here of my own volition, and the scions of the Zhao family possess pure hearts and a singular dedication to learning. It is evident they are indeed worthy of cultivation. As for myself, being of advanced age, it is already a great fortune that I am still able to contribute. Your kind words leave me feeling undeserving. Rest assured, I shall devote my entire life's knowledge without reservation. I am profoundly grateful for your words, esteemed sir, and I humbly request to pay my respects with a bow without hesitation. I rose to bow. Startled, Lu Hanlin instinctively knelt, but with the support of Dukong, he ultimately accepted my gesture of respect. Chapter 41. The persona is a mere vase. I trembled with trepidation. How could I dare to receive such a tribute from your majesty? At this moment, Lu Hanlin displayed genuine alarm. Your esteemed character is of the highest virtue, and your talents are exceptional. Regard me merely as a humble woman who admires learned men. There is no need to concern ourselves with status, for I have perused your esteemed works even during my seclusion. I smiled, moved by your kindness. Your majesty is indeed a paragon of grace and wisdom, whether genuine or feigned. Lu Hanlin appeared genuinely touched at that moment. After this encounter, both of them held a favorable impression of one another. Lu Hanlin did not depart, choosing to remain at the Zhao residence. I summoned my elder brother, third brother, and fifth brother to keep him company. The main hall was adorned for the banquet, and I naturally took the seat of honor, accompanied only by the matriarch and two ladies. In the afternoon, I instructed my sister-in-law, Mrs. Hu, to learn household management from the matriarch. Although my mother-in-law is still relatively young, it is not yet Mrs.Hu's time to take charge. However, my mother, Mrs. Qian, is rather malleable and indecisive. To put it plainly, my parents both share this trait. My elder brother is also rather simple-minded, whereas my sister-in-law, despite her modest origins, possesses great acumen and generosity. Having arranged these matters, it was time for me to return to the palace. After all, as the empress, I cannot delay until nightfall, for that would be inappropriate. Upon returning to the palace, I instructed that the guards who accompanied me today be generously rewarded. Your majesty, his majesty has sent word that he will be arriving shortly, Jinbo announced. Very well. I shall change my attire first. Is there nothing pressing in the palace? I inquired, replying to your majesty, there is nothing of great importance. However, today, consort Rong visited the Taiji palace to present some delicacies she prepared. Spending 2 hours with his majesty before returning without partaking in lunch, Jinbo informed. I nodded in acknowledgement. After changing, I ordered the evening meal to be prepared, for I had not eaten well at noon and was quite hungry. I requested a soup to be served. The kitchen staff were well aware of my fondness for soup, hence it was a daily offering. Just as I issued my command, the emperor arrived, dressed in a deep purple robe adorned with subtle dragon motifs. His golden crown secured his hair, and 2 bright yellow ribbons dangled by his ears, while he held a fan in his hand. Upon seeing him, I smiled and remarked, I hardly recognized which noble family as scion has graced us with his presence. Such grace in bearing, pray tell, what brings you to my humble abode? It is rather inappropriate for a married woman to be in such close quarters with a gentleman. Upon hearing this, I noticed In Qianlu momentarily taken aback. Though he quickly regained his composure and smiled, it was evident he had been caught off guard. This only made me want to laugh more, and I could not suppress my mirth. It seemed the Empress had returned home and was in remarkably high spirits. Full of vivacity, Ng Qianlu approached and took a seat. What you say is indeed true, he replied. I took my seat, beaming with delight. The Empress is quite spirited today, Ng Qianlu remarked with a gentle smile. Have you had a busy day, Your Majesty? I have already instructed the preparations for our meal. It shall be ready shortly. Indeed, how fare things at home? Quite well, I thank Your Majesty for your concern. Now that I have seen my family, I am at ease. Should any matters arise, I shall simply summon my mother and the others to converse. I assured him. Feel free to visit whenever you wish. Today is not of great consequence, others may not have this privilege, but as the Empress, you naturally may. Very well, whenever you wish to return, simply inform His Majesty, I replied. As we conversed, the meal was served. Perfectly timed for our dining hour. Today's offering was white mushroom chicken soup, a dish Ng Qianlu had yet to try. Your Majesty, do taste this. The white mushrooms are exceptionally tender and smooth. And the chicken soup is flavorful, making it a delightful choice even in the summer, I said, personally ladling him a bowl. He took a sip and nodded lightly. Indeed, it is quite good, after sampling a piece of white mushroom. He concurred it was indeed delicate and refreshing. It seems the Empress favors light flavors, such as summer soup is appetizing, otherwise plain chicken soup can be rather monotonous. In winter, we could add bamboo shoots and the like. I explained. Indeed, Ng Qianlu mused about returning to sample it again. After our meal, it was not yet time for rest. Ng Qianlu, as per custom, requested that the memorials be brought to Fengyi Palace, while I, feeling uninclined to pursue other matters, led my attendants to inspect the second batch of ink sticks we had produced a few days prior. This time, we had added slightly less deer horn glue than before. Learning from our past experience where we had been a bit excessive. Additionally, we incorporated some borneal, enhancing the fragrance. This batch is notably refined, I remarked, having used molds to create smaller sticks, each weighing only 2 qian. I preferred them to be usable in their entirety, as overly large ones are often left unused. Upon returning, the Emperor glanced up. Might I try your new treasure? I presented a piece for him to grind. The Emperor pulled out a sheet of white paper and scribbled a few characters, nodding in approval. Not bad, indeed better than the last. I'm glad Your Majesty finds it to your liking. I continued to grind, contemplating writing something myself. Thus, we spent our evening in tranquility before retiring for the night. During this time, Ng Qianlu, having noticed something in the memorial, huffed and tossed his brush aside. Slapping the table, preposterous, on the opposite side of the writing desk, the Empress merely lifted her gaze, her writing undisturbed. She completed the last few characters before placing her brush down. What matter could provoke such anger? Ng Qianlu's frustration had become somewhat awkward. He had slammed the table, causing the servants to kneel in trepidation, while the Empress calmly finished her writing before inquiring about his distress. He wasn't truly angry with the Empress. Rather, he felt somewhat neglected, thus his ire waned, curiosity overtaking him. What are you writing? He stood and leaned over to observe, finding the paper filled with thoughts he never imagined the Empress would contemplate. To think without benefit is inferior to learning. The wise are not perplexed, the benevolent are not troubled, the brave are not fearful. Words may lack significance. It is difficult to act with wisdom. To love is to desire life, to loathe is to wish for death. To repay resentment with honesty and virtue with kindness. The Empress was indeed reflecting on such matters. Ng Qianlu found this utterly unexpected. It was thought-provoking, illuminating. I see this as quite commendable, he remarked. I felt no desire to continue writing. The wise are not perplexed, the benevolent are not troubled, the brave are not fearful. How many in this world can truly embody these virtues? Ng Qianlu sighed. The writings of sages serve to educate the world. They represent the pinnacle of scholarly thought, unattainable even by the sages themselves, yet, this direction is clear. Moreover, I believe these lines could also be interpreted as the wise becoming more perplexed, the benevolent more troubled, and the brave more fearful. Oh, pray tell, how so? Ng Qianlu's interest was piqued. I cast a few glances his way, thinking I ought not to be so glib. After all, my persona is that of a mere vase. Chapter 42, Pregnancy. I proceeded to explain. The more one knows, the more one realizes what remains unknown. The sea of knowledge is boundless. What constitutes a benevolent person? In my view, a benevolent individual must possess a broad mind. Even if one cannot embrace the world, one should harbor some goodwill. How could such a person not feel concern? They should inherently carry a heart full of worries. As for the brave not fearing, it is a spirit, not recklessness in the face of the impossible. Of course, this is merely my perspective. In reality, any written doctrine will shift when placed into specific contexts. In some circumstances, perhaps one must indeed embody wisdom, tranquility, and courage. It appears I had indeed misunderstood the Empress before. Ng Qianlu sighed. Your Majesty, it is getting late. Please continue with your memorials. I chose not to pry into which memorial had sparked his ire. Ng Qianlu shook his head. Very well, I shall heed the Empress. I found no further interest in writing. The flow of ideas had been interrupted, leaving me disinclined to continue. I excused myself to freshen up. After washing, I awaited the emperor in the inner chamber. The emperor found this newfound ease of the empress quite intriguing once he had completed his own ablutions and returned to the inner chamber. He discovered the empress tending to her hair. "Didn't you say it was getting late?" he remarked. I set down my comb. Indeed, it has grown quite late." Approaching the bed, I instinctively embraced Qianlu's waist. "Your Majesty looks particularly handsome today. What can a man do to appear handsome?" Qianlu teased, pinching my cheek. "The empress is the true beauty." I smiled at him, only to find myself swept onto the bed. "Oh dear, Your Majesty, please be gentle, that pinches," I complained. Qianlu merely hummed in response, though it was unclear if he registered my words. The palace maids all retreated, too timid to approach the inner chamber. While I could only speculate about the emperor's feelings, I found today immensely satisfying, though tiring. After my ablutions, I fell asleep against him. After 2 consecutive nights of such exertion, the emperor too felt fatigued, yet gazing at my back. He furrowed his brow, questioning how I dared to present my back to him. However, exhaustion soon overtook him, and he closed his eyes. Yet when morning dawned, the emperor awoke to a rather perplexing sight. I remained turned away from him, but my upper body lay nestled in his embrace, one of my hands resting on my abdomen. This was all typical, yet one of my feet was perched upon the opposite pillow. He propped himself up on his elbow, observing for a moment, utterly baffled as to how I had managed to sleep in such a manner. He sighed, gently caressing her tender, snow-white leg before pulling the quilt over her and rising to his feet. "Never mind," he thought, feeling too apathetic to wake her. As he dressed in the outer chamber, he inquired of Lin Shui, who was attending him closely, "Does the empress usually sleep in such a manner?" "Your Majesty," Lin Shui replied, "perhaps the empress is fatigued from yesterday's outing. At times, when she is not in good spirits, her slumber can become rather chaotic." Lin Shui surmised that the emperor did not genuinely dislike this. After all, it was not such a significant matter. Qianlu nodded slightly at this observation and chose to leave without partaking in the meal. On this day, the morning salutations were rather unremarkable. With many absent, aside from the beauty Fu, who accompanied the Empress Dowager, the Xianfei did not attend. The Li Fei was under house arrest, and both Li Liangyi and Su Liangyi were pregnant, while Yang Jieyu reported ill. Wumian merely inquired after Yang Jieyu's condition without pressing further. Later in the morning, a messenger from the Li Fei arrived, stating that she was unwell and requested the court physician. Wumian naturally would not make things difficult for her and promptly sent for the physician. "Why is she seeking the physician now, instead of calling for His Majesty?" Lin Shui pondered. "Do you find it somewhat suspicious?" Wumian asked. "Indeed, the Li Fei has always had irregular cycles. It seems she hasn't had a change in 2 months. It's hard to say whether she is with child." Lin Shui replied. "Even if she is, it matters not. Please send some gifts to the Lu Hanlin family, but do not mention it as a reward, merely some jewelry for their female relatives. There is no need to make a habit of this. Let this be the singular occasion." Wumian instructed. Lu Hanlin is a scholar. Such individuals do not require excessive flattery, yet it is essential to leave a favorable impression. A queen and a concubine are not the same. A good reputation must be cultivated. As long as she does not meddle in the emperor's affairs and maintains a respectable standing, even if this empress hails from humble origins, without offspring or favor, the emperor cannot dismiss her. I am the Hanliang Hall, the Li Fei eagerly asked the physician. "Am I truly permitted this time? My cycles have been rather irregular. Can you be certain?" The elder physician nodded. "Your servant is confident. You are indeed 2 months pregnant, yet your vitality is somewhat weak. It would be prudent for the empress to rest and recuperate." "Good, I understand," the Li Fei said, her heart brimming with joy as her eyes glistened with tears. "I have finally achieved this. Congratulations, Your Highness. We rejoice for you." The servants in Hanliang Hall knelt in unison. "Thank you, physician. I shall reward you handsomely," the Li Fei said, wiping her tears. The physician expressed his gratitude and did not hasten to leave. As the Li Fei had requested the emperor's presence, she immediately sent someone to inform him. In less than half an hour, the emperor arrived at Hanliang Hall. The Li Fei was still under house arrest, marking the first time the emperor had come personally since her confinement. Previously he had only sent others to check on her. It was undeniable that the emperor favored the Li Fei, and now that she was with child, he had inquired thoroughly with the physician and confirmed the news, which brought great delight to Qianlu. Qianlu advised Yutong to heed the physician's counsel and rest well. "Yes, I shall listen to you," the Li Fei said, playfully embracing Qianlu's shoulders. Once the news of the Li Fei's pregnancy spread, her confinement was naturally lifted. Wumian was not particularly surprised, knowing that if she truly felt unwell, she would not have sought the physician in such a manner. However, many were astonished. The Li Fei was already favored, and should she bear a son, there were still 2 positions for the first-ranked concubines. Moreover, the empress currently had no children, and the eldest son of the late empress would not have any claim to succession. Should the Li Fei bear a child, her status would surpass that of the Min Fei. With the emperor's affections for her, the implications were indeed concerning for others. "Your Highness," Lin Shui voiced her concern. Do not involve yourself in the affairs of Hanliang Hall. Ensure that Su Liangyi's child is safeguarded. Wumian commanded, and what of Li Lianyi? Lin Shui asked. Whether Li Lianyi's child can be preserved depends upon Jiang Zhaorong. If she can protect it, I will certainly assist her. If she cannot, then I have no means to intervene. Yes, I sense that Su Lianyi might be willing to part with her child if you desire it. She seeks a lasting arrangement, Fei Su remarked. Su Lianyi appeared to have a pragmatic mindset, as did many women of the present day. If a concubine could give her child to the principal wife, the primary wife would support her, allowing her the chance to conceive again. This was not unusual. The implications Su Lianyi revealed were clear. Wumian shook her head. Even if I were to desire a child, there is no need to rush. The emperor is not yet 30. What is the hurry? After the late emperor's passing, the emperor was inoculated against smallpox. Chapter 43. Triumph. He could not mirror the late emperor's fate of passing in his prime, could he, if the emperor were to live longer? The younger prince would undoubtedly be favored over the elder. Understood, Lin Shui and Fei Su replied. The Li Fei was the emperor's favored concubine, so in the future, when you encounter anyone from her court, be courteous. However, as servants to the empress, you need not endure any disrespect, avoid entanglements and do not allow others to seize upon any missteps. Wumian advised. Rest assured, Your Highness, we will exercise great caution. The servants assured her. That day passed without incident. With her confinement lifted, the Li Fei indeed came to pay her respects early in the morning, having taken great care in her appearance, while not excessively ornate. It was evident that thought had been put into it. At the very least, her face bore the marks of meticulous attention. Wumian admired her resolve. She must have risen early, for how could one not feel fatigued while carrying a child? Everyone knew that a natural look could be more challenging to achieve than a heavy makeup. I have come to pay my respects to the empress, the Li Fei said with a beaming smile. Please sit, you are with child. Did I not say you need not come to pay your respects? Wumian replied, smiling at her. You are right, Your Highness, but I have not visited since my confinement, and I thought it was best to come today, the Li Fei said with a gentle smile. Very well, starting tomorrow, take care of yourself. I have yet to congratulate you on your pregnancy. Nurture the child well. Should you give birth to a prince, it would be a momentous occasion, Wumian expressed with genuine concern. I appreciate your auspicious words, Your Highness. I am quite fond of the idea of a princess, the Li Fei said, affectionately patting her belly. The others found the Li Fei's demeanor rather irksome. Jiang Zhaorong was particularly inclined to voice her thoughts but instinctively glanced at the empress. As ever, the empress maintained her serene smile, and Wumian offered no indication of her awareness. She remained indifferent to any potential rivalry. Miraculously, Jiang Zhaorong quelled her inner turmoil, choosing not to speak. It was not that she was entirely unconcerned, rather, at that moment, she reflected deeply. She had already lost. The prospect of a turnaround seemed futile, yet she could not simply resign herself to silence. What use was it to throw herself against stone walls? Instead, she contemplated emulating the empress. How the previous empress had been scorned by the emperor. Though he maintained the title of empress for her sake, he revealed little affection towards any other concubines. Yet it was evident to all that the likes of the Guifei and others had never regarded the empress with any esteem. However, in recent months, the empress had exhibited remarkable composure. She never vied for the emperor's affections but employed subtler means to win his favor. And did the emperor not frequently visit her? Who could predict when fortunes might shift? In comparison to the empress, a concubine was merely a concubine. She did not yearn for a drastic reversal of fortunes. Instead, she hoped for a life more favorable than the present. If that were the case, why should she contend for ephemeral status? With this thought, she exhaled slowly, regaining her composure and observing the Li Fei's current elation. She discerned something entirely new that she had never contemplated before. Was the Li Fei truly so enviable? She could endure, but could others? Dear sister, Rong Fei smiled at the Li Fei. You have achieved your heart's desire. If a prince is born, the emperor will elevate you, and your status will surpass mine. The Min Fei will be no match for you. Your son will be the most esteemed. As she spoke, she cast a glance at the empress. Sister, your words are hasty. The emperor has yet to express such intentions, and I dare not entertain such thoughts. Both the eldest and second princes are noble. Perhaps I am carrying a princess, the Li Fei retorted, fully aware of the underlying sentiments among these women and deliberately referencing the eldest prince. If the Li Fei is pregnant, she must prioritize her health and the well-being of the future heir, the Guifei said, her tone gentle yet sharp, unable to maintain her composure. Fortunately, this year's newcomers are all remarkable. They serve the emperor well. Wumian reclined in her chair, listening to the exchange. The Li Fei was no pushover in this verbal sparring. As concubines, we are indeed here to serve the emperor, and naturally, the new sisters are delightful, yet the Guifei and I are no different. She was well aware that the Guifei could not abide such remarks. The Guifei prided herself on her status and despised such comparisons. Wumian remained a silent observer, offering no counsel, yet someone grew impatient. The forthright Humarin chimed in. Now that the Li Fei is pregnant, her status is even more elevated, but the Guifei is the first-ranked Guifei, the foremost among the concubines. The Li Fei scoffed lightly. The foremost among concubines. Does that not make her just a concubine? Your sister speaks truthfully, we are all concubines, the Li Fei retorted, her laughter laced with barbs. The Guifei's smile was strained, her teeth clenched. The Li Fei had always possessed such a disposition, the Guifei need not overthink it. The Xianfei interjected nonchalantly, the Guifei need not concern herself. The Guifei smiled, why would I have nothing to be concerned about. I am older, hence I naturally cannot compete with the Li Fei for the emperor's affections. This remark pricked the Xianfei, who was a year older than the emperor, though merely a year. It was a sore point for her. Another beauty, Zhang Marin, who was also a year older than the emperor, had never enjoyed his favor. It was unclear whether the emperor held a preference against those older than himself, but this was a matter of great sensitivity for the Xianfei. Indeed, we are older, and it is only right to observe how the younger sisters shine, the Xianfei said with a light laugh. Everyone ages, the women in the inner palace are no different, Minfei remarked indifferently. The truth is, everyone eventually grows old, the Xianfei replied, her laughter light. Minfei's words rang true. Youth often leads one to believe they are immune to aging, yet it is merely a fleeting moment. Wumian shook her head, there is nothing more to discuss, let us disperse for now. We shall reconvene tomorrow. The assembly rose to take their leave. It seems that someone has expressed a desire for us to engage in conversation again. Yet, my lady, you have not truly conversed with us at all this morning. The high-ranking consorts quarreled, and apart from a dim-witted Hu beauty, none dared to speak. That very night, the emperor went to the Huanliang Hall to dine with consort Li. I had anticipated that after dinner, the emperor would depart, yet when the time for rest arrived, he remained, leaving everyone else to suppress their thoughts. It is evident that consort Li holds a unique place in the emperor's heart. Truly she is a beguiling enchantress, monopolizing his majesty's attention despite not being able to share his bed. What a vixen, remarked consort Rong. My lady, Luyan called out. Consort Rong fell silent, for the second princess was still present. Mother, will father not come? The second princess blinked, being still quite young and cherished by the emperor, who has few heirs, thus she held great affection for him. Consort Rong sighed, he will come, in a few days. Your mother will invite your father to visit you. I will show father my calligraphy, the second princess exclaimed joyfully. Consort Rong embraced her and patted her gently. It is late, you should let your nurse carry you to bed. By the way, let me remind everyone that Wuxian may not be a villain, but she is certainly no saint. Do not expect her to embody the ideals of the virtuous heroine. Chapter 44, Scheming. The second princess rose, her voice sweet as she curtsied. I take my leave. After her departure, consort Rong sighed. The second princess is, after all, a princess. When I grow old, who will protect the two of us, if I were to find a prince consort? That would be advantageous, but if not, what then? It is only right for my lady to consider the princess, yet the noble consort. Sighed consort Rong, the noble consort has no sons, how can she expect consort Rong to have one first? I am fully aware of this, yet what more can be done? Consort Rong pressed her forehead. If consort Li bears a son this time, it would truly be dire. I believe there are many who do not wish to see consort Li give birth. Despite the animosity between the virtuous consort and the noble consort, does she not fear consort Li bearing a son? If consort Li delivers a prince, she would undoubtedly ascend to a high rank. In a few years, there will likely be those at court advocating for the emperor to establish a crown prince, and by then, consort Li, already favored, would have her son elevated to that position. Luyan frowned. Indeed, the virtuous consort, the noble consort, and the sensible consort would not wish for consort Li to bear a prince, and as for the empress, is she truly as magnanimous as she appears? Is she not merely acting, and when it comes to matters of consequence, does she not care? If consort Li were to give birth to a prince, she would become the central consort and would not easily relinquish her status. Consort Rong narrowed her eyes. The emperor is so attentive to consort Li. Should the day come when a prince is born, it is not beyond reason that the empress could be replaced. In truth, should one wish to deal with consort Li, there are methods. I have heard that consort Li suffers from a deficiency in qi and blood, making her current pregnancy unstable, Luyan remarked. Do not rush, this matter cannot be handled by me, we must wait. Consort Rong furrowed her brows. However, since she is indeed suffering from such a condition, this news must be disseminated. Consort Rong looked at Lu Yun. Yes, I understand, Luyan replied. It is late, my lady should rest. We must pay our respects tomorrow morning. On the other hand, Wuxian was untroubled by such concerns, retiring early. It was only upon rising that she learned the emperor had spent the night in the Huanliang Hall. Such devotion, she mused. Before the others arrived to pay their respects, Jin Bo entered and said, My lady, His Majesty has bestowed a plethora of gifts upon consort Li, including numerous fabrics and ornaments. Indeed, it is true devotion. Wuxian waved her hand, indicating her understanding. Is it truly wise to offer such lavish rewards? Lin Shui inquired. Perhaps His Majesty is confident in protecting her, or perhaps he believes that by demonstrating his favor, other women will refrain from taking action. Wuxian smiled. She stood up, steadying herself with Lin Shui's hand. Men, at times, are reluctant to view matters from a woman's perspective. They likely think, since I have lavished such attention, why should you still act otherwise? He has no right to overlook you. My empress, Fei Su interjected. Indeed, I am the empress. As long as she does not trample upon my position, what is there to rush about? The tides of fortune ebb and flow, let us observe patiently. In truth, how could an empress be so easily humiliated? Should the consorts show severe disrespect towards the empress, the court officials would certainly petition against the emperor. A successor to the former empress is not as esteemed, yet the principle remains the same. There is no way that a favored consort, regardless of her rank, could belittle the empress to the point of her demise. Such instances might occur, but only during the decline of a dynasty, when chaos reigns and propriety disintegrates. At present, the Dain dynasty is thriving and the royal family would not tolerate such behavior. There is, however, one caveat: if the emperor himself wishes to replace the empress, then that becomes a different matter. Yet, throughout history, it has proven exceedingly difficult for an emperor to dismiss an empress who has not committed grave offenses. Especially considering Ying Xionglu was not that type of person. Previously he favored Consort Li and the noble consort, yet he did not show undue disrespect towards the empress, he provided her with what was due. Even if he seldom visited her, this morning a matter of importance arose. The eldest princess is to be inoculated this autumn. Preparations must begin forthwith, with a diet primarily consisting of light foods, which the kitchen staff is already preparing. I have not given birth myself, so I cannot advise you, Wu Xian said to the noble consort. Your kindness is greatly appreciated by both me and the eldest princess. The noble consort replied, that is good, the eldest prince should be inoculated as well. After the mid-autumn festival, when the weather cools, it will be easier to care for them. Once inoculated, they will be secure. In truth, the method of inoculation has long existed, yet during the time of the late emperor, people were skeptical. Nowadays, it is widely accepted, largely due to Ying Xionglu's own courageous decision to undergo inoculation. Thus, everyone follows suit. Consequently, the children in the palace, especially the princes, face a significant hurdle if they have yet to be inoculated, like the second prince, who is still young, when he reaches his teenage years. Undergoing inoculation may prove challenging for his health. Raising children in this era is truly no easy task. In the morning, word came that Zhao Donger had officially moved out of the Zhao family, residing with the Su family. He still possesses funds, so he can manage for the time being. This development has pleased the Sun family considerably. At least the Changmao Duke's household has shown sincerity. Even if they believe Zhao Donger will return in a few years, viewing this as a temporary arrangement, yet, sometimes, people merely seek a show of intent. This attitude has garnered satisfaction. As for whether Zhao Donger and Su are content, who cares? New consorts have begun to serve the emperor, with Chu Yuni and Fan Yuni being elevated to the rank of Baolin, receiving the title of fragrance. The emperor is generous with ranks but sparing with titles. Among the newcomers, there are currently only these two, indicating the emperor's satisfaction. Wu Xian observed fragrance Baolin closely. Indeed, she was exceedingly beautiful, revealing the emperor's preference for appearances. This is only natural. One cannot expect a man to be content with just one beauty when surrounded by many handsome figures. You two must diligently attend to His Majesty in the future, fostering the royal lineage. Wu Xian smiled, bidding the two to rise from their respectful position. Thank you, Empress. We shall be diligent and respectful in serving His Majesty and the Empress. Why does Chu Baolin seem somewhat familiar? The noble consort suddenly remarked. Consort Rong turned to look. Is that so? Your words give the impression of a past acquaintance. Indeed, there is a resemblance, as if recalling an old friend. The virtuous consort added. The sensible consort scoffed after observing for a moment. Are you sisters seeing things, or are you simply reminiscing about someone from the past? She then turned back to Chu Baolin. In the future, when you apply your makeup, remember to lower your brow. You still appear youthful and do not require such sharp peaks. The appearance is secondary, but if you truly resemble an old acquaintance, then you shall never rise above your station. Chu Baolin, oblivious to the underlying meaning, appeared alarmed. Yes, thank you, sensible consort. Zheng Marin observed for a moment before gently shaking her head and sighing. Indeed, the brow is drawn too high, you should adjust it. Chu Baolin, frightened, hurriedly replied, Thank you, Marin. Chapter 45. A familiar countenance. Since the sisters are willing to offer guidance, you should heed their words. I may not possess as much knowledge of the past as you do, but you should simply be yourself. I find you quite beautiful, Wu Xian said with a smile. Yes, I am deeply grateful to the Empress, Chu Baolin replied, her eyes brimming with tears. The noble consort and others did not pursue the matter further, merely offering Chu Baolin a gentle smile. After dispersing, Wu Xian inquired of Dukong, do you truly believe Chu Baolin resembles that old acquaintance? Not at all, not a single feature resembles her, it is merely the eyebrows. I was also serving in Fingy Palace at that time, yet I was merely a lowly maid and could not serve closely. I saw her daily, yet there was no resemblance. It is merely that one had a penchant for such arched brows. If you ask me, it is either a coincidence or someone is deliberately setting her up, Dukong replied. Wu Xian nodded, affirming her thoughts. She did not perceive the emperor as one who would resort to such tricks. Most of those who could serve the late empress closely had been dispatched to the palatial retreats, leaving only those who had not been granted such proximity. These few palace attendants were largely of similar status. Since Chu Baolin remains unaware, convey a message to her, allowing her to understand. There is no need for direct guidance, a mere mention will suffice. If she is clever, she will discern the implications, Wu Xin instructed. Such scheming must have originated from those of a similar cohort. The consorts above would see no merit in plotting against a newly favored consort, only those of similar standing would engage in such tactics. Should the emperor truly make a connection, it is highly likely that Chu Baolin would never again be seen by him, when a consort of low rank commits an offense or displeases the emperor. It is indeed possible that she may never see him again. Sleeplessness arose from the fact that my family held no official position, thus I had never set foot in the palace and had never laid eyes on Empress Shen. Indeed, the imperial harem is replete with exceptional talents. As I remarked upon returning to the Ziyun palace, Chu Baolin was urged by the maid you knew. Perhaps it was merely a misunderstanding. Sister, do not be distressed. It is a trivial matter, and His Majesty did not witness anything significant. I apologize for troubling you. It is nothing more than the matter of the eyebrow painting, Chu Baolin replied with a smile. The two then parted ways and returned to their respective chambers. Chu Baolin furrowed her brow and called out, Xiaoyu, summon Emoli. The maid Xiaoyu hurried away, and soon Emoli arrived. Emoli, what have you been up to? Chu Baolin inquired, smiling. Emoli approached. Princess Baolin, I have returned from paying my respects. Are you weary? I have brought some pastries from the kitchen. Would you like to have some? If you are still fatigued, perhaps a short nap would do you good. I have no desire to eat, but I do wish to rest for a while. By the way, I must commend you on your makeup. This morning, several of the ladies praised my exquisite appearance. Did you study this art specifically? Chu Baolin displayed a girlish demeanor. I did not formally study, I merely observed while serving the late Grand Dowager. Emoli replied. As long as you do not find it bothersome, I am grateful, she added with a smile. Chu Baolin, not detecting any ulterior motives, nodded. Then I shall reward you. With that, she indeed bestowed upon her a string of coins, which Emoli happily accepted. At that moment, a young palace maid named Zhu Lu from the Empress's side arrived. To Sister Zhu Lu, what brings you here? Has Her Majesty sent any instructions? Xiaoyu hurried to greet her. Chu Baolin also rose quickly. Emoli, please fetch some tea. She was indeed quite clever. As Emoli departed, Zhu Lu smiled. The Empress instructed me to deliver a gift. Please take a look. I am immensely grateful for Her Majesty's generosity, Chu Baolin said, hastily bowing in appreciation. Sister Zhu Lu, I have a question I wish to inquire about. Chu Baolin furrowed her brow. How could I dare to address you as sister? Feel free to ask, and I shall share all that I know, Zhu Lu responded with a smile. I merely wish to ask about the person mentioned this morning. Who was that old acquaintance? Chu Baolin speculated that the Empress would not send someone merely to deliver a gift. While there are not many secrets in the harem, some matters are best left unspoken. The late Empress had a penchant for painting her eyebrows. I assume you are aware of how she was regarded. Furthermore, the Empress just remarked that your round face is quite lovely. At such a young age, why bother with drawing those two lines? It only detracts from your beauty. Upon hearing the mention of the late Empress, Chu Baolin's complexion paled. To those unaware of the specifics, Shen's lack of a posthumous title, merely referred to as Empress Shen, was indeed a grave offense, especially considering her family's execution for treason. If she were to be perceived similarly, what good could come of it? Fear not, dear Baolin, I have witnessed that lady in the past, and you bear no resemblance whatsoever, Zhu Lu reassured. Indeed, I thank you for your insights. Chu Baolin bowed to Zhu Lu. I am most grateful for the Empress's consideration. I shall remember it well. Do not be so formal, dear Baolin. Rest assured, His Majesty favors you and will not heed such talk. Simply attire yourself as you wish. Zhu Lu smiled as she took her leave. Chu Baolin instructed someone to discreetly present Zhu Lu with a silver ingot as thanks, which she gladly accepted. Baolin, it appears that Emoli Xiaoyu came to the palace with her. Ordinarily, with their lowly status, they are not permitted to bring anyone, but since Baolin entered separately from the other candidates, it is somewhat different. She brought Xiaoyu along. Patience, let us pretend to be unaware. Chu Baolin gritted her teeth. Indeed, the Empress is remarkably kind, Xiaoyu observed. Chu Baolin nodded, withholding her thoughts. She had many considerations that need not be voiced. However, the harem is indeed fraught with dangers, and I too merely oversee these matters on the side. At this moment, I am more concerned about my third batch of ink sticks. I have adjusted the proportions of the ingredients once more. The ink flows much more smoothly now. Excellent, let us maintain this formula henceforth. It need not be altered again. It is highly effective. Following my memory, I drafted a formula for pine oil ink. Take it to the palace department and instruct them to produce some according to this recipe, allowing them to experiment with their own proportions. This is true oil ink. I cannot replicate it myself. In the afternoon, someone from the Emperor's side arrived, carrying 2 large boxes. Greetings, Your Majesty, these are gifts from His Majesty. Please have a look. I am most grateful to His Majesty. What are these? I displayed neither indifference nor excessive curiosity. Some pearls sent from the East. His Majesty specifically chose the finest for you, along with some fabric, jewelry, and writing supplies. He was aware of your preferences and instructed us to deliver them, Yang Hishun said with a smile. Upon opening the box, I discovered a wooden case filled with pearls, 2 layers deep. The upper layer contained over 100 pearls of varying sizes, while the lower layer, lined with velvet, held 12 perfectly molded indentations for 12 exquisite pearls, each pearl the size of a thumb. Gleamed with a lustrous quality, indicating their exceptional quality. Please extend my gratitude to His Majesty, Dukong, and reward Yang Yishan, I instructed. Thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Most of these pearls were sent especially for you. Yang Yishan added, naturally, I shall put them to good use. As I examined a few pearls from the top, I found them all to be of remarkable quality, round and smooth, though they varied in size. Each had been carefully selected, glimmering with a silvery sheen. Such large specimens are rarely seen. This quality of pearl is quite uncommon, is it not? I inquired. Indeed, the pearls from the Northeast River have been banned from harvesting for 10 years. This year marks the first opportunity to collect them, resulting in their exceptional quality. However, such large and round ones are still rare, Yang Yishan replied. I nodded, taking note of this information, once Yang Yishan departed. Delighted with their reward, Jin Bo entered and remarked, the noble consort has also received a gift from His Majesty, though not nearly as much as we have. The esteemed consort received something this morning. And in the afternoon, someone brought her a small box, likely containing pearls as well. Additionally, Min Fei has also received a reward, albeit lesser than that of the noble consort. As for Xian Liangyi, Fang Baolin, and Chu Baolin each received a small quantity, but nothing substantial. I have already sent someone to inquire. We shall soon find out what they received. I chuckled. His Majesty is quite amusing. The two pregnant ladies, while Li Liangyi is to be expected. I wonder if Su Liangyi slipped his mind. Jin Bo could only respond with a grin. Go on, I appreciate your efforts. I dare not take credit. It is a blessing to be able to serve. Jin Bo replied cheerfully. Such quality pearls are scarce. His Majesty will surely retain some for rewards. The Dowager Empress will undoubtedly receive her share as well. You have received 12, but I fear the remainder will be few, Zhao Hua remarked. I nodded. I am not particularly concerned. They are merely items. I am merely curious about who else might receive them. Such treasures, once bestowed, will not be hidden away. In due time, we shall find out, Lin Shui added. Indeed, but Your Majesty, would you like to reward Su Liangyi? Zhao Hua inquired. I shook my head. There is no need. What benefit would that bring her? Let her focus on nurturing her child. If she were to hold a grudge against me for it, it would not be worth my while to assist her. That seems unlikely. I see her as quite astute, Lin Shui remarked. All the better, and now let us sort through these gifts. Take what is useful, and for the larger pearls set them aside. As for the smaller ones, you may choose some for the palace maids, making each a pair of earrings. Do not be stingy with these items. There are no exact counts, but there should be at least 100 or so. Ample to create a pair of earrings for every maid here. Yes, thank you for your generosity, Your Majesty. Lin Shui understood well not to select the finest pearls. Those should be reserved for the Empress's future adornments. While I may not concern myself with others, they cannot afford to overlook me. Everyone's attention is directed toward the central palace. In the past, such rewards were seldom granted to the Empress outside of significant occasions. Only when she was gravely ill did His Majesty bestow such gifts. Presently such rewards are truly rare. Meanwhile, they were unable to gather any information on what the Empress received. As for Li Fei, it was not surprising that she received gifts twice in a single day, as His Majesty has always shown her such favor. The newcomers truly witnessed what it means to be a favored consort. Initially, I thought His Majesty would not visit the central palace for some time, given the shifting affections between the new and old consorts. Indeed, it had been over 10 days since his last visit. However, as dusk approached, I and my maids were swinging outside the palace when the Emperor arrived. At the main hall, the attendants were about to announce his arrival, but the Emperor halted them. He circled around the main hall, traversed the corridor, and upon reaching a moon gate, he could distinctly hear laughter. From a distance, he spotted me swinging on the swing, clad in a delicate yellow skirt, my hair simply styled, adorned with only a few pieces of jewelry. I was lamenting, it is all Lin Shui's fault for insisting I wear this. Everything is lovely, but mosquitoes are particularly fond of light yellow and always come to swarm. It is my fault. But you are carrying a sachet, are you not? Why is it ineffective? It is because Your Majesty is simply too fragrant. Lin Shui teased back. Alas, I must swing faster to avoid the mosquitoes and moths chasing after me. With that, I pointed my toes and swung back. As I moved, the crimson swing swayed, and the hem of my yellow skirt fluttered gracefully. Ying Xiaonlu stood still for a moment, perceiving that my little empress resembled an innocent maiden. Laughing so genuinely. Was the first to catch sight of the emperor, yet she remained seated, undeterred in her actions, merely inquired, "Is it you again, my lord? What brings you here today?" Eavesdropping behind the curtain, Ying Qiangla stepped forth. Is the Empress enjoying herself so thoroughly? Swayed backward once more, glancing at the Emperor while in motion. Is it not delightful? Are you not pleased, Your Majesty? Why does the Empress not prepare to receive you? Is it customary to appear so simply attired at this hour? Ying Qiangla countered with a question. Chuckled, and after a few more sways, she stood up and approached. Your Majesty, you seem rather unamused. You did not mention your arrival. So I assumed you would not grace us with your presence today. Even if you had come, it is not a festival. We are husband and wife. Must I dress with such solemnity for your arrival? While it is a mark of respect for you, does it not also create a distance between us as spouses? The Empress always possessed a point. In Qianlu merely observes visage to it appeared that the young Empress had been playing for quite some time. Her cheeks flushed, radiating both health and beauty. Your Majesty, we must depart. The mosquitoes here are numerous. Smiled as she took the Emperor's hand, who allowed her to lead him back to the main hall. Received the tea brought by the palace maids and placed it before the Emperor. You wouldn't be so petty, would you? I haven't delayed anything, have I? The Empress misunderstood. I am not angered. In Qianlu found it amusing. Am I truly such a miser? That is certainly not the case. What fragrance have you lit in this hall? In Qianlu inquired, sniffing the air. It is quite light and pleasant. Oh, it was a gift from the Empress Dowager. I added a few medicinal herbs myself to ward off the mosquitoes in summer without causing harm. It smells far better than the usual mosquito repellents, explained. After saying this, she leaned closer to the Emperor. Inhaling his scent, Your Majesty, you smell delightful as well. I am but a man. What is there to find pleasant? He replied, It is you, Empress. Your maidservants say you exude fragrance, which speaks for itself. Chapter 47. In Ernest laughed heartily. Your Majesty, your serious demeanor is truly a In Qianlu gazed at her. Indeed, quite earnest. Stifled her laughter and raised her teacup. However, the tea before her was different from In Qianlu's, as she had requested a special floral brew. What has the Empress been occupied with during these times? As usual, nothing particularly special. I haven't yet congratulated you, Your Majesty. Lady Li is expecting, which is a momentous occasion, remarked. Yes, Lady Li has been somewhat willful. Having been in the palace for these years, she has certainly been spoiled by me. Should she speak disrespectfully to the Empress due to her pregnancy, the Empress ought to consider her immaturity and show some leniency. In Qianlu stated. Found herself at a loss for words, thus fell silent. In Qianlu looked over. What, did I err in my words? Your Majesty is always correct. Smiled. It is my fault. I have always allowed you to view me as an inadequate Empress, which led you to ponder so extensively upon my mere congratulatory remarks. Enough of this. It is late, and we should dine. Stood, not granting the Emperor an opportunity to explain. In Qianlu frowned but remained silent. He pondered why the Empress brought up Lady Li without cause. It could only suggest dissatisfaction with Lady Li. Such things were not uncommon. He believed Lady Li's pregnancy was not a recent development. Why then did the Empress choose to extend her congratulations now? Yet, upon reflection, he presumed it to be a misunderstanding on her part. Chose not to mention it further, and In Qianlu naturally followed suit. However, after their evening meal, remarked, I am not feeling well today. I fear I cannot attend to you this evening. In Qianlu clearly understood her displeasure this time. He made no effort to insist she remain. Merely nodding, then rest early, have the royal physician examine you tomorrow. Such was a falsehood. She had been swinging joyfully at dusk, yet now claimed discomfort. Nevertheless, he conceded that the Empress was still young. A little temper was not unusual. And today was indeed his fault. Once outside the Fengyi Palace, In Qianlu hesitated. Where did that Lin lady, who used to accompany the Empress, reside? His recollection of Lin was vague. He remembered her, but not in entirety. She had now moved to Inuit Pavilion, not far from Fengyi Palace. Zhong informed. Then let us pay her a visit. In Qianlu decided. As4, she was washing her face and applying cosmetics when she heard Jinbo reporting back. Your Majesty has gone to Inuit Pavilion. I see, replied with a smile. She mused that the logic of men nowadays was truly not that it was incorrect, merely misaligned. Did the Emperor believe he had indeed spoken amiss? Wishing to placate the Empress by visiting Lin Baolin, that must be the Emperor's thinking, for in the eyes of the Emperor, or indeed most men today, a woman of lower status was akin to an object. Just as In Qianlu perceived Lin Baolin not as an independent individual, she was deemed the Empress's possession. The Empress was upset, hence the Emperor visited Lin Baolin ostensibly to appease the Empress. It was not that he looked down upon Lin Baolin herself, but rather that he found lower-ranking concubines unworthy of consideration. Were there to come a day when Lin Baolin ascended to a formal position, at least as a beauty, the Emperor would afford her some respect. Yet, clearly, that day was not now. Gently shook her head, dismissing the matter. In the current context, it was advantageous for her. The Emperor would not simply depart, but cared whether she was incensed. However, herself found it difficult to feel any gratitude for such so-called consolation. She could only tacitly accept that it was a positive turn of events. This was not the end. On the following morning, news arrived that Lin Baolin had been promoted. Moreover, she had ascended 2 ranks. Now a talent, the newly appointed Lin Talent arrived early, while none others had come. Seated at her dressing table, Lin Talent knelt. Your Majesty, I am forever grateful for your favor. Rise. From henceforth, you are a talent. Once you settle in, I shall arrange for you to have a more spacious residence. Stated. Thank you, Your Majesty. Lin Talent hesitantly inquired. Your Majesty, have you prepared any medicinal soup? I eagerly await your swift delivery of an heir. Thereafter, we need not discuss medicinal remedies. Of this child was indeed earnest. Yes, Lin Talent beamed. Having been in the palace nearly 4 years, she had finally been promoted. Initially, the promotion of a maidservant was not counted. as it was customary that one must first attend to the emperor before being promoted. Thus, this promotion was truly significant. The ranks below consort were laden with hurdles. The 7th to 9th ranks were not regarded as proper titles, and only upon reaching the 6th rank could one be considered a talent. It was the 5th rank that granted eligibility to partake in certain banquets. Upon reaching the 3rd rank, one could be addressed as Your Majesty. Even though Emperor Shiha was generous, for those who were not favored, obtaining a title was exceedingly difficult. The emperor typically did not recall them, therefore, how could Lin Talent not be elated? Just the increase in stipends this year was considerable. As the news spread, many perceived this as the emperor's favor towards the empress. They were unaware of why the emperor had departed from Fengyi Palace to Inui Pavilion the previous day. They assumed the empress's health was indeed poor, thus he sent someone of his own to attend to her. This did indeed align with assertion that what one desires holds little allure, while what is given by others is far more gratifying. Had he genuinely recommended Lin, the emperor would not have granted her a promotion, yet he had concocted such a narrative in his mind, inadvertently benefiting Lin. From's perspective, it was unlikely Lin Talent would garner much favor. It would be commendable if she could gradually ascend. When all had gathered, they extended their congratulations to Lin Talent. Upon reflection, Lin Talent and I were of the same cohort. After all these years of not vying for position, she was indeed overdue for her promotion, Zhang Xiaorong remarked. This cohort truly presents a stark contrast. Another commented, indeed Lin Talent's gentle disposition certainly warranted her promotion. Zhang Maran added with a smile, thank you, my 2 elder sisters, for your kind words. Lin Talent replied bashfully. Regarded them, even as empress, I must acknowledge that among the many sisters in the harem, how many have been fortunate enough to receive the emperor's frequent attentions and bear him sons and daughters, yet those without such fortune, who have adhered to the rules through the years, also deserve promotion. Rest assured, everyone. Thank you, Your Majesty, they all responded. There were those who longed for such an outcome, just as Yang Jieyu and Zhang Maran, who were of advanced age and had not been favored. What hope did they have for grace? Thus, they too yearned for promotion. The Empress's words, regardless of their veracity, might indeed indicate she was orchestrating such arrangements. The Empress's adherence to protocol would not be in vain, with little to do that morning and not all present. They dispersed early. The Guifei and Rongfei would ordinarily depart together. The Empress's thoughts were truly numerous. The emperor had actually heeded her, elevating a Lin Talent who had been perpetually overlooked for years. Rongfei scoffed, such as the empress. As long as she remains in her position, she possesses this capability. The Guifei sighed. Chapter 48, genuine or feigned intent. After the death of the Shen lady, she had been filled with the hope of ascending in rank. At that time, many had tacitly accepted that it would be either her or the Xianfei, the latter having the emperor's favor and a son. She believed herself to possess greater leverage than the Xianfei, being still youthful, while the Xianfei was burdened with a child whose life was perpetually in jeopardy. With family background and affection from the emperor equally matched, she had given birth to the emperor's first child. Yet, the Empress Dowager had chosen a daughter from the impoverished Zhao family as the new empress. How could she not harbor resentment? Over the years she had watched the Zhao empress act capriciously, to the utmost disdain of both the emperor and the Empress Dowager. She had fixated on the belief that if the Zhao family self-destructed, an opportunity would arise for her. Little did she expect that a serious illness would not claim her life. But instead, she had recovered. Now she had become increasingly difficult to deal with. After all, she still had no children, yet the one in Hanying Hall posed a more pressing threat. Should she bear a son, our lives would be far from easy. Rongfei sighed. The Guifei furrowed her brow, keenly aware of this reality. It is merely that Her Majesty observes closely. How could she dare to act recklessly? She has long considered that consort Rong would not take the lead in such matters. Sister, if action is to be taken, it is not entirely devoid of opportunity. However, we must not involve ourselves. Consort Rong whispered. The noble consort nodded. Shall we go sit in my quarters? Consort Rong replied with a smile. The wise consort watched from a distance, merely smiling. The wise consort's maid, Yuaqin, cast a sidelong glance. Consort Rong often closely follows the noble consort. Her Mingyi Hall is situated at the far end of the imperial garden. It is a wonder she does not tire of making daily visits to pay her respects to the empress, only to then make a trip to the noble consort's palace before returning. Truly exhausting. She has always relied on the noble consort. Even when she was merely a favored lady, she sought to ingratiate herself, earning the noble consort's trust. It is always preferable to band together rather than face challenges alone. In fact, during their time in the Eastern Palace, her relationship with them was quite amicable. Back then, they were all under pressure from the Shen family. However, after she entered the palace, became pregnant, and gave birth to the crown prince, everything changed. Since the arrival of the new concubines, His Majesty rarely visits consort Rong. The wise consort added, indeed, it is no wonder that consort Rong is anxious now. These matters are beyond our control. The wise consort shook her head, supporting Yuaqin as they walked back. On that very afternoon, news arrived that one of the late emperor's imperial mothers, ranked only slightly above the palace maidens, was gravely ill and seemed unlikely to survive. The noble consort, hearing this, felt exasperated. She had merely been a palace maiden during the late emperor's reign and had not been elevated even after his passing. It is a mere title, really. How could she be expected to intervene? She simply instructed that someone keep watch and that the royal physician take a look. The messenger merely complied. She had been an unfavored one during the late emperor's time, with no offspring and a humble background. Who would care? 4 days later, the imperial mother passed away, and it was rather unfortunate. She was only in her 20s, younger than the noble consort and her peers. Such is the cruel fate. She entered the palace late, came from a humble background, and since the late emperor passed away early, she could not endure it. It is said she had not even had the chance to share a bed with him before his demise, which is quite pitiful. Lin Shui shook her head. She entered the palace alongside Lady Min, who had initially served as a favored lady in the Eastern Palace, while this Lady Li was merely a palace maiden in the harem. Indeed, she had never received favor. The following year, the late emperor passed away. Fortunately that year, the late emperor only left 4 young ladies. Fei Shu remarked, according to custom, let us see her off, with the noble consort present. I need not exert myself too much. Wu Ming sighed. The women in the palace endure great hardship. Countless souls wither away in silence. Who truly cares for them? Gazing at the torrential rain outside, Wu Ming mused that perhaps this was akin to her own tears. Due to the heavy rain, notifications were sent out early that day advising that no one need come. Wu Ming, too, found herself enjoying a rare opportunity for ample rest. The rain had started pouring before dawn, and the deluge of June and July was indeed fierce, drenching everything from the early morning until noon, then transitioning into a steady light rain. Wu Ming instructed someone to open the window, moving a beautiful couch beneath it to rest. Feeling a slight chill without the ice blocks, Zhao Hua covered her with a light blanket as she held a book, reading intently in the pleasant light. After a little over an hour, Jinbo returned, and the rain had lessened considerably. Your Highness, I have just come from visiting Lady Li, the late imperial mother. I am now headed to Tai Chi Palace. The maid said, I wonder if she is seeking a posthumous title from His Majesty? Wu Ming set down her book, somewhat surprised. If that is the case, it would indeed be rare, and so it was. By afternoon, news arrived that His Majesty had posthumously conferred the title of Jieyu upon the late imperial mother for her burial and granted her family some offerings. Though she could no longer relish the honor in life, is it not true that many desire such posthumous recognition? At least her family still had someone to benefit from her youthful sacrifice. Unsurprisingly, Lady Min remained for dinner at Tai Chi Palace and chose to stay the night. Many in the harem might not comprehend such sentiments. Perhaps Lady Min truly lacked depth of feeling. This was merely an opportunity, a chance for her to be seen by His Majesty as compassionate and loyal. Who can say, regardless of its authenticity, it is a common sight for women in the harem to tread upon the corpses of their peers to rise in status. The following morning, Wu Ming donned a simple outfit. Since the emperor had conferred a title, it was only proper to show some respect. Everyone else, too, tacitly dressed in less ostentatious attire. Wu Ming took the initiative to mention the late imperial mother, expressing her condolences, and the others echoed her sentiments. Lady Min, however, remained silent. Lady Min is indeed a person of deep loyalty. I hardly recall that you were of the same cohort as her. It is a pity about Chu Fengyi. Do you still remember her? Consort Rong inquired. Lady Min nodded. Of course I remember. She was only 15 when she passed, 9 years ago. Why bring her up now? When she was gravely ill, she only cried out to return home. The crown princess reprimanded her at that time, and I remember you saying she lacked understanding. Time has passed, and perhaps now no one remembers her. Consort Rong felt somewhat awkward upon entering the Eastern Palace. How could one casually speak of returning home? Chu Fengyi was rather innocent. Had she lived to this day? Lady Min shook her head. Alas, she was timid and simple-hearted, falling ill shortly after entering the Eastern Palace. The crown princess, with her strong demeanor, looked down upon her, and the physicians who came were not particularly skilled. Thus, she succumbed after several months of illness. At the time, His Majesty, who was still the crown prince, did not appreciate such behavior. What did it mean to fall ill upon entering the Eastern Palace? It was as if to say, you do not wish to serve me? Wu Ming had heard of this individual before but had never paid much attention. Now, observing Lady Min, it was evident she had a remarkable memory. Lady Min continued, are you implying that Consort Rong is reminding me that Chu Fengyi was not posthumously honored? That matter is not for me to decide. His Majesty is still young. When the time comes, he will surely bestow honors. Her words lacked any pretense. Chapter 49. The Great Sun's Sister. You are being overly sensitive. I merely recalled her. Back then, Chu Fengyi was young and charming, and it would be best left unsaid. Yet, upon mentioning it, one cannot help but feel a sense of regret. Had she not fallen ill, she would surely be here conversing with us today. Consort Rong had regained her composure and smiled. It is evident she lacked fortune. Humayun interjected. Such words were spoken, yet Consort Rong chose not to engage further. Lady Min paid her no mind either. Seeing this, Wu Ming began to follow the customary procedures. Your Highness, you have worked hard. The weather was poor yesterday. I hope you were not too fatigued. Your Highness, such words are unnecessary. It is but my duty, the noble consort replied with a smile. That is good. Presently, within the harem concubinely, and both Shui and Su are all expecting, which is indeed a joyous occasion. I anticipate their children will be born at the end of this year or in the coming January. How wonderful it would be if 3 little princes were to arrive together. Just thinking about it brings joy. The Empress is the kindest of all, and surely her wishes will be fulfilled. Zhang Marin chimed in. Indeed, should 3 princes be born, they would all call the Empress mother. A grand event indeed, Jiang Zhaorong added. Regardless of their genuine feelings, everyone was obliged to voice such sentiments. Wuming smiled. If there is nothing more, let us disperse. Noble consort, please pay special attention to the Grand Princess, for in a little over a month, she will be inoculated. It is a significant matter. Thank you, Your Highness. The noble consort felt uncomfortable at such words. The tone of command was truly irksome, yet it was something she had to endure. Do not mention it. You may all return. Wuming stood, and everyone performed their curtsies before taking their leave. After they departed, Wuming took the opportunity to catch up on a bit more sleep. When she awoke, Feishu brought a set of undergarments. Your Highness, these are made by Su Liangyi. She mentioned that being pregnant is rather tedious, and she could not craft anything too elaborate, so she made you a set of undergarments. I think the fabric is decent, and the embroidery is simple yet elegant. Please take a look. As she presented them, she added, the royal physician has also examined them. There are no issues. Given the previous incident with Li Liangyi, everyone was being particularly cautious. Wuming examined them. The base was pink, with orchids embroidered on the cuffs and hem, truly exquisite. Just wash them and wear them, they are quite nice. In a few days, I shall reward her with some fabric. Understood. Tomorrow is the first day of the month. Should we invite His Majesty to dine with us? Lin Shui inquired while serving Wuming some nuts. No need. If he wishes to come, he shall do so on his own. It is not a matter of coercion, however. Do remind the imperial kitchen to prepare lighter meals. As it is the hottest time of the year, our little kitchen here, too, should prepare lighter dishes for tomorrow. I desire cold noodles and white-cut chicken. As for the soup, instruct them to prepare something light. Yes, Your Highness, rest assured, they are quite adept at serving, Lin Shui replied. Wuming mused that this was the current state of affairs. Previously the meals from the Fengyi Palace kitchen were mediocre at best. By the way, regarding the inoculation, we have yet to hear how His Majesty has arranged for the Grand Prince. Wuming frowned. The Empress Dowager's temporary palace is not the one where he resides. Indeed, there has been no word. Traditionally, inoculations take place in the Rongkong Palace. The noble consort has long since sent people to clean and prepared her own maids and attendants to stay there, to ensure some liveliness, not only the Grand Princess and the Grand Prince, but there are also several young lords and ladies among the clans that will be inoculated, yet no word has been mentioned about the Grand Prince. Perhaps he is to be inoculated separately? The inoculation is not the main concern, the focus is on care. Wuming stated inoculation is not difficult. Nowadays, everyone is inoculated, the key is to endure the illness that follows. Could it be that the Grand Prince is to be left in the temporary palace? Wuming felt this was somewhat implausible. Do you think that if no one brings it up, His Majesty would find it difficult to act? Wuming asked. Your Highness, are you suggesting that you wish to bring it up? The noble consort and the others likely feared the Grand Prince's return. After all, he is the legitimate son of the late Empress. Lin Shui expressed her concerns that if that is the case, I would be helping him now. I have no grievances with him, so he would surely remember my kindness in the future. Wuming replied this, however, if it is indeed you who brought the matter to His Majesty's attention and he consequently decided to retrieve the person, then I fear the concubines, noble consort, virtuous consort, sensible consort, and even the beautiful consort, will harbor resentment towards you. Lin Shui remarked. Do you think they currently despise me? Wumian chuckled. Why not give them more targets for their ire? Indeed, Your Highness, your thoughts are remarkably thorough. However, when speaking to His Majesty, it must be done with subtlety. Previously, His Majesty was incensed when you inquired about the palace, indicating that he still holds the Crown Prince in high regard. Lin Shui replied, you speak the truth. I appreciate your consideration on my behalf. I understand now, she continued. Wumian gently patted her hand. It brings me great joy to serve you, Your Highness. Lin Shui blushed slightly. Wumian said nothing further, simply giving her hand another reassuring pat. She would not actively seek out Ng Xionglu. If it came, it would come, and if not, it was of no consequence. The child was not hers. After all, whether he lived or died, whether he thrived or struggled, had no bearing on her. Ordinarily, one would pay respects to the Empress Dowager on the first day of the month, but since she was absent, everyone lingered at Wumian's place instead. After a meal, Wumian set off to the imperial garden with Lin Kairen. Though the heat was oppressive, the vibrant blossoms were a sight not to be missed. The garden was expansive, with a natural pond at its center. In the distance, maids clad in peach-colored skirts busily went about their tasks, some working diligently while others took a moment to stroll and play, nothing out of the ordinary. Occasionally, they would seize the opportunity to gather flowers for their mistresses while indulging in a bit of leisure, and no one would fault them for it. A group settled in the newly built Rain and Breeze Pavilion. Where Wumian fanned herself with a round fan, relishing the moment. Are those not attendants from the beautiful consort's palace? Lin Kairen pointed to two maidens nearby. Lin Shui glanced over. Indeed, they seem to be here to gather flowers. That area has an abundance of balsam flowers. Are they perhaps going to dye their nails? As they conversed, the two maidens hurried over to pay their respects. Wumian took a glance and noticed that their basket was indeed filled with balsam flowers. To cater to the preferences of the palace ladies and due to their easy upkeep, a vast expanse of balsam flowers had been cultivated within the palace. They came in various hues. And this vibrant red was a new variety, most suitable for nail dyeing. We pay our respects to your highness, the maiden said. Wumian nodded. You may rise. Continue your flower gathering without concern for me. The maidens expressed their gratitude and departed. Lin Kairen remarked, is it customary to dye nails even while pregnant? It merely involves a touch of alum. It should pose no harm, Wumian replied. Though she lacked medical knowledge, she reasoned that a slight dyeing should be harmless. That is true. It's not done frequently, and one application lasts quite a while, Lin Kairen noted. Do you wish to dye yours? Simply send your maid to gather some, Wumian suggested. There are plenty. I see the perfect ones right here. Lin Kairen indeed called for her own maid to gather some. Chapter 50. A bit too intentional, Wumian chuckled softly. Finding the girl rather simple-minded. Will you not dye yours, your highness? Your fingers are so lovely. A touch of red would enhance their beauty, Lin Kairen replied. I find it too bothersome, while it may look nice. In half a month, new nails will grow and the old ones will have oxidized, resulting in dyeing every fortnight. That would be tremendously tiresome. Lin Kairen's hands were indeed beautiful. Her nails were a lovely pink. Perfectly manicured, and truly did not require any dyeing. Wumian smiled at her. You are quite observant. As the heat intensified, the two decided to return. That evening, news arrived that His Majesty had visited the beautiful consort. Within half an hour, he had bestowed gifts upon her. The specifics of the gifts were unknown to anyone. Wumian only learned of this the following morning when everyone came to pay their respects. She did not dwell on it. After all, the beautiful consort was the emperor's favored one, and with her pregnancy, it was not surprising to receive gifts. After enjoying a meal of her choice, Wumian comfortably settled in for an afternoon nap. When evening approached, the emperor arrived, and she was not taken aback. As if nothing had transpired previously, she greeted him. Your Majesty has arrived. I pay my respects. No need for excessive formalities, Empress. Today is the first day of the month. And it is only right that I come, he responded. Wumian realized that Xionglu had unwittingly acknowledged the underlying intentions of her words. She smiled at him but said nothing further. It was Xionglu who, after sitting down, unexpectedly inquired, is the Empress still upset? When was I ever upset? Wumian retorted, Your Majesty's question has left me quite perplexed. It seems the Empress is no longer angry. Xionglu observed intently. Wumian smiled wryly. You are quite something. Some matters are better left unspoken. I believe it unnecessary to clarify everything with one's husband. The Empress speaks too much. Xionglu extended his hand, and Wumian placed her hand in his palm. What soup has the Empress prepared today? This was not a frivolous inquiry. He genuinely missed her cooking. Your Majesty speaks truly. The small kitchen has prepared something today. You may taste it shortly, though I cannot guarantee it will suit your palate, Wumian replied with a mischievous smile. Xionglu's heart raced. What peculiar soup could this be? When dinner was served, he maintained a frown. This soup, do you enjoy it? Wumian nodded. I find it quite agreeable. To be precise, it is a broth. I know you are not fond of bitter melon. So perhaps you should try a little. If it were under normal circumstances, Xionglu would not have touched it, knowing he disliked it. Why would he even consider tasting it? But perhaps a sense of compensation prompted him to nod in acceptance. Thinking it could only be one bowl, and the bowl itself was not large. Wumian personally ladled out a half bowl for him, saying, Your Majesty, do take your time. This is quite flavorful. The bitter melon and tofu soup contained bits of leafy greens. Seasoned simply with a touch of pepper to enhance its flavor, devoid of any chicken broth. It was thickened just before serving. As Xionglu took a sip, he braced himself for the expected bitterness. Only to find it much less bitter than anticipated. The fresh flavor was quite pronounced. In summer, it was essential to consume cooling foods. Bitter melon is cold in nature, and when poorly prepared, it can be bitter and fibrous. However, when made into a soup, the bitterness was significantly tempered by blanching beforehand, and cooking it with tender tofu rendered it delicious. Wumian remarked. Xionglu nodded, and to his surprise, he finished the half bowl in several sips. As he reached for more, Lin Shui hurriedly stepped in to serve him another bowl. Xionglu pondered as he ate. This dish would not be served in Tai Chi Palace, but now that he had encountered it here with the Empress, he found himself no longer rejecting it. While he could not claim to love it, he certainly did not detest it either. Moreover, he found it refreshingly light, with that hint of bitterness appearing just right. He mused that the soup was reminiscent of the Empress, an indescribable flavor. He wondered if it was the soup that stimulated him or if it was her presence. That night, Xionglu exerted himself particularly vigorously. Initially, Wumian was cooperative, but soon she no longer was. The effort became exhausting. She did not refuse him, but rather followed her own comfort, occasionally declaring her discomfort or fatigue, or mentioning that he was pulling her hair. Yet Lu, being spirited, was not deterred by these interruptions. If anything, they seemed to invigorate him further. In the end, when Wumian used her elbow to nudge him away, her strength was insufficient. After Lu had his fill, it was already quite late. Wumian lay there like a fish out of water, pondering how the beautiful consort appeared so delicate, yet managed to endure on the bed. Little did she know that Lu had felt an unexpected affinity today, resulting in a rare moment of bliss. At this moment, Lu embraced Wumian, gently caressing her back. Are you truly this fatigued? It shouldn't be so tiring. After all, it is I who is exerting myself. I must be the one being unreasonable. Wumian felt drowsy, unaware of the peculiar tone of her words. Lu chuckled softly, neither refuting her nor saying anything further, simply patting her back, signaling her to rest. Wumian sighed inwardly. Must she sleep without washing up? Was that not unclean? Yet to rise at this moment was simply out of the question. Never mind, since this shared man had already fallen asleep, she would have to accept the dirt, grateful that she had washed before retiring. The next morning, when awakened, the emperor had yet to leave, without an early court session. It was rare for him to still be asleep at this hour. Since he was still there, he did not hurry to depart, opting instead to have breakfast there. Consequently, when others came to pay their respects, they were all meticulously dressed. Knowing His Majesty was with the Empress, they naturally did not wish to miss this opportunity. To be honest, it was Lu's first time waiting here with the Empress to observe the ladies of the harem paying their morning respects. Thus, it was also his first time seeing Wumian leisurely sitting there, engaging in the usual formalities. Lu held his tea, contemplating that not a single word from the Empress rang true. It was evident that she was merely making casual inquiries while speaking as if they bore significance. Coincidentally, despite the sweltering summer heat, some items intended for autumn had already been prepared. The previous court had sent a list detailing the materials to be distributed in various locations during the autumn season. I have already prepared the list. I shall bring it to the Empress for your review, the noble consort stated. No need, Wumian decisively refused. You have done splendidly. Continue as you have. I have but one suggestion. The pregnant consort should receive special consideration. The rest is for you to manage. Lu observed the scene, thinking that the Empress's refusal was remarkably straightforward. To be honest, he could no longer discern whether the Empress genuinely did not want to take part or if it was a strategic retreat. The noble consort, on the other hand, seemed rather intentional. Chapter 51, His Majesty's partiality. Do not overexert yourself. The Grand Princess must be well cared for, and as her mother, your concern is paramount. I've noticed you appear somewhat thinner lately. In the summer, one tends to lose their appetite. You must take good care of your health, Wumian remarked. Thank you for your concern, Your Highness. Both the Grand Princess and I are well. She often says that having her mother think of her is a blessing. The noble consort smiled. The latter statement, of course, is a mere pretense, merely intended to solicit the Emperor's attention. It is only fitting. For I have not seen her during this period. She ought to take good care of her health. Once she has adequately recuperated, she can proceed with the vaccination, the ever-joyful Wumian remarked with a smile. This statement. In the past, the Grand Princess never came to pay respects to the Empress. As a daughter, it is customary to greet one's biological mother daily. The noble consort felt a pang in her heart and hurriedly said, Your Majesty is indeed very gracious to her. Once the Grand Princess has undergone the vaccination and regained her health, I shall ensure that she frequently attends to Your Majesty's side. Lu, listening intently, began to comprehend the situation. She interjected, What of Yu at present? I have not seen her for several days. Yu is the nickname of the Grand Princess, who has yet to receive a formal name or title. Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The Grand Princess has been in good health these past few days. Just yesterday, she even mentioned her father. However, at this moment, should she utter such words, Your Majesty might not believe her. Presently, the vaccination is of utmost importance. We must ensure everything is in order, Lu stated. Indeed, Wumian replied. Speaking of which, I have heard that the noble consort has already sent someone to reside in the Roncon Palace? How many children from the royal family are undergoing vaccination this time? Wumian inquired. In total, there are 6 children. Counting the Grand Princess, there are 3 girls and 3 boys, the noble consort recounted with great clarity. The place has been thoroughly cleaned and arranged to be bright and cheerful. I have already dispatched individuals to rotate their stays, ensuring every room is occupied. I guarantee there will be no mistakes when the time comes. Wumian furrowed her brow slightly. Your Majesty, what troubles you? Lu queried, sensing the Empress's hesitation. Unsure of her thoughts, the Xuanzi next to the Roncon Palace has been inspected, and it is also newly furnished. Shall we have the Grand Prince stay there? The concubines were momentarily taken aback upon hearing the mention of the Grand Prince, especially the noble consort. The 6 individuals she had referred to did not include the Grand Prince, as she had tacitly assumed he would not return to the palace. Lu was momentarily astonished. What does the Empress mean by that? This question was not one of challenge but merely inquiry. Wumian looked perplexed. The Grand Prince's health is frail. He has been recuperating for several years. Would it not be better for him to be somewhat distanced from the other children during the vaccination? After all, children tend to be more lively than adults, and it would not be wise for them to be playing and bumping into one another, would it? Nevertheless, the Rongkong Palace is quite spacious. Accommodating one more child would not be an issue. Qianlu was momentarily speechless as the Empress appeared to take this as a matter of course. She seemed to have given no thought to the possibility that the Grand Prince might not return. Instead, pondering where he would reside upon his return, perhaps the Empress is unaware that the Grand Prince's health has not been robust. He has been quietly recuperating at the palace in this instance. Rongfei glanced at Qianlu's expression, contemplating. He may not necessarily return. Wumian frowned. Is that not foolish? Recuperating at the palace is one thing, but undergoing vaccination is trivial in comparison, is it not? Not to mention the dangers involved during the vaccination itself, and the lengthy recuperation thereafter. I have undergone it myself. During my recovery, I experienced fever and itching, crying out daily for company. The Grand Prince is but 9 years old. Is it appropriate to place a sickly child in the palace for vaccination? Wumian spoke candidly. You claim I am unaware of certain matters, yet I truly am ignorant. I do not know of the past dealings between you and Empress Shun. The noble consort found herself in a dilemma. If she agreed, it would be disingenuous, as she clearly did not wish for that. Conversely, if she disagreed, it would be inappropriate, for the Grand Prince is a child of the Emperor. However, remaining silent would also be unsuitable given her responsibilities in palace affairs. Finally, when no one else spoke, Qianlu remarked, the Empress is indeed thorough in her considerations. As Empress, it is my duty to be concerned for my children. Wumian replied, there is no rush regarding the Grand Prince. Let us ensure that a space is thoroughly prepared in the Rongkong Palace. Qianlu stated. With that, it was settled. The noble consort quickly added, it is my oversight. I shall dispatch someone to ensure the largest room is cleaned immediately. The contradiction was evident. The largest room would have been cleaned regardless. It was merely that she had not initially considered the Grand Prince's return, as it was intended for her own daughter, and now the situation had changed. Wumian smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your efforts. If there is nothing further, you may all return. The Emperor and I have yet to dine. The assembly promptly rose to take their leave. During breakfast, Qianlu could not help but glance at Wumian. After a few moments, Wumian smiled back at him, offering him food after finishing the meal. Qianlu did not rush to depart but instead sat down and, with a scrutinizing gaze, inquired, what prompted the Empress to suddenly think of the Grand Prince? Your Majesty, Wumian exclaimed, stamping her foot. Must you now be on guard against me simply because I was once naive? Moreover, I was merely curious. As Empress, what is wrong with being curious about a Grand Prince I have never met? As for now, is it so wrong for me to be concerned? Surely, you do not fear that I would wish harm upon the Grand Prince upon his return. By heaven and earth, if I harbored such intentions toward the Grand Prince, may I never earn your Majesty's favor again. Wumian raised her hand. This declaration amused Qianlu, for it was the first time he had heard such a vow. But he grasped Wumian's hand and said, I have never encountered someone who swears in such a manner. Do others not typically speak of thunderbolts? What does your Majesty know? You may favor the noble consort and the beautiful consort, but you have forgotten about the Empress. What recourse do I have? I am the Empress, your Majesty's legitimate wife, married to one who is partial. If I were to spend my life without earning your Majesty's affection, would I not be condemned to a life of solitude and loneliness? Is this vow not fearsome enough? Not at all. Whether you love me or not, I am still younger than you. If you perish, I shall be the Empress Dowager. If your Majesty feels this vow insufficient, then it would suggest you are not merely partial but lacking in heart or goodwill. This matter is of great importance to me. Qianlu chuckled, squeezing Wumian's hand. I have not claimed such. When have I shown favoritism toward them to the extent that the Empress harbors such deep-seated grievances? Who dares to assert that my affections for others amount to favoritism? The Empress boldly declared. She speaks so boldly without inciting annoyance. The third prince is still young, and the second prince's health is poor. Let us bring back the Grand Prince. Wumian sighed softly. Rest assured, I have no designs on the Grand Prince. I am merely 19 this year, while the Grand Prince is 9. I cannot bear children at 10. I simply wish for more children. Do you know why he resides in the palace? Qianlu continued to hold Wumian's hand. I do. Wumian looked up at him. But what wrong has the child committed? A boy is better positioned, at least he is nearer to us. Chapter 52. He still needs to thank us. Qianlu patted Wumian's hand and changed the subject. I must return now. There are many state affairs to attend to. I will consider this matter, and I appreciate the Empress's concern. Wumian nodded. Then allow me to see you off. She escorted him to the door, and as Qianlu took a few steps outside, he turned back, saying, return now. Are you not in need of a nap? I shall come to see you in a few days. Wumian smiled at him, leaning languidly against the doorframe, exuding a desire to recline. Qianlu chuckled once more before turning to leave. Do rest for a while, your Majesty. Wumian shook her head. I suddenly feel no fatigue. I shall sleep later this afternoon. Indeed, I have noticed that the noble consort and the others appear rather displeased. Lin Shui remarked, diverting their attention a bit would be beneficial. Wumian replied nonchalantly, the noble consort is becoming increasingly formidable. Lin Shui understood this remark, recognizing that the noble consort indeed showed no signs of relinquishing her authority. While Wumian spoke of the noble consort, the latter was indeed seething with anger. Today, she had not summoned Rong Fei to return with her, for Rong Fei was experiencing her monthly cycle and did not wish to travel such a distance. Both Ziju and Ziying were aware of the noble consort's current displeasure, with one serving tea while the other assisted her in sitting down. Ziju advised, she may say such things, but that does not mean the emperor will heed them. Moreover, even if he were to return, what would it matter? He is merely a discarded child without a maternal clan, lacking even a posthumous title from Empress Shun. What more could he achieve? He will have no future. Is the empress not mad? That is the legitimate son of the late empress. Does she wish to bring him back? Does she still harbor hopes of nurturing him? The noble consort scoffed. If she were to entertain such thoughts, the emperor would surely not neglect the matter. I can see she merely wishes to ingratiate herself before the emperor. Ziying set down the tea. Indeed, especially with the grand prince's background. Ziju shook her head. Our emperor was proclaimed crown prince at the tender age of 10. No one in the court has mentioned making the grand prince the crown prince. He is now 9 years old. The same will apply in the future. There are other princes to consider. The noble consort inhaled deeply. I am well aware of all this. I merely harbor resentment. That vile woman Shin left behind such a wretched offspring to torment me. What good would his return do? He would not fare well upon his return. Do not worry, my lady, he is of little concern. If the emperor does not pay attention to him for a year or so, he will surely suffer, but as for Li Fei. She giving birth to a prince is indeed a pressing concern. Enough, where are my medicines? Bring them to me. The noble consort exhaled, waving her hand. Recently, she had been nourishing herself, as she too desired to conceive. Her body was not incapable of bearing children. However, if she did not make an effort now, it would truly be a different story. Regarding the empress's suggestion of the grand prince returning to the palace, everyone held their own opinions. Those close to Min Fei felt a sense of unease. Given that the third prince was currently unique. My lady, do you think we should devise a plan? Mei Jiu inquired. Min Fei shook her head. There is no need. His return is a good thing. It prevents them from focusing on me. Indeed, the empress has truly transformed. She used to be at odds with you at every turn, and now she has become remarkably virtuous, leaving no room for criticism. The emperor has also been visiting frequently. The empress is still quite young. It is hard to predict what will happen in a year or two. If she gives birth to a legitimate son. Should that happen, Mei Jiu expressed her concern. Min Fei's expression remained unchanged. These matters are beyond my control. Who can intervene in the matters of the Middle Palace? Even the favored consort finds herself unable to intrude. Yes, yet the maidservant constantly hopes for the third prince's well-being. Sighed Mei Jiu. I share that hope as well, but only time will reveal the truth. Such words must not be uttered in the future, admonished Min Fei. Mei Jiu quickly acquiesced. Who does not wish for the welfare of the child? Min Fei pondered, yet it is not the right time. To be anxious now is indeed premature. Xingqiang Tower remained preoccupied with these thoughts while attending to her tasks today, contemplating the first prince, who was born during his time in the Eastern Palace. The first child of Shin was a miscarriage. She was young then, and none noticed her pregnancy until the loss became apparent. It was not until the following year that she bore the first prince. The grand princess was born a year earlier, while the first prince followed a year later. At that time, he was still under 20 and quite naive regarding the tenderness required for a child. Nevertheless, he cherished his offspring, as all parents do. It has been years since he last saw this child. Should he summon him back, he had promised Shin to protect the child and bore no resentment towards him. Yet, the palace is rife with strife. Would it truly be beneficial for him to return? However, the empress's words also ring true. Zhong, you shall personally go tomorrow and bring him back. Yes, your majesty, but where shall the crown prince reside? Zhong inquired, though it was unnecessary to ask further. Who else could it be? He shall stay at the southern garden, as all princes will reside there once they grow older. There is no need to go tomorrow. First, send someone to inform him to prepare. Ensure the southern garden is well arranged. Xingqiang Tower corrected herself. Indeed, the southern garden has several splendid pavilions. I shall select the best and largest for an overnight cleaning. Zhong replied. Xingqiang Tower nodded in agreement. The southern garden is situated in the southwestern part of the palace, distanced from the harem. During the reign of the late emperor, it had remained largely uninhabited. As the princes had not yet moved out. At that time, the emperor had relocated to the eastern palace, while the younger princes stayed with their mothers. Thus, the southern garden lay empty now that it has been restored. The younger princes will eventually move there. Let the brothers in the northern garden also relocate to the southern garden. After all, they have grown. Xingqiang Tower suggested. As for the late emperor's consorts, the older ones are not worth mentioning. But there are indeed some in their 20s and 30s. It is not appropriate for them to continue residing in proximity to the princes, she added. Indeed, I understand, your majesty can rest assured, Zhong affirmed. Those who have served him well in the imperial palace should be brought back as he specifically requested them. It is crucial to ensure proper care after vaccination, he considered, acknowledging the emperor's intent. He reflected on how the empress had skillfully orchestrated the return, and regardless of the circumstances, the first prince would indeed be grateful to the empress in the future. This message was conveyed to the favored consort. And as the southern garden is within the palace, the princes naturally fall under the empress's jurisdiction. With the empress currently uninvolved, the favored consort must take matters into her own hands. The favored consort, furious, shattered a teacup, yet the decision was irrevocably made. After years of separation from the palace, the first prince is finally returning. Chapter 53, Beauty. Your Highness, it seems the emperor is indeed quite concerned for the first prince, Zhao Hua remarked while styling Wu Xian's hair. After all, he is his own flesh and blood, he cannot simply ignore him. Wu Xian gazed at her reflection in the mirror, appearing much more spirited than upon her arrival. Although still slender, her complexion glowed with vitality. As she looked through the mirror, she found herself unable to recall her original appearance, as if this was how she had always been. She did not dwell on the matter, perhaps believing it unnecessary to ponder. The favored consort must be quite enraged this time. Wu Xian smiled. Your Highness's conduct is entirely appropriate. Let her be angry if she wishes. Today, it was Lin Shui who came to console Wu Xian. Dressed in a water-red RU skirt with an outer garment of white adorned with red peony embroidery, she wore a pearl necklace around her neck. Such an accessory would be challenging to wear with modern attire. Yet in this context, it was exquisite. The pearls were meticulously crafted, each one plump, with the largest at the bottom. Her hair was styled into an elegant high bun embellished with gold accessories in coral, with a pair of tassels swaying on either side of her bun shimmering with every movement. How about these earrings for your highness? Zhao Hua produced a pair resembling lanterns, set with 2 rubies above and a pearl in the center. This pearl was not a recent gift from the emperor but the one received during her wedding, of superior quality. Wu Xian nodded. Zhao Hua possesses the finest taste. This girl, gentle and sincere, may lack quick wit, but in the realm of adornment, none in Fengyi Palace surpass her skill. As long as your highness is pleased. Zhao Hua smiled, adorning Wu Xian with the earrings. As they spoke, the visitors had nearly all arrived. Wu Xian had deliberately dressed exquisitely today. After all, one cannot neglect personal appearance every day, can they? She certainly had the means to do so. To pay respects to the empress, Wu Xian smiled and gestured for everyone to sit. Your Majesty is particularly stunning today. Your fair complexion complements your attire beautifully, rendering you even more like jade, praised Zhang Xiaorong. What is the name of this hairstyle? Xiaorong was the first to compliment. It was styled haphazardly by Zhao Hua. It bears no particular name, but if you like it, I can have Zhao Hua teach your maidservants. Wu Xian replied. There were no restrictions on hairstyles for consorts, only on specific accessories and crowns. I am most grateful. Zhang Xiaorong responded with a smile. The favored consort and others observed, and indeed the empress today radiated an enchanting glow that captivated all. Of the favored consort felt irked, for she was nearing 30. While the empress had yet to reach 20. Even if she could currently overshadow the empress, maintaining order in the harem, what would the future hold? She took a deep breath, concealing her feelings. Ultimately, one must have a prince, she mused. The heat of the past few days had deterred many from the imperial garden. Yesterday, I took a stroll and spotted several mandarin ducks. They were quite a sight, Chu Baolin remarked. In such sweltering weather, how commendable of you to seek out mandarin ducks. Surely you were thinking of the emperor. Feng Baolin teased. Sister, please do not speak so carelessly. We are all consorts, and those mandarin ducks belong to the emperor and the empress. Chu Baolin flattered. Wu Xian chuckled. People often equate mandarin ducks with fidelity, yet that is a misunderstanding. They change partners numerous times throughout their lives. It is quite inappropriate to use them as a comparison. A better analogy would be the wild geese, who truly embody loyalty. Indeed, some geese, upon losing their mate, would rather plunge off a cliff than live without them. Minfei gently sighed. I am but a humble maid with limited knowledge. Chu Baolin mused thoughtfully. On another note, I have not inquired about Li Fan recently. How is she faring? Lin Shui, would you kindly check on her and convey my regards? The empress requested. Your Majesty is surely thinking of Li Fan. I am certain she will be pleased. Although the emperor has not explicitly stated it, he has instructed me not to disturb Li Fan unnecessarily, hence I have refrained from visiting, the favored consort explained. It is not a matter of my disinterest but rather the emperor's wishes. Alas, our emperor indeed favors Li Fan, yet, it is no wonder, for she is truly delightful, a beautiful, a gentle girl, Wu Xian remarked with genuine admiration. Indeed, if I were to retain such beauty at your age, I would be immensely grateful. The favored consort could not mask her displeasure, as even if she recognized the empress's veiled barbs, they lacked genuine malice. Xianfei smiled subtly, aware that the empress was indeed a source of frustration. The early morning greetings concluded in this peculiar yet harmonious atmosphere. The favored consort's anger was palpable. She felt the empress's ire directed at her yet dared not act rashly. Once everyone departed, Wu Xian found herself torn between napping and taking a stroll. It seemed a pity to waste the effort spent on her appearance. Should she not be seen? Must she deny herself the chance to revel in her own beauty? Yet, she felt a twinge of fatigue. Fortunately, news from Taiji Palace promptly resolved her dilemma. To pay respects to the Empress Dowager. Now, yes, the Emperor has made a sudden decision. If it is convenient for your highness. Shall we go together? Another palace attendant, Mao Sanwang, bowed respectfully. Very well. Did the Emperor mention whether we should wear plain clothing? After all, we are leaving the palace, Wu Xin inquired. The Emperor did not specify. We are accompanied by guards. So please proceed as you wish, then let us be on our way. Even without plain clothing, it would be wise to bring a change, lest unforeseen circumstances arise. Wu Xin set forth with Lin Shui Feishu, Yanming, Xinliu Dukang, and Bai Duo. Upon arrival at Taiji Palace, the Emperor indeed appeared pleasantly surprised. The Empress was exceptionally radiant today. Thank you for your kind words, Your Majesty. Wu Xin smiled as she sat down to sip tea. The carriage is ready. Zhong announced upon entering. Wu Xin placed her teacup down and walked alongside the Emperor. He invited the Empress to join him in the carriage, and without hesitation she climbed aboard, even stepping in before him. One could not help but marvel at the privilege of being an empress, never needing to use a sedan chair. The Emperor took his seat opposite Wu Xin, fixating his gaze upon her, with a delicate complexion. Almond-shaped eyes, a petite nose and rosy lips. How had he never noticed before how strikingly beautiful this young empress was? As the carriage rolled along, a beam of sunlight streamed through the curtain and the carriage's seams, catching the golden hairpin atop her head in that fleeting moment. With a gentle sway, it was as if a celestial being had scattered seeds within her coiffure. Xianlu felt as though the very essence of the queen had been illuminated. This individual seemed transformed, almost unrecognizable compared to the Queen of Europe. The change was profoundly striking. Chapter 54. The framework. It had been some time since I visited my mother, Wumian remarked. Indeed, it has been a while, she responded. Today, my visit serves two purposes: to pay my respects and to discuss the matter of the Crown Prince with the Empress Dowager. The journey to the royal palace was somewhat distant, and since it was the Emperor's carriage, the Imperial Guard moved at a leisurely pace, making the trip take over an hour. Initially, Wu Mian engaged the Emperor in trivial conversation, but as they spoke, weariness overtook her, and her eyelids grew heavy. Noticing this, Xianlu suggested, "Would you like a cup of tea to invigorate you, Your Majesty?" Wu Mian shifted to sit closer to him and said, "Come here, Your Majesty." Confused, Xianlu moved to sit beside her. Wu Mian smiled at him and rested her head on his shoulder. Her hair was fashioned high today, making it a fitting position. His shoulders were sufficiently broad. "Your Majesty, I am truly exhausted. May I rest for a moment?" she asked, looking up at him with her large watery eyes, a mixture of playfulness and innocence. Xianlu merely uttered a soft mem. After doing so, he felt somewhat taken aback. Was this truly how they were to sit together, just like this? However, as he inhaled the faint fragrance emanating from the queen, he too closed his eyes and leaned back, seeking to rejuvenate. Before long, he sensed the softening of her body in his embrace, her form beginning to slide with the motion of the carriage. Without opening his eyes, he instinctively wrapped an arm around her waist, securing her with his other hand on her arm to prevent her from slipping away. Zhong and Lin Shui, situated at the rear of the carriage, bowed their heads, pretending to be invisible. Each lost in their own thoughts, the carriage swayed gently. Although it was summer, it was still morning, and the heat was not yet oppressive. Initially, Xianlu sought merely to rest, pondering various trivial matters. But the weight of holding someone, especially as she breathed softly and rhythmically in sleep, made his own fatigue surge like a tidal wave. Just before surrendering to sleep, a singular thought crossed his mind: the queen was typically quite unrestrained in her slumber, and once they disembarked, she would need to tidy her appearance. He mused that despite the Emperor's spacious carriage, it was still quite limited in space. Could the queen truly manage to stir about excessively within such confines? This thought nearly brought a smile to his weary countenance. As the carriage finally arrived at the palace, Zhong and Lin Shui hurriedly roused both the Emperor and the Queen. Wu Mian, bleary-eyed, looked at Xianlu and asked, "Your Majesty, am I still dreaming? Have we arrived?" Xianlu chuckled as he patted her waist. Wu Mian stifled a yawn, sitting up straight, exclaiming, "I must not sleep like that again. My back feels as though it might break." Xianlu only offered her a bemused glance, saying nothing. The Emperor could never admit to feeling discomfort, particularly not in front of her. Once they alighted from the carriage and walked a short distance, Lin Shui's expression shifted, and in a hushed tone, she said, "Your Majesty, I am at fault. One of your hairpins is missing. I failed to notice it earlier." Wu Mian touched her hair, and indeed, one of the golden pins on her left side was gone. "It must have fallen from the carriage," she remarked, purposefully speaking in a tone loud enough for the Emperor to hear. "While this matter may seem trivial, you shall be punished. As your queen, losing personal items can lead to troublesome consequences. If someone outside were to find it, it could lead to dire problems. Be more cautious in the future." Lin Shui hastily expressed her gratitude, knowing that had the Emperor not been present, she would not have been so careless. "I shall procure some valuable items for you later." Xianlu turned his head, watching her as they walked. "Then I thank you, Your Majesty. However, it is secondary to lose an object. What if someone else were to take my belongings and use them against me?" You must advocate for me. Wumian tugged gently at Ing Qianlu's sleeve but released it almost immediately. Very well, Ing Qianlu replied with a smile, fixing his gaze ahead. This little queen was indeed amusing at times. Finding ways to draw his attention. To the emperor, the loss of a hairpin was merely a playful tactic of the queen's charm. In the past, he might have found such behavior tiresome, but now it seemed rather delightful. Consequently, he instructed a young palace maid to search the carriage, keeping the pin for himself rather than returning it to the queen. Unaware of his ulterior motives, Wumian yawned once more and prepared her mind to meet the Empress Dowager. The absence of a single hairpin was hardly a matter of consequence. She would simply consider it an asymmetrical beauty. The Empress Dowager's residence was among the larger of the royal palaces. Nestled amongst picturesque surroundings, the palace itself resembled a garden, and while the capital was vast and sparsely populated, many areas remained uninhabited. This palace boasted a splendid view bordered by mountains and water, and was abundant with phoenix trees, not the foul-smelling variety of later eras, but those adorned with beautiful purple blossoms. Although it was not the season for blooming, the trees still stood tall and elegant, with sporadic hints of purple. As Wumian admired the phoenix trees, Ing Qianlu observed her. This is your first visit here, and due to the abundance of phoenix trees, the locals refer to it as Phoenix Palace, she echoed, finding it quite fitting. Wumian chuckled lightly. However, ancient texts claim that no birds dare to roost in the phoenix tree, which proves to be untrue. She pointed towards a bird perched atop the tree, shimmering in the sunlight. Its feathers bright and likely that of a small oriole. Father adored this place, hence the multitude of these trees. He cherished them even as a prince, and it was my grandfather who planted them for him. Now, many years have passed. Ing Qianlu too gazed up at the tree. Wumian remained silent. Words were unnecessary at this moment. The couple stood together in quiet contemplation until a messenger from the Empress Dowager arrived to summon them to her quarters. I heard of your arrival, yet I see no one around. Have you come to admire the flowers? The Empress Dowager inquired with a smile. The phoenix blossoms have fallen. What is there to see? To pay my respects to you, mother, and we have not come to observe anything in particular, merely the birds and the trees are splendid. Wumian replied, you dear child, how lovely the birds are. To the west, there are peacocks, blue and white, a multitude of them. You may go see them shortly. The Empress Dowager suggested. The phoenixes are no more, but those peacocks, rumored to possess the bloodline of phoenixes, may offer a glimpse of their majesty. It is indeed the queen's first visit here, Ing Qianlu added. The Empress Dowager appeared surprised, remarking, is this the first time the emperor has explained something on behalf of the queen? You have worked hard. Please sit down, she continued. I am in good health, yet you have come to see me under such heat. Will you not suffer on your way back? As she spoke, she instructed a servant nearby. Summon Lady Fu to greet the emperor and the queen. Being of a lower rank, Lady Fu's presence was more appropriate than rushing to greet them herself. Ing Qianlu exchanged pleasantries with the Empress Dowager, and soon Lady Fu arrived. Has anyone watched the version of Wu Zetian featuring Lu Shaoqing? Without delving into the plot, the portrayal of beauty truly resonates with me. I have drawn much inspiration from it. Moreover, given our alternate historical setting, we have loosened certain constraints, allowing for a more relaxed interpretation akin to the prosperous Tang dynasty, without the fear of dire consequences for a mere misstep in speech as seen in the Ming and Qing eras. There is no rigid self-identification required. In truth, history reflects such a reality. When the emperor and queen are away from the official sphere, they are simply you and I. I apologize for my verbosity. I shall refrain in the future. Moi. Chapter 55, Sanctity. On a warm day, she donned a gown of lake water green, appearing far more vibrant than during her time in the palace. She had not gained weight. Rather, her improved demeanor made her seem less gaunt. I come to pay my respects to His Majesty and Her Royal Highness, the Empress Dowager, Lady Fu announced. Please dispense with the formalities, you look much improved. Are your feet and back feeling better? Wumian inquired. Thank you, Your Majesty. I feel much better. However, if I walk too hastily, my ankle still aches a bit. The physician advised a few more months of recuperation. Lady Fu replied with a light laugh. That is good to hear. It is essential to get out and walk. Knowing that you have recovered brings comfort to both me and His Majesty. Wumian said with a smile. Ing Qianlu glanced at her, nodding slightly. This was merely a gesture of courtesy toward the queen. He harbored no particular feelings for Lady Fu. Is everything well within the palace? I was overjoyed to hear of concubine Li's pregnancy. What wonderful news, the Empress Dowager remarked with a smile. Indeed, both concubine Li and the other ladies are expecting. By the end of this year or the beginning of the next. Mother, you may prepare to cradle your grandchild. Wumian replied. Splendid, splendid. I eagerly await that day, the Empress Dowager exclaimed joyfully. Additionally, there is another matter, Ing Qianlu interjected, bringing up the crown prince. In the autumn, both the crown princess and the crown prince should be inoculated. I intend to bring the crown prince back. Care during the inoculation is of utmost importance. While the palace is pleasant, it pales in comparison to the physicians within the inner palace, the Empress Dowager said after a brief silence. Indeed, I had not considered that His Majesty has few heirs. Having the crown prince return would be beneficial, Wumian added with a smile. The Empress Dowager sighed. Yes, that child. It is good to have him back. How about this? Let us invite him here in the coming days, and when it is time to return to the palace, I shall accompany him back. Wumian reflected that the Empress Dowager likely wished to impart wisdom to the crown prince or perhaps gauge his character. It had been several years since their last meeting. An abrupt return could yield both positive and negative outcomes. Everyone understood that bringing him back for inoculation would effectively seal his fate within the palace, rendering it unlikely that he would be sent away again. Mother, you have my gratitude for your concern, Xianlu replied, offering no objections. The Empress Dowager had always held a fondness for the child. Let us not dwell on this matter today. It is good that you both have come. Let us prepare a midday feast. Though the phoenix blossoms have fallen, the lotus flowers are in full bloom here. Particularly the white lotuses, which are quite rare in the palace. You should see them this afternoon. Indeed, we must take a look. Your Majesty is burdened with affairs of state. If you grow weary this afternoon, you may rest here with Mother while I go to admire them, Wumian suggested. Not at all, I shall accompany you, Xianlu replied. The Empress Dowager regarded the Emperor with a hint of surprise and remarked, a harmonious couple is the greatest gift. Clearly, the Empress Dowager was overjoyed to see the Emperor, as expected of a mother and her son. It had likely been some time since their last meeting, which made the Dowager particularly warm and welcoming. During lunch, she called for more dishes and soup for the Emperor. Xianlu refrained from uttering any polite remarks and showed no signs of impatience. Instead, he exhibited remarkable patience. Wumian observed with envy, not out of jealousy for the Dowager's care of the Emperor, but for the Dowager herself. It truly is the Dowager. After their meal, they were in no rush to admire the flowers, as it was quite hot at the moment. After conversing with the Dowager for a while, she arranged for the couple to take a brief afternoon nap. Wumian mused that the Dowager herself must be quite fatigued. Such is the nature of summer, one always feels drowsy in the afternoon. They did not separate, but rather went to the side chamber together to rest. Wumian merely removed her grand adornments and outer garments. Fatigue was undeniable. She fell asleep shortly after lying down, even if the position was not particularly comfortable. It was Xianlu who eventually woke her. You really can sleep, he remarked, bemused, as he gazed at his little empress with her sleepy eyes. You napped on the carriage too, flower viewing? Yes, I understand. Wumian sat up. By the time they arrived at the lotus pond, it was already mid-afternoon, and it was still hot. However, they had to return to the palace soon, so they paid little mind to the heat. As Wumian looked around, she noted that the pond was not as grand as the ones in the palace, which made the sight of the abundant white lotus blossoms even more enchanting. The late emperor was truly an appreciator of beauty. This villa was exquisite, Wumian reflected. You two possess an eye for beauty, Xianlu sincerely remarked. This little empress had a knack for enjoying the finer things in life, a talent that had previously gone unnoticed. Next summer, let us come here, Wumian suggested. This year, the empress has been too virtuous to visit. Otherwise, we would have resided here by now, and I assure you, you would have grown weary of these sights. Xianlu teased. Your Majesty, such words are hardly sincere. For whom do you do this? Wumian replied with a huff. Oh, then for whom does the empress act? Xianlu countered. Naturally, it is for the enduring legacy of our great Ying dynasty, for the continuation of the Ying royal bloodline, Wumian asserted confidently. Of course, Xianlu was aware that she was being deliberately grandiose. Standing by the lotus pond, sunlight gracing her face as she spoke such righteous words, she appeared remarkably sacred. The emperor chuckled, unaware that he smiled more often in the presence of the empress. He reached out and took her hand, declaring, you are the most virtuous. Wumian merely smiled in response and turned back to admire the flowers. The two stood by the lotus pond, genuinely engrossed in the view for quite some time. It was only when the heat became unbearable that they decided to return. As it was time to head back to the palace, the Dowager did not insist they stay longer, and the couple bid her farewell before embarking on their journey back. As for the favored beauty, since the Dowager had instructed her to attend, she would not call her back to the palace at this time. After all, she would return in just over a month. Today, they had all visited the villa together, and naturally, the emperor stayed to dine and spend the night with the empress. This stirred a variety of sentiments among the harem. Li Fei, upon hearing that the emperor and empress had gone to the villa and that the emperor then visited Fingy Palace, felt quite disheartened. She barely touched her dinner, deeply worried. After all, the empress was not aged and faded. She was still young and beautiful. What if the emperor were to develop feelings for the empress? That night, the emperor was far from pleased. He had felt somewhat weary, and for once, he had done nothing but lay down and sleep alongside the empress. Xianlu had fallen asleep, while Wumian, having likely napped too soundly during the day, now found herself wide awake, listening to the breathing beside her. She felt no inclination to sleep, tossing and turning multiple times, growing increasingly frustrated. On her last turn, facing the emperor, unable to see clearly, she reached out and began to explore. With her eyes closed, she slipped her delicate hand beneath the emperor's garments. The weather was warm, and Xianlu's blanket was hardly covering him, resting only on his legs and abdomen. Thus, Wumian easily slipped her hand inside. Xianlu indeed had a fine physique. There was no excess flesh around his waist or abdomen, and his chest and abdominal muscles were delightful to the touch. She indulged for a while, sometimes thinking that while men are often said to be lecherous, the allure of male beauty was equally intoxicating. Wumian felt as if she were quenching a thirst. Chapter 56, Laughter and More. Taking advantage of the Emperor's slumber, she was utterly unrestrained in her actions, lost in her exploration, just as her hand was about to venture into his trousers. It was suddenly caught. Ing Xionglu grasped the Empress's hand, letting out a sigh that he may be asleep, but he is not dead. Hu Wunti, wake up with such probing, what is wrong? Your Majesty, Wumian leaned in closer, nuzzling her soft cheek against Ing Xionglu's face. Is it not permissible to touch a little? Ing Xionglu sighed again. Is this merely a little? He was somewhat tired and had endured this for a while. This mischievous hand showed no signs of ceasing, and he could no longer hold back. Moreover, where do you intend to explore? Ing Xionglu asked in a hoarse voice. Why not? Is there any part of you that I am forbidden to touch? Wumian huffed and moved even closer, her hand resting on Ing Xionglu's abdomen. Then can the Emperor touch? Ing Xionglu found himself at a loss for words. Her statement was undeniably audacious. Do you not wish to sleep? Ing Xionglu inquired. Having napped too much during the day, she truly could not find sleep now. Hearing the Emperor's steady breathing only fueled her frustration. Wumian's voice was soft. What logic is this? Ing Xionglu was taken aback. He had never heard such reasoning before. As they lay there, one was in deep slumber while the other was wide awake. Does the Emperor not feel vexed? Wumian asked. The Emperor imagined it. If he were awake, who would dare to sleep? He could not truly fathom this feeling. Yet he felt that the Empress's words held some merit. He shifted, pinning her down. Since you cannot sleep, then do not die in the darkness. Wumian blinked, remaining silent, nearly hooking her leg around the Emperor's waist. Truly, Ing Xionglu mumbled, lowering his head to nip at Wumian's chin. Finally, Wumian was able to touch as she desired. The allure of male beauty. Wumian wrapped herself around him, unabashedly kissing the Emperor's lips. Ing Xionglu, caught off guard by the passionate advances of the Empress, found all traces of drowsiness vanished. With a beauty in his arms, claiming he still wished to sleep would be rather implausible. He pinned her down on the couch, showering her with affection. Wumian clung to his shoulders, thinking how fitting it was that he was indeed a dog of an emperor, such a sturdy waist. They indulged in each other, and eventually Ing Xionglu was roused from his stupor. He watched the Empress, freshly prepared and climbing onto the bed, and sighed, you truly know how to stir things up. Wumian lay comfortably. If I cannot sleep, is it not permissible to speak with my husband? Speak. Ing Xionglu raised an eyebrow. Wumian thought to herself, was it not merely a physical conversation? However, such words could not be uttered. A good empress ought not to be so crude. Wumian thus reached out to grasp one of Ing Xionglu's hands, playfully pouting, Your Majesty, you usually show favoritism. I have been so well behaved these days, yet when I am unable to sleep and stir my husband a little, I am met with disdain. Your Majesty could at least share a bit of affection with me. It is not too much to ask. Ing Xionglu, such a silver tongue. I see your name is ill-suited. What kind of name is Wumian? Look where it has led you, now unable to sleep. Initially, Wumian did not comprehend the remark. Perhaps after all the excitement, she was genuinely feeling drowsy. Yet sometimes, when one is weary and on the verge of sleep, a humorous thought can suddenly arise, jolting them awake with laughter. Thus, Wumian suddenly burst into laughter, unable to contain herself. How could Ing Xionglu, typically so serious, have uttered such a dry joke? Wumian found it utterly delightful. Ing Xionglu, in exasperation, closed his eyes in the darkness. What are you laughing at now? Wumian continued to laugh heartily. Oh, it's just too funny. Your Majesty is truly a genius. Ing Xionglu, astonished at being disturbed from his slumber in the middle of the night yet feeling no anger, listened to the little Empress behind him laugh unrestrainedly. The Emperor shared a bed with the Empress, and in the middle of the night, she was laughing uproariously. If this were to reach the ears of the court officials. Ing Xionglu took a deep breath and closed his eyes, thinking it best to let her be. After all, she had been quite well behaved lately. Wumian laughed to her heart's content and even summoned someone to serve tea. With her head nearly buried in her chest, she found it rather amusing to see the Empress laughing so heartily in the middle of the night. She too wished to laugh. Why, oh why? After laughing enough, the finally weary Wumian embraced Ing Xionglu's waist from behind, her hand resting on his abdominal muscles, contentedly closing her eyes. Ing Xionglu slowly inhaled. How exasperating! Now it was his turn to be sleepless. Time passed, though neither was aware of how long, until they finally succumbed to sleep. When morning arrived, Ing Xionglu was startled awake. It was because Wumian was no longer lying atop him and was about to tumble to the floor. Ing Xionglu rubbed his forehead and pulled the half-asleep figure back to the bed. She would have to sleep inside from now on. The weary emperor trudged off to court, having had a restless night. Wumian, too, felt she hadn't slept enough, though she had certainly slept more than the emperor. Just as she rose, Fei Su entered to report, Your Highness, Jin Bo returned to say that Li Fei has summoned the imperial physician, claiming she is experiencing abdominal pain. Wumian frowned. Call Jin Bo in. After Jin Bo entered and paid his respects, he proactively stated, I observed her. It seems genuine. The emperor has not yet dismissed court, but someone from Hanliang Palace has already been sent to His Majesty. Wumian nodded. Prepare me for my dressing. Bring some porridge for me to eat. I shall likely need to pay a visit shortly. Once she was dressed and had taken a few bites, those coming to pay their respects had arrived. After some idle chatter, Jean Bo returned to inform her that the emperor had emerged from Tai Chi Palace. Li Fei had summoned the imperial physician, stating that she was unwell. In that case, if there are no pressing matters, those of third rank and below may return for now, Wumian suggested to the favored concubine. Shall we go take a look? The favored concubine appeared quite worried. The officials of lower ranks had taken their leave from Fengyi Palace, and Wumian, along with the noble consorts Guifei, Xianfei, Rongfei, Minfei, and Zhang Zhaorong, proceeded towards Hanliang Hall. The proximity of Fengyi Palace to Hanliang Hall meant that they arrived slightly ahead of the emperor. The imperial physician was still attending to patients, while the palace attendants promptly invited the empress to take her seat. Awaiting His Majesty's arrival, upon entering Yingqiang Tower, the first sight that captured his attention was the empress, for the memories of the previous night lingered vividly in his mind. He felt a deep concern for Li Hui. Yet he couldn't help but ponder how the playful empress of the night transformed into such a dignified figure by day. The dignified empress greeted them with a series of courteous inquiries. As though she had not been in his company the night before, the physician remained inside, oblivious to the circumstances. As Wumian spoke, a maidservant of Li Hui emerged to request the emperor's entrance. The emperor proceeded directly inside. Leaving Wumian behind, she had no intention of following, and neither did Guifei and the others, who were also unable to enter. They awaited the physician's return, who eventually emerged to respond, in answer to the empress's inquiry. Li Hui is in the early stages of her pregnancy, and her condition is somewhat unstable. She did not sleep well last night, which has caused some disturbance to the fetus. This statement was hard to believe. How could she not sleep well? Was it the pregnancy that troubled her? Wumian asked. Sometimes pregnant women experience heightened reactions, making it common for them to eat poorly and sleep fitfully. Li Hui merely needs to rest. Once she reaches 4 months, she will be fine, the physician explained. As the others listened, the implications of his words were troubling. Had the emperor spent the night with the empress, causing Li Hui's distress, such jealousy among concubines was unacceptable. Particularly when directed towards the empress. I said often that she struggles to sleep. I thought Li Hui only had trouble last night. Rongfei sighed, emphasizing the importance of health, stating that a pregnant woman should not dwell on negative thoughts. This was a clear insinuation that Li Hui's worries had led to her condition. Why would a pregnant woman constantly fret? At this time, there was no notion of caring for a pregnant woman's emotions. Any anxiety was seen as dishonesty, and any issues with the child were attributed to the mother, even though people often said that a pregnant woman should not be saddened or troubled. They also did not condone a pregnant woman who was consumed by thoughts of favoritism. Despite Li Hui's somewhat willful nature, she was still carrying a child. Xianfei added her voice to the conversation. Wumian listened to them pin Li Hui with blame but refrained from defending her or participating in their discourse. She merely observed. Guifei and Minfei remained silent, while Zhang Zhaorong, who would have previously spoken at length, chose to remain quiet. Sensing the empress's reticence, upon reflection, it seemed unnecessary to speak at this moment, especially with the emperor still inside. Should he overhear, his concern for Li Hui might spark anger, leading to more harm than good. They could discuss this elsewhere, as it was clear that Li Hui's jealousy over the emperor's company with others had caused her distress. Wumian sat in the upper seat, awaiting the emperor's words. After some time, Li Hui's personal maid Duku emerged with a bow. His Majesty requests that all the ladies return, including the Empress. Our lady has no serious issues, just some discomfort from a sleepless night. She mentioned that in a few days, when she feels better, she will come to pay her respects to the Empress. Wumian smiled slightly, leaving the others uncertain whether her expression was one of mockery or genuine amusement. She rose and instructed, Ling Shuai, please go in and take a look at Li Hui, and also convey my respects to His Majesty. As she spoke, she took Fei Shu's hand and turned to leave. Guifei glanced toward the inner chamber and offered a small smile. Very well. Ling Shuai entered the inner chamber, bowing. Your Majesty, the Empress, and the ladies have taken their leave. This maidservant has been sent to check on Li Hui, as our lady is concerned for her health. Yingqiang Tower nodded. The Empress is indeed thoughtful. I have caused the ladies unnecessary concern. Li Hui, looking pale, reclined against a soft pillow, her long, lustrous black hair cascading elegantly over the bed, truly a sight to behold. Your health is paramount, but do you feel any better? The maid inquired respectfully. It is nothing serious, just a bit fatigued. Please extend my gratitude to your lady. Li Hui replied, certainly, I shall convey your words exactly. Ling Shuai bowed once more to Li Hui, then turned to the emperor with another bow. Our lady specifically asked me to convey her respects to your Majesty, stating that she has taken her leave. Yingqiang Tower felt an indescribable sensation within. Rise, inform the Empress that I shall accompany her for a meal on another day. Yes, I take my leave now, Ling Shuai said, bowing before exiting. Li Hui sighed softly. The attendants by the Empress's side are truly well-mannered. I lack such obedient maidservants. Your attendants are quite good as well. Do not overthink it. Yingqiang Tower, for reasons unknown, found herself reluctant to discuss the Empress with Li Hui. Sensing this, Li Hui shifted the topic, deliberately avoiding the subject. Meanwhile, Wumian and the others exited Hanliang Hall, and Zhang Xiaorong suggested, "Empress, may I visit you for a while? I find it rather dull there. Shall we stroll through the garden instead?" Wumian replied, "That sounds delightful. I shall accompany you." Zhang Xiaorong responded with a smile. They thus chose to walk from the back of Hanliang Hall and made their way to the pomegranate pavilion. The pomegranate flowers had nearly withered. Yet they bore small green fruits, some tinged with red from the sun. However, they remained quite small, and such pomegranates seldom grew large enough to be eaten, as they were too sour, serving merely as a visual delight. "Your Majesty, Li Hui is rather audacious. You come to visit her with kindness, yet she exhibits such arrogance, showing you little respect," Zhang Xiaorong remarked. "And how is Li Liangyi's pregnancy faring?" Wumian inquired. "As far as I can tell, she is doing well, though her spirits are low. Given the circumstances, it is understandable that she feels down, yet she is aware of the child's importance and is diligently taking care of herself." Zhang Xiaorong explained, "She must also be cautioned against overindulging. Excessive care during pregnancy can lead to dangers during childbirth." Wumian stated as she sat in the pavilion. "In the future, do not let your grievances with Li Hui escalate. At least publicly exercise restraint." "Yes, I thank you for your guidance. Sometimes I find it hard to suppress my feelings." Zhang Xiaorong sighed, sitting opposite Wumian. "The more I think, the more agitated I become." Her frustration was intertwined with the grief of losing a daughter. Being so young, she understood that her existence resembled that of a resentful woman, which was why the emperor had not visited her in a long time. But how could one forget such hatred and pain? "Your position is granted by the emperor. He is still young, and in the coming years, new faces will appear. If Li Hui were to bear a son, the number of favorites would only increase, and positions would become scarce." Wumian made her point succinctly. "Yes, I shall heed your words in the future." Zhang Xiaorong agreed. Previously she had not regarded the empress highly, but now that she had gained the emperor's favor, she would seize the opportunity. She was acutely aware that despite her rank as a third-grade Xiaorong lacking favor in children, it would not be surprising if she fell from grace one day, yet Li Hui's arrogance was concerning. If she bore a son, it would only inflate her ambitions further. Is it not too early to worry about such matters? This is the harem. Can the affections within the harem endure? Can they last long enough to support a favored consort for over a decade? If Li Hui were to have a son, would she manage to raise him until he survives the smallpox inoculation and is successfully named heir? Zhang Xiaorong expressed her doubts. "Your composure is truly admirable." She added with a bitter smile, "When one harbors hatred towards another but cannot act upon it, it is best to refrain from doing anything at all. One must understand that at critical moments, a single word or action can be enough to crush someone rather than causing discomfort through trivial matters. When one has nothing, speaking and acting less can also be a strategy. It is a skill to remain inscrutable to others." "I am taking your counsel to heart," Zhang Xiaorong said, standing to bow respectfully. "That is not a reprimand, merely a heart-to-heart conversation. Now let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. The scenery is so beautiful." Wumian waved her hand dismissively, gazing at the lake in the distance. Wumian mused that dealing with Li Hui was ultimately futile. However, one matter was of utmost importance. Yingxiong Tower currently found it challenging to distinguish between the favored and lesser consorts, which could not be allowed to continue. "I am aware of her intentions. She merely wishes for me to take action against the crown prince." How foolishly optimistic she is. Even if that wretched creature were to perish, would her frail offspring truly become of any consequence? Unless His Majesty has only that one child, the favored concubine scoffed. "Indeed, it is unfortunate that even now, the Empress Dowager does not favor the second prince," remarked Ziying. The favored concubine nodded, and upon entering the palace she queried, "Is the consort Li merely feigning her condition, or is her pregnancy truly unstable? I have already sent someone to inquire." However, the imperial physician previously stated that her pregnancy is precarious. "It seems she is indeed acting, but there is also some genuine discomfort," replied Ziying. The favored concubine furrowed her brow for a long moment before smiling. "Very well." Ziying did not inquire further about her mistress's meaning but had an inkling. Regardless of the circumstances, the consort Li must not successfully deliver a healthy prince. Word from the palace has conveyed that the crown prince has already taken his place beside the Empress Dowager. When Dukong returned with the message, Wumian was partaking of a meal. "Very well, let us send some provisions. Standard items will suffice, no need for extravagance," Wumian instructed. "Yes, I shall ensure the lady's intentions are conveyed and will inform the crown prince of how he might have an opportunity to return." Dukong replied. Wumian smiled. "You are clever, yet there is no need to be overly direct with him. He will understand our benevolence need not be so overt." "I comprehend, rest assured, my lady." Dukong exited. "My lady, this morning both Su Liangyi and Li Liangyi have arrived," reported Lin Shui. "Excellent." Wumian rose. "Let us proceed." This morning, aside from the beauty fu within the palace, it was merely the consort Li who did not attend. Wumian received the salutes from everyone and encouraged them to rise. "Su Liangyi and Li Liangyi are present. How do you both feel? It is perfectly acceptable if you choose not to come while expecting." "Thank you for your concern, my lady. I am eating well and sleeping soundly." The imperial physician recently remarked that all appears well with the pregnancy. Su Liangyi stated, "I am also well, thank you for your care." And it is customary to pay respects to the Empress. Li Liangi added, good, you both are understanding, which brings me great comfort. Let us do this. You need not come daily, a visit every few days will suffice. Politeness is important, yet I know you hold me in your thoughts. After you give birth, there will be ample opportunity for you to pay your respects. For now, the priority remains the heir. Thank you. My lady, observing that Li Liangi appeared somewhat frail, the wise consort remarked that while pregnant, one should refrain from excessive worry and ensure proper nourishment. Remarkably, the favored concubine has begun to take care of Li Liangi once more. The wise consort understood the favored concubine's motives, leveraging the situation for her own benefit, and felt it audacious to, I am not blessed, possessing a constitution that does not gain weight, despite my efforts to nourish myself. Li Liangi chuckled. She no longer possessed the former splendor. In such a brief time, she had to tread carefully in conversation with others. What did the imperial physician say? The favored concubine inquired. The imperial physician reported that all is well. And there are no concerns regarding the pregnancy. Li Liangi answered, that is good. A lack of weight is not a problem. I did not gain much during my pregnancy with the first princess either. The first princess was also born in good health, the favored concubine commented. Indeed, I recall that during the time my elder sister, the wise consort, was pregnant she did not gain weight either. In fact, she was rather thin when she gave birth. Remarked Rongfei in a jovial manner. However, I was quite plump when I gave birth to the second princess, only to gradually lose weight afterward. To this day Rongfei remains quite ample, though her fullness is quite becoming. Wumian leaned against her chair, listening to their veiled exchanges. The wise consort was quite concerned about the favored concubine's sudden attentiveness towards Li Liangi. Rongfei staunchly supported the favored concubine. While Minfei typically remained uninvolved, the favored concubine, with Rongfei's backing, remained comfortably secure. Taking a moment to observe Li Liangi, Wumian noted her silence, seemingly indifferent to the favored concubine. Wumian pondered who the emperor might entrust to care for the child once born. What odds did Jiang Zhaorong have against the favored concubine? If the chances were slim, then some measures would need to be taken. In comparison, Su Liangi's pregnancy seemed relatively easier to safeguard. Once the underlings had sufficiently sharpened their knives, Wumian declared, let us disperse. It is quite hot, so please take care not to suffer from heatstroke on your way back, should the ice supply run low. Seek out the favored concubine. Moreover, please ensure the kitchen prepares an ample quantity of green bean soup to combat the heat. The palace maids and servants labored diligently. In this weather, we cannot allow them to suffer heatstroke while attending to their duties. The favored concubine, you bear the burden of this responsibility. The favored concubine gritted her teeth, unwilling to acquiesce to the empress's wishes this time. The empress nearly needs to speak, while I must handle everything. I fear the palace maids and servants will only remember the empress's benefits. My lady's concern for those below is commendable, yet such provisions are limited. I have already issued orders for what is customary. For anything beyond that, I must first confer with the palace's financial department. There are many palace maids and servants, and it may not be feasible to distribute everything at once. Furthermore, with so many individuals to supply daily, it could lead to complications. Resignation is a mindset. It does not mean doing nothing at all. Even if you are the empress, you cannot be idle. What is so distasteful about the emperor sleeping with the empress? I can only say that one must continue to engage with him, sleep to exhaustion. Chapter 59, The Steward's Burden. Wumian wore a smirk. Is it your intention, favored concubine, to imply that this matter is beyond my comprehension and cannot be resolved? I did not mean that. It is simply that without being in charge, one cannot appreciate the value of resources. This matter cannot be settled merely by your words, the favored concubine retorted, her temper rising. Her tone growing increasingly harsh. The two locked gazes, and those present could not depart, so they resumed their previous positions. The favored concubine's reasoning was sound. Those who fund the endeavors are not I. And my assertions carry no weight. Wumian turned to Dukong, who stood nearby. Dukong, please go to the palace's financial department and summon the supervisor Wu for a response. Certainly. My lady, is it truly necessary to trouble Supervisor Wu for this? It is merely a trivial matter of the inner palace. We can deliberate and resolve it ourselves. It would be unseemly for His Majesty to overhear and think we are troubling the ministers with trifling concerns. Rongfei interjected quickly. Indeed, if it truly proves too difficult, perhaps it would be better for His Majesty to address it himself, the wise consort added, her expression one of concern, since it is a trivial matter. Why trouble the emperor? If the favored concubine cannot resolve it and I am not in a position of authority, I have no alternative but to seek Supervisor Wu's assistance. Wumian remained unperturbed. Her tone still gentle. My lady, why become agitated? I shall handle it. However, this is not a matter that can be resolved swiftly. The favored concubine clenched her teeth. If it cannot be done swiftly, how many attempts will it take? It is already July, how much longer can summer last? Wumian smiled brightly. It is merely a small matter. You have many concerns to ponder daily, and I shall not burden you with this. If it truly proves unmanageable, let us contribute funds instead. This way, distribution will be simpler. The palace maids and servants can receive their share from those in charge. Rongfei chimed in. Yes, this would expedite matters significantly. My palace would prefer to do just that, Wumian quickly added. Oh, who shall provide the funds? Wumian inquired with a smile, directing her gaze at Rong Fei. The financial matters will be discussed with the palace's financial department afterward. For now, I must allocate some other funds to cover it. The expenses for autumn garments and the mid-autumn festival gifts can be postponed, the favored concubine implied, suggesting that the empress's whims had delayed important matters. Wumian chuckled. What a pity, the favored concubine and Rong Fei have truly been wronged. Very well, since this matter proves difficult, let us consider it as if I never mentioned it. We shall revisit it next summer. By then, the favored concubine ought to prepare in advance. Wumian rose. Enough, it is my fault for wasting your time. You may all return. Yes, thank you, Empress, for your consideration, the favored concubine replied. Wumian cast another sidelong glance at her, yet said nothing as she assisted Lin Shui in leaving the main hall. Upon exiting Thingy Palace, each harbored their own thoughts, yet none voiced them there. Only Wumian murmured to Zhang Marin walking beside her, the Empress is clearly not favored as much as the favored concubine. After all, the favored concubine has a princess, with all her treasures. Is it not impossible to suppress her? Zhang Marin found herself at a loss for words, but proximity prevented her from feigning ignorance. She could only respond, be careful of your footing, sister. Yang Jieyu coughed, my throat feels dreadful. Do you have any throat lozenges, sister? Zhang Marin quickly replied, yes. Do you have a recurring ailment? You should return home at once. As she spoke, she nodded at Wumian and departed with Yang Jieyu. Once they had distanced themselves, Zhang Marin sighed, I truly dislike conversing with her. Yang Jieyu laughed, she lacks capability, yet her tongue is quite reckless. This morning's events may seem as though the favored concubine emerged victorious, yet she herself is quite agitated. Rong Fei sat in the favored concubine's Chaoyang palace. Sister, do not let it trouble you. Even if she wishes to reclaim power in the palace, it will not be so simple. It is the will of His Majesty and the Empress Dowager, even if she seeks to vex you. It will only result in His Majesty's disdain. Indeed, sister, do not be upset. She dares not even summon His Majesty, Ziying urged. The favored concubine huffed, she may not dare to summon His Majesty, but she is bold enough to call upon Supervisor Wu. After all, she is the Empress, and I am but a concubine. Should I have matters to discuss, would I dare summon a minister of the third rank to Chaoyang Palace for inquiries? Rong Fei faltered, that is, of course, unacceptable enough. She merely seeks to cause me discomfort, yet without His Majesty's word, she cannot reclaim her authority. The favored concubine gritted her teeth. Ziying, go and calculate the number of palace maids and servants. If she claims it is unnecessary, I shall insist on distributing these funds. I will not allow the underlings to think that the Empress wishes to bestow favors while I, the favored concubine, refuse to oblige. That would only breed resentment among them. Very well, Ziying complied. My lady, do not be agitated, regardless of the situation. Since you have taken charge, the underlings have all been well fed, and they certainly appreciate your kindness, urged Ziji. The favored concubine took a deep breath. Very well, let us cease discussing this matter. She looked at the noble consort Rong and said, I have inquired thoroughly. Concubine Li is rather unstable due to her own condition. The Imperial Medical Bureau is doing its utmost to provide care, yet whether she can remain steady is still uncertain. On the other hand, after taking a brief nap, Lin Shui rose and reported, the Chaoyang Palace has issued orders for the managers in various places to collect funds, specifically to replenish the daily allocation of mung bean soup, starting from now until the 15th of August. Zhao Hua frowned. How cunning, will she actually spend her own money? It's not even her own funds. She will inevitably report this to the Ministry of the Palace. Lin Shui retorted angrily, it is indeed infuriating that she has actually gone through with it. I thought she would refrain from such actions. Unmoved, Wumian settled herself at the dressing table and picked up a comb. What does this matter signify? It is merely a trivial affair. However, it would be wise for Jin Bo to observe which managers, having received the funds, are genuinely inclined to distribute them. Zhao Hua nodded obediently and departed. Lin Shui's eyes brightened. Are you implying that some may not distribute the funds? Indeed, those managers within the palace are known to be quite cunning. Such funds rarely reach the common people. If they are not distributed, will we be the ones to compensate? Wumian chuckled. I commend your cleverness, yet you seem to lack understanding. Why would I compensate? If they fail to receive the funds, there will be grievances to address. I shall seize this opportunity to discern which managers are capable. In the future, when I reclaim power within the palace, do you think I would continue to manage affairs in such a manner? I must identify those who ought to be expelled from this palace. Lin Shui gazed at her mistress's calm words, momentarily taken aback. Yet, it is indeed the case, after the emperor's ascension, although new faces have been introduced and some old ones dismissed, the majority of those within the harem have remained unchanged. Is it truly so effortless for those in power to bestow favors? Merely speaking and distributing money does not guarantee success. In fact, it may incite resentment among others. Money is indeed a coveted commodity, and who would dare to speak up against the corruption of those in charge? Typically, they can hardly wait to offer tributes to secure favorable positions, yet who would dare to utter a word about our money being embezzled? Furthermore, the palace maids and servants are all in the same predicament. Once they enter the palace, it is for life. Chapter 60. The Empress and the noble consort. The aged palace maid sits idly discussing the Xuanzong, and if everyone must earn their livelihood in a single place for a lifetime, they are even less likely to rebel. If there were no such matters, it might be one thing, but when there are indeed issues yet nothing is attained, how can those beneath not feel discomfort? After all, I refer to the daily supply of mung bean soup, not mere money. In this situation, they receive neither the funds nor the soup. How disheartening it is. Wumian spoke lightly, as if she were not overly concerned about the matter. However, Lin Shui understood that for those lowly palace servants, a bowl of cool mung bean soup is already a significant benefit. Thus, the mistress does not seek to achieve anything, she merely compels the noble consort to act against her will. If the noble consort were to resolutely refuse, the people below would resent her inaction, yet if she complied but could not provide for them, they would also hold her accountable, unless the noble consort truly adheres to the empress's wishes. In which case, the gratitude would ultimately be directed towards the empress. How much appreciation can the noble consort truly claim? Lin Shui comprehended. Do you understand now? Wumian inquired. Your Highness is truly astute. I am indeed dull-witted, Lin Shui replied, yet Wumian sighed softly. In truth, this is the reason why those who act do not reap the benefits. Assistance is difficult, yet destruction is all too easy. Managing affairs is indeed a formidable task. The minutiae of daily life, with thousands in the palace, how can it be well governed? The noble consort is indeed capable, yet differing positions cause a disparity. If the noble consort is too capable, what then is the role of the empress? She spoke of the noble consort and the empress, not of Zhao Wumian and Qi Yuan. She has always understood that the conflict lies in their statuses, not in their individual selves. It is merely the helplessness of existing within this realm. Let us not dwell on this any longer. While the heat has yet to intensify, let us take a stroll outside. It is uncomfortable to remain cooped up. The Yingqiong Tower is bustling. There has been flooding in the southern regions these past few days. Such disasters occur every few years, and this year's impact is relatively mild. The government has relocated the affected populace and dispatched funds and provisions for disaster relief. This has occupied them for over 10 days, with the emperor losing considerable weight from his relentless efforts. However, he appears even more spirited, akin to a tall pine tree. Over these past 10 days, there has been little occurring in the harem, and even the notoriously willful concubine Li has refrained from disturbing the emperor. She has merely sent him soup on 2 occasions, a rather ordinary gesture. After the flurry of activity at the Yingqiong Tower subsides, it will be time to enter the harem. In the past, he would have unhesitatingly sought out concubine Li, but now how has concubine Li been these past few days? Lu Zhong replied. The imperial physician reported no issues. Concubine Li merely requires rest. Go convey the message that I shall dine with concubine Li this evening. Lu Zhong stood by, awaiting further instructions from the emperor, but the emperor merely waved his hand dismissively. Lu Zhong pondered. Does His Majesty intend to only dine with concubine Li, although concubine Li cannot attend to him personally? If he sends a special message, it truly signifies a mere meal. Upon receiving the news, concubine Li did not pay much attention to these details. She was simply overjoyed. Wumian heard that the emperor had gone to concubine Li's palace. Yet there was no commotion. She merely stated, "Shall we have cold noodles for dinner? It is truly hot today. Should we set up an ice mountain?" Zhao Hua inquired. That is unnecessary. It will not be hot while sleeping. A calm mind naturally cools, and it is merely during mealtimes that the heat is most pronounced. Should I have the servants fan you more during meals? Wumian nodded. You all should go eat. Have the kitchen prepare more mung bean soup for everyone in the palace. Mung beans are indeed a beneficial ingredient, suitable for everyone, from the emperor and empress to the palace maids and servants alike. When dinner was served, the cold noodles were accompanied by 2 types of sauces, one with shredded chicken and assorted vegetables, and the other with garlic vinegar and sesame sauce. Wumian instructed them to mix the sauces together. And the cold chicken salad was delightful, flavorful yet not greasy. After enjoying this meal comfortably, Lin Shui brought in fragrant tea, meant to cleanse the palate after a rich meal. Wumian mused that this tea is indeed a fine creation. The Imperial Medical Bureau has truly exerted considerable effort, yet it has not been passed down. Consequently, in later generations, those who consume garlic find its lingering taste remains well into the next day. Just as Wumian was about to call for someone to undo her hair and write for a while before sleeping, she heard commotion outside. The emperor had arrived. Wumian was slightly surprised and rose to greet him. Upon entering Yingqiong Tower, the emperor was greeted by a refreshing fragrance, the same incense previously lit by the empress, a fragrant ambience at night indicative of the empress's refined taste. I was preparing to write for a while. Your Majesty's arrival is quite timely. Of course, Wumian would not question why he had visited concubine Li before coming to her. Was there perhaps a flaw in concubine Li's lair? What shall we write? If it pleases you, I shall accompany you. The emperor responded. Very well, please wait a moment while I loosen my hair. It feels somewhat uncomfortable, Wumian said. Yingqiong Tower nodded and sat nearby, observing her. What has the empress been occupied with these days? I have been too busy and have not had the opportunity to visit. Just the usual affairs. Has the flooding in the south been resolved? Your Majesty appears rather fatigued. In truth, Wumian had not paid much attention. Nighttime is not as vivid as daytime, making it less perceptible. Nonetheless, such inquiries are never misplaced if the other party has truly lost weight. It shows your concern. If they have not gained weight, they may indeed appear somewhat haggard, causing you to perceive them as thinner. Even if they are neither thin nor haggard, it indicates that she genuinely cares for him. Perceiving him as easily fatigued. It is nothing. I have simply been lacking in sleep these past few days, Ingqiong Tower replied, with the heat intensifying. It is understandable that your Majesty may have difficulty sleeping due to concerns. Wumian sighed. Today, I have nothing else to offer, merely mung bean soup. Would your Majesty care for some? Yes, please bring it forth. Ingqiong Tower genuinely wanted some, with concubine Li's pregnancy and the instability of her condition. Her diet is now extremely scrutinized. He felt hesitant to indulge his own preferences, resulting in his meals being overly bland and lukewarm. He was not particularly hungry, yet a bowl of cool mung bean soup would be most delightful. I do not wish to disturb your Majesty, but if you remain so busy in the next 2 or 3 days, I shall come to check on you now that the Emperor has come. It is fortunate, for it indicates that matters have calmed down. Wumian smiled at Ingqiong Tower and then instructed Zhao Hua, let us proceed, it is too hot to write comfortably. Once her hair was arranged, Wumian and the Emperor proceeded to the study. The Fengyi Palace boasts a spacious study, where the attendants had already prepared the ink and paper. Writing brings tranquility. At times, when the heat becomes bothersome, a few strokes of the brush can soothe the spirit. Wumian remarked. Ingqiong Tower examined the note she had written, all in delicate, flowing script. Why do you favor this style of writing? Which requires such effort, I cannot quite articulate why I favor it, Wumian replied with a smile, pulling out a sheet of paper. Larger characters are also an option. Chapter 61, Celestial Bodies. As she spoke, she picked up a large brush and inscribed 3 characters, Ingqiong Tower. Ingqiong Tower raised an eyebrow, witnessing his name being penned by another for the first time. The Empress's calligraphy was not delicate. It bore a certain sharpness, indicating it was not exceptionally outstanding, yet the spirit within the strokes was quite remarkable. In ancient times, individuals sometimes conveyed emotions through their writing, and the meaning is not solely confined to the words themselves but also to the essence of the characters. At times, a single piece of writing can reveal sentiments through its very nature. This is akin to the sword intent spoken of by swordsmen and the qin intent by musicians, a subtle realm that can only be grasped intuitively. Not articulated. Wumian continued to write. The moon above shines upon Wumian. It ought to be the Jade Palace, untroubled by the cold heights. The moon wanes, and the ancients have difficulty achieving completeness. May we endure together under the same moon. If Su Dongpa were to learn of your alterations to his verses, I wonder how he would feel. It is difficult for Ingqiong Lu to articulate the peculiar emotions stirring within him at this moment. However, it seems he has grasped the implicit meaning woven through the words of the Empress. Wumian cast a sidelong glance at him and remarked with a smile, Your Majesty, should you encounter the esteemed Dongpa Jusher in your dreams tonight, do remember to convey my greetings. It is a common delight among people to claim they have met with sages in their dreams, thus her words bear no offense. Very well, Ingqiong Lu nodded in agreement. Wumian chuckled lightly, setting aside the piece of paper before drawing out another. And what shall your Majesty write? I shall review some memorials. Zhong, fetch them. Ingqiong Lu had intended to rest today. Yet, with the Empress's industrious spirit, he felt a twinge of guilt for not engaging in some task. Amused, Wumian stopped Zhong, saying, Do not go. The Emperor does not wish to write. It is my oversight. Your Majesty has been fatigued and deserves a proper rest. With that, she also set down her pen. Shall we retire to the garden for tea and conversation? Very well, Ingqiong Lu nodded, pondering how much more astute the Empress had become. The two took their seats in a quaint pavilion beside Wumian's swing set. Surrounded by trees, including the pomegranate she had mentioned he planted for her, due to relocation, the fruiting had been scarce this year. Wumian contemplated having someone graft them next year for a more bountiful harvest. The palace also held a fair number of jasmine, which were currently in bloom, their fragrance wafting gently. As they enjoyed their tea, a sense of comfort enveloped them. A slight breeze graced the night, bringing a refreshing coolness. Wumian tilted her head to gaze at the stars above, marveling at the splendid night sky. How delightful it is. Noticing her rapt attention, Ingqiong Lu also looked up. Does the Empress take pleasure in this sight? Does your Majesty not? Wumian replied with a smile. Consider this, each star may represent vast realms beyond our comprehension. Some of these realms are desolate, devoid of life, others are tumultuous, rife with lightning and thunder, some resemble frigid hells, while others burn with eternal flames. Yet, there are also realms where the temperature remains temperate, much like our own, where seasons cycle through. At this very moment, there may be souls akin to us, seated in their own realms, gazing up at the stars, perhaps a couple enjoying their tea together. With that, Wumian raised her teacup towards the heavens and softly proclaimed, To you all, and to our former selves. Ingqiong Lu remained contemplative, but Zhong instinctively looked up, as if the Empress's words held an undeniable truth. Ingqiong Lu furrowed his brow before relaxing it. Your thoughts are intriguing, however, one question remains, how could they remain aloft in those places? That is due to gravity, you fool. Wumian merely smiled, who knows, perhaps they gaze upon our world as a shining star. Maybe they ponder, if there are beings on that star, how could they not fall? Lu shook his head. Enough, your imagination is rather delightful. Presently one might perceive stars as celestial beings, and the myriad constellations as omens from the heavens. They strive to interpret, to conjure meaning, to foretell calamities or peace. Who can assert that they are unequivocally mistaken? The present generation cannot fathom the stars, nor can future generations comprehend the planets. Humanity, whether a millennium past or a millennium hence, remains perpetually ignorant. Yet, this empress, even if Lu considers her somewhat childish, possesses an undeniably captivating aura. It is late. Wumian stood. Indeed, it is rather late. She winked at the emperor and extended her hand. Your Majesty. Lu glanced down, taking hold of her delicate, fair hand as they made their way inside. The emperor, having not entered the inner palace for over 10 days, felt a surge of excitement, embracing the empress's waist repeatedly. Yet, only he knew that at this moment, he was constantly reminded of how Wumian looked while offering her tea to the stars. Her porcelain-like face wore an expression he could not fathom. Yet it drew his utmost attention. Wumian entwined her arms around the emperor's neck, whispering please in his ear, occasionally nibbling at him, leaving Lu utterly bewildered as to whether she was genuinely pleading for mercy or playfully resisting. In their final encounter, as Wumian clung to him, it was the first time he witnessed her so authentically responsive upon the bed. Her cheeks were flushed, her eyes shimmering with a hint of moisture, her lips pouting in a manner that suggested grievance, yet, her body unmistakably conveyed her enjoyment. Lu gently covered her eyes. You are truly insistent. After a while, amidst the serenade of cicadas and frogs on a summer night, Wumian murmured, Your Majesty is truly bothersome. Do not ever say I am insistent again. What domineering proclamations. Thankfully, it is all over, otherwise I might have burst into laughter upon waking the next morning. Wumian found that the emperor had already departed. Having been busy with numerous affairs, though he had not attended court, a plethora of matters awaited him. Wumian had risen late, having been called several times by Lin Shui without success. Consequently, all the concubines had gathered. Yet the empress was still absent. Their thoughts need not be elaborated upon. Although the emperor had claimed to dine with Li Fei last night, he had stayed at Fengyi Palace. The empress truly. When Wumian arrived, the others offered their salutations, and she waved her hand dismissively. Please sit. I apologize for keeping you waiting. The empress has worked hard in her nightly duties. It is only natural she emerges late. Humayun interjected bluntly. Wumian sat down, lifting her eyelids to glance at her. Humayun, your tongue is unrestrained. I shall impose a 3-month salary penalty. Depart now. Humayun was taken aback. Your Majesty, where did I err? Impudence, Lin Shui barked. The empress has decreed. Does a mere beauty dare to dispute? The Guifei rose. Humayun, you ought to express gratitude. Humayun, feeling aggrieved, nevertheless said, Thank you, Your Majesty. With that, she exited with her maidservant. Humayun's lack of decorum was truly unchangeable. Do not be angered, Your Majesty, the Guifei remarked. Wumian chuckled lightly. It is a trivial matter. Please sit, Guifei. In an ancient court, do not anticipate love. Love is a phantom. Most who have heard of it or witnessed it are likely under an illusion. Chapter 62. A lasting impression. The empress had indeed punished individuals before, but this was the first time since her recovery. The others could not help but observe, pondering the intriguing nature of the maidservants surrounding the empress. To so swiftly expel someone with such sharp words was indeed striking. Humayun's unrestrained nature truly cannot be amended. Jiang Zhaorong expressed with disdain. It is rather improper. Yang Jieyu concurred. Since Humayun entered the palace, she has been following the Guifei. The Guifei ought to discipline her. The Xianfei added. The Guifei felt vexed. Humayun had always sought her favor, yet when had she ever accepted it? A fool now burdening herself. What do you mean by following me? We are all sisters. What does it matter if one follows or not? It merely depends on compatibility. If we get along, we play together. If not, we see each other less. I do not know Humayun's temperament, meaning I cannot get along with her. It is a trivial matter. She has been punished, so let it be. Wumian smiled. Though the Guifei oversees matters, she cannot manage every individual. There is no need to dwell on it. Wumian's demeanor today leaned towards favoring the Guifei. The empress is indeed magnanimous. Jiang Zhaorong remarked. The Empress Dowager has relayed word from her end. She shall return to the palace by mid-August to celebrate the Mid-Autumn Festival. The Guifei stated. She has chosen to announce this now, indicating the message was meant for me. Wumian smiled at her. If that is the case, then Guifei, please make preparations. Instruct the people of Yining Palace to tidy up and prepare for the Empress Dowager's arrival. Also inform those in Jinawa Pavilion. They must ensure that Fei Mei's quarters are in order. Most importantly, the place where the Crown Prince resides in Rongkang Palace must also be ready. Since the message was directed to you, you should attend to it. Do you think I care? Yes, I have already instructed them on these matters. Should anything be lacking, I shall seek the Empress's guidance. The Guifei replied. No, I am not as capable as you. I often overlook many matters. You manage them splendidly, so continue as you have been. Wumian jested. You are not harboring any grudges against me, are you? By age, I could address you as sister. You wouldn't hold any resentment over trivial matters, would you? I cannot accept such a title, Your Majesty. How could you speak thus? I would never dare to harbor resentment towards you, yet, after all, you are the Empress. Many matters are still more comprehensive than I can manage, the Guifei hurriedly responded. She genuinely found it challenging to cope with Wumian's sudden shifts in demeanor. She had prepared herself for the Empress to deliver stern words, yet today the Empress seemed so gentle. That is good. We all reside within the palace, and it is common for us to bicker or quarrel. It is all for the sake of His Majesty. The Guifei thought it best to let it go. Wumian nodded. You are truly overthinking. I did not contemplate that much. Very well, I understand. The Guifei is the best, Wumian said playfully. Harmony among wives and concubines is indeed a blessing, the Xianfei remarked seriously. She appeared earnest, but unless it was sarcasm, it was quite peculiar. However, Wumian pretended not to understand. And the Guifei feigned ignorance as well. After the crowd dispersed, Wumian smiled, feeling quite pleased. It is indeed a pity that the second prince's health is so fragile. Had he been a robust child, I fear the Xianfei and the Guifei would have clashed like dogs fighting over a bone. Lin Shuwei chuckled. They have not been on good terms for quite some time. The crown prince is returning. Should we not be cautious? Lin Shuwei inquired. Do not worry too much. When he arrives, we can send some gifts as a token of goodwill. However, remain vigilant. Others may act as they please, but do not involve our people. If there are unreliable individuals, inform me as soon as possible. I do not wish to find myself in a predicament later. Rest assured, Your Majesty, all those in our palace are dependable. Those who are not have long been dismissed. Zhang Mama noted, having returned from the Zhao family, feeling significantly more at ease. That is acceptable. However, one cannot expect to have mastery over every aspect of life. It suffices to manage oneself after the tumult of yesterday. It is simply inconceivable to forego a midday nap today. Hence Wumian surrendered to slumber without a care. In the harem, where thoughts are as intricate as a spider's web, should one toil endlessly over every matter? It would surely lead to an early demise. Such a pursuit is hardly worthwhile. As noon arrived, I had just settled at the dining table when Jean Bo entered from outside, announcing, Your Highness, the message from concubine Li indicates she is experiencing abdominal pain and has summoned the imperial physician. Also sending someone to the Tai Chi Palace. I inquired, has anyone been dispatched to us? Jean Bo replied, not yet. I responded, very well, then you may go and partake in your meal. I too shall dine. Jean Bo, perplexed, queried, Your Highness, will you not go to inquire? I retorted, what is there to see? What has transpired? I am unaware of the details. Once is a courtesy, twice would be a loss of face. Jean Bo comprehended my sentiment. Lin Shuwei and Fei Su began serving dishes to me, with Fei Su scoffing. Is it not outrageous that she behaves with such disregard while with child? Her audacity stems from the emperor's indulgence. As long as the emperor remains unperturbed, that suffices. I, unbothered, replied. Enough of her. It is imperative that we focus on our meal. Upon the arrival of the Guifei and others at Hanliang Hall, it became apparent that the empress was absent. The Guifei inquired, why has Her Majesty not graced us with her presence? Min Fei shook her head. Their attendance stemmed from a shared concern as fellow concubines. To put it plainly, it was not strictly by protocol. Given the circumstances, it was expected that if a sister were in distress, others would come to show solidarity. As for the empress's absence, it was of little concern to anyone. When Ing Qianlu arrived, he was slightly delayed, having entertained ministers for lunch. He refrained from interrupting the discussions. By the time he had finished his meal, he learned of the situation. The physician had already concluded his examination. The diagnosis was consistent: discomfort from fetal movement, attributed to concubine Li's restless night. This marked the second occurrence. Both times, the emperor had spent the night with the empress, leading to concubine Li's unrest. The onlookers exchanged glances, each harboring a wealth of sarcasm, yet none dared to voice their thoughts in the emperor's presence. Your Majesty, wipe your brow. The Guifei offered her handkerchief, as the midday heat was oppressive. Ing Qianlu accepted it, taking his time to enter, merely asking, the empress has not arrived. The Guifei nodded. Perhaps she is unaware. How could she not know? What are her attendants for? Yet, this remark was not intended as a slight. What more could she say? Ing Qianlu nodded. You have all worked hard this sweltering afternoon. Please return and avoid heatstroke. The Guifei replied, Your Majesty should offer comfort to concubine Li. With child, she must not dwell on idle fears. As the Guifei, her words were not out of line. Ing Qianlu merely acknowledged her with a grunt. Standing in contemplation, Ing Qianlu did not harbor anger at the empress's absence. Indeed, the empress had a duty to care for the concubines. Yet it was not obligatory for her to attend to every incident. He recalled vividly the last time concubine Li had been unwell. The empress had summoned her maid with decorum, a memory etched in his mind. Thus, he turned to El Zhong, instructing inquire whom they notified at Hanliang Hall. El Zhong grasped the emperor's intent and nodded in acknowledgement. Simply put, it was a matter of determining whether concubine Li had reported to the empress. In previous times, lack of communication may have gone unnoticed, but given the emperor's respect for the empress now, it was a different matter. Not inquiring would be one thing. Asking would necessitate honesty. As the crowd dispersed, He entered the inner chamber to find concubine Li's complexion even worse than before, clearly not feigned. Indeed, it was not an act. Concubine Li looked at Ing Qionglu, her voice trembling. Your Majesty, I feared. I was frightened. Ing Qionglu took a seat. What troubles you now? Just as I was about to dine, I was suddenly seized by abdominal pain. It frightened me terribly. The physician has reassured me that all is well. Merely discomfort from fetal movement, yet why does this discomfort persist? Concubine Li herself was in a state of anxiety. Each time something occurred, she sought the emperor, yet it was not pretense to it is natural for a pregnant woman to feel vulnerable. But the timing of her distress seemed too coincidental. In this moment, concubine Li had yet to fully process her own thoughts. Her primary concern remained the child. Ing Qionglu gazed at her with a conflicted expression. What occupies your mind? You are with child and must take care of yourself. I have already promised to elevate your status upon the birth of the child. Your Majesty, I did not intend this. I truly do not understand the cause of my pain, concubine Li implored, gripping his hand anxiously. I genuinely did not mean to cause this. Tears began to cascade down her cheeks. Ing Qionglu sighed. Enough, do not weep. I know you did not intend this. Meanwhile, Zhang Zhaorong departed Hanliang Hall and made her way to Fomi Palace, as it was unavoidable on her route home. Aware of her arrival, I hastily called her in. It is sweltering. Could you not arrive later? I merely came by chance, Zhang Zhaorong replied with a smile, accepting the sour plum soup presented by the maidservants. Oh dear, this sour plum soup tastes quite different from what is served in the imperial kitchen. Indeed, it contains additional herbs, the flavors of dried tangerine peel and mint, Lin Shuwei explained. No wonder, it has a refreshing quality. Zhang Zhaorong remarked, amused. Did you come from Hanliang Hall? How did it fare? I directly inquired, not feigning ignorance. Zhang Zhaorong, aware of the situation, knew the empress could not genuinely be unaware. She simply chose not to attend. Concubine Li is truly. She scoffed, shaking her head in disdain. This is just like the last time, the same situation, the same words. The physician claims discomfort from fetal movement due to a restless night. I chuckled aloud. Do you find it amusing as well? It is quite comical. Zhang Zhaorong snorted. Why complicate matters? Why not simply bear the child? At this point, I began to suspect concubine Li's actions were deliberate. Yet, it was perplexing. Why was she so fixated on me? Is it appropriate to use her pregnancy as a means of manipulation? Zhang Zhaorong joined in laughter, and we exchanged light-hearted banter for a while. I invited her to stay until the sun was less harsh before taking her leave. After Zhang Zhaorong departed, Du Kong returned with news. Your Majesty returned to the Tai Chi Palace an hour ago. He seems preoccupied. It is uncertain whether he will visit concubine Li this evening. I nodded, refraining from commenting on the matter. Whether he chose to visit or not was of little consequence. The Empress Dowager would return to the palace in a few days. Should concubine Li continue her antics while pregnant? The Empress Dowager would surely not be so lenient. Concubine Li is foolish. She should focus on delivering her child with her favored status, regardless of what may come. She could at least secure her elevation now. Why engage in rivalry with me? I shook my head. Who knows? Perhaps her imagination runs wild due to her pregnancy, Fei Su suggested. I chose not to dwell on it further. Let us go and write for a while. As for concubine Li, her pallor remained poor. After a brief slumber, she began to regain her senses. Do you think His Majesty is displeased today? Last night, when he prepared to leave, she had playfully expressed her reluctance to see him go, yet, her abdominal pain was not intentional. Would the emperor believe her? Surely he would. He adored her dearly. Do not utter such nonsense. Concubine Li chided. Yes, I understand my error, the maid Doko hastily replied. However, I did not observe any displeasure from His Majesty. He merely seems concerned for you and the child. Do not overthink it. Once you safely deliver the prince, who in the palace could surpass your dignity? The empress has yet to bear a child. I understand, concubine Li said, irritably rubbing her abdomen. She did not intend for this pregnancy to be so tumultuous. The day passed, and come evening, the emperor once more visited Hanliang Hall. Though the matter had settled, rumors circulated within the palace. Whispers suggested concubine Li, emboldened by her pregnancy, had effectively overshadowed the empress. El Zhong had already clarified that the attendants from Hanliang Hall had not reported to Fomi Palace. In light of their omission, the empress's absence was justified. She sought distance from the situation. After all, the empress was not responsible for managing palace affairs. Ing Qionglu merely nodded in acknowledgement of the information, saying nothing further. On that particular morning, I was at the window, pen in hand. As the sky darkened ominously, it would rain soon arrive. I gazed outside. Quickly gather the items, Lin Shuwei urged the attendants to prepare, swiftly collecting the books and papers, ensuring the window adjacent to the writing desk was fully closed. Just as the arrangements were made, thunder rumbled overhead, followed by a brilliant flash of lightning illuminating the courtyard. The second clap of thunder echoed loudly, sending Lin Shuwei hastily shielding me away from the window. The thunder is quite fierce. It unnerves me. I nodded in agreement. Indeed, humanity feels insignificant in the presence of such formidable natural forces. Not long after, the rain began to pour. I leaned back against the bed. Watching the maidservants light candles as the room grew dim, suddenly I heard a muffled call. What is that commotion? Fei Su rushed to the door to listen, spotting Du Kong drenched and clad in a raincoat. Racing toward the main hall, Your Highness, there is flooding at Hanliang Hall. What? It is raining. How could there be flooding? Fei Su gasped in disbelief. The lightning struck the roof, causing it to leak, Du Kong explained. I sighed within the room. Could it be that concubine Li is truly a spider spirit? Your Highness, this. Perhaps we should wait. I fear being struck by lightning if I venture out now. I wore an innocent expression. Such a significant matter demanded my attention, yet my life is paramount. Lin Shui stifled a laugh, but she understood. My words bore truth, and it was imperative to ensure that my safety remained intact. Would the fire spread? Fleecy was quite concerned about this. Chapter 64, Downgrade. After all, the Hanliang Palace is not very far from the Fengyi Palace. How could it be that, despite the torrential downpour, there remains a distance, even if it is close? Do not fret, go find some rain gear. Once the rain subsides, we shall go take a look, suggested Wuxian. Do you think the concubine Li's child is alright? Wuxian inquired. Is she perhaps a bit unfortunate? Indeed, it is quite unfortunate, but this is a thunderbolt sent down by the heavens, Lin Shui remarked with a peculiar expression. This may indeed tarnish her reputation somewhat. The ancients held these matters in high regard. If struck by lightning, how could it be well? Surely it signifies an invasion of malevolent energy, which is inauspicious. Wuxian clicked her tongue, genuinely feeling pity for concubine Li's sister. You have suffered too much. At that moment, concubine Li was terrified, experiencing severe abdominal pain. However, the rain outside was indeed heavy, and those dispatched to summon the imperial physician had already left, though it was feared they would not arrive swiftly. Inform His Majesty. Rest assured, Your Highness, they have already departed. Please do not be anxious. The lightning merely struck the roof of the side hall. There is no serious issue, and the fire has been contained. Douda said, anxiously helping her to breathe more easily. My stomach hurts so badly. Concubine Li clutched Douda's hand. Your Highness, take it easy. Breathe slowly, there is nothing to fear. Douda reassured her. Shuya hurried over to assist in calming her. Your health is paramount. You were merely startled, do not panic. Concubine Li held their hands and took deep breaths, but another clap of thunder outside startled her into a gasp. Meanwhile, Wuxian leisurely enjoyed her lunch in her own palace. Unfortunately, due to the heavy rain, she did not trouble the imperial kitchen and had a simpler meal. After satisfying her hunger, she prepared to venture out. The downpour had passed, though the rain continued, albeit without the accompanying thunder. Du Kong held an umbrella, with Fleecy and Lin Shui on either side, shielding Wuxian as they made their way outside, while two palace attendants also held umbrellas for them. Fortunately, the Fengyi Palace was not far from the Hanliang Palace, and Wuxian directly led them out through the back door, turning left to pass through the outer buildings of Fengyi Palace, crossing the palace path, and soon arriving at their destination. Upon her arrival, she noted several palanquins already stationed at the entrance of the Hanliang Palace, indicating a considerable number of visitors had arrived. Only a select few had the privilege to be carried in palanquins within the palace. Wuxian chose to walk, fearing she might fall if seated in one given the weather. As she reached the entrance, she saw Lin Kaijin peering out. Your Highness has arrived. I have awaited you specifically. His Majesty has been here for a quarter of an hour, Lin Kaijin said with a smile. Wuxian nodded and entered alongside her. Upon entering the Hanliang Palace, they were greeted by the sight of the side hall that had caught fire. In truth, the blaze was not overly severe. The roof had suffered some damage, and a few windows were charred. The flames had been extinguished, leaving the interior dark and unsightly. It appeared that in the effort to combat the fire, some of concubine Li's beloved plants had been trampled, now pitifully drenched in the rain. Within the main hall, everyone was present. Upon Wuxian's entrance, all the concubines rose. The emperor was not by concubine Li's side but sat at the head of the hall. Wuxian bowed to the emperor. Your Majesty has arrived. I apologize for my tardiness. No matter. Please take a seat. Yin Qianlu gestured toward a nearby chair. Is concubine Li all right? Wuxian inquired as she sat down. The physician is currently checking her pulse, Yin Qianlu replied, his expression also grave. Whoever encounters such a situation cannot expect to fare well. He frowned as he glanced at the curtain of the inner chamber, then turned back to notice Wuxian's damp shoes. Did you walk over? The shoes were wet, being cloth, and even though the rain had lessened, the puddles had not yet dissipated. It was closer to walk. Taking a palanquin would have been cumbersome, Wuxian explained. You have worked hard, Yin Qianlu acknowledged. Wuxian smiled at him, refraining from any grandiloquent remarks. Originally, the noble consort intended to mention the Empress's lateness, but upon seeing this, she held her tongue. Everyone waited for the physician to emerge, and after about a quarter of an hour, two physicians appeared. The elder, physician Zhang, quickly reported to the emperor, the esteemed concubine Li has been startled, causing distress to her fetus, leading to some bleeding, which is indeed detrimental to her pregnancy. I advise she remain in bed for the time being, until 5 months have passed before she can be assured of stability. She must not lack for prenatal medicines. Without them, the safety of the royal heir cannot be guaranteed. Yin Qianlu's expression darkened further. At this moment, he began to question the state of his harem. Why could they not simply deliver a few healthy children? Natural disasters have frightened concubinely, yet what of her close attendants? Wuxian inquired. Dao quickly approached. Your Highness, I am Dao, and I serve concubinely closely. Good, follow the physician and inquire thoroughly about how to care for your mistress. Since she has already been startled, lamenting will not help. We must ensure she is well taken care of. Since the physician has a remedy, your mistress should be fine. Yes, I am grateful for the Empress's guidance. Dao hurriedly bowed. How could such a thing happen out of the blue? The mere thought of it is terrifying, remarked Xinfei, frowning. Indeed, today's thunder was quite alarming. The second princess was playing and was frightened into tears for quite a while. Rongfei lamented, acknowledging the truth of the matter. We should call for a physician to examine the second princess, Yin Qianlu instructed. Yes, thank you, Your Majesty, Rongfei replied with a smile. They say only those with malevolent energy are struck by lightning. Could it be that the Hanliang Palace harbors something? Hu Marin began to speak, but her words were abruptly stifled. Yin Qianlu's already cold gaze turned toward her, and Hu Marin could not utter another word. Sister Hu, why do you always speak so recklessly? This is the inner palace, not a bustling marketplace. Speaking without restraint daily, is this not unbecoming? Yang Jieyu chided softly. What, did Hu Marin say something else reckless? Yin Qianlu's voice was frigid. Zhang Marin quickly stood. Your Majesty, please quell your anger. Sister Hu is young and likely has not yet learned the palace rules properly. If she has not learned well, she must study diligently. If she continues to speak indiscriminately, she shall be demoted to a lower rank. When she has learned properly, she may be reinstated. If she cannot learn, she will remain demoted. There are still no servants at that position. Yin Qianlu coldly stated, who does not know that the emperor is currently vexed. Must she provoke him further at such a time? No one spoke on her behalf. Hu Kaijin, terrified, dared not utter a word. Shrinking to minimize her presence, are you unwell, Jiyu? Your health has always been fragile. Why have you come in such weather? Wuxian asked her. It is not far. I worry about such significant matters, Yang Jiyu replied. Yin Qianlu glanced at young Jiyu. Have you finished your medicines? In reply to Your Majesty, my medicines are continuously supplied by the imperial physician. The latest supply arrived just a few days ago. There is no need for concern. My health is only poor in inclement weather. I am typically fine, Yang Jieyu explained. Years ago, in the Eastern Palace, Yang Chenghui was bright and lively, well liked by many, although the crown prince had no particular feelings for her. She got along well with other women, with the sole exception of the crown princess. Chapter 65. Suspicion. However, the crown princess harbored an extreme dislike for her, scheming against her openly and covertly. The exact reasons for this were long forgotten by Yin Qianlu, as he had many pressing matters at the time, and he was too young, not lacking in beautiful women. He only remembered one early spring. Yang had been caught in the rain and was punished to kneel for half a day, which led to her developing a chronic lung condition that never truly healed. As for why she got caught in the rain, he could not recall. After entering the palace, Yang Jieyu's health deteriorated day by day, until the passing of Shen, after which she seemed to improve somewhat, yet, her condition remained chronic, and with such frailty, she was naturally unable to conceive. Hu Mayoren. Hu Kaijin speaks recklessly. However, lightning striking the roof is not common. I think we should investigate after the rain has stopped, lest this truly frightens people, the noble consort suggested. The emperor nodded. Lin Shui, go check on concubinely. Tell her to refrain from excess formality and not to move about. Her health is paramount, Wuxian instructed. Lin Shui acknowledged and departed. Yin Qianlu recalled the last incident and instinctively glanced at Lin Zhui. Is there any damage? I noticed the courtyard is quite disordered. Wuxian inquired again. It should not be a problem. Merely some external items. If damaged, they can be replaced. The most regrettable thing is to frighten people, Xinfei commented. After exchanging a few words, Lin Shui returned. This time, it was unclear whether concubine Li had become wiser or if her maid had acted on her own. Shuyao came to express her gratitude for the Empress's concern. Your Majesty, you should go check on concubine Li. If nothing else, stabilizing her mood is paramount, as the royal heir is of utmost importance. Having said this, Wuxian intended to leave, but the Emperor interjected, that I shall go see her. Apart from the Empress and the noble consort, the rest of you may return. Everyone complied, but Wuxian shook her head. Let the noble consort remain. There are indeed many matters to address afterward. It is most unwise to have too many people involved, so I shall refrain from meddling further. However, this matter cannot be concealed from the Empress Dowager. I will send someone to inform her, lest she hears it elsewhere and is further alarmed. Yin Qianlu observed Wuxian several times before saying, very well, ensure your attendant holds the umbrella properly. Wuxian nodded. Your Majesty must not lose your temper. Although I have never been pregnant, I can imagine that concubine Li will not withstand your displeasure at this moment. For the sake of the royal heir, I beseech you to exercise patience. The Empress worries too much. Yin Qianlu thought it quite peculiar how earnestly this little Empress was advising him. Wuxian turned to the noble consort. You have worked hard. There have been many matters in the palace recently, and you have been quite burdened. His Majesty is aware of your efforts. I do not dare to claim such, the noble consort replied, exasperated. His Majesty must know of my efforts, yet spoken from the Empress's lips. It seems to take on an entirely different meaning. It is clearly I who manage the palace affairs, yet the Empress can utter such convenient words, yet I cannot retort, and my frustration must be bottled up. Upon exiting the Hanliang Palace, the rain had lessened slightly, and glancing at the sky, it seemed it would soon cease altogether. After returning to the Fengyi Palace to change, Wuxian remarked, "Your Majesty appears quite angered." After repeated incidents, even with his fondness for her, it was inevitable that he would feel some annoyance. 3 are pregnant, yet she is the only one constantly preoccupied. Zhao Wu shook her head in disbelief. Feeling utterly speechless, before we visited, it was hard to say, but now I sense that this situation may not be entirely coincidental. You are correct. Despite her capriciousness, Li Hui is not devoid of intellect. She did not behave this way prior to her pregnancy. Could it be that carrying a child has completely altered her? I have heard that pregnancy can indeed influence one's temperament due to hormonal changes. Could that hold true, if someone has plotted against her? How did this thunder come about? Feishu, perplexed, inquired. Wuxian raised an eyebrow, pondering the origin of the thunder. An astute question indeed. Metal can attract lightning, cannot it, regardless of how it came to be, if it was a calculated act? Then the evidence must have been obliterated. With the roof in such disarray, the firefighting efforts would have surely destroyed any trace of it. If this hypothesis holds, it implies that there is a traitor within Li Hui's palace. Thus, the prior occurrences, with the Emperor staying at Fengyi Palace one night and Li Hui encountering an issue the following day, might indeed make sense. Could it be that someone intended for Li Hui and the Empress to clash? How insidious, Your Highness, should we inform the Emperor of this matter? Lin Shui expressed her concern. How to articulate this? It remains speculation. We must tread carefully. Surely the Emperor himself must find this peculiar. Wuxian chuckled at the thought. Perhaps not. For men and women think differently, and the Emperor's perspective as a ruler would scarcely align with that of a concubine. To him, it might simply appear as Li Hui vying for favor. As for the thunder, it could just be thunder. Let us first send someone to the palace to report to the Empress Dowager. Delivering the truth without embellishment, Lin Shui went out to convey the instructions. One should not underestimate the Empress Dowager's concern regarding the thunder incident. Feishu remarked, even if Li Hui manages to bear a child, her elevation in status will not come swiftly. Indeed, it is said that thunder strikes the wicked. It may be detrimental to the child she bears. Zhao Wu added. Wuxian clicked her tongue. That is not necessarily the case. It depends on how one navigates the situation. While it is often said that thunder targets malevolent beings, historically, there have also been divine beings who, when bringing forth a child, were accompanied by thunderous storms. If she were to give birth to a healthy prince, the emperor would likely overlook the thunder. However, if the child is unhealthy or fails to be born, then she would indeed face considerable hardships. The Empress Dowager is the emperor's biological mother. If she harbors animosity towards Li Hui, would the emperor not oppose her on Li Hui's behalf? Wuxian believed the emperor would not. In his eyes, his mother holds far greater significance than Li Hui. In the Ningen Hall, Mei Zhou entered and stood beside Minfei. Zhou Ming has returned, bid him enter. Minfei set aside her book as Zhou Ming entered. Your Highness, have you brought back the items? Minfei inquired. Rest assured, Your Highness, they have been buried. 7 in total, not a single one missing. Zhou Ming reported. Good, do not disturb that place again for the time being. Minfei instructed Zhou Ming, you have labored hard. I reward you with 50 taels of silver. Thank you, Your Highness, but I am merely a servant in your palace. It is my duty to serve you, so there is no need for such expense. Zhou Ming knelt. It is only right. I am aware of your loyalty, having served me since the Eastern Palace. I in this lifetime remain steadfast by my side. If I and the third prince prosper, so shall you all. Minfei declared. Yes, I will exert my utmost effort. Zhou Ming responded with fervor. After Zhou Ming left, Mei Zhou furrowed her brow. Your Highness, what if Li Hui manages to protect her child? If she does, she would be exceedingly fortunate. Do you think I am the only one with motives, who does not resent her? Currently, her pregnancy appears precarious. A mere nudge could lead to a miscarriage, which is why I cannot be the one to deliver that final push. Minfei maintained her usual cold beauty, making it hard for anyone to perceive her as such a person. Chapter 66, Divergent Perspectives. Taking a step back, if she were fortunate enough to retain the child, would she still be capable of bearing a healthy offspring after this incident? Regardless, I have done all I can. Yes, I understand. Minfei and Wuxian held entirely different viewpoints. Wuxian believed the aging emperor was wary of the older princes. The older he became, the more cautious he would be. Minfei's perspective was that as the third prince matures, he would distinguish himself from his younger brothers, and by the time he is grown, his younger siblings will still be small, thus he would be entrusted with significant responsibilities. Both perspectives hold validity, yet each is limited in its scope. Wuxian's beliefs are not entirely correct either. They stem from her knowledge of certain historical tales. Yet in truth, Minfei's cohort has experienced the early demise of the previous emperor. When the previous emperor passed, the current emperor was but 19. Even if the emperor had been vaccinated, could there not have been other possibilities? At such a time, the elder princes would indeed hold an advantage over the younger ones, for the women of the harem cannot guarantee that they will successfully bear multiple princes and raise them without issues. As for Li Hui, the emperor's excessive favor towards her poses a threat to all. Minfei's actions are thus justifiable, while the women of the harem might not engage in life or death struggles merely for favor. They would certainly transform into ruthless beings when it comes to their children. Li Hui need not relocate, her side hall has merely caught fire while the main hall remains unscathed, given her current state. Relocating would be unwise. That night, the emperor still chose to stay at Hanjing Hall, which offered some reassurance to those residing there. They would be most affected by this incident. The rain ceased entirely by the afternoon. Yielding to a starry night, today is the 18th, the moon shines brightly. Be cautious while fumigating near the wall, ensure no sparks ignite. Outside, Fei Shu directed the young palace attendants in their tasks after the rain. Mosquitoes abound, a quick fumigation along the inner hall's walls with mugwort will suffice. Wu Xian, within the hall, inhaled the fragrance wafting in from outside. The scent is quite pleasant from a distance. Then there is no fear of it affecting you. Lin Shui chuckled. Your Highness, Dukong has returned. Outside, Fei Shu announced. Allow him to enter. After bowing in respect, Dukong reported. I have seen the Empress Dowager. She has heard of the happenings within the palace and is greatly enraged. Declaring her intent to return tomorrow, Wu Xian responded with surprise. Truly furious? Yes, the Empress Dowager remarked that Li Hui lacks virtue. That is indeed quite severe. Very well, you may rest now. Inform Jinbo to relay a message to the Guifei, instructing her to prepare to receive the Empress Dowager tomorrow. Communicate to all relevant parties that they need not come until the Empress Dowager arrives. Those above the rank of beauty shall accompany me to pay their respects. With the Empress Dowager's declaration, Li Hui shall indeed need to adopt a more discreet demeanor in the future. Lin Shui noted. If she bears a healthy prince, all will be well. If not, she will certainly struggle. Wu Xian replied, for now let us not dwell on it. Let us rest and ensure a peaceful night's sleep. Even if she does not come to pay her respects, I shall awaken naturally. A night passed without incident. The following day, however, she was unable to awaken naturally, and it was quite late when Zhao Hua and the others roused Wu Xian. The Empress Dowager had already set out, expected to arrive before lunch. Wu Xian acknowledged this and, having completed her breakfast, waited. At the time of the SI hour, the Empress Dowager's procession returned to the palace, with Yingxiong Tower promptly preparing to welcome her. Accompanying the Empress Dowager were Mei and the first prince, evidently eager to return, likely with their belongings still in disarray. Wu Xian led the concubines to Yining Palace to await the Empress Dowager's arrival. Upon seeing her, they promptly moved forward to pay their respects. The emperor returned alongside the Empress Dowager, and Wu Xian caught her first glimpse of the child following the emperor. He was slender and of decent height, his appearance not resembling the emperoress but rather that of his mother. Lady Shin. He appeared somewhat tanned, as though sun-kissed, and remained quiet, exhibiting no signs of timidity. After Wu Xian paid her respects to the Empress Dowager and the emperor, Mei offered her greetings. Then came the first prince, who had not yet met the current empress but could easily discern her identity. Taking a few steps forward, he said, Sun pays his respects to the empress. Quickly rise, quickly rise. Is this truly the first prince? Why are you so thin? Were you not well attended to in the palace? Wu Xian frowned. In response to the empress's inquiry, the child stated, I am still growing, so I have not gained weight. The attendants in the palace have treated me well, the first prince answered with utmost propriety, reminiscent of Yingxiong Tower. Perhaps not, he may simply resemble every boy who is not prone to laughter. That is well. Initially, I intended for you to reside in Rongkong Palace during your vaccination, but now that you have returned you shall first stay in the southern garden. Your uncles have all moved there, and you will have company. Wu Xian remarked. Thank you, mother, for your concern. The first prince replied. I cannot take credit for that. Residing in the southern garden is your father's wish. Rongkong Palace has been arranged by the Guifei. Son expresses gratitude to both father and the Guifei. The first prince need not be overly courteous. The Guifei observed the child, her mood inevitably soured, yet she could only respond with a smile. Wishing to say no more, after the pleasantries, the Empress Dowager stated, You have all labored hard, those of you with titles shall remain, while the rest may return. The first prince shall rest here with me. We shall discuss the move in the days to come, and now go and find some rest. With this, everyone withdrew. The Empress Dowager did not bother to change her attire, seated with a rather unsatisfactory expression. What is the matter with Li Hui? I have heard twice during my time at the palace that she has been quite restless while pregnant. Upon hearing this, Yingxiong Tower thought perhaps the Empress had lodged a complaint. After all, the Empress had indeed done so in the past. Regarding yesterday's incident, it would be unfair to blame Li Hui. The thunder was truly alarming, and such strikes cannot be prevented by human effort. Wu Xian interjected. Wu Xian spoke. Yet the Guifei, Qianfei, Minfei, and Rongfei remained silent. It is evident that Li Hui has acted improperly. With so many rooms in the palace, why was it only her that was struck? The Empress Dowager's expression showed no signs of improvement. Who, while pregnant, behaves in such a manner? the Empress Dowager huffed, Li Hui is ignorant, and the Empress bears some responsibility as well. Awakening from a restless slumber, Wumian stood, acknowledging, Mother, it is indeed my fault. He felt no embarrassment. It was clear that the Empress Dowager intended to reprimand the Emperor, yet could not do so in front of the numerous concubines, thus he became the scapegoat. Mother, please quell your anger, the Empress has committed no wrongdoing. In the Yingqiang corridor, the Empress Dowager huffed, if the Empress is innocent, then the fault lies with concubine Li. We must send someone to remind her of the palace regulations. Mother, I implore you to temper your wrath. Let us wait until she has given birth, Wumian urged. She was startled yesterday and saw red. It took her great effort to stabilize. At this juncture, the other concubines remained silent, fearing the Emperor's displeasure. Thus, the Guifei interjected, Indeed, Your Majesty, please calm down, let us at least wait until concubine Li's pregnancy is stable. Yes, Your Majesty, let us defer punishment until concubine Li's condition is secure, the Shanfei added. The Empress Dowager scoffed. How commendable of you all to plead for her. Very well, I shall heed your counsel, Your Majesty, you possess a kind heart, yet matters concerning the concubines must be addressed, the Empress Dowager remarked. You are right. Mother, Wumian replied, taking a seat. At this moment, I may refrain from inquiry, but in the future, concubine Li cannot be allowed to act recklessly. I must consult the physician about her condition. Mother, please do not be angry. The physician will arrive this afternoon. You should have your lunch and rest a while, Wumian suggested. Indeed, it is my fault, he added. Enough. The Empress Dowager inhaled deeply. The Emperor and Empress shall remain. We shall dine together. The rest may return. He informed the physician attending to concubine Li to come this afternoon. With that, the crowd dispersed as the Empress Dowager retired to change. Wumian and Yingqiang remained seated. The Empress has suffered an injustice, Wumian observed. He merely cast a glance at the Emperor, remaining silent, devoid of any special expression. Yingqiang studied her before commenting, Are you feeling somewhat discontent? Not at all, this is merely the duty of an Empress. As long as His Majesty understands, that suffices. Mother is angry, and it is of no consequence if she scolds me, Wumian replied. The Empress is indeed virtuous, Yingqiang remarked. Wumian glanced at the Emperor, hesitating to speak. What is it? If there is anything on your mind, do not hesitate to voice it, Yingqiang encouraged. This may not be pleasing for His Majesty to hear, yet it is the truth. I am the harem. There are many sisters, none are inferior to the others, all aspire to be favored by His Majesty. It is impossible for you to shower affection equally upon all. Preferences must be held, or genuine love may turn superficial. And what of the Empress? Yingqiang countered. If all seek to be favored, what of you? I am the Emperor's Empress, she replied. I am aware that His Majesty does not hold me in high regard. Yet I strive to fulfill my role as a good Empress, being virtuous and dutiful. I am not to create disturbances for His Majesty, hence, I see no reason to compete with your concubines. Yingqiang felt somewhat awkward at Wumian's words. Zitong, your assertions seem excessive. When did I ever claim to disfavor you? Wumian smiled as she regarded the Emperor. Perhaps you should continue to call me Empress. The awkwardness of the title made her want to dig her toes into the ground. Yingqiang pondered whether the Empress disliked this designation, yet the moment was not appropriate for further inquiry. The Empress Dowager emerged from her change of attire, accompanied by the first prince. As they set the table, everyone took their seats. The first prince had not seen his father in several years and felt a sense of unfamiliarity. Although he occasionally received gifts, it had been 4 years since their last meeting. Memories from when he was 5 were but fragments, and he had almost forgotten the palace, except for Fini Palace. During these years, he had only heard servants recount tales of the inner palace, perhaps believing he would never return. Emboldening them to speak freely each time he listened, he compared their accounts to his scant memories. Questioning his own experiences, upon his return, everything felt foreign. Naturally, a 9-year-old may not articulate his sentiments clearly, merely sensing the strangeness. Thus, seated at the table, he felt more at ease with the unfamiliar Empress Zhao than with his grandmother, whom he had interacted with during this period. Regardless of the grievances among adults, a child's heart can harbor resentment. Abandoned to the temporary palace for years, he felt as though he were a person unwanted. Rationally, he understood that the Shen family's troubles affected both himself and his mother, but the fact remained that a 5-year-old had been forsaken. Consequently, the meal proved particularly arduous, as he could not discern any flavor. After dining, Wumian and the Emperor departed first, as the Empress Dowager wished to consult the physician without their presence. Upon returning to Fini Palace, Wumian instructed those below to send gifts to the first prince. Do not send them to the Empress Dowager. Take them to the Nanyuan instead. Ling Shuwei paused for a moment before nodding. This servant understands. Indeed, the more one wishes to bestow grace, the more one must exercise subtlety. Why present gifts before the Empress Dowager? She will learn of it regardless. The first prince was indeed pitiable. Had the Shen family not encountered misfortune, even if Empress Shen had passed, he would still possess greater status than the legitimate firstborn son. His standing compared to that of a secondary consort is not easily evaluated. It is unnecessary to discuss this now. Even the act of bringing him back will elicit remarks within the court. After all, the rebellion from years past implicated many, and the Shen family had already faced considerable blame. At the Empress Dowager side, physician Zhang respectfully reported, concubine Li has been physically weak and for several years has struggled with irregularities in her cycle, making conception difficult. This time, her pregnancy is unstable. Although I have prescribed calming remedies and adjusted her evening tonic, she still cannot find rest at night. The shock she experienced, seeing red, has rendered her even more fragile. Just tell me plainly, can she maintain this pregnancy? The Empress Dowager inquired, furrowing her brow. At this moment, I cannot say definitively. If concubine Li can endure until the 5th month, the pregnancy will stabilize, but until then, she must not encounter any further disturbances, physician Zhang replied, noting the lack of fortune in her condition. The Empress Dowager scoffed, you are the esteemed expert in gynecology, simply observe her condition. Yes, I shall do my utmost. Physician Zhang affirmed, you have worked hard, you may take your leave. See him out, she instructed. Convey this message, until concubine Li gives birth, no one is permitted to disturb her. If she is well, she need not come out. She ordered, should we investigate this matter further? Is there something amiss? Lingji inquired. There is no need. What is there to investigate? Lingji ceased her questioning. When the Empress Dowager's orders reached the court, sentiments varied. Some rejoiced, while others expressed concern with the Empress Dowager's decree. Could it be that concubine Li might indeed carry this child to term? This truly was unwelcome news. That evening, the emperor arrived at Fingyi Palace while Wumian was dining. Your Majesty, what brings you here at this hour? Have you dined? I have not. I came to see what the Empress is having. The emperor replied. Then please take a seat. I have only had a light meal. If it pleases your Majesty, shall we share this meal together? She suggested, glancing at the emperor as he settled in. Perhaps we could ask the small kitchen to prepare a few more dishes? It would be a bother to summon the imperial kitchen at this hour, and you would have to wait. That will suffice, Empress. Even if you dine alone, you need not create a grand display. There will be no lack of provisions, she added. In truth, whether or not additional dishes were prepared, the emperor would have enough to eat. However, as the emperor, he was inherently distinct. The small kitchen promptly prepared a few dishes. And today's main soup was Crucian carp soup, albeit without shredded radish, only the fish, the creamy broth appearing quite appetizing. Chapter 68. Divergent thoughts. Xingqiang found the empress's soup to be deliciously light. Unaware that Wumian had previously instructed the cooks not to add unnecessary ingredients while simmering, servants often feared the dishes were too bland, accustomed to adding ingredients that resulted in flavorful yet muddled soups, better suited for soaking rice. After all, it had been merely 200 years since the Dajin dynasty began adding seasonings while boiling tea, and the practice of stir-frying had only become widespread in the last century. Without personal adjustments, one would indeed be placing themselves at a disadvantage. Wumian had no intention of using food to win the emperor's favor, yet his impression of her had already shifted to one of appreciation for her culinary skills. After their meal, the emperor and empress engaged in heartfelt conversation. Meanwhile, within the Hanliang hall, concubine Li silently wept. By nature, concubine Li was not one to cry, she was a person of optimistic spirit, yet, the successive blows had left her feeling quite anxious. Despite Xingqiang's repeated encouragement to remain open-minded, the disparity in their statuses rendered it impossible for their thoughts to align. Concubine Li lacked the Empress Dowager's favor, and should her pregnancy fail, she risked losing her standing. While demotion was a possibility, the emperor could still favor another concubine. Thus, even with the emperor's affection, she found it hard to feel truly at ease. She was aware that the women in the harem harbored resentment towards her. And after consecutive misfortunes, how could she not harbor doubts? However, investigation would yield little. If there was no evidence and she stirred trouble, the outcome could be dire. If the evidence were found, it would be fortunate. If not, she could never dare to offend the Empress Dowager again. Contemplating this, how could she not feel sorrow? How many favored concubines could truly disregard the opinions of others? She placed a hand upon her belly and silently wept. With servants assuming she had fallen asleep, unaware that she was staring tearfully at the dim patterns of the curtains, everyone only knew to despise her, yet none recognized that she had never truly flourished in the Empress Dowager's presence. Forever fearful of the Dowager's disdain, she could not fathom why, among so many women in the harem, the Dowager harbored such aversion towards her. She cried herself to sleep, not daring to consider where the emperor might be. At this moment, she desperately wished for his presence, needing him more than ever, yet today she lacked the courage to summon him. If the emperor did not come, she would be left waiting. This time, Xingqiang lay beside the empress, asking, why do you dislike me calling you Zitong? I do not know. It sounds rather strange. Is it not odd for your majesty to call me that? Wumian gently caressed the emperor's abdomen. Perhaps due to the frequency of his encounters, the emperor has grown accustomed to them. No woman dares to express her covetousness towards his body, yet it is evident that the empress does. She boldly declares it, both through her words and her actions, asserting her right over her husband's body. An emperor, who has been proclaimed to be under such dominion by the empress, finds it quite novel. The typically self-important emperor seems to be genuinely amenable to the empress's demands. Of course, he could refuse, choosing never to be intimate with the empress again. but why would he? This situation is not something intolerable. It is merely refreshingly strange, causing him to feel a sense of bewilderment. Since Wumian dislikes it, then he shall refrain from calling her name. Wumian chuckles lightly. Is this the first time your majesty has called my name? Oh, how lovely it sounds. However, to Yinki Anglu's ears, it translates to, it sounds delightful when your majesty calls my name. He should maintain closeness with the empress to prevent her from believing he harbors any disinclination towards her. Yinki Anglu playfully flicks Wumian's shoulder. Wumian tilts her head back and kisses him on the chin in response. Your family certainly has a talent for naming, Yinki Anglu observes. My father is quite the bookworm. Often described as a pedant. He has little interest in serious historical texts, yet is fond of romantic poetry. My eldest brother was born in the first month during a snowfall, hence he is named Yuanjing. My fourth brother, born in winter, is called Dongshi. The fifth brother, born after the mid-autumn festival during the harvest season, is named Xiufeng. For me, due to my surname Zhao, I am called Wumian. Your father seems to have been rather casual in your naming. Yinki Anglu remarks. It could be worse, she replies. Although my father may be somewhat muddled, he does not take the naming of his illegitimate children as seriously. To put it plainly, he is rather typical of the prevalent male chauvinism. A coward, if you will. He treats Wumian, his legitimate daughter, quite well, otherwise I would not have developed such a disposition. On a rainy summer night, Yinki Anglu, having heard the rain, paid it little mind. It was only after being roused by the sound that he noticed his little empress seemed cold and had snuggled closer to him. She did not bother with blankets but rather sought out his warmth, pressing against him so intimately that one of her legs lay across his. He found her lack of decorum and sleep rather amusing. Yet he made no move to displace her. Perhaps it was due to being awakened that he felt drowsy, and he soon slipped back into slumber when morning arrived and he was awakened. It felt as though he had emerged from a dream, the details of which had evaporated, leaving behind a sense of heaviness. As he opened his eyes, the weight of reality bore down upon him. The empress had yet to awaken, her form draped across him. Outside, the rain had not ceased, and distant thunder rumbled, though it was a muted sound. Yinki Anglu turned the empress onto her side and pulled the covers over her. Let it be known throughout the palace that no one need report today. His intention was not born from concern for the concubines but rather from observing the weather and noting the empress's deep slumber. With a sigh, he rose and returned to the Taiji palace, lamenting his own inability to rest. Wumian, awakening naturally, stretched luxuriously and realized that the sun was already shining brightly outside. Indeed, the rain had neither disturbed the empress's peaceful slumber nor made an impact on her restful state. What time is it? Wumian sat up. It is nearing the hour of Chen. Are you hungry? When His Majesty departed this morning, he instructed that no one need come to pay respects, Fu Feng informed her. Very well, prepare the meal, Wumian replied, noticing as she stepped outside that the trees in the courtyard appeared as if washed by rain. Did it rain? Yes, it was quite substantial while His Majesty was leaving. I suspect that is why he ordered no one to pay their respects, Fu Feng replied. Wumian nodded, paying little mind to the matter. After partaking in the belated breakfast, Wumian suggested, should we not pay our respects to the Empress Dowager? Yesterday was for welcoming her, which counted as a duty. It seems appropriate to visit her today as well. Fu Feng surmised that the Guifei and Rongyi were likely there as well. Jinbo went early to check. Just as the rain ceased, the Guifei arrived and brought Rongyi along. Wumian nodded. Very well, then I shall certainly go. After changing into a new RU skirt and styling her hair in a modest coiffure, Wumian, accompanied by Fu Feng, Yan Ming, and Du Kong, made her way to the Eating Palace. Chapter 69, Proposal or Facilitation. Upon Wumian's arrival, the Guifei and Rongyi hurriedly rose to pay their respects. The Empress Dowager had always treated them kindly. As both had served the emperor since his time in the Eastern Palace, the Guifei had a respectable background and had always been obedient, even bearing a princess. During the empress's illness, it was the Empress Dowager who appointed the Guifei to manage palace affairs, making her frequent visits to show filial piety quite justified. However, at this moment, the Empress Dowager harbored other thoughts. Being of the empress's lineage herself, she understood that if power were not held by the empress, it could not be sustained. Currently, the empress seemed to be managing well, and the Empress Dowager decided to observe further. If matters continued in this manner, she would return authority to the empress, yet, she found the empress's calm demeanor difficult to comprehend. The Empress Dowager returned to the palace early. It has been quite warm these past few days, making it unsuitable to visit the temporary palace. Wumian remarked. It is no trouble, matters within the palace take precedence. By the way, how fares the Hanlian Hall? Is the roof in dire need of repair? Replying to the Empress Dowager, the roof of the eastern side hall requires significant repairs. Many tiles are broken, and the beams were scorched. Though the flames were extinguished in time, the doors and windows below have also suffered some damage. While it is unsightly, it certainly necessitates replacement. I have yet to consult with His Majesty and the Empress regarding when this should be done. The Guifei explained. If we were to commence work now, it would disturb Li Hui, who is with child. It is not ideal for her to be moved, especially given her delicate condition. The Guifei found herself in a predicament. This matter is indeed troublesome. If I were to send someone to repair the roof and it distressed Li Hui, causing her to miscarry, who would bear the blame? The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. Wumian contemplated. Repairs must be made. Leaving it as is will only become more bothersome over time. Indeed, it is vexing to see it daily. The Xianfei concurred. I have a rather unorthodox suggestion. Wumian turned to the Empress Dowager. What if we erected 2 columns on either side of the hall's entrance and draped thick cloth over the doorway? We could wait until Li Hui's pregnancy progresses and the physician confirms stability before proceeding with repairs. During the day, laborers could work quickly, and it should be completed in a couple of days. We could prepare the materials in advance. That is a feasible plan. Let us proceed with that. The Empress Dowager nodded. If seeing a piece of cloth is bothersome, it is not what they should be concerned with. Ultimately, it is preferable to gazing at a charred structure, is it not? The Xianfei is correct. Li Hui cannot rise from her bed these days. And even a glimpse through the window is maddening. Subsequently, the Empress Dowager discussed the matter of the Crown Prince moving to the Nanyuan with the Guifei, leaving Wumian to remain silent. After a while, it was time for everyone to depart. As they exited, they encountered the 11th and 12th princes approaching together. Both had relocated to the Nanyuan and were there to pay their respects. Upon seeing Wumian, the 12th prince smiled. The sister-in-law, you have come to pay your respects? Wumian smiled back at him. The 11th prince greeted Wumian and the Guifei with a smile. Wumian nodded at him. Hurry along, mother is waiting. The 12th prince looked at Wumian, seemingly eager to say something but unable to articulate it. Wumian interjected, if you have something to discuss, perhaps you could speak with mother after paying your respects and then visit the Fengyi Palace? The 9-year-old brother nodded vigorously. Wumian smiled at him once more. Then off you go. I shall await your return. After leaving the eating palace, the Rongdi remarked, when did the empress become so close with the 12th prince? Indeed, he is quite a good child, Wumian replied. I shall take my leave now. The others bowed respectfully as she departed. If a person has changed, they have truly changed, though Wumian may be the subject of schemes and disdain behind her back. Those in her presence, such as the Guifei, still adhered to decorum. No amount of dissatisfaction could alter that. As Wumian boarded her palanquin to depart, the Minfei stated, I am in no hurry to return. I shall take a stroll and will not accompany you all. Eventually, the Rongdi also departed, while the Xianfei and Guifei followed suit. The two of them boarded their carriage in silence, without conversation. Meanwhile, as they made their way back to the Mingdi Hall, the Rongdi chatted with her maid. Whether the empress is currying favor or not, why is she so close with the 12th prince? He struggles to articulate his thoughts, and both the Empress Dowager and the emperor have never treated him kindly. His maternal family is also absent, Lu Yun observed. Indeed, I too find it perplexing. The empress is quite difficult to fathom. He is the son of the late emperor. Could it be that she wishes for him to act as her son? The Rongdi scoffed. That is impossible. There is another in the Eating Palace whom the empress proposed to bring back. Lu Yun chimed in, joining her mistress in laughter. Such a dream. He is the son of the former empress. The emperor would never consent to that, however. If she were to entertain such thoughts, what benefit would it bring to raise a child of a criminal? It has been said that the crown prince has already faced ridicule upon returning to the palace. If she truly harbors such intentions. The Rongdi paused, frowning. Do you think that if the empress genuinely wished to raise the crown prince, the emperor and the empress dowager would not consent? If the empress truly had such intentions, the emperor would surely despise it, Lu Yun asserted. Indeed, this matter requires contemplation. What if I were to inform the crown prince directly? Yet, it was the empress who facilitated his return to the palace. The Rongdi mused. Earlier, it was merely a suggestion, yet now it is deemed facilitation. We ought to refrain from intervening in this matter to avoid unnecessary trouble. Your reasoning is sound. Let us return, Lu Yun agreed. After Wumian had returned for a brief period, the 12th prince arrived. At this moment, he was no longer anxious, and he could articulate his greetings fluently. Please sit. The 12th prince smiled at Wumian as he settled down, saying, sister-in-law, I come to express my gratitude. Such formality. Wumian chuckled, aware of the implications behind his words. The princes had recently relocated to the southern garden, and among them, Ying Qianyu was the one with the least wealth. Without his mother, he had little else to rely on. Living modestly on the meager stipend he received while residing in the northern garden, life had been quite frugal. Now, moving to the southern garden meant he needed to navigate the complexities of gifts and obligations, making it even harder to establish himself. Wumian, adhering to protocol, provided these former princes with various items, but she discreetly slipped some silver into Ying Qiangyu's hands. With money, he could manage affairs more easily. At least initially. Sister-in-law has been so kind to me. I understand. I currently have nothing. His voice trembled slightly with nervousness. Take your time, there's no rush, Wumian encouraged with a warm smile. I will always remember your kindness, sister-in-law, from now on. I will remember. Ying Qianyu felt quite embarrassed, acutely aware of his empty pockets and his inability to reciprocate, not to mention the principle that an elder sister-in-law is like a mother. It is only right that she cares for you. Primarily, I find you to be a remarkable individual. Surely we are fated to be connected, are we not? Let us not dwell on such matters. I know you hold them in your heart, Wumian replied with a smile. Now let us enjoy some tea. Chapter 70. Anticipating the elder statesman. As the two conversed idly, it became apparent that Xiangyu, perhaps due to his struggle with communication, had few companions. Rarely did he encounter someone as genuine as Wumian. And he found himself with a plethora of thoughts to share. Time slipped by quickly, and soon it approached noon. When Lu Zhong arrived, he appeared quite taken aback. Your Majesty, greetings, and greetings to His Highness the 12th Prince. Please dispense with the formalities. What brings you here? Wumian inquired. Your Majesty, Lu Zhong replied. His Majesty summoned me to inquire about the good dishes and soups available in the small kitchen today, if there are any. He wishes to send some to Tai Chi Palace, as His Majesty is dining with Duke Nguo today. The Duke is quite elderly and has little appetite. Wumian nodded, understanding the situation. I see. Zhao Hua, what preparations do we have in the small kitchen for lunch today? Your Majesty, Zhao Hua responded. In addition to the standard fare, we have several stir-fried dishes, steamed items, sweet cakes, and today's soup is chicken broth. But that is meant for the evening. There is no need for broth at every meal. If desired, they can source it from the imperial kitchen, as it is readily available. Very well, Wumian nodded. Have the small kitchen prepare fresh dishes. Given the heat of the day and the Duke's age, let us avoid anything too rich. Prepare 4 stir-fried dishes with a balance of meat and vegetables, 2 vegetarian dishes, a treasure tofu soup, and a fish meatball soup. The fish must be freshly ground, ensuring no bones remain, and the broth should be made with fish bones. It can be prepared swiftly. It will be ready for delivery in less than half an hour. Your Majesty has arranged everything excellently, Lu Zhong acknowledged. I will send these items, and any remaining can be supplemented by the Imperial kitchen. His Majesty's meal will not be so simple, Wumian stated. Indeed, Your Majesty. Rest assured, a few fresh dishes for Duke Nguo will be sufficient. Should I wait here? Lu Zhong inquired politely. Yes, please wait. Jinbo, see to it that Lu Gongren has some tea, Wumian instructed. Jinbo responded affirmatively. And Lu Zhong, not daring to assert any authority before the Empress, expressed his gratitude and took his leave. As Wumian turned back, she caught sight of the 12th Prince, whose eyes clearly conveyed 2 words: I want to eat. Amused, Wumian instructed Zhao Hua, prepare extra portions of everything of the 12th Prince and I shall dine heartily. Zhao Hua smiled in agreement, recognizing the 12th Prince's candid nature. Upon hearing this, he did not hesitate to admit, albeit shyly, I just have a craving. Not just that, it's primarily because the food here is so fresh. I have never tasted the fishball soup before. The Emperor's gracious treatment of Duke Nguo surely had its reasons. It was akin to welcoming esteemed friends into one's home, inviting his wife to prepare a few dishes in their honor. Duke Nguo was indeed a remarkable figure, reaching the venerable age of 97. Even at this advanced age, he was still sprightly, with sharp hearing and clear vision, his voice still robust. He was a successful scholar during the reign of the Emperor Xing, triumphing in the final imperial examination of the late emperor's reign. This humble scholar went on to navigate through the eras of Emperor Mao and the former emperor. Most importantly, he had served as the tutor to the former emperor when he was crown prince, imparting wisdom during his formative years. Of course, the crown prince had numerous teachers, and Duke Nguo was not his sole mentor. However, this particular individual was indeed legendary, in an era where mere survival was a feat. He epitomized resilience. Presently, the crown prince was mindful of him, hoping he would live a long and healthy life, ideally reaching the centennial mark, thus earning the title of human treasure. In a time where longevity was not the norm, such a human treasure could symbolize the glory of a dynasty. This elder evidently possessed such potential, able to eat, sleep, walk, and engage in merriment, embodying the spirit of a joyful old man. It was nothing short of miraculous. Yet, this venerable gentleman was not without his troubles. Rumors circulated that he brought misfortune to his wives. His first spouse, whom he wed before his rise as a scholar, tragically perished during childbirth, resulting in the loss of both mother and child. His second wife was the daughter of his esteemed mentor. They were married for 3 years without issue before her untimely death. His third union was with a colleague's niece, who bore him 3 children before succumbing to illness after a decade. His fourth wife, a widow of modest means, also bore him 2 children before passing away. After these misfortunes, he resigned himself to a life without marriage, yet at the age of 50, he was introduced to another widow. This affair was quite the romantic tale, and he found himself quite taken with her, composing numerous poems in her honor. However, after 5 years of marriage, she too fell ill and passed away, having lost 5 wives. He became wary of matrimony, content to keep a few concubines, with his household managed by his granddaughter-in-law, as his eldest son's wife had passed away several years prior. Once Lu Zhong departed with his entourage from Fengyi Palace carrying the food boxes. Wumian and Xiangyu began their meal. At this moment, Xiangyu was particularly hungry. Initially reserved, he soon realized that the small kitchen's dishes were far superior to those from the imperial kitchen. Moreover, the quality of food served often depended on whom it was being prepared for, and not every prince enjoyed equal treatment. The provisions in their quotas varied, particularly when it came to those not included in the standard fare. While they adhered to the customary dining protocols, sometimes they found themselves deprived of delicious delicacies. If they desired a greater variety, it came at a cost, and with little money, such options were scarce. Thus, upon tasting the dishes prepared by his sister-in-law, he was pleasantly surprised, and before he knew it, he had devoured 3 bowls of rice. Not to worry, the bowls are small however if you typically do not eat this much. You may find yourself unable to eat later, Wumian remarked. The portions may have been modest, but she was unaware of how much he usually consumed, fearing he might overindulge. Consequently, the 12th prince reluctantly paused. Savoring the meal at Tai Chi Palace, Duke Ngui showed little interest in the fish balls, instead praising the steamed chicken with lotus leaves and the tofu soup, exclaiming that they were truly exceptional. His compliments elevated the empress's reputation, bringing joy to Ying Xiangyu, who, upon sending Duke Ngui off, rewarded the empress with abundant gifts. Later that afternoon, the emperor himself paid a visit. Did you leave the 12th prince for lunch? Yes, he just departed. I was unaware your majesty would be coming, Wumian replied. The empress has done exceptionally well today. Wumian looked at him. Your majesty, should I not express my gratitude for your compliments? This rhetorical question caught Ying Xiangyu off guard. He had intended to express his admiration for someone, and he wondered why it was inappropriate for the recipient to thank him. However, recognizing the empress's confidence, he took the initiative. There is no need for that. We are husband and wife, and thanking each other for simple words would be rather formal, wouldn't it? Wumian blinked. Your majesty is wise. Ying Xiangyu chuckled at her playful remark, reaching out to gently touch her face. Chapter 71, Intimacy. What is it? Do I have dust on my face? Wumian inquired, wiping her own cheek. Ying Xiangyu responded, you truly are quite oblivious to the subtleties. Wumian shyly smiled at him, contemplating that she was not overly inclined to indulge his whims. Yet, sometimes a lack of understanding could itself be a form of charm. By the way, I haven't mentioned this to your majesty yet. Today, when I visited Yining Palace to pay my respects, the noble consorts were all present, and we discussed the Han Liang Hall. It has sustained damage and requires repair. However, with Li Fei's current unstable pregnancy, we cannot begin the work hastily, for it might disturb her. Yet, it cannot be left in disrepair, as it would be unsightly. Thus, I suggested we temporarily cover it with cloth until Li Fei's condition stabilizes and we can complete the repairs in a day or two. This task has been assigned to the noble consort. I wonder if your majesty has heard of it. Presumably not, as your majesty dined here today, and the noble consort likely did not have the opportunity to report. He mused. You have been considerate. That is for the best. He had not given the matter much thought, indeed, but there is another matter I suspect your majesty may have overlooked, Wumian added. What is it? Regarding Su Liangyi, has your majesty not visited her in a while? She is with child and requires your majesty's concern. Just because her pregnancy appears stable and she is not causing any trouble does not mean your majesty should neglect her. As for Li Liangyi, there is no need to discuss. The emperor surely finds her irksome and would not visit, he replied. It is my fault. I have been quite busy of late, neglecting others amidst the chaos of Li Fei's frequent troubles. Ying Xiangyu admitted, she is understanding and has never voiced her grievances. However, I find her pitiable, and it would be wise for your majesty to take a moment to check on her, regardless of whether it be a prince or a princess. Su Liangyi's child is destined to be healthy, Wumian concluded. You are quite thoughtful, Empress. I shall make time to visit her in the coming days. In the corridor of Yingqiang Tower, all was well. Wumian smiled at him. The midday meal was delightful. What are the plans for the evening? As for whom to visit, that can be postponed. If we leave today, wouldn't that be unwise? Sitting down in Yingqiang Tower, he said. Then let us indulge your majesty with a feast of delicious fare. Wumian laughed. Yingqiang Tower extended his hand, and Wumian placed hers gently in his palm. With that, Wumian had no choice but to lean against the table. This is quite exhausting. Yingqiang Tower chuckled. How did I not notice before that Wumian is so delicate? Due to her posture, Wumian's head tilted slightly, and she responded playfully, could it be that your majesty simply never paid attention to me before? That is my fault. I shall make an effort to notice Wumian more in the future. Yingqiang Tower squeezed her hand. Wumian withdrew her hand. I'm tired. Yingqiang Tower chuckled again but said nothing further. The evening repast was still quite sumptuous. The emperor did not particularly praise any dish, yet he seemed to favor the sautéed greens with mushrooms. Indeed, the concubines with their little kitchens often had their own culinary tricks, and the emperor would show interest in certain delicacies from their kitchens. However, Wumian's culinary innovations were rather unique and not commonly practiced at that time, making them particularly intriguing. After dinner, Yingqiang Tower accompanied Wumian to the study to write. Today, he was quite interested, so he wrote with a certain joy. When it came time for bed, Yingqiang Tower squeezed Wumian into the innermost part of the bed. Tonight, Wumian remained tucked inside to prevent falling out. Wumian. Must we be so tightly squeezed? She reached out to wrap her arms around the emperor's neck. Your majesty is being deliberately mischievous. How dare you speculate on my intentions, he said, lowering his head to nuzzle into Wumian's neck. Wumian, unperturbed, suddenly pushed the emperor, taking advantage of his distraction to topple him and pin him down. Are you being wronged, your majesty? How unfortunate. You are rather insincere. I, on the other hand, am quite candid. I am indeed being mischievous. With that, she began to pull at the emperor's inner garments. Yingqiang Tower gazed at the playful figure in his embrace, feeling a mix of strangeness and anticipation, her tiny hands in their playful mischief. were undeniably adorable. Nevertheless, he swiftly rolled over, pinning her down. It was better if he took the initiative. Wumian felt as if she were adrift like a solitary boat on the sea, and without hesitation she grasped Incheon Tower's arm. In the heat of the moment, she wrapped her legs around his waist. As the Empress, such behavior was certainly deemed inappropriate according to contemporary standards, however, within the confines of her own palace, her own tent. What did it matter? Should the emperor find her actions unbecoming and choose not to visit her thereafter, she would accept it. Yet it was apparent that the emperor likely did not favor playing games with a lifeless fish. When Wumian cooperated with him or displayed a sense of need, he became quite excited. The ensuing battle was exhilarating and unrestrained. Wumian turned to rest, exposing her luminous back to Incheon Tower, weary himself. He reached out to gently trace her back. Wumian, you are truly passionate. Wumian lazily responded with her eyes closed. Listening to her, Incheon Tower felt bemused by the stark contrast of the Empress's demeanor. Just moments ago, she was as fiery as a flame, and now it seemed she no longer required his presence. Growing displeased, he turned her back to face him. Wumian yelped and quickly grabbed a garment to cover herself. Perhaps feeling that honesty was acceptable now, but to be candid after the fact felt rather awkward. However, upon her action, the emperor's expression grew peculiar, and he ignited with renewed fervor, pressing down on her. Are you afraid I shall see? Wumian rolled her eyes. I am not accustomed to being treated as you have, being served in the nude since childhood. The second round saw Wumian lacking sufficient strength, becoming rather clingy. She wanted to eat yet refused to cooperate properly. This left Incheon Tower utterly exhausted. If she was too heavy, the little empress would complain of pain, and if too light, she would gaze up at him with her big, watery eyes, looking woefully at him. Her feet restlessly stirring, teasingly pressing and poking, her hands were equally restless, roaming about. Finally, he could contain his breath no longer, seizing her hands and holding her tightly, disregarding whether she pouted or not this time. Incheon Tower was drenched in sweat, yet it was a rare sensation. He remained atop Wumian for quite some time without moving. Wumian felt as if she would burst from the heat. It's hot. Only then did Incheon Tower slowly rise. This is what you get for being mischievous. Wumian, puzzled as to how she had offended the emperor, ignored him and called for someone to attend to her. After a comfortable wash, she climbed into bed, and sleepiness overcame her swiftly. In the morning, Incheon Tower was awakened and turned to see the little empress sleeping quite properly, save for the fact that she had turned her back to him. Presenting her rear, she appeared exceptionally tranquil. As the emperor got out of bed to dress, he felt a sudden surge of irritation and playfully slapped Wumian's backside. Of course, it was not a hard slap. Wumian merely grunted a few times, curling inward and continuing to sleep, burying her head deeper into the covers. The morning was still quite chilly, so a brief respite wouldn't make her too warm. The corners of Incheon Tower's mouth curled upwards as he rose and stepped into the outer chamber. Today's South Morning Court was non-negotiable. He envied the Empress greatly. Chapter 72. Various issues indeed. Elfei showed no dissatisfaction regarding her treatment in the Songliang Palace. Even if she did, she dared not voice it every time she gazed through the window at the obstructive cloth outside the side chamber. She found it exceedingly unsightly, yet she could only remain silent. After Incheon Tower had been busy for 2 days, he indeed went to visit Su Liangyi, who naturally understood that this was the Empress's intention. She felt no lack of gratitude. On this day, the imperial physician Li came to examine Wumian's pulse. Your Majesty's health is stable, however, the previous illness has indeed weakened her vitality, and she requires gradual recuperation. He feared that the Empress was anxious for a child. Wumian merely nodded. Indeed, a life had been lost, and such an illness could not be fully recovered from in less than 3 to 5 years. Lian Shui and Fei Su remain. The others may leave. I have a question for the physician. After a while, only 4 individuals remained in the hall. Your Majesty, feel free to ask. I shall speak candidly, the physician stated. I merely wish to inquire, can Elfei sustain this pregnancy? Although the pulse was examined by physician Zhang, it was impossible for Li not to be aware of the situation. Li was the deputy head of the Imperial Medical Bureau. Even when Wumian was not favored by the emperor, the empress's illness warranted a competent physician, not just any random doctor. From the pulse analysis, Elfei's pregnancy appears precarious. Nightly unrest and fright have led to instability. Evident from the spotting. If she can stabilize until 5 or 6 months without incident, perhaps she may carry it to 7 or 8 months, Li replied. Are you suggesting that even if she makes it through, the child will be premature? Wumian inquired. Yes, while not certain, the analysis suggests that this child is unlikely to reach full term. Li hesitated before adding, there are also concerns about other potential issues. Then there are numerous problems. If born prematurely, can the child survive? Or if it reaches 5 or 6 months, might it not make it to 7 or 8? Wumian pressed on. Is there any way to ensure she can carry the child to term? Li was somewhat taken aback. He had assumed the Empress would not wish for Elfei to bear a child. That is difficult to say, as Elfei's pregnancy has encountered issues too early. The tonics she is currently taking are the finest, but her constitution is frail, and due to irregular cycles, her womb is cold, making it unstable for carrying. In truth, she should not be pregnant at this time. Waiting a few more years to regulate her health before conceiving would be much safer. I understand, Wumian sighed. If she can be well taken care of, I hope she can give birth to a healthy child. Your Majesty is benevolently quickly remarked. Wumian smiled. I am well aware of my own condition. Come back in some time. With that, she summoned someone to escort physician Li out, rewarding him with silver. Your Majesty, if Elfei were to miscarry, it wouldn't be our concern. Why trouble yourself? Fei Su whispered. I merely inquired. Wumian replied with a smile. Whether she miscarries or gives birth, there are benefits. However, I think if Elfei can bear a healthy prince, that would not be a bad thing, Wumian stated, but the women of the harem always needed a place to vent their frustrations. Elfei was rather suitable. If in the future she could no longer bear the ire of the harem, would that not burden me? One cannot always lack palace power, can they? Indeed, I do not consider the matter as deeply as you, Your Majesty. As long as you are well, that suffices, Fei Su replied. Wumian nodded, choosing not to continue discussing the matter. Besides Elfei's situation, another matter loomed: the Mid-Autumn Festival. This year's festival held no particular significance, save for the return of the eldest prince to the palace. However, he was rather low-key and had yet to move to the southern garden. It seemed that the Empress Dowager intended to wait until after the festival to have him move to Rongkong Palace, and only then would the matter of relocating be addressed post-vaccination. On the first day of the 8th month, as the concubines departed, the eldest prince came to pay his respects to Wumian. Wumian was momentarily taken aback, but she welcomed him. My son pays his respects to mother. No need for formalities. Sit. Wumian smiled and nodded at the eldest prince. Why aren't you at school? Wumian inquired. Returning to mother. Today is the first day. The palace permits a half-day off, and I shall go in the afternoon, the eldest prince replied. Wumian nodded, pondering that this child still lacked a name, thus he could only be referred to as the eldest prince. This was not due to the emperor's indifference, rather naming too early was deemed inappropriate. Even the emperor himself had not received a name until after the crown prince was established, at which point he was already 10 years old. The princesses also only had their milk names, without formal names, for fear they might not survive. Are you settling in well at Ening Palace? Once you recover post-vaccination and move to the southern garden, you will be more settled. Have you visited the new residence? No, I appreciate mother's concern. It will surely be fine, the eldest prince assured. I have not worried much. However, once you move in, do let me know if you need anything. Thus, the duo of mother and son engaged in an awkward yet amiable conversation for a while before the eldest prince rose to take his leave. Sleepless let out a sigh of relief. Utterly at a loss for how to cope, she felt quite exhausted. She bore no particular feelings towards the child, neither affection nor aversion. However, one could surmise that the child harbored many thoughts of his own. In the evening, there was a grand banquet at the palace featuring performances by the emperor and empress, and numerous beauties. Lady Li did not attend, as she required time for recuperation. The crown prince, the second prince, the third prince, the eldest princess, and the second princess were all present. As for their mothers, attendance depended on their seniority and their relationship with the Empress Dowager, so not all were present. Additionally, the young princes and princesses of the late emperor were also in attendance, creating a lively atmosphere in the Ening Palace. Upon seeing Sleepless, the 12th prince of the late emperor beamed with joy. Once formalities were observed, he approached her. Sister-in-law. The ink stick is excellent. My companions all adore it. Sister-in-law. Is there more? He timidly inquired. The poor little 12th prince had never possessed anything particularly fine. What he had, his brothers also possessed, while what he lacked, his brothers had in abundance. At last, he had something that others did not, and even his companions regarded it highly, which filled him with pride. Yes, I shall send some to you shortly. That item lasts a long time, do not worry. I will send you a whole box. Sleepless felt quite pleased. It was gratifying to know that someone appreciated the effort she had put into making it. Thank you. Sister-in-law. Ing Xionglu glanced over. How is the 12th brother's writing? The teacher. Praises. It is quite proper. Ing Xionglu earnestly replied. The way he spoke was somewhat disjointed. Ing Xionglu had previously overlooked this younger brother, but now, observing his manner of speech. Well, it was commendable that the empress favored him. Then he should study diligently. Yes, thank you, brother. Ing Xiongnu nodded happily, still a child who found joy in being cared for. The other princes exchanged glances, pondering that if the younger brother had won the empress's favor, perhaps they could as well. However, being a few years older, they understood the importance of discretion and recognized that this was not the time to seek the spotlight. After the banquet commenced, Sleepless surveyed the three princes seated at one table. The crown prince was quite upright, handsome, and well-built, albeit slightly thin, exuding a cool demeanor and a reluctance to speak. The second prince. This child was truly hard to describe. He had once been a beautiful child, but due to poor health and perhaps being spoiled, he now fidgeted restlessly in his seat. It was evident that his health had improved somewhat, as he was able to venture outside, though he still appeared unwell. Yet, the furrowed brow, the twisting of his body, and the pushing away of the wet nurse all indicated his discomfort. Sleepless mused to herself, perhaps it was because he was not her own child that she found it difficult to regard him favorably. The third prince, being significantly younger, was not sitting very straight, but that was simply due to his age. His bright, intelligent eyes sparkled with curiosity as he was supported by his wet nurse, surveying the surroundings in an endearing manner. Indeed, observing the children of others brings forth a sense of affection. Xionglu called out to the empress, but Sleepless did not hear. Sleepless, at the sound of her name, she turned. Yes, did your majesty call for me? Everyone was taken aback to hear the emperor address the empress by her name. It was the first time they had witnessed such a display. The emperor's feelings towards the empress had evidently changed significantly. What are you looking at? Xionglu asked, amused to nothing. Sleepless settled herself. What did your majesty summon me for? Before Xionglu could respond, he glanced in the direction Sleepless had been looking. And he too noticed the appearance of his three sons. He sighed softly, uncertain of what to say. And nothing, I merely observed that you seemed lost in thought, so I called out. Xionglu replied. Sleepless wore a puzzled expression but refrained from inquiring further. Empress, I have heard that you prepared a tofu soup for Dukengwa. It seems he is quite fond of it, as word has reached the palace recently. The Empress Dowager inquired. Oh, is it truly that delicious? Sleepless laughed. Then why not ask the imperial kitchen to prepare it? It's quite simple, just have my people convey the recipe. Very well, go quickly, do so. The Empress Dowager chuckled, waving her hand. Sleepless summoned Dukong to attend to this matter. Once the meal was nearly ready, the tofu soup was brought forth. The Empress Dowager tasted it first, upon her initial sip. She nodded. No wonder Dukengwa praised it. This soup is indeed delightful. Now the crabs had arrived, and the sweet crab roe and meat infused the dish with a distinct flavor. However, crabs are cold by nature, so not everyone can partake. What you mentioned has made me crave it. I shall have the small kitchen prepare some tomorrow at noon. Make sure everyone gets a taste. The Empress Dowager smiled. The other noble ladies, whether genuinely enjoying the dish or merely feigning appreciation, praised its flavor. Sleepless herself was eating and understood that the Empress Dowager's interest was one aspect, while the other was a reward for her efforts over the past few months. At the very least, she had indeed conducted herself according to the standards of a good empress during this time. Not long ago, the Empress Dowager had used her reprimand of Sleepless to scold the emperor. So this could be seen as compensation. The Empress Dowager praised the dishes prepared by the Empress's small kitchen, which in turn reflected well on Sleepless' filial piety. Sometimes, those in higher positions need not overtly praise one. Sleepless had already attained the status of Empress, and the Empress Dowager merely needed to offer a compliment on minor details for the benefits to be evident. The ancients valued subtlety. Expressing thoughts directly could lead to disdain. Hence the necessity for indirect approaches. However, to be honest, it was indeed the right time for crabs. At first, one should eat the females, then the males. Yes, it truly is quite splendid. As the performance commenced, Xionglu nearly drifted off to sleep. His mind was occupied with matters of state, and once he had pondered sufficiently, he glanced at the Empress, wondering why she found enjoyment in it as well. What was it that captivated her? The sounds of the performance, yet the Empress was not feigning interest. She genuinely understood the nuances and could engage in meaningful dialogue with the Empress Dowager. Finally, the performance concluded, and Xionglu managed to suppress a yawn. Given the circumstances today, he knew he would return to Fengyi Palace alongside the Empress. They traversed the Imperial Garden, and today, no one had the audacity to intrude. Xionglu, curious, inquired, when did you develop a fondness for watching performances? I do not know, I simply took a liking to it suddenly. If your majesty truly dislikes it, you may leave after the next banquet. The Empress Dowager would not mind. Yes, next time I will not accompany you. I only feel like sleeping. What was the last performance about? Sleepless smiled. It was about a victorious general who declined the prime minister's daughter in marriage, choosing instead to wed a girl he was betrothed to since childhood. Consequently, the prime minister's family offered 100 taels of gold to have the girl remarry. The general refused, and in the end, both were married. Disregarding rank, Xionglu frowned. This play lacks logic. The prime minister of a nation holds such power. Why must his daughter marry a general who has merely returned from victory? Why offer 100 taels of gold to the fiancée of another? The daughter of the esteemed prime minister, treated as equal to a commoner. Sleepless chuckled. As far as I know, the playwrights are all men.so. This daydream is a creation of your kind. It becomes increasingly absurd. Your majesty need not concern yourself. If a play is good, it will be performed again. If not, there will be no encore. Let them exercise their creativity. Life is but a play. And plays reflect life, whether fanciful or genuine, it depends on one's interpretation. As Sleepless spoke, she stumbled slightly, grasping Xionglu's arm for support before stabilizing herself and releasing him. Life is a play. And a play is life. Do you believe that living is merely acting? The Empress laughed softly, her laughter echoing in the night air of the Imperial Garden. What do you think, your majesty? So, in this play of life, do you truly believe such events could transpire? Xionglu inquired, intrigued. It is difficult to say. Sleepless shook her head. It is hard to determine. No matter. Sleepless, please share your thoughts as if discussing a play. Xionglu held her hand to prevent her from tripping again, as the path was strewn with cobblestones. This performance appears illogical, as it is colored by your majesty's perspective. What if it were set in a tumultuous era? The prime minister, while seemingly powerful, might actually be in a precarious position with a young and inept emperor, or perhaps he has offended the emperor in some manner, though the emperor may not act hastily. He will ultimately seek retribution. In contrast, the victorious general represents new wealth and is highly favored by the emperor. Would not an alliance with him yield countless benefits? As for that common girl, is there truly no distinction? Ultimately only one person controls the household. A prime minister's daughter and a common girl. Once they find themselves in the general's courtyard, everyone knows whom to heed. The general may possess loyalty and affection, but in the end, he cannot escape the constraints of society. If viewed from your perspective, does that not imply the general has wronged the common girl? In Lu remarked. In this world, does not the appearance of deep emotional betrayal abound? Over time, what was once a steadfast childhood promise may wither, transforming into an elderly woman. Or perhaps she has long perished amidst the struggles of the inner courtyard. By then, he may have ascended to a high position with the aid of his father-in-law. Newcomers replace the old. There will always be someone youthful and beautiful. Alternatively, perhaps his father-in-law ultimately could not withstand the emperor's reckoning, and they all fall into misfortune together. If viewed from your perspective, does that mean there is no love more enduring than gold? Lu frowned. I believe we have reversed our roles in this conversation. Such a question should be posed to your majesty. Should it not? Sleepless laughed again. Of course, there exists love more steadfast than gold. That is to say, the general steadfastly refuses to marry the prime minister's daughter, thus incurring the prime minister's wrath, leading to a bleak future and a life of unfulfilled aspirations. Over time, as he gazes upon his humble wife, might he not harbor resentment, or perhaps he bears no resentment, content to grow old with his childhood sweetheart? Lu fell silent. In truth, as a man, he naturally deemed a promising future of greater importance. In truth, your majesty could never find himself in such a predicament. Those who do not need to make a choice likely cannot comprehend the necessity for those who must choose. Conversely, for those who must choose, it is entirely possible that every option available may lead to an error. Upon reaching the entrance of Fengyi Palace, they were met by palace attendants holding lanterns in anticipation. Under the gentle glow of the lanterns, Lu gazed at the empress's face for a considerable time before taking her hand and leading her into Fengyi Palace. That evening, Lu refrained from inquiring about Wumian's thoughts on the play. He found himself somewhat perplexed by Wumian's musings, or rather, he struggled to grasp how she could contemplate so much even during their intimate moments at night. His mind was occupied with the image of Wumian's smile under the dim lantern light. Her crimson lips curving into an enchanting arc, her eyes glimmering with a captivating brightness. Although obscured by the darkness, the view was shrouded in a delicate beauty. At that moment, the light was similarly dim, perhaps even darker, as the lanterns were situated outside the curtains. He observed the expression of desire on the empress's face, which seemed to radiate even more beauty. The following morning, the concubines adorned themselves in splendid attire to pay their respects. Fully aware that the emperor remained in Fengyi Palace, many arrived quite early, eager to exchange a few words with him. The emperor, however, did not share their enthusiasm. It was a rare day without morning court, and he had risen a bit later, engaged in conversation with Wumian. Hearing that half of the concubines had already arrived, the couple felt no urgency. Thus, arriving early proved inconsequential. They would have to wait until everyone was present. Once the gathering was deemed sufficient, the emperor and empress approached the main hall. After exchanging greetings, Wumian scanned the room and inquired, "Has Yang Jieyu not arrived?" Replying to her majesty, "Someone has already reported that Yang Jieyu caught a chill last night and did not rise this morning." Fei Su replied. When his majesty and her majesty were conversing, she did not dare to interrupt. "Has the imperial physician been to see her?" "Yang Jieyu has always been frail," Wumian stated. "The imperial physician has visited." "Your majesty need not worry," Fei Su assured her. "Indeed, Yang Jieyu's constitution is quite poor. Someone should be sent to check on her," the Guifei suggested. Wumian nodded and asked, "Who else is missing? It seems as though we are short of people." After a quick survey, the others chimed in. "It appears that Fang Baolin is absent, perhaps detained by some matter, as she has not sent word to excuse herself. While Fang Baolin's absence was certainly a breach of etiquette, it was not a grave issue, and Wumian did not dwell on it. As they engaged in casual conversation, the presence of the emperor elevated the atmosphere, with conversations flowing harmoniously and melodiously. Wumian mused that the emperor's frequent presence hindered her enjoyment. As the others became more reserved in his company, just as discussions began to dwindle, Fang Baolin arrived, entering, and immediately kneeling to apologize. "Your Majesty, Empress, I beseech your forgiveness for my tardiness," the Empress replied. "You are late in paying your respects to the Empress, which is disrespectful. You shall forfeit a month's salary." "Thank you, Your Majesty and Empress, I acknowledge my fault and shall ensure it does not happen again," Fang Baolin responded, bowing in gratitude. This earnestness garnered a degree of goodwill. Regardless of the reasons for her tardiness, she had taken accountability. "Rise. If there is a special circumstance, simply inform me next time," Wumian instructed. "Yes, thank you, Your Majesty. It is my oversight, and I will be more mindful in the future," Fang Baolin replied. "How could you be late when you left so early?" inquired Lady Zhang, who resided with Fang Baolin. After several glances, Fang Baolin confessed, I mistakenly wore the wrong outfit. It was only after walking some distance that I realized the hem had come undone, so I had to hurry back to change. This dress had been inspected the previous night. The reason for the mishap eluded her, yet she could not fully trust Lady Zhang, who shared her quarters, after the gathering dispersed and the emperor had departed. Lin Shuwei remarked, I have inquired and discovered that Fang Baolin's skirt was torn, causing her delay in returning to change. Given that she had to walk, the distance certainly contributed to her tardiness. Was it a mistake made by her own maid, or was she set up? Wumian asked, her tone nonchalant. It seems likely she was set up. Fang Baolin has served the emperor on several occasions. And I suspect envy may be a factor, Lin Shuwei speculated. No matter the stage, rivalry persists, Wumian mused, shaking her head and deciding not to pursue the matter further. Such trivialities were beneath her concern. By the way, what of Su Liangyi? How is she faring? Wumian inquired. Recently, it was reported that she is well. The Guifei has been sending her gifts frequently. However, I heard that Li Liangyi has not mentioned much. Lin Shuwei replied, why is there not a fourth pregnancy? Wumian frowned. What do you mean, Your Majesty? Lin Shuwei was taken aback, confused by the implication. Han Ti, the Empress, previously stated she did not desire another's child. Since Su Liangyi has directed her attention toward me, I shall ensure her needs are met. I will nurture her child as my own, confident she will be grateful. Zhang Zhaorong is the only one of the 9 concubines who is highly regarded. If she supports me, I cannot fail to offer her benefits, Wumian articulated. Are you concerned that Li Liangyi's child might be snatched away by the Guifei? Would Zhang Zhaorong not be able to compete? Fei Su queried. No, I fear that Li Fei may not be able to safely deliver this child, or that it may not survive. In such a case, Zhang Zhaorong would not be able to contend with Li Fei. Wumian clarified. Lin Shuwei and Fei Su exchanged glances, realizing they had not considered this angle. In that case, which new concubine has been favored recently? Wumian inquired. Well, Xan Liangyi, Fang Baolin, and Chu Baolin have been favored somewhat more. Though it cannot be said to be excessive, the emperor has not been visiting the inner palace frequently, came the reply. Then let us hope Li Fei proves her worth. Regardless, let us at least wait until Li Liangyi's child is born and taken to Luoshuang Pavilion. Wumian concluded. But Zhang Zhaorong can move now, Wumian added. Indeed, she has long been able to relocate, however she has not endeared herself to the emperor in recent years, and her relationship with Li Fei has been fraught with discord, resulting in her prolonged stay in her quarters. A concubine of the 3rd rank ought to be able to reside in her own apartment, and if she holds a respectable position, there is no reason she cannot occupy a palace. Lin Shuwei noted. Wumian nodded. This matter is easily resolved. I shall handle it. The ensuing days passed swiftly, devoid of any incidents, leading smoothly into the Mid-Autumn Festival. The weather on that day was splendid, with a warm embrace of sunshine. The Mid-Autumn Festival in Di'in was a significant occasion. After rising early, Wumian led the other concubines to pay respects to the Empress Dowager. The emperor also arrived, accompanied by the princes and princesses, the former emperor's concubines, and their children, all coming to greet the Empress Dowager. On this day, even the lower-ranked concubines of In Qianlu were fortunate enough to attend. All the royal relatives entered the palace to pay their respects. At noon, a banquet was held in Yining Palace, where the lower-ranking concubines had to depart early. Though they too had their seats, the atmosphere was lively, enhanced by the Emperor Empress and Empress Dowager's generous gifts on this occasion, which rivaled those given during the New Year and the winter solstice. The family banquet was limited to the Emperor Empress, high-ranking concubines, the princes and princesses, and the children of the former emperor's concubines, along with the recently established lords and their wives. Additionally, notable elders with higher status, such as the old lords and the Empress Dowager, were also present, creating a festive and bustling dining experience. In the afternoon, everyone strolled through the imperial garden, visiting the various concubines and Empress Dowagers to chat. Depending on their closeness, the few princesses and ladies who visited Wumian were related to her as brothers and cousins, making them akin to sisters-in-law. Accompanied by several children, Wumian greeted them with a warm smile, listening attentively while occasionally chiming in. Once the time drew near, they all moved to a designated area to change and adorn themselves. Wumian also prepared to change, donning a deep red skirt adorned with peony motifs. The bodice of her ruchuan was black, featuring the same embroidered peony design as the skirt. As it was the Mid-Autumn Festival, she wore a jade-green cross-collared jacket beneath, tied into her ruchuan, with the collar and cuffs embroidered with small floral patterns. The outer layer consisted of a colorful gauze cloak with woven patterns of golden phoenixes and peonies. She also wore a begonia-red shawl made of gauze, devoid of woven patterns. Her hair was styled high, secured with a golden hairpin, and adorned with a golden comb. Strands were left at her ears, embellished with golden flower hairpins. 9 golden phoenix hairpins adorned her hair, complemented by 9 ruby-studded auspicious flowers, with pink velvet flowers accentuating the back. Her long, arched brows were adorned with a gold leaf flower and pearl flakes. She applied a hint of blush beneath her eyes, and rather than following the contemporary trend of cherry lips, she enhanced her natural lip shape with lip color, though lip color was available in several shades. Its production was labor-intensive and costly, making it unattainable for most. As the Empress, she lacked for nothing. She used a vibrant red and added a touch of rouge to her eyelids and nose. With her youthful complexion, akin to jade, she effortlessly carried off any look. Given the striking appearance of her side hair and golden hairpins, she chose not to wear earrings around her neck. She adorned a pearl necklace that harmonized beautifully with her attire. Once she was dressed, the time was nearly upon them, and Wumian stood as the palace maids assisted her with the final embellishments, such as the decorative bands on her skirt. With a sigh, she remarked, "Thank goodness we only have a few grand festivals each year. I could not endure such adornment daily. These 9 golden hairpins are quite heavy, and the hairpin itself is cumbersome. I suddenly understand the plight of the Monkey King. The distinction lies in that his golden circlet is a ring, while mine is a flat plate, one pressing on the forehead, the other perched atop my hair. Furthermore, I have the additional embellishment of a golden comb and 9 golden hairpins. Not to mention the other small trinkets. Look at what you said. Typically you do not care to dress up properly. I assure you, I am not one to neglect my appearance. I take great pleasure in adornment. However, I have never experienced the sensation of heavy gold heaped upon my head. It is indeed beautiful, but the weight is quite burdensome. Is it any wonder that noble women of ancient times possessed such grace? Who could stride forth with a head full of gold? They must move with caution. Tonight's grand banquet at the Taiji Palace is a lavish affair, attended by officials of the 5th rank and above, who are required to bring their families. I must first accompany the emperor, bringing our children and concubines to pay homage to the moon goddess. When I arrive, it is not too late, yet some concubines have already gathered. Everyone is resplendently dressed for the occasion. Regrettably, concubine Li remains confined, nurturing her pregnancy, and has not appeared. However, concubine Su is present. Upon seeing her, I instruct Lin Chuwei to ensure that Jinbo follows concubine Su closely tonight. To avoid any mishaps, Jinbo is quite astute, making him well suited for this task. Yingxiang Tower is in the company of the ministers, and when the concubines see the Empress, they hastily pay their respects. It has been ages since they beheld the Empress in such splendid attire. They appear somewhat unfamiliar with her. I take a moment to observe the gathering, and indeed everyone is splendidly adorned. The most significant distinction between the Empress and the concubines lies in the style of their formal wear. However, despite the finery, I am not donned in ceremonial robes, yet, even in my simpler attire, the lavishness of my garments and the abundance of my jewelry set me apart from the concubines. While the styles of palace attire may be similar, the intricacies of patterns, colors, and details vary greatly. The lower the rank, the simpler the patterns and the lower the hairstyles, accompanied by fewer and less exquisite adornments. In any case, each is undeniably beautiful. The favored concubine particularly shines in her finery, and I find myself gazing at her for an extended period, yet she seems uncomfortable and questions, "What is wrong with me?" I respond, "You appear remarkably like Yang Guifei today, though this is merely a metaphor. Perhaps akin to the blooming peony of a prosperous era. No, you might not believe it, but I genuinely think you are stunning. I am sincerely complimenting you, though I am aware you may not trust my words." The favored concubine, of course, does not believe me. Women of this era often harbor the notion that upon nearing 30, they have aged, losing the ability to compete with younger women. Even the most charming poets cease to extol their beauty. Yet in truth, the favored concubine is truly beautiful, mature, enchanting, and regal, much like a blooming red peony at its peak. In terms of age, the virtuous concubine does not shine as brightly, nor does the graceful concubine exude the same serenity. Were it not for her status as the favored concubine and my role as empress, I would genuinely wish to befriend such a captivating beauty. Alas, even if I desired it, she would not reciprocate. "Your Highness is overly generous in your praise. It is you who embodies the brilliance of the moon," the favored concubine replies with a smile. "I choose not to engage further in this flattery." Remaining silent, when the emperor arrives, his gaze immediately falls upon me. The reason for this is clear. I have not adorned myself so splendidly in a long time. Even Yingxiang Tower thinks that I have never appeared so radiant in my ceremonial attire before. He would not consider that a change in one's inner self can alter one's outward appearance. Though my visage remains the same, I am no longer the same person. As he approaches, Yingxiang Tower states, "You should adorn yourself thus in the future. It is truly becoming." Today, he is clad in a silver-white, round-collared robe with narrow sleeves, trimmed with golden thread. His attire features embroidered 5-clawed golden dragons amidst clouds on the front, back, shoulders, and hem, complemented by a vermilion belt inlaid with white jade dragons, and he wears boots of the 6 harmonies. His hair is bound with a golden crown secured by a golden hairpin shaped like a dragoness head, with bright yellow ribbons cascading down beside his ears. This ensemble accentuates his tall and graceful stature. I place my hand in his and together we step out of the hall. Outside, preparations for the moon goddess's altar await us. The ritual of honoring the moon goddess is an age-old tradition, performed annually at this time. However, last year's mid-autumn festival was marred by the illness of the empress, who could not attend, and the emperor performed the rites alone. Such rituals are irreplaceable. Even if the empress cannot attend, no concubine can take her place. It is a prayer for bountiful harvests and national tranquility. As the ceremonial officials chant in unison, I kneel and light incense in accordance with their guidance. Once the emperor and empress have completed their offerings, the rest may follow in groups. After all have paid their respects, the banquet shall commence. This grand gathering is naturally lively, held in the Taiji Palace's Xinzheng Hall. At the head of the table sits the Empress Dowager, flanked by the Emperor and Empress. To the left are the Emperor's sons and the sons of the late Emperor, though only those not yet wed are present. The married couples sit further down, sharing tables with their children and concubines. On the right, officials are seated by rank, also accompanied by their families. Naturally, there is not enough room, so those of lower rank are seated further back. In such a setting, my family is in attendance. The Zhao family now enjoys the status of a legitimate royal family, and we occupy a relatively prominent position. As the feast begins, the performers enter, presenting a spectacular display of song and dance, showcasing their refined skills. Truly, these dancers from the southern court are remarkable. Before me, the wine jug is filled with floral essence, which is quite common, with so many toasting. If I were to indulge in alcohol, I would surely overindulge, thus I have opted for floral essence today. When offered a toast, I take only a small sip from the delicate white jade cup. The floral essence complements the occasion beautifully. In fact, prior to the Mid-Autumn Festival, various gifts had already been sent out, as they must be prepared in advance for potential use during the festival. However, during tonight's grand banquet, the emperor still intends to bestow rewards. Not every person will receive gifts, but some will. Naturally, I am among those favored. Regardless of the empress's standing, the emperor must grant me this courtesy. Furthermore, due to my status, the gifts are plentiful. This year is particularly special, as I receive some rare items. The Zhao family is also well rewarded. This Mid-Autumn Festival is exceptionally festive, as the banquet nears its conclusion. The emperor invites everyone outside to admire the moon. We listen to several eloquent officials compose poetry, extolling the emperor and empress's love and the emperor's filial piety. In a harmonious atmosphere, the grand Mid-Autumn banquet of the 8th year of the Shi and He reign concludes. Finally, the ministers are sent away, and the Empress Dowager is escorted back. It is now the hour of the pig, nearing midnight. The emperor, of course, is expected to spend the night with the empress. At this moment, the couple returns from Yining Palace to Fingyi Palace in a palanquin, both too weary to exchange a word. As the palanquin comes to a halt at the entrance of Fingyi Palace, I truly feel as if my head is heavy and my feet are leaden. Ningxiang Tower, noticing my fatigue, asks, "Did you not drink?" I reply, "I am merely tired." "Are you not exhausted, Your Majesty?" He admits, "I am weary as well. But I must maintain appearances. I am fine. Come back." He extends his hand, guiding me inside. Upon entering the main hall, I can think of nothing else but to hastily request, "Quickly remove my headdress, I cannot bear it a moment longer. It is far too heavy." Lin Shui and Zhao Hua swiftly assist in removing the gold ornaments, leaving only a simple gold circlet to support my hair. Even this relief brings me comfort. I change out of my heavy garments into a light skirt. And the emperor has also changed into a more casual robe, having removed his golden crown and tied back his hair with a ribbon, evidently feeling the weight as well. "Have the kitchen prepare something for us," I instruct. After all, it is late. I have just given the concubines a 3-day holiday, allowing them to do as they please, and I wish to rest undisturbed. I am not acting arbitrarily. The emperor has also declared a 3-day break for the court, while the scholarly princes have been given 5 days off. Therefore, at this hour, it is akin to the end of a long night shift. It is best to eat well before sleeping. Ningxiang Tower is also hungry. It is impossible to dine well at the banquet. However, he feels a bit annoyed at the thought of the dishes and utensils, though he does not voice it, nearly nodding, "You may arrange it as you see fit." I summon Lin Shui, and soon we are served a simple meal. As the night deepens, we forego any extravagance, which may seem a bit humble for the emperor. Ningxiang Tower's attention is drawn to the bronze pot on the table. While pots are commonplace, this one contains cabbage and tofu. "Your Majesty, please try it," I encourage, asking for the broth to be served first. It is a pork bone broth that I had prepared in the afternoon, featuring cabbage, tofu, yam, winter melon, and more. A charcoal fire warms the center, and once we finish these, we will add some handmade noodles. I gesture toward the sliced beef and a platter of fish. We can cook and eat as we go. I thought it best to include some meat. Additionally, there are 6 other dishes. Even in simplicity, it is impossible to serve everything from a single pot. However, on this chilly night, this meal is immensely comforting. Ningxiang Tower eats with great satisfaction, having felt exhausted before. Now, after a hearty meal and freshening up, he feels revitalized. Naturally, with such energy, one must engage in activities befitting the moment. I, on the other hand, am utterly fatigued and on the verge of tears, yearning for sleep. Alas, the emperor is full of vigor. By the time I finally manage to rest, it is already the hour of the dog. Ningxiang Tower has already resolved to rest well tomorrow. Regardless of the hour, however, one must recognize that if a person meticulously plans their rest days, deciding what to do, how to relax, and what time to rise, there is often an unforeseen event that disrupts such arrangements. The more one plans, the more likely chaos ensues. As dawn broke, with the world still cloaked in shadows, Lu Zhong began to rouse the emperor. Upon hearing the commotion outside, Ying Xiong was jolted awake. Initially believing it was time for court, she hastily prepared to rise. Meanwhile, the empress was in a deep slumber, one arm cradling her abdomen, her head resting against her side, one leg draped over her lower leg while the other extended far behind her. As Ying Xiong furrowed her brow and regained her senses, she realized that there was no court today. She gently removed the empress's hand from her belly and inquired, "What is amiss, your majesty?" Came the reply, "The Hanliang Hall is in disarray, ablaze with lights. Something must have occurred, someone has gone to investigate, but the commotion appears rather severe. We dared not disturb your majesty, for Lady Li is your majesty's favored consort. Should a grave matter arise without your majesty's knowledge, the consequences would be dire. At the mention of Hanliang Hall, Ying Xiong sighed. The frequency of incidents there had indeed been troublingly high of late. Before she could respond, another hand rested upon her abdomen, and the small empress shifted, pressing half her body against Ying Xiong. The latter could only gently push her away. Wuxian, something is amiss at Hanliang Hall. Wuxian murmured in acknowledgement, taking her time to awaken. "Ah, Lady Li is in trouble again." With a frown, she declared, "I'm not going, I'm too tired." "You go on." Not only did she refuse to go, but she also kicked the emperor lightly. Though lacking in force, it was enough to send her rolling deeper into the bedclothes, cocooning herself in the quilt with an air of indifference. It truly felt as though she had just laid down. Her exhaustion overwhelming, her mind still grappling with the realization that as empress, she ought not to be so brazen with the emperor. This marked the first time Ying Xiong had been treated in such a manner. And rather than feeling anger, she found herself smiling. The empress was indeed behaving childishly. This was the most genuine version of her. It was not imperative for the empress to attend, if she chose not to. So be it. Ying Xiong, weary, changed her attire and had yet to exit Fingyi Palace when the hurriedly returning Dukong announced, "Lu Zhongguan, those within Hanliang Hall report that Lady Li has been poisoned. The imperial physicians have yet to arrive and chaos has already ensued." Hearing this, Ying Xiong strode purposefully past the crowd and out of Fingyi Palace. Fei Su and Yan Ming exchanged concerned glances. "We must awaken the empress. This is no trivial matter. I'll go. You prepare her garments, brew some hot tea for her to drink before she goes," Yan Ming instructed as she entered the inner chambers. If Lady Li had merely been unwell, the empress could have opted to stay, but a poisoning was a different matter altogether. Upon being roused, Wuxian was thoroughly annoyed. Lady Li, this is infuriating." "What now, your majesty?" came the reply. Dukong returned with news that Lady Li has been poisoned. "And you should go and see for yourself." Wuxian was taken aback. Poisoned? Such antics. She sat up in distress, pressing her forehead. Summoned Dukong. Dukong entered, standing behind a door. "Your majesty, I am here. Go and secure both the interior and exterior of Hanliang Hall. No palace maids or attendants are permitted to enter or exit freely. Assemble Jin Bo and the others, and ensure that all consorts in the harem are stopped from entering Hanliang Hall. With the exception of the favored consort. Do not alert the Empress Dowager. If anyone has already arrived, detain them. They are not to leave. Yes, we shall attend to this immediately, your majesty. Dukong and Jin Bo swiftly departed Fingyi Palace to execute her orders. Wuxian donned her garments and draped a cloak over her shoulders. Her hair was hastily secured with a golden hairpin at the back of her head. Given the proximity, taking a carriage would be cumbersome, so she chose to walk. By the time she arrived, dawn had broken. Though the sun had yet to rise, several imperial physicians were present, and Wuxian moved quickly. Apart from the favored consort, no other consorts were in the hall. The emperor sat in the main chamber, his expression grim. After paying her respects, Wuxian stated, "I apologize for my tardiness. I have instructed my people to prevent the harem consorts from entering and to temporarily seal off Hanliang Hall." "You have done well, Empress," Ying Xiong acknowledged, noting the dark circles under her eyes reflecting her fatigue. "What of Lady Li? What poison has she consumed? Is it fatal?" "It is not a lethal poison, but the air has already been lost," the favored consort replied with a furrowed brow. Wuxian sighed, internally lamenting her lack of surprise. Ultimately, Lady Li had failed to carry this child to term. "Your Majesty, do not be too disheartened. Lady Li is still young, and there will be future opportunities for her to conceive. It is imperative we ascertain the cause of this incident." Ying Xiong nodded in agreement. After a moment, a physician emerged. "Your Majesty, Empress, and favored consort, Lady Li ingested a great cold pill. Given her pre-existing weakness and poor diet, consuming such a potent remedy has led to severe abdominal pain akin to poisoning." "Then it is not poisoning?" the favored consort inquired urgently. "If Lady Li truly were poisoned, she cannot escape culpability." Wuxian found this revelation unsurprising. The idea of a palace consort being poisoned seemed far less plausible than her having ingested something unsuitable. Indeed, however, the great cold pill is not meant for women, although it is unclear how Lady Li came to consume it. For someone already with child, its effects can be devastating. The instability of her pregnancy made her susceptible to such a strong substance, resulting in severe pain, and thus the loss of the heir. Physician Zhang shook his head. "What sort of medicine is the great cold pill?" Wuxian inquired. In response to your Majesty's question, the great cold pill is a remedy intended for men. Primarily used to treat conditions caused by excessive internal heat in the liver, however, due to its potency, it is not utilized within the palace, while some may exist in the Imperial Physician Bureau. They are documented, and obtaining them requires approval from the chief physician, making it difficult to acquire. If it is such a remedy, then surely it is widely available among the common folk, Wu Xian mused. Is it not akin to those harsh purgatives that harm the stomach, particularly potent ones? Indeed, it is not a rare or precious medicine, it can be easily found in the market, and its formula is not a closely guarded secret. The ingredients are not complex, and those knowledgeable about medicine and pharmacology could likely concoct it, Physician Zhang explained. Thus, it follows that while this medicine may be unsuitable for women, consuming it would not ordinarily result in such severe consequences. Lady Li had already experienced complications during her previous pregnancy and had shown signs of instability. If she ingested this remedy, it would indeed jeopardize her pregnancy, would it not? Wu Xian pressed. That is a reasonable conclusion. Zhang acknowledged, pondering. Primarily, Lady Li's pregnancy has been fraught with instability, having shown signs of distress several times already. Her condition could not withstand any further turmoil. Ing Xiong, listening intently, sighed softly, almost imperceptibly. It was not merely others he feared for. He too had harbored a quiet belief that Lady Li would not carry this child to term. Now that the child was lost, he felt a mix of sorrow and a sense of inevitable resolution. Favored consort, do you have anything to say? Ing Xiong inquired. The favored consort, having been on edge, quickly rose. Your Majesty, please do not be angry. It is my failure to manage the matters of the harem. I will conduct a thorough investigation into this incident, claiming no fault was futile. With the repeated disturbances at Hanliang Hall, if she was responsible for managing the harem, she bore some blame. Indeed, you must investigate thoroughly. Ing Qiong replied, though her tone was laden with discontent. The imperial kitchen, tasked with serving pregnant women, undergoes multiple layers of scrutiny. If something were to slip through, it would be quite the challenge. However, yesterday was different. It was the grand mid-autumn feast, and the palace was bustling from morning until late. The imperial kitchen was especially busy, and numerous attendants were assigned to assist. Seeing Wu Xian's gaze, the favored consort hurriedly added, "This is customary, regardless of how many staff are present. During such times, it is common practice to reassign personnel to assist. With so many people involved, it may prove difficult to ascertain the source." The favored consort acknowledged, fully aware of the complexities of the situation yet unable to admit her helplessness. Wu Xian shook her head. "Favored consort, your reasoning is flawed. Please enlighten me, Your Majesty," the favored consort pleaded. Apprehensive that Wu Xian might exploit this incident against her. "How large is a great cold pill?" Wu Xian asked, disregarding the favored consort's concerns and directing her question to physician Zhang. Zhang gestured, approximating the size of a longan fruit. Wu Xian nodded before addressing the favored consort. Irrespective of how many she may have consumed, even a single pill, the size of a longan, would require a certain quantity to be effective, whether it were a pill or perhaps a powder. Therefore, it could not have been administered via her food. The flavor would be too pronounced for Lady Li to overlook. The only plausible scenario is that it was mixed into her calming medicine. Given that she had previously experienced spotting and was currently taking medication to stabilize her pregnancy, the taste would be sufficiently masked. Indeed, Lady Li's calming medicine is procured from the Imperial Physician Bureau, where she prepares it herself. A physician Zhang concurred. If the Empress believes this to be a possibility, it is certainly feasible, as the flavor of the great cold pill is quite strong, making it difficult to consume in isolation. Lu Zhong, you will personally investigate this matter. Bring in everyone who had contact with Lady Li's medicine for a thorough interrogation. Search Hanliang Hall, leave no stone unturned, Ying Xiong commanded, her voice cold inside and out. Uncover the truth for me. Yes, I shall ensure a thorough investigation, Lu Zhong affirmed. This clearly indicated a lack of trust in the favored consort's ability to oversee the situation. The favored consort pursed her lips, refraining from protest, her heart filled with resentment towards Wu Xian for speaking out. However, if she were not involved in the investigation, she would bear no responsibility. Is Lady Li currently awake or still unconscious? Wu Xian inquired. One of Lady Li's attendants quickly answered, Your Majesty, our mistress is currently in a deep slumber. Having consumed a potent remedy leading to the loss of her child was akin to a medicinal miscarriage. It was understandable that she would be in such a state. It is indeed tragic. Your Majesty should go and see her, the attendant added. Wu Xian remained seated, unyielding. Ing Xiong sighed and rose. Very well. As he spoke, he entered the inner chamber, where the lovely consort lay in a deep slumber, likely overwhelmed by sorrow, completely unperturbed by the noise around her. She appeared fragile and pale, evoking a sense of pity. Ing Xionglu did not take a seat but stood by the bedside, gazing at her for a moment before advising, Take good care of her. The palace maid hurriedly agreed, not daring to utter a word more. With the loss of the child, there was a lingering sense that her favor was also waning. Upon exiting the inner chamber, Wumian rose. How is she? Asleep, responded Ing Qionglu, momentarily taken aback by the queen's inquiry. Wondering why he hadn't thought to check himself. Wumian shook his head with a sigh. Right, we must instruct everyone in the palace not to speak of this carelessly. What would it say if this incident Occurring after yesterday's grand banquet, were to spread, the queen's words rang true. Xiong Lu merely waved his hand, signaling for someone to attend to it. He felt utterly exhausted. You should return to your quarters. Wumian nodded. I leave the subsequent matters in your capable hands, noble consort. The consort promptly responded, Your Majesty, and the lady need not worry. I will see to everything here. Yet she pondered why the emperor had not chosen to remain. Could the queen's favor now eclipse that of the lovely consort? Such thought seemed improbable, yet did this imply the emperor's disdain for her? Uncertain, she resolved to observe further. Xiong Lu said nothing further and departed with Wumian. What does the emperor intend to do? Is he hungry? Wumian inquired as they entered Fingyi Palace. Xiong Lu shook his head. Wumian continued, Then perhaps you should rest a while longer. The situation has unfolded. Fretting and grieving now would bear no fruit. Liu Zhong will ascertain the truth. When they once again reclined on the bed within Fingyi Palace, Xiong Lu experienced a surreal feeling. The fatigue was overwhelming. Ever since the lovely consort's pregnancy began, there had been an incessant stream of troubles, and now that she had suffered a miscarriage, he felt no inclination to linger. At this moment, all he desired was a quiet slumber beside this tranquil woman. Indeed, Wumian seemed to understand the emperor's behavior. The emperor's affection for his concubines was merely that, affection, not love. You may be the most beautiful flower in bloom, but when calamity strikes and your petals wilt, can you truly expect a monarch to empathize with your plight? Such expectations were misguided. Even if the emperor cherished the lovely consort, he would eventually grow weary. Could one really anticipate a feudal sovereign to resonate with your needs during pregnancy and the subsequent sorrow of loss? It was a challenging ask, and he would only perceive you as a nuisance. Wumian, lost in her thoughts, gradually slipped into slumber. Regardless of the gravity of the situation, this couple managed to sleep undisturbed for 2 hours. The Empress Dowager had learned of the events, although she attempted to keep it under wraps. How long could she maintain the silence? She summoned the queen to Yining Palace, bypassing even the emperor. This was the fault of her offspring. Wumian readily admitted her mistake upon meeting the Empress Dowager. What does this have to do with you? The Empress Dowager retorted. The lovely consort lacked fortune, was reckless and impetuous, completely oblivious to the severity of her situation. Even while carrying a child, she showed no signs of prudence. And now that the heir has perished, she is content. I advised the emperor back then, love is one thing, but how can one elevate a consort without offspring? It has only been a few years since her entry into the palace. He held the lovely consort in such high regard. How could others not harbor resentment? Given the present circumstances, I am not the least bit surprised. What a coincidence, Wumian thought to herself. I am not surprised either. However, the Empress Dowager's words were rather blunt. Mother, please temper your anger. She has lost her child and is surely grieving. Wumian interjected. Grief is of her own making. The Empress Dowager scoffed. What do you perceive this situation to be? Is there any clarity? Chapter 79. A fatal mistake. At present, there was no clarity. The emperor had ordered Liu Zhong to conduct a thorough investigation, and the noble consort was also involved in the inquiry. Given the multitude of palace attendants present yesterday, it was likely to be a difficult matter to unravel. Wumian furrowed her brow. The Empress Dowager shook her head. The lovely consort is not worth lamenting, but it is essential to uncover the truth and impose strict punishment. Otherwise, what will happen if another consort is harmed in the future? Wumian acquiesced, thinking to herself that the Empress Dowager had misdirected her ire. She was not responsible for palace matters. Nevertheless, the Empress Dowager's disdain for the lovely consort was palpable. As Wumian exited Yining Palace, she suddenly understood why Jiang Zhaorong had attained her status. Yes, a child had perished, but did the loss of a child warrant such elevation? Was it truly that simple to ascend among the 9 consorts? It became clear that the Empress Dowager had previously opposed the lovely consort's elevation to consort status, which explained the circumstances. The lovely consort had been too singularly exceptional, and thus, in the wake of her loss, Jiang Zhaorong had been elevated in her stead. 4 years ago, Xiong Lu had been rather headstrong. Was it truly the case that youth had played a part in his ascension to the throne? Ultimately, the emperor still sought to comfort the lovely consort, while the investigation had yet to yield any results. Her associates had already been taken away for questioning. Only a few loyal attendants remained, and they too would be interrogated in turn. Regardless, the lovely consort's reputation had been thoroughly tarnished. In this regard, Wumian's attitude aligned closely with that of the noble consort. The lovely consort, now rendered powerless, should not blame others for the loss of her dignity. The lovely consort had already wept in the emperor's embrace. And now, Dr. Zhang was once more examining her pulse, stating that she required a period of quiet recovery. Once the lovely consort had consumed her medicine and slipped back into slumber, Xiong Lu inquired from the outer chamber, "How is her health? Will it affect her future?" Dr. Zhang pondered for a moment. At present, she is suffering from severe deficiency and coldness. She must engage in proper recuperation. As for the future, a woman must not be hasty when expecting. The more anxious she is, the more difficult it becomes to achieve her desires. The lovely consort's constitution is already weak. Given her current state, it will be exceedingly difficult for her to conceive again. What Dr. Zhang did not mention was that, given her condition, even if she did conceive, it would be challenging to maintain the pregnancy. However, how to care for her thereafter remained uncertain. Ing Qianlu furrowed his brow. Already aware of the implications, after Dr. Zhang departed, Ing Qianlu returned to Tai Chi Palace. Even if he was on leave, it did not imply that he was without responsibilities. As dusk approached, Lu Zhong arrived with news. There had been some developments. After all, these were merely palace attendants and maidservants. Even if they were not subjected to punishment, they could not withstand rigorous questioning, and someone would inevitably slip up. A maid named Suiwen, upon entering the interrogation room, was so frightened that she lost control, spilling everything without reservation. What happened, Your Majesty, regarding this matter? Liu Zhong found himself at a loss for words. According to the maid Suiwen's testimony, it appears that the Dehan pill may have been introduced into the palace. Elaborate, Ing Qianlu instructed, setting down his brush and stretching his neck. Yes, the lovely consort was concerned about her potential miscarriage after previously seeing blood. Moreover, several maids have testified that the lovely consort has been consumed by worry, fearing she would be unable to bear a son. Thus she resorted to an ancient remedy, which contained ingredients purported to promote the birth of male heirs. The pill was procured from a pharmacy outside the palace. Ing Qianlu regarded the box of medicine he held with a grim expression. Take this to the Imperial Medical Bureau for examination. How did the Dehan pill come to be mixed in? They were uncertain, speculating that perhaps the pill had been improperly packaged. This was clearly a fabrication. How fortuitous. The lovely consort's predicament had indeed stirred up trouble beyond the palace walls. As for the notion of a remedy to ensure the birth of a son, such claims had existed throughout history. However, from ancient times to the present, they had been nothing but deceptions. If the remedy caused no harm, it was merely fortunate. Yet, many had experienced adverse effects. The persistence of such beliefs stemmed from survivor bias. Those who had intended to bear sons and succeeded attributed their success to the magical pill, while those who had given birth to daughters were conveniently overlooked. The lovely consort, a second-tier palace concubine, had actually believed in such nonsense, truly beyond words. Furthermore, palace concubines were strictly prohibited from consuming external medicines, let alone bringing them into the palace to prevent harm to others. Given her favored status, it would not have been difficult for the lovely consort to smuggle in a remedy, yet this blatant disregard for palace regulations was a grave matter. What if she had brought in poison? Would it not endanger the emperor? Lu Zhong speculated that the lovely consort's favor had likely reached its end. In her foolishness, she had not only allowed others to harm her but had also dug her own grave. This mentality of the lovely consort was somewhat understandable. Even the most astute individuals could make misguided decisions when plagued by anxiety and fear. Unfortunately, in the hallowed halls of the palace, such errors would elicit no sympathy. That night, Ing Qianlu refrained from expressing his wrath, waiting instead for the verdict from the Imperial Medical Bureau. The bureau quickly delivered their findings the following morning to Tai Chi Palace. Within the box were 12 pills, 3 of which had been consumed, leaving 9, 5 of which were Dehan pills and 4 were ordinary tonics, the kind that neither harmed nor benefited, given the lovely consort's constitution of cold deficiency. She was ill-suited to consume such tonics. Ing Qianlu erupted with fury. Go summon the noble consort to see me. As Lu Zhong was about to leave, he added, gather all the concubines from the palace. Also, bring the queen here. Liu Zhong acknowledged with a sigh, realizing that the noble consort could not escape responsibility in the face of such palace turmoil. If the lovely consort had managed to procure medicine, then surely the noble consort, who oversaw palace matters, bore some blame as well. Wumian arose shortly thereafter. Today was a day when she need not pay her respects, understanding that the emperor had summoned her due to the situation with the lovely consort. She assumed there must be a resolution. Dressed in a pale yellow gown with a cloak draped over her shoulders, she made her way to Tai Chi Palace. She was not the first to arrive. Several others had already gathered, including the noble consort, who had arrived before her. Wumian offered her respects to the emperor, who gestured for her to sit. She approached and settled beside him in the grand hall of the Silver Light Palace, which was quite spacious. As Wumian took her seat, the concubines offered their greetings. Let us dispense with formalities. Your Majesty, have you had your morning meal? Ing Qianlu shook his head. This simply will not do. Regardless of the circumstances, Your Majesty must not forego your breakfast. How about this? I shall accompany you for a light meal. After all, not all the sisters have arrived yet. Let us eat something while we await their arrival to discuss the matter. Very well, Ing Qianlu replied, rising to his feet. Then let us partake in a meal. Wumian nodded, and together they departed the main hall, heading toward the eastern chamber, having long prepared for the emperor's needs. It was merely a matter of requesting food for it to be promptly delivered. Wume did not specifically request any particular dish, merely asking for some soup. It is well known that the empress has a fondness for soup, so with Her Majesty dining in the Taiji Palace, it was certain there would be some available. Chapter 80. Teasing the dog. Naturally, Ing Qianlu had little appetite, having not rested well the previous day. Despite his youth and vigor, he felt unwell. Upon awakening this morning and hearing troubling news, he found himself filled with ire, leaving him with no desire to eat. However, since the empress had stated she would accompany him for a meal, He could hardly refuse. Observing the Empress eat, he suddenly felt a bit of hunger himself. Thus, although he did not consume much, he at least partook of a meal. Outside, the concubine and others awaited anxiously. Their emotions a tumultuous blend. Consort Li had long been tacitly acknowledged as favored, not exclusively, as there were others, including the concubine, who also enjoyed favor. Yet now, with Consort Li in trouble, everyone awaited the emperor's decree. While His Majesty himself was dining with the Empress in the side hall, truly, this situation was absurd. How dare the Empress act so boldly? Yet her intentions were rooted in concern for His Majesty's lack of nourishment, which was entirely justifiable. It should be noted that at such an early hour most of them had not yet dined either. However, seeing the Emperor's sullen expression, how could the Empress dare to broach the subject of dining? After all, she is the Empress. Regardless of her favor, the Emperor could not disregard her. As the concubines awaited, Zhong had already made preparations. Today's gathering was merely to announce this matter. He had begun investigating the external apothecary but required more time. After Ng Qianglu and Wu Mei finished their breakfast and emerged, everyone was present. Following the customary greetings, the Emperor and Empress took their seats, and Ng Qianglu nodded to Zhong. Zhong stepped forward and briefly explained the situation. Such an occurrence was indeed a cautionary tale for all within the palace. The Emperor could not allow his affection for Consort Li to permit her reckless behavior, should this matter remain unaddressed today. It could resurface later to no one's benefit. As the others listened, their expressions were a mixture of furrowed brows and disbelief, with some even appearing exaggeratedly alarmed, yet internally, they were quite pleased. Surely this meant Consort Li would be demoted. And it was about time. Concubine Ng Qianglu called out. The concubine rose. Your Majesty, it is my fault. With so many servants in the palace, it was indeed an oversight. However, Consort Li's folly in carelessly using medicine cannot be excused. Whether due to negligence or intentional malice by the apothecary, she now deeply regrets her actions. The concubine was inwardly exasperated. Consort Li truly had a knack for creating trouble, and just as one wave subsided, another arose. She assumed the Emperor had already dispatched someone to investigate the apothecary, which would not prove difficult. Wu Mei sighed softly. Consort Li is indeed foolish, but after several such incidents, it is evident that she is not entirely to blame. Regardless, even if she bears the brunt of the responsibility, we cannot overlook the negligence throughout the palace. How did she manage to bring that medicine into the palace? This is a grave matter. If any random item can be smuggled in, is there any hope for tranquility in the inner palace? Indeed, Your Majesty speaks wisely. Such thoughts are unsettling. Zhang Zhaorong added. If there are ill intentions at play, the consequences could be dire. Su Liangyi, who was expecting a child, echoed her concerns. Ng Qianglu glanced at her. Her attire was loose, yet she was already showing, compared to Consort Li's repeated troubles, Su Liangyi's pregnancy was remarkably stable and quiet, a testament to the Empress's careful protection. It was no wonder the Empress had urged him to check on her. A woman carrying his child deserved such diligence. On this matter, Ng Qianglu felt gratitude towards the Empress. He could not believe no one was watching over Su Liangyi, and only the Empress's intervention could have ensured her safety. Even if the Empress had ulterior motives, it mattered not. After all, that was his offspring. Thus he cast a glance at the Empress, but Wu Mei momentarily failed to understand his expression and continued. The matter concerning Consort Li is already settled. Let the appropriate investigation proceed. However, concubine, you must conduct a thorough inquiry into the palace servants and maidens. Today, it was Consort Li who inadvertently consumed that inappropriate medicine. What if in the future something improper were to be mixed into His Majesty's meals, or into the food consumed by the princes and princesses within the palace? Upon hearing this, all the concubines with children grew tense. Indeed, it was a cause for great concern. Yes, I shall conduct a thorough investigation, the concubine affirmed. And how do you plan to investigate? Ng Qianglu inquired. The concubine hesitated before responding. I shall begin with the Hanliang Hall. Every servant and maid who has come into contact with Consort Li must be scrutinized. Those responsible for overseeing the comings and goings must be investigated thoroughly. Wu Mei shifted slightly, leaning against her chair as she listened to the concubine speak. The concubine added, however, given the number of people in the palace, I must proceed with caution. The priority is to investigate the Hanliang Hall first. It was imperative to identify those involved. It was evident someone had sought to harm Consort Li. Even if she had foolishly consumed that medicine herself, how could so many of the great cold pills have made their way in? Surely someone had acted outside the palace. Empress, do you have any thoughts on this matter? Ng Qianglu inquired, tilting his head. Wu Mei smiled slightly. Her demeanor remained unchanged, yet she turned to face the Emperor. Your Majesty, I do not comprehend your question. The concubine manages palace affairs. Why inquire about my thoughts? Ng Qianglu was momentarily taken aback, frowning gently. You are the Empress. I am the Empress, so in times of trouble, must I wrestle with the concubine for authority over palace management? Is it the case that if the concubine's thoughts are deemed favorable, then she shall act accordingly, while if my thoughts are favored, she must follow my directives? Your Majesty, is it not a bit too capricious? Though Wu Mei spoke with a smile, her words were sharp, leaving no room for the emperor's dignity. Enough, you foolish creature, you have been indulged far too much. Do you truly expect me to compete with you and your concubine for favor? Am I but a dog being teased with a bone? In truth, this was precisely what Qiangle meant. However, facing the empress, he could not voice such sentiments. Being confronted by the empress for the first time in front of all the concubines was a blow to his authority. To express anger would portray him as petty, yet to remain silent would stifle him. Your Majesty, please temper your anger. The empress is merely a bit anxious, the concubine quickly interjected, thinking to herself that the empress had not changed. She remained as impetuous as ever, yet previously, her impetuousness had been directed at them, now it was directed at the emperor. If the concubine cannot manage palace affairs effectively, there is no need for her to continue. I shall transfer the duties back to the empress. Qiangle said sharply to the concubine, feeling frustrated at the situation. At this moment, anyone who interjected would be met with misfortune. The concubine was taken aback. Your Majesty, Empress, you make a valid point. You are the Empress and need not engage in disputes with the concubines. I hereby return the responsibility of managing the inner palace to you. However, I expect a satisfactory response regarding this matter. Qiangle acknowledged his own irritation. While restoring the power of the palace was inevitable, he had not intended to completely overshadow the Empress. Chapter 81. Regaining authority over the palace. Previously, the Empress had been bedridden due to illness, and the former empress had proven unreliable, which led him to assign the concubine temporary oversight. He had initially planned to allow the empress to reclaim her authority by the year's end, providing more time to observe her transformation. However, the empress's provocation stirred his ire. He wanted to see how she would handle the responsibilities. Wu Mei rose and bowed. I shall devote myself to this task. The concubine clenched her hands tightly within her sleeves, her nails digging into her flesh. She had painstakingly managed the palace for nearly a year, and now, with a single statement from the empress, her power had been snatched away. How could she not harbor resentment? Yet, what would it matter to regain authority? She had not performed admirably in the past, and nearly a year of effort would not be in vain. If she took control again, it would likely be difficult to command respect. If chaos ensued, she would only risk losing her authority altogether. At that point, her reputation would be even more tarnished. Qiangle disregarded the concubine's thoughts. For him, restoring the empress's authority was a matter of course. In his inherently patriarchal mindset, concubines should have no say, regardless of how much effort one believes they have contributed. If I command you to relinquish your position, you must comply. I am under no obligation to consider your hardships. Should I choose to do so, it would be seen as an act of grace on my part. Proclaim it. Consort Li's foolish actions have violated palace regulations and cannot go unpunished. Effective immediately, she shall be demoted to the rank of Zhaoi. Pending further evaluation, all palaces must conduct self-examinations with utmost care, and any further matters shall be addressed once results are obtained. I warn you all to consider your families and your own lives before acting. If you are unafraid of death, then proceed at your own peril. Everyone hastily knelt, proclaiming their fear. Qiangle further stated, as for those connected to Zhao Li, the empress need not concern herself, let El Zhong handle it. Understood, Wu Mei replied, somewhat indifferent. After all, this demotion was merely a shift from the second rank to the third. Zhao Li was still the highest among the 9 concubines. It was a pity, however, that once the precedent was set, it would be difficult to halt the momentum. Consort Li's favor would undoubtedly diminish. In time, she would inevitably fall from grace. Regardless, Consort Li's demotion delighted many, for though Zhao Li remained in esteemed position, it was still a decline. Who would not feel pleased to see a favored consort brought low? As the various concubines departed, the concubine followed suit. Even if a transfer of authority was required, it would take time and could not be done hastily. Wu Mei did not rush to leave. Having already openly confronted the emperor, she thought it wise to soften her words in private. With a smile, she addressed the emperor. Your Majesty, are you upset? It is my fault. How could I dare to raise my voice at your Majesty? Qiangle cast her a cold glance, his displeasure evident as he replied in a frigid tone. The Empress's overthinking sleeplessness brought forth a chuckle. When I am calm, it is but an occasional whisper of sleepless. Now that I am agitated, even when calling upon the Empress, my words are tinged with an icy chill. Everyone in the harem yearns for a unique place in His Majesty's heart, and I am no exception. Moreover, I am the Emperor's wife. At times, if I err as a wife, let not my husband be so quick to anger, and I humbly beseech his forgiveness. With a gentle bow, I present myself. My manner of salutation is quite graceful, my form light and unhurried. Just as the Emperor is about to speak, I rise. Then I shall take my leave, striving not to trouble His Majesty's gaze. Whenever His Majesty comes, I shall return to visit. Yet, in these days filled with vexations, I implore His Majesty to take care of himself, to partake in meals without delay, and to rest well. I shall take my leave now. Qiangle regarded me with a frosty gaze as I departed from the silver light hall, letting out a huff, though ultimately, he said nothing. Now I found favor in his eyes as I bowed. Qiangle possesses the advantage of having been raised in a nurturing environment. The late emperor passed away before the seeds of suspicion could take root among his sons. As the firstborn son, He has always been treated with reverence alongside his mother. The Empress Dowager, having borne only one child, suffered complications during childbirth, rendering her unable to conceive again, not due to the late emperor's reluctance to share her bed. Though the late emperor had many consorts, he held the empress in high regard and showered her with affection, thus shielding them from the intrigues of the harem, should the Empress Dowager have had to contend with the concubines. It was inevitable, given the multitude of women, yet Ng Qianglou has always maintained a position of superiority. His younger brothers have always shown him respect. His greatest challenge after ascending the throne lay in quelling the insurrections of his uncles, which ultimately subsided swiftly rather than casting a shadow over him. Such experiences only serve to fortify his resolve, therefore his pride is assured, and his masculinity evident. It can be said that his spirit is robust and complete. He is incapable of harboring inferiority, and his suspicions are not excessively burdensome. Such a person, even in anger, remains straightforward, devoid of excessive scheming. He may disregard the feelings of his women, but he would not stoop to plotting against them. If I were to openly defy him, he might feel a loss of face, yet he would not hold a grudge as a result. Otherwise, the previous incarnation of me, in my navette, would have rendered him entirely indifferent to my claims of change. Thus, even now, though he is angered, it is merely that anger, without deeper contemplation. However, should his wrath reach its peak, he would act decisively, never allowing himself to be wronged. I discern this mindset within him, allowing me to depart without burden. Are there couples in this world who do not quarrel? What of the emperor and empress? Are they not but two individuals? Upon returning to Fengyi Palace, the maids knelt to congratulate me. Congratulations? Your Highness, on regaining control of the palace, rise, all shall be rewarded, I replied, raising my hand. I understood the worries of the servants during my months without authority. They expressed their gratitude joyfully. I summoned Jinbo and Dukang. Dukang is the steward of Fengyi Palace, while Jinbo shall focus on external matters. Your duties may differ, yet the effort must be consistent. Jinbo is clever and amiable, well suited for this role. Dukang is meticulous and dependable, possessing good adaptability, and I rely on him as well. The two of them acknowledged my instructions. Jinbo, you can write, correct? I inquired, replying to Your Highness, I can read and write, though I have not studied extensively. My uncle taught me the 1,000-character classic in my youth. Jinbo responded. No matter, it suffices if you can write the essentials. I have a task for you now. Did I not instruct you to keep an eye on the various stewards? Write down who is useful and who is not. If you encounter difficulties, seek assistance from Feishu. Her handwriting is quite commendable, I instructed. Yes, Your Highness, I shall deliver it by tomorrow, Jinbo assured. Chapter 82, Weeding Good. Do not rush, take your time to avoid mistakes. Furthermore, I require a written account of all personnel entering and exiting the palace gates, along with their respective relationships. This matter is not urgent. Take a few days to complete it. Better to be slow than to err. Yes, Your Highness, I will write diligently. This time, I must ask Feishu for assistance. There are times when I may not be able to write. Your Highness, do you intend to take action against them? Lin Sui inquired. It is akin to farming. The weeds abound, and though you may chop away at them, they persist, for merely trimming the leaves above does not touch their roots. Not only them, but I must also take action in the northern garden. I replied, but the northern garden is filled with the imperial concubines. Would it not be inappropriate? Lin Sui expressed concern. Indeed, thus this matter is not urgent. A sudden and drastic move would be unwise. We shall proceed gradually. I assured the Empress strategizes for the future, while the noble consort is incensed at her loss of power. Within the Hanliang Hall, Li Zhaoyi, upon receiving the imperial edict, wept silently. She knew that this matter could not be concealed. And with the situation reaching this point, she felt immense regret. Yet, at this juncture, what could she do? Once the envoy departed, she inquired, have Duku and Xiaoyao not returned yet? Replying to Your Highness, they have not yet returned. However, Zhao Zhenggong has assured that no punishment will befall them. A young maid replied, assist me in changing attire. Your Highness, you must not rise. The young maid gasped in shock. Change my attire. She wiped her tears. Are you no longer able to serve me? I dare not. I shall assist you immediately. Summoning the other two young maids, they swiftly helped her into a new outfit, and after a simple adornment, Li Zhaoyi made her way to Taiji Palace with them. I in Fengyi Palace, I was taken aback. She can still rise, despite her pallor. I wonder what her intentions are. The imperial decree has been issued. Even if she were to plead, it is unlikely His Majesty would retract his command. It seems she is not seeking to plead for this. If she were truly that foolish, His Majesty would not have favored her for so many years. I remarked, indeed, was Lin Sui's agreement. At this moment in Taiji Palace, the waning Li Zhaoyi knelt upon the frigid marble floor. Duku was a servant from my family, ever loyal. She has grown up alongside me. And though Xiaoyao served later, she too has been diligent and would never dare to be negligent. I recognize that I have erred gravely, and there are disloyal servants within Hanliang Hall, yet, it is not they who deserve punishment. I beseech Your Majesty to spare them and allow their return to serve me. Ng Qianglou furrowed his brow. Rise. Elzhong quickly stepped forward to support her. Your Highness, why endure this? A simple message would suffice. Your health is paramount. I dare not seek Your Majesty's forgiveness. I am aware of my faults, and one mistake leads to another. Today, Your Majesty has rightfully lowered my status. This is a light punishment. I do not dare to plead for mercy. I only beg your majesty to spare the two of them. Very well, since you vouch for them, I shall release them. However, Lizaoyi, you must understand where your error lies. I have been too indulgent towards you in the past, allowing you to grow reckless. Should you err again henceforth, I will not extend my forgiveness, in Qiangla stated. Thank you, your majesty, for your magnanimity. I am filled with guilt and unease. I shall remember this lesson and vow never to err again. Lizaoyi prostrated herself. Enough, you are in frail health. Return and recuperate, once you recover. I shall allow you to return. In Qianglu observed her with a hint of reluctance. As Lizaoyi rose, even with assistance, she felt a wave of darkness before her eyes, gritting her teeth to maintain her stance. I am truly weak. I shall return for now. Go back, In Qiangla said, casting a few glances at her without further comment. Lizaoyi was carried back in a sedan chair. Upon disembarking, she felt utterly drained. Needing the maid's support to enter the palace, once inside, she felt her strength wane. Do not summon the imperial physician. Do not alarm. Saying this, she fainted. The maid screamed in fright, yet ultimately they dared not disregard her words. Refraining from causing a commotion, that very night, Duku and Xiaoyao returned to Lizaoyi's side. Upon hearing this, I was quite surprised. Lizaoyi indeed possesses loyalty. This certainly elevates her in my estimation, even if she does not retrieve all her servants. The return of these two close attendants makes a difference. Those who serve her in the future will not feel a sense of impending doom. Her plea was accepted by His Majesty. Perhaps she shall not completely lose favor after all, Zhuo Hua inquired. It is evident that as long as His Majesty has not relegated her status below the third rank, she has not lost favor for the time being. However, following this incident, returning to her former standing will not be easy. There are many newcomers in the harem, and it remains uncertain whether she will be able to bear children in the future. I replied. Previously, the emperor had not paid heed to this matter because, although Lizaoyi is frail, she is not entirely incapable of bearing offspring. However, the situation has changed. Even if the emperor favors you, should you be barren, he will have to consider other factors. Given the current survival rate of children, can we afford to have too few princes? I had nearly forgotten to mention another matter. Rongkong Palace, I want it thoroughly inspected. I furrowed my brow slightly. I do not concern myself with which child who has been inoculated will survive or perish. However, not a single individual within Rongkong Palace may present any issues. Lin Sui, you shall handle this matter. There is no rush. Wait a few days for the noble consort to relinquish her power. Understood, Lin Sui promptly replied. This is indeed a significant issue. Should any complications arise with the princes or princesses during inoculations right after reclaiming palace authority, it would be impossible for me to explain it. Furthermore, once the first prince enters Rongkong Palace, both Fei Shu and Lu Ting shall accompany him. They must remain vigilant until he departs. The first prince must not encounter any mishaps. Yes, Lin Sui affirmed. Do you believe they will take action? The noble consort and the virtuous consort both harbor grievances against the late empress. Do they not resent the first prince, although the late empress was not posthumously honored? The first prince is still the firstborn, and his future remains uncertain. The involvement of the Shen family in the rebellion is indeed true, yet he is, after all, the maternal uncle of Empress Shen. If in the future His Majesty finds favor with the crown prince, everything hinges on a mere word from the emperor. It is not as if Empress Shen cannot be posthumously honored. It is quite easy to embellish her legacy. Moreover, if I have just taken over the power of the harem and the crown prince encounters misfortune, or worse, perishes, how do you think His Majesty would regard me? Lin Shui furrowed her brow. I understand. I shall certainly devote myself to managing this matter well. Do not panic, one can always rely on more people. My previous thoughts were misguided. The path should not narrow but rather expand. As the Empress, my duty is not to compete for favor with the concubines. I comprehend, Your Highness, rest assured. Wumian nodded. Let us retire early tonight. I must visit the Empress Dowager tomorrow morning. Chapter 83, the mute drug. With so many matters at hand today, I must report to my mother-in-law tomorrow. In truth, the Empress Dowager is quite a benevolent mother-in-law. She is not overly attached to power and generally only intervenes if Wumian performs poorly. Her previous discontent towards Wumian stemmed from the incompetence of the former empress, which was quite exasperating now that the emperor has taken charge and reinstated the empress to her duties. There is little room for her to object. A few admonishments here and there are to be expected. Even a typical mother-in-law would chide her daughter-in-law, adhering to the rituals of morning and evening. For a dowager empress to gently admonish an empress is indeed a mild affair. That night, the emperor did not enter the inner palace, which is to be expected. How large would his heart be if he were to do so after today's events? The following morning, Wu Mian went to pay her respects to the Empress Dowager, conversing with Lin Shui along the way. What a fate I have! After much difficulty, I finally managed to secure 3 days of leave for the harem. Yet not a single day have I been able to sleep. It is all Li Zhou's fault, Lin Shui whispered. Who knows? There will be more to deal with shortly. Liu Zhong should have handled the matters outside by now. Right, Lin Shui replied. I heard that General Wu from the Imperial Guards was sent to handle this matter. the result should have emerged last night. Regardless, the medicine from your pharmacy has caused a miscarriage among the palace women. Even if you were unaware of who purchased it, ignorance does not absolve you from responsibility. Soon, the gates of Yining Palace loomed close, and Wumian prepared to dismount from her palanquin. The weather was pleasant today. Neither windy nor cold. Upon entering Yining Palace, she headed straight for the main hall to exchange pleasantries with the Empress Dowager and receive her counsel. Before they could converse much, a palace maid arrived with a message. Your Majesty. The Empress as well. What is the matter? The Dowager inquired. In response to Your Majesty, His Majesty has decreed that concubine who conspired to harm the crown prince and has been demoted to a commoner. Her father and elder brother have been dismissed from their positions and exiled for failing to educate her properly. The palace maids who served concubine who and were close to her have been executed, while the rest have been expelled from the palace. In total, 11 individuals were dealt with in Hanyuan Hall, 4 of whom were executed. The Empress Dowager's brow furrowed deeply. Must there be such a bloodbath for the sake of a merely fey? She was still unaccustomed to referring to Li Jiaoyi in such a manner. The emperor is foolish. It is not difficult to deal with people, but such a bloody spectacle will surely raise eyebrows. Wumian stood. If concubine who truly conspired against the crown prince, then her punishment is justified. The conspiracy against the crown prince is indeed a grave matter, especially given the collusion involved. That poison was not easily smuggled in. His Majesty's anger is entirely understandable. Mother, please do not be angry. Very well, I shall simply refrain from observing, the Dowager replied, frowning. But what could have driven concubine who to commit such an act? In response to Your Majesty, it is merely the aftermath of the incident. I shall further inquire into the details. Zheng Baifu said. Sai Empress, you should take your leave. You now oversee matters, so you must manage the subsequent developments. The Dowager waved her hand. Wumian complied and took her leave from Yining Palace. Upon exiting, she instructed Lin Shui, go check on concubine who lest those beneath us cause further trouble. Where will she live now that she has been demoted to a commoner? Ensure you keep an eye on her. While she has been stripped of her title, she is still a woman who once served the emperor. She must not be mistreated. Yes, I shall go at once. This matter has unexpectedly landed upon the Hu family. Fei Su whispered. Since His Majesty has taken action personally, it is impossible that the Hu family is innocent. However, given her intellect, it is hard to say whom she has fallen victim to. Hanyuan Hall has become a den of intrigue. Wumian scoffed. Indeed, Li Jiaoyi's management of her subordinates is woefully inadequate. Regardless of her intentions, she has inadvertently communicated information to the Hu family, which indicates a betrayal. Wumian shook her head, steadying herself as she mounted her palanquin. One insignificant Hu family member is inconsequential. Her intellect has proven lacking, and she has recently been demoted. Now, she has become a mere commoner. Some speculate that her resentment over her demotion may have driven her to harm Li Jiaoyi. Regardless of the motivations, now that His Majesty has unraveled the truth, it is as though the matter has reached a conclusion. The most unfortunate ones are those from the pharmacy, who will face imprisonment, and the entire establishment will be scrutinized. Many will perish. When Lin Shui returned, it was nearly noon, her complexion pale. I arrived a moment too late. Li Jiaoyi had someone administer mute poison to concubine who, rendering her unable to speak from now on. Wumian raised an eyebrow. Mute poison, as the name suggests, is a drug that renders one mute. Yet, such miraculous substances are hardly real. To silence someone, one must first damage the vocal cords and throat. How does one inflict such harm? By boiling special herbs into scalding soup, then using a teapot with a long spout to pry open the person's mouth and force it deep into their throat. Naturally, some survive, yet they may remain hoarse, unable to utter a sound. However, most do not survive, as the boiling liquid will sear their throat and esophagus. Yet, this degree of injury does not lead to immediate death. After all, a person can endure starvation for several days without dying, and the effects of burns can linger for days without fatality. Ultimately, if the throat and esophagus are beyond repair, the individual will be unable to eat or drink, suffering excruciating pain daily, unable to cry out, and ultimately succumbing to starvation. Truly ruthless. Wumian chuckled. Has the imperial physician arrived? Yes, the imperial physician merely shook his head and departed. Such injuries are beyond remedy. It depends solely on concubine whose constitution. If she survives, she shall remain mute. If not, she will perish. A life for a life. It is only fair. This method is indeed cruel, yet given that Li Jiaoyi has suffered a miscarriage and is overwhelmed with sorrow, what harm is there in her committing such an extreme act? Li Jiaoyi is indeed ruthless. Does she not fear the emperor's wrath? She has already been demoted, Lin Shui remarked. Yes, she has already been demoted. Thus, what significant matter is it to act against a guilty commoner? His Majesty would surely not lower her status further because of this. I must also consider her loss and show some leniency. It is an excellent opportunity, at least to set an example, to prevent the women of the harem from trampling upon her in the future. Li Jiaoyi, losing her child, has regained her wits, Wumian mused. Then shall we leave this matter be? Did not His Majesty say that I need not concern myself with it? Then I shall not. Li Jiaoyi's actions are merely mending the fence after the sheep have been lost. It is not too late yet, though it may not be too late. The sheep have indeed been lost. Even if she regains His Majesty's favor in the future, she will ultimately never bear her own child. Which is her greatest shortcoming. Your Highness thinks long-term. Let the commotion unfold. As long as every matter can be justified, I shall remain uninvolved. The Hu family is foolish, reckless, and unaware of their circumstances. Such individuals are destined not to survive long in the harem. It is only natural for them to be used. What a useful pawn they make. I fear she remains oblivious to the machinations at play. Chapter 84. Misery at this moment. Concubine who has been relocated. She is now a commoner and thus no longer entitled to reside in Suiwei Palace. Henceforth, her dwelling will be in a remote corner of the Imperial Palace. The so-called Cold Palace is merely a secluded area within the palace. It is not as if a specific palace is designated as the Cold Palace. However, the places where the disfavored and disgraced concubines reside are often mockingly referred to as cold palaces. Currently, concubine who has been cast into a palace that does not even bear a name. It is not that it has fallen into disrepair. After the ascension of the former emperor, the entire imperial palace was renovated. However, while the exterior may be well maintained, the interior is lacking. After all, with such a vast palace, it is impossible to adorn every corner. There are no proper beds, only clay kangs made of blue bricks and mud blocks exist. Though called kangs, they lack a fire pit and are merely solid clay brick platforms. One would freeze even in summer, let alone in winter. Furthermore, do not expect any servants. Being able to bring a few garments, tidy up a few belongings, or have a blanket would be a stroke of luck. Meals will be delivered, but whether 3 times a day or every 3 days depends on what money she has left. Concubine who now cannot afford such concerns, her throat and abdomen ache unbearably, cast aside on the ground, unable to rise. The pain is excruciating, and at this moment she feels not fear or sorrow, but an overwhelming rage. An uncontainable fury, a desire to obliterate everything. The more she aches, the more she longs to scream, yet the more she attempts to cry out, the more her voice fails her. Her delicate hands claw at the ground, digging into the crevices between the bricks, her fingernails breaking in the process, yet yielding no relief from her pain and anger. Her once beautiful face is now grotesquely swollen and red, a testament to her struggles. Her eyes blazing with hatred and fury. In such a short time, she has become a shadow of her former self, yet it is a pity no one sees, cares, or pays heed. Indeed, His Majesty has said nothing regarding Li Zhou's actions. The next morning, as everyone came to pay their respects, it was inevitable that discussions of Li Zhou and concubine who would arise. Concubine who was indeed pitiable. It is said that when she was taken to the remote place, her mouth was filled with blood. She is unable to scream, Lin Chiron remarked, frowning, her face paling. It is indeed too tragic. Though that is the case, she was the one who harmed others first. The heir apparent dares to conspire against her, and the outcome is indeed her own doing. Xian Liangi is right. My sister's words hold merit, though they are undeniably terrifying to hear. I have heard that those who engage in such acts rarely survive. Lin Chiron furrowed her brow. Is that truly the case? That is indeed alarming. It is a gruesome affair. When I was a child, a servant in my household suffered severe burns, and despite receiving treatment from a physician, he succumbed to his injuries. The skin continued to deteriorate, leading to a high fever, and after 3 months of suffering, he passed away. Yun Baolin remarked. Oh dear, that is truly frightening. Chu Baolin touched her arm. In truth, none of them hail from impoverished backgrounds. Even if their lineage is somewhat lacking, they have been attended to since childhood. It is impossible not to fear such bloody matters, even if one were to claim otherwise. Your Highness, while it is true that the Hu family deserves punishment, His Majesty has already made his decree. Is it not somewhat excessive for Li Zhou to act in this manner? His Majesty has not called for the death of the Hu family. Yet Li Zhou has taken matters into her own hands. Jiang Zhaorong interjected. Indeed, Li Zhou's actions this time are rather extreme. Rong Fei shook her head. While it is understandable for Li Zhou to grieve the loss of her child, her approach is excessively ruthless and ultimately unwise. Xian Fei furrowed her brow. A woman, observing that the Guifei had fallen silent, spoke. You make valid points. In this matter, Li Zhou has indeed overstepped her bounds. However, since His Majesty has chosen not to pursue this further, it is likely due to the recent loss of her child. Nevertheless, this matter ends here. Any future actions taken by her shall be my concern. Regardless of His Majesty's indifference, the Empress Dowager's words resonate. The Guifei replied, it is indeed excessive. Li Zhou's temperament has always been willful, but there must be limits to such willfulness. This time, she has surely learned a lesson. The group continued their idle chatter, and soon the formalities concluded. Afterward, the Guifei naturally remained behind to oversee the handover of responsibilities. However, it would be implausible for her to relinquish everything without any complications. She would create obstacles for Wumian. Firstly, today, the princes and princesses entered the Rongkong Palace, and tomorrow they are to receive their vaccinations. The royal relatives also brought their children today, setting aside other matters. If this were to be hastily handed over to the Empress Dowager, it may leave the subordinates at a loss, potentially delaying the children's care. On one hand, she harbors selfish motives, and on the other, She cannot rest easy regarding her own daughter. To suddenly relinquish control would place her daughter's life in the hands of others, which she cannot abide. The Guifei's reasoning is sound, however, this matter is of utmost importance. Regardless of whether they are princes or princesses, or the children of noble families, there must be no room for error. Since the Guifei has expressed her concerns, let us proceed in this manner. You shall oversee the situation, while I will dispatch someone to stay with the eldest prince to ensure their well-being. This arrangement will last at least half a month. After receiving vaccinations, everyone will begin to exhibit symptoms, with the quicker ones recovering in 3 to 5 days and the slower ones taking around 10 days. Half a month is a conservative estimate. Even if one recovers, they cannot emerge while others are still ill, lest they risk spreading the infection. Your Highness's words will surely be appreciated by the eldest prince. The Guifei smiled. Additionally, I have brought the accounts, however, the subordinates have not yet organized them thoroughly. The palace is bustling with people, as you are well aware. That is of no consequence. Simply return what is due to me. I may not be as meticulous as you, yet I possess a title, which allows me to intercede, and there are many who are willing to assist. Rest assured, I shall remember your kindness. Wu Ming replied with a calm demeanor, though her words were not received as such by the Guifei, who thought to herself, I will watch you falter. After the Guifei departed, Jean Bo presented a roster to Wu Ming. This is what I have recorded over the past 2 days. Please review. Wu Ming opened it and inquired, do you think His Majesty is calmed down? Zhao Hua looked perplexed. I believe he should have cooled his temper, as it is likely he was not overly angry, merely embarrassed in front of so many people. Perhaps, Lin Shui remarked. Wu Ming nodded. It is difficult to say, but I require him to be at ease. If I am to accomplish anything, it would be prudent to secure his goodwill. Thus, what do you suggest? Should I send him some refreshments, or invite him to dine with us? Lin Shui and Zhao Hua exchanged glances. Perhaps it would be better to extend an invitation. If I were to go personally, it is unlikely I would be turned away, but what if he refuses to come? Nonetheless, upon reflection, it seems wiser to invite him. I do not hold that much value. Wu Ming chuckled. Chapter 85. A banquet. The young ladies accompanying her laughed as well. However, when it comes to winning His Majesty's favor, there is truly nothing of little worth, as everyone's lives and fortunes hinge upon his words. Of course, the Empress might not feel this way, but she may find herself neglected. Unlike before, the atmosphere in Fengyi Palace is no longer as comfortable as it once was. Call Fei Shu and Lu Ting to me. Before long, Fei Shu and Lu Ting arrived. You both have undergone vaccinations and are quite clever. I have summoned you to the Rongkong Palace to safeguard the eldest prince and keep a watchful eye on everyone. Upon your return, there will be rewards. Since His Majesty took the initiative to receive vaccinations, the rest have followed suit, especially those close to the masters. Their vaccinations are not for themselves, but rather for their lords. It is both ironic and true. Rest assured, we are prepared and can depart at any moment. Fei Shu assured. I too am ready. Lu Ting concurred. Very well, we shall go today. I will ensure that someone is stationed there to oversee matters. Should either of you need anything, do not hesitate to inform me. Yes, Your Highness, you can rest assured. We will take excellent care of the eldest prince and ensure that everything runs smoothly. Fei Shu affirmed. Wu Ming nodded. Then off you go. You are attending to the prince, and you shall be well cared for in terms of food and lodging. After the two curtsied and withdrew, they began to prepare their belongings. In the afternoon, Du Kong visited the Taiji Palace. In Qianglu was quite surprised to hear that the Empress had invited him, as she had not extended such invitations in recent months. It is not that he bore any lingering resentment. Rather, when he thought of the Empress, he felt a slight sense of injustice, perhaps just a huff at most. It was not an earnest desire to avoid her, but rather a temporary reluctance to meet. It felt as though he was merely putting up a front. However, since the Empress sent someone to invite him, he had to oblige. Thus, during the evening meal, he arrived at Fengyi Palace, not putting on a particularly sour face but rather just enough to convey that he was not in high spirits. After Wu Ming offered her greetings, she remarked, I have ordered a considerable amount of crabs, for this is the season to enjoy them. Does His Majesty prefer male or female crabs? Today, we shall prepare them simply. Just steamed, as the males are not quite as good during this season. It is the females that are truly delectable. Inside, In Qianli thought to himself, she is far too glib, discussing food with me? But he replied, do you not usually add flair to your meals? Why is it that the crabs have been left unembellished? Enhancing food is meant for flavor. Sometimes a change can make all the difference, rendering it more delicious and palatable. However, with crabs, the inherent freshness is already a delight. Overdoing it would only diminish its true essence. You certainly know your food, In Qianglu remarked. I must thank His Majesty for granting me such honor. Wu Ming lightly laughed, advising, the ginger tea should be simmered for a while longer. Yes, Your Highness, you can rest easy. Lin Shui responded. As they settled down, In Qianglu asked, have you sent someone to the Rongkong Palace? Yes, the Guifei handed over quite a bit to me, but she is understandably uneasy regarding the Rongkong Palace affairs. With the eldest princess residing there, a mother's heart is inevitably concerned, since she is currently apprehensive. I shall allow her that. However, I cannot remain indifferent. I have dispatched 2 individuals from my side, the maidens you should remember, named Feishu. They are clever and will keep a watchful eye. The eldest prince has only recently returned to the palace, and those attending him may not be as adept. They will return once the children have recovered. Qianglu was not skeptical. If the empress were to send her people to care for someone, and something went awry, would she not appear foolish? He merely felt that the empress had changed remarkably. Previously she would inquire about those surrounding the eldest prince, yet now, perhaps she had some ulterior motives before. But it was not necessarily to bring harm. Wuming was unaware that her current actions inadvertently cleansed her past transgressions, but it was indeed a positive development. There are many matters within the palace. My purpose in inviting His Majesty today is twofold: to savor the delicacies and to discuss certain matters. However, do not assume that my invitation is solely for business. Primarily, I wish for His Majesty to enjoy a delightful meal. Wuming stated. Qianglu lifted his teacup, remaining silent, for he did not trust her. He sensed that if there were no matters at hand, the Empress would not have summoned him today. Perhaps she would invite him after a few days. Let us keep this unspoken understanding. Since His Majesty's ascension, there have not been significant changes within the palace. Correct. I have reviewed the records, and aside from the passing of the late Empress, the personnel within Fengyi Palace have shifted slightly. However, there have not been major alterations throughout the palace. What do you intend to do? Qianglu inquired. My intention is to make some changes. This time, Li Jiaoyi brought in items too easily, regardless of her personal intentions. It highlights that those in charge can be swayed with a bribe, which is absolutely unacceptable. Furthermore, the Guifei had supplemented some funds previously during the hot season. This day, very few maids and palace attendants have received anything, as the managers have pocketed the majority. Wuming furrowed her brow and gently shook her head. While I understand that not all managers are above reproach, and that anyone in power will inevitably take their cut, it is still excessive. A couple of months ago, when the previous emperor's concubines passed away, I did not intervene or comment much. However, the arrangements for the funeral were far too meager. The issue is that His Majesty did not impose harsh demands upon them. It is merely that once it fell into their hands, they managed to retain only a fraction of what was due, like those who possess no notable rank, without children, and receive not even a fraction of what they desire. Qianglu furrowed his brow. Are the noble consorts truly living in such hardship? This is a sight he absolutely wishes to avoid, for from his position, there is no need to impose undue suffering upon those consorts. He himself, along with Empress Dowager Fu, has not even a lingering grievance against the late emperor's consort. At most, it is the Empress Dowager who occasionally clashes with a certain consort, yet now all the consorts must lower their heads. Do they not? The Northern Garden, after all, is a place where the late emperor's consorts live in solitude. It is only natural that His Majesty pays little attention. One can only say that those of rank and with children are faring relatively well. The Li family, who recently passed away at merely 20, may not have succumbed merely due to the hardships of life. With a modest background and little financial support from home, life in the Northern Garden is indeed challenging, as even a taste of delicacies requires expenditure. The recent incident involving Li Jiaoyi is similar. Her own people betrayed her, revealing her matters to others, even who, a mere talent, could casually engage in such acts outside. The apothecary outside may be oblivious, yet who should be aware of her own situation? Now that matters have reached this point, I shall refrain from further elaboration. However, there are currently 2 others who are pregnant, and in the future, there will likely be more. Once this door is opened, how shall we close it again? It would be better to resolve it once and for all. Moreover, it is how it ought to be. Initially, Empress Shin did not act on this, as her entry into the palace coincided with the late emperor's mourning period, during which no significant actions were permitted. After the mourning concluded, events transpired too quickly for her to respond. Chapter 86, Mutual Torment. What does the Empress wish to do? Qianglu regarded Wuxian with a gaze that was somewhat complex. This matter he indeed neglected for some time. Occasionally, it crossed his mind, yet there was never an opportune moment to address it. Perhaps Shin also contemplated it back then, but indeed, she had no time. The palace is filled with numerous serving staff, many of whom are of advanced age. Every few years, some should be released. Aside from those who serve closely, the idle personnel throughout the palace, especially the maidservants, should be encouraged to marry while they are still young. As for those who cannot leave, adjustments can be made. A thorough review of the entire inner palace is necessary, regardless of the circumstances. Such incidents must be prevented from occurring again. Have you pondered this for a long time? Qianglu suddenly inquired. In times of illness, one tends to reflect deeply, and indeed, he has considered it for quite some time. To claim otherwise would not explain how he knows so much about the palace's trivialities. You are the Empress. If you wish to act, then do so. Qianglu sighed softly. If you are to act, let it be of significance. Do not merely declare your intentions without resolution, leading to nothing but futile annoyance. I do not seek how His Majesty shall support me. I only ask for His Majesty's agreement. As he spoke, Wuxian rose. It is time for the meal, Your Highness. The crabs have just been cooked. And the servants have prepared the tools for cracking them. As the emperor and empress took their seats, Wuxian said, "Allow me to handle this, you need not concern yourselves." Ling Shui hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Ing Qianglu observed Wuxian as she picked up a crab. The clawed creature appeared somewhat out of place in her delicate fair hands, yet her movements were swift. In no time, she deftly dismantled a crab. Placing its rich roe onto a dish before him, Wuxian thought to herself that it is indeed only delectable when freshly tasted, yet regrettably, one must maintain decorum. It seems she was accustomed to indulging in such delicacies during her time in the boudoir. Ing Qianglu remarked, "Your Majesty, please enjoy this fresh delicacy. It is best savored without any dipping sauce, lest it loses its inherent flavor." Ing Qianglu nodded, though in truth, he had rarely partaken in such fare. Always finding the act of shelling crabs rather unrefined, observing Wuxian's skill, he suddenly found it not at all unbecoming. In fact, it was rather pleasing to behold the couple together consume 7 crabs. With Wuxian indulging in 3. In truth, she felt unsatisfied. One ought to consume at least 7 crabs alone, yet alas, whether in public or private, such indulgence cannot be permitted. The empress, alone behind closed doors, devouring 7 or 8 crabs? The thought alone is intimidating. After their meal, ginger soup was served, of which Wuxian took a sip. The emperor declined, so none was offered to him, for his temper was quite high. After dining, Ing Qianglu proactively stated, "If you wish to act, then do so, but be mindful of your methods." Some of the servants were brought in from outside the palace. If they are dismissed carelessly, they may harbor resentment towards you. This advice was quite reasonable. Not an act of favoritism, but rather a heartfelt caution. "Rest assured, Your Majesty, I shall not act arbitrarily against anyone. The servants in various halls are all theirs, I shall only manage the others very well. Proceed with your plans. I trust you." Ing Qianglu was not entirely convinced. Primarily, the empress's past actions had not inspired much confidence, yet now she was adamant in her intentions. Should he express skepticism or dissent? He felt the empress might take offense. He was not particularly afraid of her anger, merely believing it unnecessary. It is better to maintain a harmonious relationship. At this moment, he was still inclined to be accommodating towards the empress. Since the emperor had already been invited, it was only fitting to maintain a certain decorum. If he were to leave at night, it would be a slight against the empress. Naturally, he would stay overnight. However, the temper he had almost forgotten resurfaced, albeit in a different manner and location, leading to an expression of exasperation. On the bed, Ing Qianglu grasped Wuxian's waist, remaining silent but casting a fierce gaze upon her. Wuxian, exhausted from the exertion, merely pinched one of his hands, exerting some force. "You outrageous emperor, you truly are a dog." After it was over, she felt too tired to move her fingers, yet it was nonetheless quite satisfying. Just as the emperor was about to summon someone to attend to him and rise, Wuxian suddenly embraced him from behind, her hands roaming. "Is Your Majesty to depart now that you are satisfied?" Ing Qianglu was taken aback, nearly asking, "Are you not satisfied? Did you not just say you wanted none of this?" Wuxian sat up from behind, pressing against his back. "Why are you in such a hurry to wash up? Your Majesty, will you not spend a little more time with me?" The warmth and fragrance against his back were irresistible. Who could withstand such temptation? Was it not the men who ultimately faltered? "Cursed be it!" Ing Qianglu turned, pinning her to the bed, his eyes glaring fiercely at Wuxian. "Do not make a sound later on." Wuxian skillfully hooked her legs around his waist. "What nonsense are you speaking? Your Majesty, if you hurt me, I shall not only cry out but weep as well." Ing Qianglu gritted his teeth, his gaze darkening as he bit down upon her lip. After this encounter, Ing Qianglu too felt fatigued. Perhaps it was due to the peculiarities of his physique, for men often felt drowsy after such activities, yet Wuxian refused to rest. After a brief interval, just as the emperor was too exhausted to summon anyone for assistance, her small hands began to caress him again. She gently leaned in, her warm breath brushing against his neck. "Your Majesty," Ing Qianglu frowned in the darkness. "Are you not tired?" "I am indeed tired. Very tired, yet I long to be close to Your Majesty." Wuxian cooed, rubbing against him. "Behave yourself." Ing Qianglu held her, restraining her hands. "Sleep." Wuxian let out a light sigh, her body still, her little mouth pouting. "Has my husband truly ceased to cherish me?" Ing Qianglu released her, one hand supporting his forehead. "You truly know how to cause upheaval. Why must you be so?" Wuxian embraced his waist. "Alas, if my husband does not care for me, then nothing is good. Ha!" Ing Qianglu laughed aloud. He sighed. "I never realized before how much spirit you possess." Wuxian huffed. "You misunderstand, my husband." Ing Qianglu chuckled again, an uncharacteristically solemn man, genuinely amused by her antics. "Speak properly. Are we to sleep now or not?" Wuxian tilted her head, nuzzling against his chin. "If Your Majesty is inquiring, then perhaps we shall sleep a little later." Ing Qianglu lowered his head in the darkness, observing the small empress's bright eyes, which he could not quite see clearly, but sensed she was smiling. Thus, he reached out, gently brushing his fingers over her eyelids, rolling over to pin her down. This time, it was Wuxian and him sharing their first gentle intimacy. Ing Qianglu could not articulate precisely how he felt physically. Such encounters are undeniably pleasurable, yet the levels of enjoyment vary. This time, he felt particularly distinct. After an indeterminate duration, both were utterly exhausted this time. Wu Xian ceased her antics, finally willing to lie quietly. Chapter 87. All that is given to the east. When the attendants entered, she was in a drowsy state, lacking strength, and it was Ling Shui who assisted her in washing up. After Wu Xian rose, In Qiangla finally breathed a sigh of relief. This woman truly knew how to exhaust one. Yet, in such matters, being compelled was still the lot of his wife, and he could only smile wryly. The consequence was that when morning court convened, In Qianglu awoke feeling as though he wished to return to bed. Observing the oblivious Wu Xian still lost in slumber, he maintained a stoic expression as he delivered a light smack to her backside. Clearly, it was ineffective, the recipient merely curled inward, the motion minimal. As In Qiangla stood there, allowing the servants to dress him, he reflected, ever since the Empress recovered, has she ever attended to him in the mornings? Humph! When the courtiers arrived to pay their respects, Wu Xian was also fatigued, forcing herself to appear spirited. Yesterday, the Empress had sent someone to summon the Emperor, and indeed, he came, even staying overnight. The others were quite displeased. Especially since they had witnessed how the Empress spoke to the Emperor in front of everyone, which could be deemed disrespectful. Yet, what of the Emperor? He did not react at all, just a few days later. When the Empress summoned him, he truly came. Today, as they paid their respects, the courtiers discreetly observed the Empress, noting her evident fatigue, yet none dared to speak out. Those of higher rank understood not to confront the Empress directly, while those of lower rank did not have the audacity to. In the morning, news came back that Hu was no longer in favor, sleepless and with a furrowed brow. She lamented, last night was a tumultuous ordeal. Every single one of my fingernails has been torn away. My voice is ruined, yet I must have screamed throughout the night, though my cries were scarcely audible, and my mouth is filled with blood blisters. This morning, someone came to check on me. I am still drawing breath, but I hardly resemble a human being anymore. The crowd listened, their hearts inevitably gripped by fear. It was particularly unsettling given that just a few days prior, one of them had sat alongside her, and in such a brief span she had been reduced to this state. Even those who had not witnessed the horrors firsthand felt trepidation. The apothecary's proprietor and the dispensers outside had not yet met their demise. Within the palace, several attendants had just been dealt with. The Hu family has already been destroyed, she remarked. This is truly frightening. Even if Li Jiaoyi harbors hatred for the Hu family, there must surely be a more refined method. Offering her a flask of poison wine would be far preferable to this. Jiang Zhaorong furrowed her brow. Is poison wine something that a mere Jiaoyi could bestow? What authority does she possess? Had she truly the power, perhaps she would have done so. Min Fei interjected softly, suggesting that Li Jiaoyi indeed desired Hu's life, it lacked the authority to execute such a wish directly, thereby resorting to this desperate measure. This was undeniably true. The means employed were brutally straightforward, serving as a warning to others. However, this would leave a lasting impression of her ruthlessness. In this era, women who displayed such severity were not particularly esteemed. It tarnished their reputation. Moreover, the Empress Dowager already held disdain for Li Jiaoyi, and this incident would only deepen her aversion. I have summoned the imperial physician, but I suspect it will only prolong her suffering. It would be a mercy if she were to depart sooner, she sighed. I share this with you, hoping it serves as a cautionary tale. Li Jiaoyi is foolish. She bears a significant portion of the responsibility for the loss of her child. Yet harboring malice invites retribution in this world. The ladies responded, Your Highness is indeed well-intentioned. Let us cease this discussion. From today onward, there is no need for you to pay your respects for the next 5 days. I have matters to attend to and shall not receive you. If anything urgent arises, do seek me out. As for you, Guifei, since you are overseeing the affairs of Rongkong Palace, do take care to ensure that nothing falls short. Rest assured, Your Highness, the Guifei replied. No1 inquired about the reason for the 5-day absence. Upon exiting Fengyi Palace, Xian Fei remarked, I have heard that Her Majesty the Empress has dispatched someone to Rongkong Palace to look after the Crown Prince? The Empress is indeed virtuous, caring for both her superiors and subordinates. The Guifei sighed softly. Yes, but that seems rather inappropriate, does it not? The Crown Prince is, after all, the legitimate child of the late Empress, Rong Fei commented. Ladies, I shall take my leave, Jiang Zhaorong said, bowing to them. Sister, take care. The Guifei smiled. Let us depart. It is unwise to speak of such matters indiscriminately. His Majesty is well aware, she added. The ladies shared this sentiment. If the Empress truly wished to draw the Crown Prince closer, His Majesty would never acquiesce. Would the Crown Prince himself agree? Such scheming is futile. Since this matter lies outside Fengyi Palace, Wu Xian was naturally privy to it. She scoffed. Everyone is so cunning. If only you possessed a fraction of that spirit, they would not have such petty minds. It is only natural. I have reclaimed my authority and am now in charge of them. What do they have to complain about? They all hail from the Eastern Palace, each with respectable lineage. If it weren't for my sudden emergence, would any of them be deemed worthy of becoming the Empress? Wu Xian replied coolly. If they continue to slander you, what if His Majesty truly harbors doubts? Lin Shui expressed concern. If His Majesty truly doubts me, then he is a fool, as he would also regard me as one. What the Guifei and the others say is merely to paint me as shallow and greedy, inciting His Majesty to question my integrity. Fear not, His Majesty will not believe it. After all, I have been performing for quite some time. If the emperor were so easily swayed, he would truly be blind indeed, yet I sometimes worry for you. The Guifei enjoys favor. Xian Fei has her son, although Rong Fei does not often share the bedchamber. She still has her princess. I fear you may suffer losses. Worry not, am I not in the process of learning to be a good empress? Wu Xian lightly laughed, patting Lin Shui's shoulder, since Wu Xian had business to attend to. She acted swiftly. In the shortest span of time, she submitted the list of problematic stewards she had reviewed to the Hall of State, directly ordering their reassignment. The temporary palaces required personnel, and given the 3 suburban palaces, the staff could be interchanged effortlessly. This matter had long been on her radar. She also instructed each palace to release 4 maidservants who had served for over 15 years. If any palace had fewer than 4, then they could reduce their numbers accordingly. In this way, those close to His Majesty's favored concubines would remain untouched. The ones sent away were all seasoned individuals with deeply intertwined relationships within the palace. With fewer of these people, it would become significantly more challenging for the concubines to carry out their schemes. The elder ladies of the Northern Garden were to comply, as they would not be short of attendants. Since Wu Xian had also mentioned that come spring next year, the Hall of State would be replenished with new maidservants and attendants, ensuring that any shortages could be filled. As for those not serving the master, the stewards would be reassigned, elevating capable individuals while removing the ineffective ones from the Hall of State. Any maidservant aged 30 to 35 who wished to return home would be granted monetary rewards before being sent off. Naturally, there could be no absence of attendants, as new ones would be brought in the following year. Regarding the attendants, once the stewards were removed, the remaining staff would likely settle down temporarily, and it would take several years for them to rise again. At the very least, this ensured that for the better part of half a year, the Guifei's plans and arrangements would come to naught. Chapter 88. Immediate results. Indeed, the results were immediate. The following morning, during the morning greetings, the Guifei was the first to speak. It is only right for the empress to reduce the number of attendants. The palace is overcrowded, and it is not unreasonable to aim for some frugality. However, it is not easy for those who have served for many years. If they are cast out, they will have no means to survive. Moreover, many rely on those elder maids. Should they be dismissed, it could cause inconveniences everywhere. Indeed, the empress has good intentions, yet if this matter spreads, it may lead to misunderstandings. For those unaware of your true intentions, Your Highness, that would not be favorable. Rong Fei frowned. I for one have long relied on those who have served faithfully, but if they are all sent away? Zhang Meiran added her concerns. Wu Xian merely nodded, appearing to listen attentively. Moreover, our great dynasty is prosperous. We need not scrimp on this matter. If the empress finds herself short on funds, she may consider other avenues. We have borne these burdens, but the elder ladies in the Northern Garden are all concubines of the late emperor. They are in name His Majesty's stepmothers and cannot be subjected to any indignity. The Guifei furrowed her brow, genuinely concerned for the empress. Wu Xian regarded her. Your points are well taken. Wu Xian scanned the people below and chuckled lightly. First of all, sending people away does not equate to expelling them. Those long-serving maidservants may not be averse to leaving the palace. I am not trying to save money. On the contrary, I shall be subsidizing their departure. Each maidservant who leaves the palace will receive a monetary gift commensurate with their years of service, allowing them to marry while still capable of bearing children. Furthermore, there is no need to worry about the availability of attendants. The younger maidservants from the 3 suburban palaces can be transferred to serve in the palace, and any deficiencies can be filled as needed. Next year, the Hall of State will receive newcomers. And if you find the number of attendants insufficient, we can ensure they are filled to the proper quota. As for the Northern Garden, those are all elder ladies and are thus revered. As the empress, I am also a junior. How could I possibly slight my elders? You need not worry about this matter. I have my plans. Wu Xian looked at the Guifei, her brow slightly raised. As for you, Guifei, if you feel wronged and believe the sisters in the harem are suffering, then that reflects my failure as the empress. I owe you an apology, yet the matter must proceed. I cannot bear such words from your highness. The Guifei stood. I did not claim to be wronged. I merely worry that your approach may not be wise. Though this is a palace affair, it is impossible for the outside world to remain ignorant. Whatever we do will eventually be known. I fear it may tarnish the reputation of both His Majesty and your Highness. See, what did I say? If I possessed even a fraction of the Guifei's magnanimity, I would not have remained in the palace for 3 or 4 years without becoming a commendable empress, Wu Xian said, turning her head to Lin Shui. Lin Shui frowned. Your Highness must not belittle yourself. You are the empress. There is no such thing as good or bad. Fulfilling your duties is what makes you good. Wu Xian laughed. Rest assured, Guifei, I have considered all these matters. Of course, we must be mindful of public opinion. The royal family's reputation cannot be disregarded, thus sending those elder maidservants who wish to leave the palace to marry is also for their benefit, otherwise, they would grow old within the palace only to be sent to a refuge, living a life of despair. Would it not? You need not worry excessively about this matter. It is being handled openly and justly, so there is no fear of outside gossip. But we must not overlook the elder ladies. They truly cannot be neglected. In that case, since the Guifei is concerned, I must also take it seriously. I shall pay my respects to the Empress Dowager shortly, and if necessary, I will personally visit the Northern Garden. When it comes to matters, one should not shy away from inconvenience. Your Highness is truly diligent. I find this approach commendable, and I have no objections, Zhang Zhaorong remarked. Wu Shen nodded at her. Do not worry. The ones who are let go will be replaced. Everyone can be at ease. While I may not be as adept as the Guifei in managing affairs, I must learn, mustn't I? Strive to ensure that all our sisters continue to live as well as before. The Empress, repeatedly downplaying her own abilities in comparison to the Guifei, seemingly unbothered by her own reputation, left the crowd speechless. Min Fei said nothing but cast a few glances at the Empress. She suspected the Empress was being intentionally provocative. Yesterday, she had not said nearly as much, only mentioning that a few individuals should be reduced, without elaborating on how those dismissed would be accommodated or replaced. It cannot be that the Queen has forgotten. She has deliberately chosen not to speak. As long as she remains silent, there will undoubtedly be dissent today, and where there is dissent, inquiries will follow. At that moment, should the Queen choose to reveal her thoughts, those who question will find themselves at a loss for words. Take the noble consort, for instance. Her only concern can be whether this matter will tarnish the reputation of His Majesty and the Queen. But what harm could there be? Offering financial assistance to send palace maids off to marry is not merely a triviality. It is a significant act of benevolence, one that would surely garner the Queen praise for her compassion and tolerance throughout her life. How remarkable is the Queen! How could she have been so muddled in previous years? Has she truly changed, or has she acquired some capable allies? The concubine pondered, remaining silent, for she understood this situation was unalterable. The absence of a few individuals is indeed disadvantageous, but there is no remedy. Reflecting on how the Queen had previously summoned His Majesty to Fini Palace, what could be said in this context? It is clear that this matter received His Majesty's approval. To protest further would be tantamount to opposing him. Life is such that after losing those who have been gone for over 15 years, there are still others to consider for more than a decade to come. After all, one must reside in this palace for a lifetime. Surprisingly, even the virtuous consort remained silent. The noble consort was not blind to the underlying tensions, she simply harbored a sense of grievance. If the sisters have reached a consensus, then let it be so. As for Li Zhaoyi, her silence suggests she harbors no objections either. Thus, this matter is settled. Wumian observed Su Liangyi, who sat at the end of the table, appearing quite well and noticeably plumper, looking rather pleasing. May Su Liangyi nurture her pregnancy well and strive to present His Majesty with a prince or princess. Thank you, Your Highness, for your care. I shall surely deliver the royal heir safely, Su Liangyi replied, rising to offer a shallow bow. With nothing pressing at the moment, she was advised to return. Zhang Zhaorong, please stay. The others complied, standing to take their leave. As they departed, the noble consort cast a glance at Zhang Zhaorong, fully aware of her frequent visits to care for Li Liangyi. She furrowed her brow slightly but said nothing. Zhang Zhaorong had long allied herself with the Queen and, having received no favor over the years, relied on the Queen's support, which she deemed astute. However, considering the Queen herself had no children, if she were to take in Li Liangyi's child, would it be for the Queen or the Jiang family? Upon exiting Fengyi Palace, the noble consort refrained from speaking to anyone and took her seat in the palanquin. Her heart troubled. Chapter 89. A clash of wits. Currently nothing seems to go smoothly. She contemplated the possibility that if His Majesty were indeed to grant Li Liangyi's child to the Queen, even if it were merely a princess, the Queen's power would be greatly enhanced. A queen who bears no offspring is entirely different from one who does. Observing the Queen's actions during this period, it was evident that she remained favored. The noble consort took a deep breath. Should that occur, and Li Liangyi were to bear a prince. On Zhang Zhaorong's side, she listened as Wumian advised. In the future, refrain from visiting Li Liangyi, lest you become embroiled in controversy. Zhang Zhaorong, having spent several years in the palace, understood the implications. Yes, Your Highness, I shall heed your warning and will not go. Do not lose heart. Since I have agreed to assist you, I will devise a plan for you in due course. You need only trust me and await the outcome. For now, you are merely one of the 9 consorts, so you shall not suffer. Once Li Zhaoyi has recovered and returned, do not engage in direct confrontation with her. It is unnecessary. Yes, I will abide by your counsel, Zhang Zhaorong replied upon leaving Fengyi Palace. Zhang Zhaorong sighed. Her maid Hong Do inquired, what does the Queen mean by this? Could it be that Li Liangyi's child is? Do not entertain such thoughts. Zhang Zhaorong sighed again. Perhaps they will take the child to Li Zhaoyi. Ah, this Hong Do lamented, what a misfortune. We cannot evade her. Ever since entering the palace, they had been at odds, and now they were to suffer. Zhang Zhaorong scoffed lightly. Fear not, I shall not seek favor. Though I may not have the fortune of a child, my status remains secure. As long as I do not err, my position shall not waver. However, Li Zhaoyi is different. She still has His Majesty's regard. Do you think this is a blessing? His Majesty still holds affection for her, and she remains a thorn in everyone's side. Do you believe that merely having a child will secure her position? Hongdo nodded in agreement. Your Highness speaks wisely. Indeed, your insight surpasses mine. I in the palace, one must endure over time. Unless one is a fool like Hushur, it is better to persevere and acquire skills. Just like the queen, though she did not voice this thought. In Foam E Palace, Zhao Hua posed a similar question. Now that His Majesty has demoted Li Zhaoyi, will he truly grant her a child? Surely he would, after years of favor. Could he simply disregard her? If that were to happen, would not we, the consorts, be in grave danger? A man so heartless, and yet one hopes for him to suddenly become tender? A man who neglects a woman he once cherished cannot be deemed a sincere lover. The words of the lady ring true, yet such sentiments leave one feeling uneasy. Zhao Hua sighed. Such is the nature of the world. One always hopes for a person to be deeply devoted to oneself while remaining indifferent to all others. Yet a heartless person cannot genuinely feel affection for anyone. I am indifferent. If His Majesty cares for Li Zhaoyi, I shall simply care for her as well. However, can Li Zhaoyi endure such attention? That remains to be seen. This thought Li Liangyi seemed quite pitiful as Zhao Hua sighed. Indeed, it is a pity, but is this not the nature of the harem? Lin Shui remarked. In the cruel struggle. Failing to protect oneself is a form of incompetence. If harmed, one cannot safeguard one's child. For from the queen to the noble consort, all schemes against each other. Ultimately, it will depend on whether Li Liangyi possesses the fortune to survive. Should she lose even her life, it would indeed be lamentable. Let us go. We must pay our respects to the Empress Dowager. Wumian smiled at the two maids. You are both rather sentimental. Zhao Hua smiled sheepishly, assisting Wumian with her attire and presenting her with a light cloak. No, it is quite warm. I have no need for it. Wumian waved her hand in refusal. Zhao Hua glanced at the sky outside and did not insist. It was indeed not cold for this time of morning. Wumian chose to walk to the Empress Dowager's chambers, for it was a distance. But she thought it would be good to take a stroll, so she did not take the palanquin. At worst, she could rest on the way back if she felt fatigued. The Empress Dowager anticipated the queen's visit within the next day or two. Thus, her arrival was unsurprising. After paying her respects, Wumian addressed the main matter. I have consulted with His Majesty, and he has given his consent. This matter ought to be discussed with Mother. Though I acted on my own accord, your thoughts are not misplaced. The Empress Dowager furrowed her brow. It is indeed something that must be addressed. Suddenly she recalled how when she first entered the palace, she had not handled matters this way. Later, she had merely conducted inquiries in parts, but never in such a comprehensive manner. The palace maids and servants were indeed intertwined, necessitating a thorough cleansing. As for the noble ladies, fear not, tomorrow I shall host a banquet to summon them. There shall be no objections. The ladies have substantial connections with the outside world. This is not a future era where consorts enter the palace and sever ties with their families. Forbidden even from possessing personal property, however, such entanglements are prone to trouble. Wumian did not wish to sever these connections, she merely sought to manage things more efficiently. Relationships, once severed, can be re-established in a few years. Whether it be the previous Empress Dowager or the Emperor's consorts, she had no intention of truly putting them in a difficult position. Thank you, Mother, for your support. You have done well. Of course, I support you. I have also heard of your sending someone to Rongkong Palace. That was a commendable act. However, I must remind you that the former Empress's family has caused much trouble, and His Majesty has yet to posthumously honor her. But that will come in time. Her children can only belong to her. Moreover, I must be frank with you. Although the Crown Prince is the legitimate child of the former Empress, his maternal family was involved in treason. Consequently, his future does not bode well. He shall be well cared for, married off, and granted a title. In essence, do not dwell on him. Wumian understood the Empress Dowager's concern regarding her potential desire to adopt the Crown Prince. Mother, you misunderstand. I have no such intentions. Wumian opened her wide eyes. Mother, trust in me. My concern for him stems from recognizing his struggles. Furthermore, even though the Crown Prince is the legitimate child of the former Empress, he still calls me Mother. I bear a certain responsibility. His Majesty has few offspring, and each one is precious. That is good, though you may have been somewhat naive in the past. Upon reflection, one can attribute it to youth. It is good that you have become more prudent now. Being young, you will eventually have your own children. The Empress Dowager patted Wumian's hand. Yes, Mother, rest assured, it was my fault before, but I shall gradually learn to be a good Empress. Wumian smiled gently. After sending off Wumian, the Empress Dowager sighed. Once a person becomes enlightened, the difference is truly significant. It is good. The Queen is quite admirable. Having a comparison is beneficial. Upon exiting Yining Palace, Wumian felt liberated. Let us go, let us stroll through the Imperial Garden. There are so many chrysanthemums. Meanwhile, the treacherous minister is facing some issues, awaiting resolution. Chapter 90, Cooperation. Lin Shui chuckled. Your Highness, even if you wish to stroll, would it not be better to take the palanquin to the Imperial Garden? Wumian. Indeed, my mind is not functioning well. The Imperial Garden is filled with chrysanthemums, both renowned and lesser-known varieties. As Wumian wandered with her two maids, she occasionally spotted other consorts from a distance. They generally bowed from afar, not daring to approach too closely for greetings. Strolling leisurely back, before they could enter, Dukong emerged to meet them. Your Highness, the Wu Zhongjian seeks an audience. Very well, have him come in, Wumian replied. Wu Zhongjian was not a palace servant. He was a regular court official. The consorts dared not approach him directly. To see someone from the palace, they could only meet with the subordinates, although the consort holds a high position and enjoys favor along with children. She is not at liberty to command the third-rank officials within the court. In contrast, the Empress possesses a different standing. Her significant actions do not necessitate her personal requests, for even the officials from Wu Zhongjian must come to pay their respects. Once Wu Xian had changed into a new outfit, Wu Zhongjian arrived. I pay my respects to your majesty, the Empress. No need for formalities, please be seated. Wu Xian gestured with her hand. Wu Zhongjian, after expressing gratitude to the Empress, took a seat on the embroidered cushion brought over by Dukong. Thank you for making the trip. I was merely thinking that my people should inform you of matters as they arise. Wu Xian nodded warmly at Wu Zhongjian. Your majesty is truly too kind. This is merely my duty. I have come to inquire about your majesty's preferences. Next year, the palace will be recruiting. Does your majesty have any specific criteria? Wu Zhongjian inquired politely. He was well aware of the Empress's family background. Although it held a noble title, the official position was rather unimpressive. For the past few years, the Empress had not been favored and had yet to bear any children. However, in recent months, things appeared to have changed. The Emperor's attitude towards the Empress had shifted notably, and now he tacitly permitted her extensive actions within the palace, leaving Wu Zhongjian cautious. The standards should remain as they were in the past. However, there is no need to recruit palace attendants every year. The palace is sufficiently staffed, and even the various noble houses have enough personnel. We should avoid unnecessary harm, as severing the lineage of future generations is a grave matter. Cutting one person leads to a lasting scar. Each year, countless boys sent to the palace meet untimely fates, and many who enter the palace never rise to prominence. How many perish each year? It is precisely because of their abundance and lack of value that the internal strife among palace attendants intensifies. If there were fewer of them, their utility would be greater, resulting in a different dynamic. Moreover, once they enter the palace, they cannot leave unless they grow old or ill and can no longer serve. Your majesty's perspective is indeed sound. Based on your wishes, how often should selections occur? Wu Zhongjian asked courteously. Every 3 to 5 years, you may decide. In the future, the selection of palace maids need not occur annually, let it be set for 3 years, Wu Xian replied. This matter naturally required the Emperor's approval. Wu Zhongjian could simply relay the message and gauge the Emperor's intentions. In a few years, Wu Xian contemplated that the rules should indeed be revised. It would be tragic for palace maids to remain in the palace for life. A change to allow them to leave at 25 or 30 would not be unreasonable. Not everyone could exit, but even allowing a portion to leave would be beneficial. To live through one's youth only to grow old and eventually be sent away to an isolated place, neglected and slowly perishing, was indeed a dismal fate. Indeed, I understand. Wu Zhongjian nodded and proceeded to discuss with the Empress how to exchange personnel with the other palaces. Wu Xian did not overly concern herself with any entanglements he might have with other consorts. It was unlikely. The Emperor was still young, and the next generation of princes had yet to mature. It was premature to choose sides in such uncertain times. After Wu Zhongjian departed, he indeed sought out the Emperor in Taiji Palace. Upon hearing him finish, Ying Xianglu inquired, "What is the Empress's intention?" "Your Majesty, the Empress wishes for me to consult with you," Wu Zhongjian replied. "Since it is the Empress's decision, let it be so. Henceforth, let the selections occur every 3 years, staggering the palace maids and attendants," Ying Xianglu concluded, finding no issue with the arrangement. Ultimately, as long as there were sufficient attendants at home, infrequent recruitment would not pose a problem. Frankly, those serving in Taiji Palace were unlikely to leave easily, thus the impact on him would be minimal. I shall comply with your decree. As for the Empress, Ying Xianglu paused, the Empress has not previously handled such matters. If she overlooks anything now that she is taking charge, you shall assist her in ensuring everything proceeds smoothly. Inform the personnel in the palace to remain orderly and avoid causing any trouble. Your Majesty can rest assured, I will fully cooperate, Wu Zhongjian replied earnestly. Then be on your way. If you execute this well, I shall reward you. Ying Xianglu gestured dismissively. Wu Zhongjian expressed his heartfelt gratitude before departing. He would not entangle himself with the consorts, but the personnel under him might not share the same restraint. After all, he served in the palace, and his subordinates were numerous. The managing attendants had been traversing the inner palace for an extended period. Their connections with the consorts, including the favored ones, were uncertain. Thus, he thought it prudent to remind them upon returning that the Emperor fully supported the Empress, although there was no immediate change in personnel matters. Should they provoke the Empress, it would inevitably lead to replacements. As a man of reason, he looked down upon the eunuchs, yet navigating the inner palace without them would prove challenging. Thus, it was wise to keep those who were reliable, lest the Empress's ire lead to swift retribution, as often happens with new officials eager to assert their authority. Later that afternoon, after completing his tasks, Ying Xianglu was approached by the attendants of the sleeping quarters who inquired which consort would be attending to him that evening. Without much thought, he casually asked, "Is Li Zhaoyi feeling better?" The attendants paused, as did Lu Zhong. After all, Li Zhaoyi had only recently given birth and would need at least a month to recover. "Your Majesty, there have been no updates from Hanliang Palace recently. It seems that Li Zhaoyi is still recuperating," Lu Zhong reported. Lu nodded and summoned someone to change his attire. He had no intention of visiting Hanliang Palace, merely inquiring out of curiosity. After changing, he exited Taiji Palace, heading towards Fengyi Palace. Upon arrival, he found the Empress perusing some account ledgers, with the consort's documents being returned in succession. Naturally, such matters could not be casually reviewed. Wu Xian flipped through the pages nonchalantly, pondering the importance of past events. As long as the necessary statistics were accounted for, there was no need for meticulous verification. After all, much could be reconstructed in the future regarding documentation. "Your Majesty, the Emperor is here," Lin Shui announced just as Lu Zhong called from outside. "The Emperor has arrived." Wu Xian rose to her feet. But before she could step out, the Emperor entered. "I pay my respects to your Majesty." "Arise, what are you doing?" Lu remarked as he noticed the ledgers on the table. As the cold weather set in. Today Wu Xian found herself in the eastern partition, where a warm couch basked in sunlight during the day. A small square table was set up, with people seated at both ends, and the table was filled with various items, including account ledgers. Wu Xian rubbed her forehead. "This truly is exhausting. Such tasks are the most tiring to undertake." Lu casually flipped through the pages. "Take your time." Wu Xian nodded. "Let us move this down." Lin Shui and the others hurriedly transferred the items from the small table to the antique shelf in the room. "Did you see the Empress Dowager today?" "Yes, I spoke with the Empress Dowager regarding this matter. As it indeed concerns the Dowager consorts, the Empress Dowager is very kind and has agreed to speak on my behalf with the Dowager consorts," Wu Xian replied. "Surely, you cannot expect me to address them directly." Lu chuckled. "The Empress truly knows how to communicate." Just then, an attendant outside announced, "Your Majesty, Ning'an Palace's consort Min has sent word that Xian Liangyi has suddenly fainted and has just summoned the imperial physician." Wu Xian's words halted, and she quickly shifted the topic. "Shall the Emperor go and take a look?" Lu shook his head. "Lu Zhong, you go and check." Outside, Lu Zhong acknowledged with a sound. Wu Xian had already guessed the situation. She wondered when Xian Liangyi had last attended to the Emperor. It had likely been 2 months, hadn't it? The Emperor seemed rather callous. He had previously conferred her a title, yet now he had neglected her for 2 months? "Your Majesty, do not worry. It may be good news," Wu Xian suggested. "Is it? I wish to hear good news from Wu Xian." Lu replied, his expression unreadable. Wu Xian mused, "Shouldn't he smile when saying such things? I am still weak. The physician has advised rest. It will take a year or 2 to recover. I hope that in these years, your Majesty does not grow weary of me." Lu regarded her. "Did you not often say that we are husband and wife? What is there to grow weary of?" There truly remained no other legitimate heir, thus he need not force the matter. When the time came to designate the crown prince, recording the child under her name would suffice. Of course, this was contingent on her continued compliance. Should she revert to her previous ways, then all would be for naught. In Ning'an Palace, Min Fei was in the side chamber accompanying the physician as he examined the pulse. Upon hearing the term joyful pulse, Min Fei was not the least bit surprised. Lu Zhong, go and report the good news to the Emperor. This is indeed a fortunate event. Lu Zhong departed with a smile. Upon returning to Fengyi Palace to share the news, Wu Xian smiled first. "This is wonderful. It seems another imperial heir will be added next year." However, she turned to Lu, her brow gently furrowing. "Not to mention, consort Min already has a child in Ning'an Palace, and the third prince is lively and adorable, still at an innocent age. It would be best to have Xian Liangyi move out. Dukong, is there space available? Are there any suitable places?" Dukong discreetly glanced at the Emperor, noting his lack of objection, and replied, "Your Majesty, there are quite a few vacant residences, such as Chou Yushin, Jia Yushin, Shumeng Xin, Jai Xinggu, Rijiagu, Baiyugu, Qingyugu, and Wang Xingu, all are unoccupied." Wu Xian pondered. "How about Wang Xingu? You may arrange it as you see fit," Lu responded, momentarily unaware of its location, as the palace was expansive. He had not had many consorts previously, and it seemed that Wang Xiangu had never housed any. "Then it shall be here. It is nearby for the Emperor to visit her. Quickly arrange for someone to clean it up. Choose a good day for her to move in soon. If she remains in Ning'an Palace and suffers a miscarriage, what then?" "Understood," Dukong hurriedly acknowledged. "The Empress is truly virtuous." Lu's statement was normal, yet it felt oddly peculiar. Wu Xian tilted her head. "You just called me Wu Xian. Why now refer to me as the Empress?" She huffed in mild dissatisfaction. "Isn't being virtuous simply expected? Li Zhao's child has passed away." Aware that the Emperor is feeling unsettled, one might think that with each loss, his progeny would inevitably multiply. "You possess a certain grandeur." Wumian has fallen silent, merely casting a gaze at the Emperor that seems to question his intentions. Even Lu feels a bit ill at ease under her scrutiny, and thus remains quiet. "Men, how they owe so much. If I were to engage in rivalry, you would claim I lack the grace of a true empress, yet when I exhibit magnanimity, you deem it excessive." Within Ning'an Palace, Alongside the emperor's gifts came the news of a relocation. Zhong cheerfully remarked, "The empress has taken a liking to Wang Xian Pavilion and has sent someone to prepare for the move. It's a splendid place, quite new, with delightful decor. You should make arrangements to move in the coming days. Please convey my gratitude to the empress on my behalf." Indeed, Xan Liangyi was overjoyed. At this moment, as she was newly pregnant, many matters had yet to cross her mind, so upon hearing this she comprehended immediately. Min Fei remained silent, her face adorned with a faint smile. Was she concerned about Xan Liangyi's child? How astute, preparing for future contingencies. The empress is truly virtuous, such fortune for the emperor, she thought, albeit with a hint of sarcasm, while outwardly she said, "It's wonderful. Wang Xian Pavilion is a lovely residence, not far from Tai Chi Palace and even closer to Fengyi Palace. Making morning greetings much more convenient for you, sister. You are indeed fortunate, under the empress's care." "Thank you, sister Min Fei, for your considerable attention to me. I too feel fortunate. I appreciate your kindness," Xan Liangyi replied. She was no fool and understood the implications of Min Fei's words at that moment. Ideally, moving out would be best. Being pregnant, living alone would undoubtedly be safer over at Fengyi Palace. The presence of another pregnant woman did not alter the dynamics between the emperor and the empress. During a meal at Zhao Wumian naturally served him a bowl of porridge. Such gestures were rare for her. Although she wished to please the emperor, she often struggled to reconcile her noble status or that of the empress. When she ought to be gentle, she was overly formal. When she should assert herself, she faltered. Wumian's current strategy was to disregard status in private, viewing it as a blessing. However, in public, the reverse applied. Strangely enough, Xiaolu found himself quite enjoying the company of this little empress. Their interactions were indeed comfortable and agreeable. Thus, when the empress personally served him porridge, he graciously accepted it, finishing it despite it not being his preferred flavor. That night, having done little, Wumian felt somewhat fatigued and retired to bed early. By the time Xiaolu finished his ablutions and joined her, she was already asleep. It was not intentional to wait for the emperor. She was simply too tired, having dozed off quickly, not truly considering the wait significant. After Xiaolu arrived, he gazed at her for a long while before gently pushing her further into the bedding. He thought, well, with the empress's sleeping position, she need not sleep on the outer side in the future. Thus, he even instructed the maids, Yin Ming and Xin Lu, who were arranging their bedding in the future. "Encourage the empress to sleep closer to the inside." "Yes, we will remember," my lady Yin Ming replied softly. In chapter 92, sending someone away, Yin Ming mused how the empress, though she rolled about when sleeping alone, seemed to roll even more vigorously when sharing a bed. Perhaps holding the large pillow provided more comfort, yet she could never voice such thoughts. It was indeed a rare concern from the emperor, which was ultimately a good thing. The following morning, Xan Liangyi dutifully arrived to pay her respects. She earnestly expressed her gratitude for the empress's favor, for being granted the privilege of residing alone was indeed a blessing. Presently, apart from the solitary residence of Miss Sun from the fragments of Red Pavilion, no newcomers enjoyed such an honor. Miss Sun's situation was exceptional, having lost her cohabitant Lu due to Li Liangyi's relocation. And to this day, she had not shared a bed. Xan Liangyi's ability to live alone was different. She held a certain status among the newcomers, having been in attendance early on and possessing a title. Once her child is born, regardless of whether it is a prince or princess, they would surely be elevated in rank. As for the ambiguous remarks from Min Fei, she had listened, but after a night of contemplation, deemed them implausible. The empress was still young. It was not impossible for her to bear children. Should the empress truly desire a child, it was not beyond her reach. If the empress were to bestow her firstborn upon her to raise, she could still conceive again. If the empress were to eventually have her own son, the prince raised in her presence would hold greater prestige than others. There was nothing unfavorable about this arrangement, as long as the empress favored her. Besides, she had Su Liangyi ahead of her. Surely the empress would not wish for both, hence, her gratitude was genuine. Today is fine, but starting tomorrow, there is no need to come. Focus on nurturing the baby after the move. Health must come first. With Li Zhao's situation at hand, do not act recklessly. If you feel unwell, summon the imperial physician. Do not consume any dubious medicines. The birth of a son or daughter is determined by fate, and cannot be forced. Wumian advised. "You are correct, your highness, rest assured. I understand the matter at hand." Xan Liangyi nodded diligently. "That is good. Should you lack anything, summon someone to find me. If the people around you are unreliable, replace them promptly. Do not overthink or meddle in matters beyond your control. Eat well, drink well, sleep well, and care for the baby. As long as you deliver safely, whether a princess or prince, you shall be elevated in rank. I will also encourage the emperor to visit you." Wumian nodded in agreement before shifting her attention to others. Everyone was in the same boat, including Su Liangyi. "We may gather as a group and declare our intent for peaceful coexistence without strife, but I know that is unrealistic, hence, I shall not utter such empty words. However, any contention must have its boundaries. The Lu and Hu families serve as cautionary tales, their fates starkly evident. Allow me to inform you, the Hu family is still in existence, yet living is worse than death for them, enduring unbearable suffering. Everyone was aware of the Hu family's plight, though it had only been a few days. They had managed to navigate through these days with relative ease, but what of the Hu family? Their days were filled with torment. Should they find themselves in such a dire predicament, death would be preferable. Well then, if there are no further matters, you may disperse. Wumian waved her hand. As the crowd exited Fengyi Palace, Yun Yu and I softly remarked, as for the Hu family, it is said they have been silent in their suffering, yet the agony is palpable. Su Liangyi sighed. How tragic. Why endure such torment? It is not your fault. Do not speak of this to your sister, who is with child. You ought to return. The weather appears to be turning rainy. It would be unwise for you to be out today, she advised. Su Liangyi nodded, contemplating her decision not to return the following day. After all, before giving birth, it sufficed to visit the Empress every few days to pay her respects. What has become of the Hu family? Wumian inquired, also asking Lin Shui. Last night, the report indicated that things were dire, yet they simply cannot relinquish their last breath. It is truly unbearable, Wumian lamented, shaking her head. Yet people can be strangely resilient. Even when it seems death is imminent, they cling to life. When all hope appears lost, they manage to hold on. Meanwhile, the Empress Dowager summoned several high-ranking imperial concubines to Yining Palace. What the lady has mentioned. We shall heed, they agreed. Lady Zhou hesitated, however. The attendants have become accustomed to their roles. A sudden change could be unsettling. Who said everyone must be replaced? It was stated that only 4 would suffice. It is the younger generation's intention to provide you with more lively companions, the Empress Dowager replied with a smile. Indeed, while it may take some getting used to, having lively maids would be a welcome change. Lady Qi added, she was a late-blooming concubine during the previous emperor's reign, having given birth to a princess. Following the previous emperor's passing, she was elevated to a second-rank status, and although they all referred to her as imperial mother, there remained a distinction between the second and third ranks. Since the Empress Dowager has spoken, we shall comply. Alas, my little rascal is inept, relying entirely on the emperor's kindness. The emperor and empress are thoughtful, and we, as elder stateswomen, shall simply adhere to their wishes. Lady Su concurred with a smile. She had given birth to the 6th and 11th princes, with only one surviving, with her son now serving under the emperor. What more could she say, if the previous emperor were still alive? There would be no need for discussion. Now, being a compliant imperial concubine, with her son eventually marrying and being bestowed a title, was quite sufficient. There was no point in opposing the Empress Dowager. She understood that the sisters were reluctant to sever ties cultivated within the palace, but with each new ruler comes a new court, and such connections were no longer permitted. This was a matter long anticipated but only recently acted upon. Many years too late. Who would have thought that an astute empress like Xin would leave such matters to the boisterous Zhao Empress? It was indeed a source of lament in the end. None of the imperial concubines voiced any serious objections, their sentiments aligned. They were all reliant on the Empress Dowager and the emperor. During the previous emperor's reign, these princes had been too young to establish themselves. What could be done now? Since the Empress Dowager was willing to lend her endorsement, it spared them the embarrassment of being deemed disrespectful to their elders. Thus, the arrangements proceeded smoothly, particularly for those imperial concubines whose sons had already been granted titles or whose daughters were married off. They were eager to ensure their children would not face hardship. Hastily arranging matters, the very next day, they led the way in providing the name and list of gifts for the individuals to be sent away to the Empress. With the imperial concubines taking the lead, what could Ing Qionglu's concubines possibly say? At this juncture, the noble consort had no choice but to take the lead as well. Should she linger behind the other concubines? It would only harm her standing. In just a few days, the lists of those to be sent away were compiled, and Wumian anticipated this speed. It was about right. As she instructed Jean Bo to read through the details for clarification. She confirmed, have they all been rewarded? Chapter 93, the curse indeed. Rewards have been generously bestowed, albeit in varying amounts, yet they are undeniably considerable gifts. Silver garments and jewelry have all been granted. Wumian nodded. Very well, the rewards from the palace must also be distributed. Allocated according to seniority, those with longer service should receive a greater share. I have previously discussed this figure with the Wu Central Supervisory Office, so please take the roster and deliver it. The palace attendants may also send theirs at the same time. You shall oversee it personally. Yes, I shall proceed to the Hall of State at once. While the Empress was immersed in her bustling duties, Zhao Yi in the Hanliang Hall was listening to her attendance reports. They recounted the recent events in the palace in meticulous detail. Just as they were speaking, news arrived that the Hu family had finally passed away. It was said. Her eyes wide open. Unable to close. Furthermore, the maid lowered her head, hesitant to continue. Why the hesitance? Zhao Yi frowned. Go check on the lady's medicine. Duko quickly instructed a little maid. Do not let her leave. If there is something to say, let her speak. I have already fallen to this state. Is there anything left to fear? Speak. Zhao Yi supported herself on the pillow. Her health had improved slightly compared to earlier. Yet she still appeared frail, her complexion pale. Replying to the lady, it is she. She, the little maid, knelt. She wrote a curse on the wall with her bloodied fingers. It is said her bones were ground down in the process. The maid. She truly was. The little maid was newly assigned after the incident, nearly 13 years of age, and had never encountered such grim circumstances, serving Zhao, who had once been favored but now seemed to have fallen from grace. She was naturally apprehensive. She had heard the palace aunts speak of the difficulty in serving a disgraced concubine, for they were adept at venting their frustrations on their subordinates. Curse me, let her curse. It is I who wished for her demise. What is there to fear? Zhao uttered these words, yet her face grew even paler. In that moment of action she had indeed harbored a deep-seated hatred for the Hu family. Yet, after all these days of lingering, the gruesome curse upon her seemed to mock her own fate. Yes, even if the little maid had not articulated it clearly, who else could it be a curse upon? She did not wish to dwell on it, but the image of 5 fingers ground to the bone haunted her mind. How could she not be afraid? She merely held on tenaciously deep down. She understood that if she succumbed to fear, the Hanlian Hall would truly be doomed. She had been demoted, perhaps destined to lose favor, but she could not afford to fall now. But if she did, the fate of the Hu family today could very well be her own tomorrow. What would become of those around her? What of her family? The brutality of the Hu family's death reverberated throughout the palace. An edict from the Fengyi Palace swiftly emerged, as the Empress Dowager warned all palace attendants and maidens against discussing the matter. Anyone who dared to breach this directive would face punishment. From a mere beating to being sent to labor, should anyone attempt to use this news or unfounded gossip to harm another, they would face execution. The effect was immediate, regardless of how many whispered privately. None dared to speak openly. As for the Hu family, it was clear that she could not have written curses with her fingers ground to the bone. It was likely written in blood. And if one truly harbored such hatred, there wouldn't be so much bloodshed. Nevertheless, the bloody writing on the wall indeed cursed Zhao to an early death, and I had already instructed someone to scrape it away and repaint the wall. Following the lady's instructions, I procured a simple coffin for her and arranged a proper burial. I also had a little maid change her into a new outfit. Ducom was in the midst of replying to Wumian. Wumian shook her head. It is also a tragedy. Let it be. This is quite sufficient. Do not dwell on it, my lady. Let us speak of happier matters. Lin Shui cheerfully brought over hot tea. What? Wumian inquired, puzzled. Oh dear. My lady has been so busy that she almost forgot her own birthday. In less than a month, it will be your special day, although we shall not hold a grand celebration this year. It is still to be acknowledged, the Hall of State even sent someone this morning to inquire. Wumian responded with a soft yes, my birthday approaches. No need for alarm, it would surely be inappropriate for me to take the initiative to organize it. Last year, I was unwell, and the year before, we did celebrate. It is not a major milestone, so it matters not. Wumian shook her head. Though it is not a significant birthday, we cannot be negligent, even if you choose not to celebrate. The ladies from outside must come to pay their respects. Last year, you were ill and did not hold a celebration, yet gifts were still sent. Speaking of which, how fares the 4th master and his Miss Su? Wumian inquired. I truly do not know. It has been some time since I last heard from them. I only learned they moved out recently. Should we send someone to check? Please do visit, and also see Zhang Mama. Bring her some food or something. Do not let her feel abandoned. Although Zhang Mama's temperament was difficult to describe, she was devoted to her. She should not feel neglected simply because she returned home, which would surely sadden her. With the cold weather, bring her some money and jewelry, so she may live comfortably and maintain her dignity as a capable matron in the Zhao family. Yes, knowing you care. Zhang Mama will undoubtedly be pleased. Zhao Hua smiled, appreciating the Empress's thoughtfulness. Naturally, the matter of the Empress's birthday would be raised by someone. The Empress Dowager had been particularly attentive this year, likely due to the Empress's improved condition, which pleased her. During one breakfast shared between mother and daughter, the Empress Dowager brought it up herself, though it is not a significant milestone, since last year the Empress was unwell and did not celebrate. We should take it seriously this year. Previously, Zhao had held banquets for her birthday. The Empress could not possibly fall short. Yin Qianla found it somewhat amusing, pondering how even in my confusion I would never allow a concubine to overshadow the Empress. Yet, he was curious how the young Empress's relationship with her mother had improved. They had once been at odds. This was part of the reason he had never favored Zhao. Disrespect towards the Empress Dowager was unacceptable. The Empress Dowager advised that her son should visit Fengyi Palace in the afternoon to inquire about the Empress's feelings. The Empress Dowager mused. What does the imperial physician say regarding the Empress's health? I see her spirit is good, but she appears quite thin and seems to tire easily, the imperial physician responded, indicating that the Empress had indeed lost some vitality. However, with proper rest, her recovery was progressing well. The Empress Dowager sighed deeply, saying nothing more. As the Emperor's mother, she felt a genuine sense of concern. Xin was quite capable, yet her methods were ruthless. Zhao, who had previously been muddled, now seemed to have regained her senses. But a serious illness had nearly taken her life. The other concubines, including the noble consort and the roan consort, had yet to conceive again, and whether they could bear children remained uncertain. The wise consort's fertility was of no concern to her. After all, raising one such as her had proven challenging enough, and she did not anticipate another. Though Lizaote had once been favored, her inability to retain her child was troubling, should the Empress remain too weak to conceive. The situation would indeed be dire. Chapter 94. Greed. Yinqianglu understood what his mother was contemplating, that he saw no need to expend energy explaining. After all, how many of them were pregnant? The priority was simply to ensure a healthy delivery. As for the Empress, he still held a measure of confidence in her, though her health was not yet restored. With care, it would improve, and she seemed to have her own plans. If in the future she truly could not conceive, there would be protocols in place. That afternoon, Yinqianglu visited Fini Palace, broaching the subject of the upcoming birthday. The Empress Dowager wishes for a proper celebration. The Empress Dowager is indeed kind. Wumian responded, visibly moved, yet she mentioned a proper celebration, but I am uncertain of my husband's intentions. Is that not sufficient? Yinqianglu suddenly decided to tease the Empress, settling down to sip tea. The Empress is indeed quite greedy. He had expected her to be modest or to provide an explanation, but instead, the young Empress nodded in agreement. Yes, I am greedy. I desire my mother-in-law's affection, my husband's tenderness, the respect and closeness of my children, and for my concubines to behave without causing trouble. The Yinqianglu paused. Very well. Now, having achieved the affection of his mother-in-law, he felt genuinely moved. Wumian exaggeratedly sighed, glancing once more at Yinqianglu, after taking in the sight. She gently shook her head, sighing in silence. What is this? Yinqianglu chuckled. Have I truly wronged you in any way? Not at all. Wumian shook her head again, settling down. How shall we celebrate the birthday? Perhaps in the same manner as before. If you have no special wishes, simply instruct the Ministry of Rites and the Hall of State to handle it. We shall hold the banquet here. This year is not a grand milestone. We can plan a more lavish celebration next year. At this point, Yinqianglu suddenly realized that after this birthday, Wumian would be 19, which meant she was still considered 18. The Empress is indeed still quite young. As she had mentioned when she first became Empress, there were many things she did not know how to handle, and her eagerness was understandable. You are still unwell. I imagine these days have been tiring for you? Not particularly. These matters do not require my direct involvement. I simply need to think and speak. With your Majesty's support, it is naturally smooth sailing. You are managing splendidly. I am well aware. It must be said that the current Empress was a stark contrast to her past self. In recent days, he had devoted a portion of his attention to observing her, and she had performed admirably, deftly managing the concubines. Her methods bore a resemblance to those of Shin from years past. However, unlike Shin, Nijia was more forthright in her approach, preferring to handle matters openly, providing justifications that left others speechless. Shin often resorted to more clandestine tactics, yet, in matters of the heart, both Shen and Zhao shared a similarity. They were both married young. As he reflected on this, Yinqianglu found himself reluctant to delve further. Perhaps in the past, he had indeed treated Wumian less than kindly, yet, the version of her from those days had also been quite exasperating. Your Majesty, why the distraction? Wumian tugged gently at the Emperor's sleeve. Nothing, merely recalling trivial matters. As he spoke, he called for Zhong. Your Majesty. Lu Zhong bowed as he entered. Has the tribute from the south been sorted? What items are there? Lu Zhong was aware that some would be intended as gifts for the Empress, so he selected a few items suitable for bestowing upon the ladies of the harem and said, among them is a fabric, a brocade satin woven with golden phoenixes. Such a treasure can only be used by the Empress Dowager. Even the most favored concubine cannot possess it. It may, however, be granted to the noble women among the royal relatives, but only to the principal wives, and at the very least, they must be the consorts of princes. And what are the colors? Inquired Qiong. In response to your Majesty, there are 3 shades: rouge, yellow leaf, and peach blossom. There are also other exquisite fabrics, plenty of jacquard satin, though none bear the phoenix pattern. The colors are indeed diverse, Lu Zhong replied. Then send some of the yellow leaf to the Empress Dowager, and the other 2 colors to the Empress. Also procure a generous amount of jacquard satin and other fabrics for the Empress, keeping some for her to bestow upon others. As for the remaining second-rate fabrics, send half to the Empress. You may choose the colors. Additionally, grant 2 bolts of jacquard satin each to the noble consort and the virtuous consort, and 1 bolt of jacquard satin along with 2 bolts of second-rate fabric to the concubines Min and Rong. For those who are with child, provide 1 bolt of jacquard satin each. Of the remaining concubines shall all receive second-rate fabrics. You may determine the quantities. Lu Zhong contemplated the situation, considering the colors that would be needed for the princes and princesses. As for the instruction regarding the expectant mothers, he reckoned that Li Liangyi would not be included in this count, thus, he dismissed her from consideration. This batch of tribute contained an abundance of fabrics. Yet this distribution would leave the majority for the Empress. It seemed clear that the Emperor intended for the Empress to use these gifts in the future, particularly after her birthday, and that the rewards for the noble women and wives were factored into this allocation. Consequently, the concubines would receive considerably less. Even the likes of Li Jiaoyi and Zhang Xiaorong, both third-rank consorts, would not receive any jacquard satin. The Emperor could not have forgotten Li Jiaoyi. It was simply Absent.as Lu Zhong agreed to handle the tasks. He couldn't help but click his tongue and thought. It appeared that after the demise of Hu, the emperor harbored some lingering sentiments toward Li Jiaoyi. Albeit unspoken, it was not only the fabrics. The empress had evidently profited significantly from this occasion. Rare treasures seemed to flow into Fengyi Palace like water, while the leftovers barely trickled into other halls. Reflecting upon the past 6 months of the noble consort's management, it was evident that she had overseen the best of the offerings, and the emperor would undoubtedly reward her. This time, however, the situation was different. The empress remained relatively composed, primarily because such items would not be of much personal use to her. She would eventually have to distribute a considerable amount. It was indeed a matter of merely transferring them from one hand to another. Hardly warranting excitement, yet, who could resist a good treasure? Even in passing, the finest must be retained. Who does not appreciate exquisite garments and jewelry? However, when the emperor inquired, Wumian responded with profound righteousness, while the young empress expressed, "Gold is easy to come by, but true sincerity is rare." That night, as the emperor held the already slumbering young empress in his arms, he pondered the nature of sincerity, yet, he found no answers. And soon he too succumbed to the heavy embrace of sleep. With the weather turning cold, the young empress seemed to favor clinging to him even more, whether facing her turned away, or lying side by side. She would always snuggle close to him. He felt no discontent with this, merely a slight unfamiliarity, though that discomfort was gradually diminishing. After all, no concubine would dare to so boldly rest a leg upon his. Even at this moment, while turned away from the empress, one of her legs rested upon his waist. Alas, he was exceedingly fatigued, too tired even to shift her leg aside. Fortunately, the empress was now slender and light, making it bearable. Chapter 95. Such virtuousness. Yet, just before drifting off to sleep, he thought he should correct the empress's sleeping posture in the future. It could not be so poor, could it? In the morning, Ying Xiaolu was awakened, hurriedly preparing to attend court, and thus forgot about the previous night. It was only when sitting in the palanquin, feeling the autumn breeze, that he found it amusing, though he did not smile. He merely took a slow breath of the crisp morning air and decided it was futile to dwell on such matters. The young empress, upon being awakened, was blissfully unaware, as she lay snugly in her blankets, her posture perfectly proper. After concluding her morning greetings, Zhao Hua came to report. She had returned quite late yesterday when the emperor arrived, so she had not reported earlier, and now she came to update on the Zhao family matters. Shortly after the fourth young master and the Su family moved out, the Su lady had a miscarriage, reportedly due to a lack of care which left her exhausted. The fourth young master had engaged a skilled physician from the city for her recovery and hired several maidservants to attend to her. As of now, it was heard that the fourth young master had not returned home. The maid remarked that the mistress seemed relatively unfazed, to which Granny Zhang added that the mistress had once been soft-hearted. However, Granny Zhang advised that the eldest young mistress had also suggested that they were not abandoning the fourth young master. They simply would not take him back for the time being. The maid further inquired among the household servants, and it seemed the fourth young master harbored some resentment, claiming that had it not been for family matters, the Su lady would not have miscarried. They were now officially wed. Wumian scoffed. If he possesses the audacity to engage in clandestine affairs with others, he should be able to protect his wife. Why wait until she miscarries to consider hiring help? Does he have the gall to feel resentment? And what of the Su lady? She did not dare to voice her thoughts, at least not openly, yet the maid speculated that the fourth young master's resentment might stem from something she had whispered behind closed doors. Zhao Hua remarked, let them be. Let him and the Su lady manage their lives together. If they can endure, good for them. If not, they must endure. If he were to marry a woman from a prestigious family in the future, wouldn't that be a betrayal to the Su lady? Wumian retorted with sarcasm. After her mockery, she mused that he was still her brother, yet this family truly was a conundrum. Reflecting on her past self, she wondered how she would have acted in such a situation, perhaps even incurring the wrath of the Sun family. How was Granny Zhang faring? Quite well, the maid replied. Granny Zhang sends her regards and says she will accompany the mistress to bow before you on your birthday. She even made you some inner garments, which I have brought back. In truth, Granny Zhang was neither particularly clever nor completely foolish. She understood that the mistress did not wish for her to remain in the palace. Though saddened, she had grown accustomed to treating the mistress well, especially with Zhao Hua visiting her this time, bringing gifts as tokens of the mistress's care. She felt no sorrow in the Zhao household. She could lead a respectable life as an old nurse, avoiding conflict with the palace's denizens. She was not as astute as Lin Shui and the others, since the mistress had chosen not to keep her in the palace. It was clear she had no intention of retaining her. After all, the mistress had previously assured her that she need not worry about her old age. So, what was there to fear? It was merely the thought of not seeing the mistress often that lingered in her mind. Wumian examined the inner garments made by Granny Zhang and instructed that they be washed and prepared for wearing. All those who needed to be sent out had already been dispatched. However, the personnel for the temporary palace had yet to arrive. This was not a hindrance, as the palace would only see an increase in service, not a decrease. With fewer people, matters would not be delayed. If those who remained were unwilling to work, what purpose did their presence serve? At this moment, they would only work harder, fearing they might be dismissed for poor performance. Mistress, the second princess has fallen ill. Experiencing sudden vomiting and diarrhea, the imperial physician has been summoned. Dukong announced. Wumian nodded. Lin Shui, go to Mingyi Hall and see what is amiss. Lin Shui hurried off. In truth, it was not a grave matter. It was primarily due to the sudden drop in temperature as the cold weather had arrived, and young children are often vulnerable to gastrointestinal issues. However, the second princess had also indulged in some cold fruits. Concubine Rome was in a flurry, while the second princess cried most distressingly. It was only when the imperial physician administered acupuncture to alleviate her vomiting that Wumian arrived. Concubine Rome's eyes were red-rimmed. And as Wumian inquired a few questions, a message came from outside announcing the emperor's arrival. After all, he was concerned for his child when she fell ill. Upon the emperor's arrival, the vomiting ceased. The child has merely caught a chill. There is no cause for excessive worry, Wumian reassured him. Indeed, Ing Xionglu nodded as he entered to check on the situation. The second princess, feeling wronged, called out, "Father." Her voice timid, as she had not seen him for several days. Ing Xionglu gently stroked her head and inquired in detail with the physician. The concubines gradually arrived, after the emperor inquired. The questions turned to the empress. Wumian furrowed her brow lightly. Children are difficult to care for. Though I have not borne any myself, I recall the times when my younger brothers fell ill. It was not that adults lacked diligence, rather children are inherently frail. This implied that concubine Rome was not at fault. Hearing this, concubine Rome felt a twinge of discomfort, having given birth to her own child. She certainly cared for them attentively, yet, to others, it appeared as though the empress was magnanimous, not placing blame on the concubines when issues arose given the current environment, whether in the palace or among commoners. When a child faced difficulties, the mother was first to be held accountable. Your Highness is correct. The second princess has generally been robust. The sudden drop in temperature and strong winds may have caused her to catch a chill. But it is not a grave matter, the physician chimed in. Indeed, my nurse once told me that young ladies are most susceptible to cold. Wumian sighed. How about this, concubine Rome, for the time being? Refrain from morning greetings and stay with the child. With that, she turned to the emperor. By the way, Song Yuni is still residing here. Perhaps we should ask her to move out for the time being. It would be more convenient this way, as the second princess is still quite young and cannot bear much upheaval. Yes, you may take charge, the emperor replied, momentarily unsure of who Song Yuni was. Song Yuni was a worry-free presence. The concubine did not feel burdened by her presence. Concubine Rong remarked, you mean well, but what does it matter? If you two have developed a good rapport, it is not a concern. Once the princess recovers, she may return. Wumian feigned concern. This is for your benefit, such a remark. How could a second-rank consort maintain a deep friendship with a lady-in-waiting? This was the empress's notion, however, since the emperor had declared that the empress could take charge. What more could she say? Though sleepless, she spoke. Your Majesty, since Lady Song has moved out, perhaps we should also ask Zhang Baolin from Xianwei Palace to relocate. The second prince, frail in health, and the virtuous consort were preoccupied, while the young concubines remained in the exuberant age of youth. At this moment, Ing Xiong Tower seemed to grasp the situation, a playful glint in her eyes as she nodded. Whatever the empress decides. Unperturbed by whether he had discerned her thoughts, she continued, very well, I shall arrange for it upon my return. The emperor stayed behind to care for the child, while Wumian and the others departed first. The crowd respectfully saw the empress off. On the way back, Min Fei's maid inquired, I do not comprehend, why has the empress suddenly become so benevolent? Min Fei merely shook her head with a sigh. In this palace, one is either forgotten by His Majesty, ignored by all, or one must ultimately cultivate one's own abilities. Meizhou did not fully understand but sensed her mistress's reluctance to elaborate, thus refraining from further questions. In another direction, Guifei and Xianfei walked closely together, choosing not to use a palanquin, and the bearers followed behind them. Indeed, we underestimated her, Guifei remarked, not needing to specify who she referred to. The implication was clear between them. It seemed that, unbeknownst to them, she had been scheming, holding grudges. Over the years, they had covertly set traps for the consort in the East Palace. Guifei sighed, you have a son, so you are not concerned. But I truly am. Xianfei halted and looked at Guifei. His Majesty still visits you often. Well, that is irrelevant. What I wish to discuss with you today is not this, sister, so do not overthink. Guifei laughed. Xianfei then smiled and continued walking. Guifei added, the empress now has her own calculations. Previously, when she moved Shangliang Yi, I thought she was merely pretending to be virtuous for His Majesty's sake. When she protected Su Liang Yi, I assumed she had other plans. Today, I have come to understand, she has displaced people from Min Fei's palace, from Rong Fei's palace, and even from yours. Such profound scheming. Both Guifei and Rong Fei were 27 this year, while Xianfei was 28. Min Fei was slightly younger, at 26. How many more years of favor could they expect? This year's newcomers to the palace were all in their teens. Had the empress resolved to target those of them who had offspring from the East Palace, not allowing them to band together or cultivate their own supporters? Traditionally, lower-ranked concubines depended on higher-ranked ladies for protection. While the latter needed the former to attract the emperor's attention, however, the empress had decisively removed their supporters from the palace. The absence of young concubines in Chaoyang Palace did not mean Guifei could not comprehend the situation. What did His Majesty value most now? Offspring. Yet the empress had the audacity to place those young and beautiful concubines in front of the emperor. By cutting off their connections and replacing many officials in the harem. The empress seemed intent on stripping away their influence. As long as the young concubines bore children, establishing a few princes, what would it matter if they had seniority, even as the Empress Dowager? Her affections would surely lean towards those concubines who had borne sons. This naturally caused Guifei anxiety. After all, she had no son, the emperor's favor was fleeting, but having a son was the foundation of one's standing. As for Wumian, upon returning, she ordered the clearing of Feixian Palace and instructed Zhang Baolin and Lady Song to move to the side palace. Feixian Palace was indeed a fine place, conveniently located near Taiji Palace and Fingyi Palace. The two young concubines happily moved in. Residing in a secluded area would undoubtedly affect their standing. If no one mentioned them, the emperor would forget about them, so why would he go far to seek them out? Staying nearby would provide more opportunities for encounters. Familiarity breeds affection, thus increasing future prospects. On the 9th day of the 9th month, the double 9th festival, it was Min Fei's birthday. However, since the palace celebrated the festival, her birthday could not be acknowledged, so it had to be either advanced or postponed. In recent years, it had always been celebrated a few days early, hence it was observed on the 6th. Previously she had been Zhao Yi, and now as Min Fei, she naturally required a banquet. Now that the empress was in charge, it was the empress who made the decisions. Wumian was quite unbothered and merely followed the pattern of how Li Zhaoyi's birthday had been celebrated in March. Indeed, but at that time Li Zhaoyi was favored, and the celebration was quite grand. Should we not tone it down a bit? Dukong asked. No need to lessen it. At that time Li Zhaoyi was merely a childless concubine. Yet it was still splendid. Min Fei has at least given birth to the healthy third prince. Surely she can withstand a birthday celebration. Wumian replied, just organize it well, and you shall go speak with her shortly. Dukong nodded and left. Min Fei was somewhat surprised. She had expected the empress to deliberately suppress her, but did not anticipate that the standards would align with those of Li Zhaoyi. On the 6th day, the weather was unexpectedly pleasant. After 4 or 5 days of wind, it had finally calmed. Not too cold. Wumian instructed the transport of numerous chrysanthemums to Ningyan Palace. The chrysanthemum symbolizes good fortune, and people of the time favored it. By the time she arrived, many guests had already gathered. Min Fei, for once, was dressed splendidly. She usually favored a more subdued appearance, but today she looked stunning, with the pleasant weather. The third prince was playing in the courtyard, and Zhang Meirun was amusing him with a rattledrum. Wumian smiled. Come here, my dear, let us see if you have grown taller. The third prince pondered for a moment before running over. Calling out mother with a clear voice, Wumian ruffled his hair. Oh, how adorable! A mother's affection is indeed a blessing for him. Min Fei appeared entirely unperturbed. It is your good nurturing that makes the third prince so charming. Wumian pinched the child's cheek. Now go and play. It is wonderful to see more children in the harem in the days to come. With the virtuous mother, we shall surely see the early arrival of legitimate princes and princesses in our palace. Zhang Xiaorong remarked with a smile. Indeed, the lady has recovered from her illness, and it is certain that good news will follow soon. Yang Jieyu added, absolutely, the lady shall certainly bear a son. Zhang Meirun chimed in. She had previously been reluctant to let anyone leave her side, always fearful of the empress's resentment, and now she was very cautious in front of her. Wumian smiled, unconcerned with their chatter. If children were born, then so be it. If not, it was no matter. Ultimately, in the matter of offspring among concubines, she adhered to a philosophy of openness rather than restriction. In fact, sometimes it was more beneficial to allow all concubines to bear children. In the end, they would be the ones competing against each other fiercely. Should the empress herself fail to bear children, any choice would be a boon for her, even when she became the Empress Dowager. Should the emperor feel that she was not the biological mother and sought to limit her power, she would still remain secure. After all, no emperor would dare act against an Empress Dowager without cause once he ascended. However, to bear children herself was even less of a concern. The children born to the empress and those born to concubines, as long as there was no significant disparity in their intelligence, say a foolish child born to the empress, then the officials would certainly not permit the emperor to casually designate a bastard as the heir. Regardless of the path taken, there was no need to restrict the concubines from having children. They should bear as many as they could. It was crucial to remember that the emperor's lineage was thin, and the empress would bear the blame for that, even if the emperor himself was incapable. There would always be those who would say it was the empress's jealousy that led to a dwindling progeny. Moreover, if there were more women in the harem giving birth, it would diminish the emphasis on any one individual. If there were only 1 or 2 women in the harem with children, then those few would undoubtedly be immensely esteemed, but if there were a dozen or more giving birth, then they would all be on equal footing, and none could hope to rival the empress. As Cheong Tower approached, her first sight was of the usually dignified and virtuous empress standing in the corridor, smiling, although Min Fei looked splendid today. The emperor's attention was immediately captivated by the empress. It was evident that the empress had no intention of overshadowing anyone. Today, she donned a pale white floral skirt, complemented by a moderately thick crimson outer garment. As autumn deepened, she had replaced her light shawl with a thicker one embroidered with pomegranate designs. Her hair was styled not too high, adorned with golden ornaments. The loose strands at the back were neatly arranged, exposing her graceful neck, which glimmered like snow under the sunlight. Xiong Tower thought that while it was not cold at this moment, it would surely become chilly by evening. Upon seeing the emperor, Wumian turned with a radiant smile and bowed. "Your Majesty has arrived." What makes you smile?" he inquired. "I was just amusing myself with the third prince. He is quite lively and adorable," Wumian replied. As they spoke, the third prince was brought over by the wet nurse to pay his respects, calling out "father" in a crisp voice. Min Fei and the others also stepped forward to pay their respects. All are excused from formalities today, as it is Min Fei's birthday. Let everyone feel at ease. Xiong Tower glanced at Min Fei several times, feeling a hint of admiration, though not overwhelmingly so. Min Fei was indeed remarkable. She had given birth to a healthy prince, and her appearance was commendable, with no scandalous past to mar her reputation. Yet, regarding her favor, it was bound by rules. The emperor's affection was consistent with her accomplishments. She had borne a prince, and thus he would remember her on all occasions, showering her with gifts. He visited often but offered no extraordinary favor. Whether she was Zhao Yi or now Min Fei, the treatment remained unchanged. Perhaps Xiong Tower did not favor this. Guifei was enchanting, and Li Zhaoyi was lively and charming, which was likely more to his taste. Did he not appreciate the cool elegance of Min Fei? Wumian, lost in thought, then took her seat. Indeed, this birthday celebration bore little difference from the previous one held for Li Zhaoyi when she was still a favored concubine. Wumian presided over the event, ensuring it met the same standards, yet the emperor appeared to be merely fulfilling a duty. He had not uttered a single superfluous word, or rather, he engaged in more conversation with her than with Min Fei. To speak truthfully, she had no intention of overshadowing anyone. There was no need for that. In the brief interlude of conversation with the emperor, Wumian turned her gaze and noticed the favored consort gently pressing her hand against her chest, her demeanor suggesting a degree of discomposure. What could be troubling the consort? The consort seemed momentarily bewildered. "I have lost my composure," she remarked as she rose. "It is nothing, but do you feel unwell?" Wumian inquired, with the emperor also casting a concerned glance her way. "This morning, I experienced some dizziness. It is an old affliction of mine. Today, however, I cannot seem to recover," the consort replied, her brow furrowed. She had always been prone to faintness when fasting, yet today she had not been fasting and still felt lightheaded and nauseous. "Sister, could it be that you are with child?" the wise consort suddenly suggested. "Is that truly the case? That would be a cause for great joy." Wumian responded with a smile. "Let us summon the court physician to examine you. If you are indeed expecting, it would truly be a fortuitous day." Listening to the queen's delighted voice, Xiong felt a twinge of discomfort, yet could not quite articulate what felt amiss. She merely furrowed her brow slightly, refraining from intervening to call for the physician. The favored consort herself felt a flicker of uncertainty, calculating her cycle and wondering if there was indeed a possibility of pregnancy. Her last intimate encounter had been over 20 days prior, and she had not experienced such symptoms when she bore her eldest daughter. It had been the handmaidens who had pointed out the signs then. Surely the unrest was merely a result of sleeplessness. The consort feared she might be indulging in unfounded hopes. This was a sentiment she wished to share with the emperor, but as he remained silent, she directed her thoughts to the queen instead. "Even if it is merely a false alarm, you ought to consult the physician regarding your discomfort. If there is a possibility of pregnancy, that would be splendid. Yet if not, we must ascertain the cause of your malaise." Wumian chuckled lightly. "Should it turn out to be true, the emperor would certainly be overjoyed. With such a virtuous disposition, how could I not be pleased?" The emperor remarked, looking at Wumian. "It is only right," Wumian replied, gently clinking her teacup against the emperor's. The sensitive consort felt a pang of unease within, yet remained silent, harboring resentment toward the favored consort's feigned innocence and the queen's ostentatious display of generosity. Moments later, the physician arrived to assess the favored consort, setting up a table right there for her examination. After a few tentative inquiries to the consort's attendants, the physician said, "I cannot make a definitive judgment at this moment. Your Highness may wish to wait another half-month for a more thorough examination, at which time we shall have clearer insights." The favored consort's heart raced, a mixture of shock and disbelief coursing through her. "Thank you for your diligence." Though uncertain, she could not help but ponder. What if all eyes were upon her? Could it be that she was truly with child? After the physician's departure, Xiong said, "In that case, let us allow for a period of rest for half a month before consulting the physician again." "Yes, thank you for your concern, Your Majesty," the favored consort replied, taking a slow, deep breath in an effort to maintain her composure. Yet, if she were indeed pregnant, how could she contain her elation? As for the sensitive consort, her birthday had passed with little fanfare, yet the possibility of the favored consort's condition had captured everyone's attention. Indeed, even the emperor was intrigued. When the gathering concluded, Wumian took her leave, not intending to cause any disturbance. If the consort truly is with child, the emperor will have no choice but to bestow her an esteemed title, Yan Ming remarked. Indeed, if she bears a son, his lineage will be of royal blood. Lin Shui added. Do not fret, if it is meant to be, then let it be. More children bring more blessings, Wumian said, shaking her head. Oh, let us hurry along. What troubles you, my lady? Lin Shui asked, surprised. You cannot understand. I was merely yearning to stretch, and the thought has become increasingly insistent. Truly one cannot dwell on such desires, for once they take root, they become unbearable. Alas, one cannot simply stretch in public, such vexing customs. Lin Shui and Yan Ming both chuckled as they made their way back to Fingyi Palace, and upon arrival Wumian stretched with a sigh of relief. How delightful it is to be free from restraint. By the way, how has Li Zhaoi been faring? She inquired. Summon Jean Bo to me. Jean Bo arrived promptly, reporting, though Li Zhaoi remains somewhat frail, she is now able to rise and move about. The imperial kitchen has provided her with ample nourishing soups, and she has her own small kitchen as well. The imperial hospital is currently supplying her with restorative broths and medicines, ensuring she receives continuous nourishment. They were certainly not privy to the details, yet they understood the flow of provisions entering each palace. Of course, if someone chose to conceal information, that was another matter entirely. However, everything consumed by the consorts was officially recorded. Anything unlogged could be deemed as particularly precious items, or perhaps even the mysterious goods brought in from outside. As the double ninth festival approached, Wumian asked, do you think she will make an appearance? I believe she is still recuperating. There is no need to rush, one maid replied. Given the spectacle of her earlier indisposition, it would be reasonable for her to rest until the new year. Lin Shui added, indeed, her health is paramount. Wumian chuckled, uncertain of Li Zhaoyi's intentions. Regardless, have we adequately prepared for the festivities within the palace? Yes, you and the emperor will first visit the ancestral temple to pay respects. The chrysanthemum arrangements in the imperial garden are plentiful, and we shall transport some into our palace. The main banquet will take place in the Wujidian. Lin Shui informed her. Good, and what of Rongkong Palace? Given the time, they should be able to join us as well. It had been over 20 days, they have not yet replied, but yesterday, Fei Su reported that most of the children have recovered. Save for a couple who are still coughing, although the physician assured us that it is not related to the inoculation. Overall, the situation was quite favorable. The children had weathered the ordeal successfully. Presently, the fear surrounding inoculation stemmed not from the procedure itself, which despite having its risks, was manageable. The greatest concern lay in the recovery period that followed. Even within the palace, medical practices were somewhat antiquated. And many children struggled during this phase, succumbing to fevers or other ailments that could prove fatal. Even if they survived the initial inoculation, their weakened states could lead to complications within 6 months. This was compounded by the fact that these precious children were often coddled, attended to by dozens, and thus lacked vitality. Shielded from the wind and sun, they were kept like fragile specimens in a jar. Devoid of any resilience, they would wait for news today to see how matters unfolded. Should the relatives' children be able to join the festivities, it would be best to send them back home in advance. Rest assured, my lady. Fei Su mentioned that the eldest prince has long since recovered and even gained some weight. Lin Shui reported, it is not merely about him. They are all children, I am not closely acquainted with them. Yet I sincerely hope they all fare well, Wumian replied, with no grievances between them. She naturally wished for the well-being of all the children. However, the next day, the Empress Dowager sent word for all the children to return home. In light of this, Wumian need not worry further. The relatives' children were dispatched home, and both the eldest princess and prince, along with the late emperor's children, successfully emerged from their isolation. The Empress Dowager had initially planned to host a banquet in Yining Palace, but the emperor did not permit it. The reason was simple: the Empress Dowager herself had not undergone inoculation. Perhaps the physician had advised against it, as the children who had just recovered were not to be brought before her. What if they were fine and inadvertently infected her? Furthermore, she instructed that on the day of the double ninth festival, the children were only required to bow at the ancestral temple and could then return to their residences to rest. Wumian merely instructed the imperial kitchen to serve them well, ensuring that each received a few dishes during their first meal post-isolation, and then she left the matter be the day before the double ninth festival. Li Zhaoi had not indicated any intention of attending, which suggested she would not be present. This was to be expected. Disregarding her health now would only result in future suffering. Nevertheless, as Wumian had anticipated, Li Zhaoi had genuinely intended to make an appearance. This was an opportunity to showcase herself. A public display would serve to reaffirm her place. After all, when would the next chance arise? During the New Year festivities, perhaps, yet her body could not withstand it. Even sitting for a while was exhausting, let alone enduring an entire day. The thought of collapsing midway through would be utterly humiliating. Wumian had not expected the emperor to visit that day, and she had not been awaiting his arrival either. However, after dinner, the emperor did come to see her. Previously, she had heard from Du Kong that he had visited Wang Xian Pavilion to check on the expectant Xin Liang Yi. Thus his arrival did not catch her off guard. As the evening breeze began to blow, Wumian remarked, "Why are you not wearing a cloak, your majesty?" "I do not feel cold." the queen tends to wear more layers to ward off the chill. It is still early September, after all, he replied. Wumian, however, felt a bit chilly. Those who had recently recovered from illness were particularly susceptible to the cold. One should dress warmly when stepping outside, though it is more comfortable within the palace. She advised. The two engaged in light conversation for a time before retiring for the night, as they needed to rise early the following day, and both the emperor and the queen had no intentions of engaging in any further activities that evening. This surprised Wumian. If they were not inclined to do anything, why had he come? Contemplating tomorrow's affairs, she closed her eyes and instinctively wrapped her arms around the emperor from behind, her small hand unconsciously slipping beneath his robe. This action was purely instinctive, akin to petting a cat or dog. After all, the emperor's well-defined muscles were quite pleasant to touch. The emperor sighed. Aren't you tired? Let us leave that for tomorrow night. Do not speak. I am sleepy, Wumian mumbled, her tone laced with mild annoyance. How vexing it was, even when tired, he continued to chatter. At that moment, she was entirely unaware of her indiscriminate touching and its potential impact on him. The emperor sighed once more, ultimately conceding to the moment. What could he do? He recognized that his queen had a rather irritable temperament. In the past, she had often feigned gentility and softness in his presence, though she had not excelled at it. Now, however, when they were alone, her minor irritations surfaced frequently, yet, in matters of greater significance, she was quite agreeable, and he was willing to overlook these small grievances, perhaps even finding them somewhat endearing and tolerable. Lost in his thoughts, he felt the restless hand that had been wandering over his abdomen finally come to a halt. He realized the queen had drifted off to sleep, and he breathed a sigh of relief. Grateful that she had not continued her wandering for much longer. He could not quite comprehend why the queen preferred to embrace him from behind. Was it truly more comfortable, if she wished for an embrace? Could he not simply hold her instead? After pondering this for some time without resolution, he too gradually succumbed to slumber. The temperature difference between day and night is quite pronounced. At night, it is rather comforting for two individuals to embrace each other. As the weather gradually turns colder, even the restless sleeping positions seem to have improved significantly. Rolling around remains a constant, yet it has become impossible to venture out of the warm cocoon of blankets. The night passed in silence, and the following day marked the occasion of the double night festival. Early in the morning, the couple was roused from slumber as the emperor was preparing to don his formal attire. Wuxian changed into a more formal outfit, and by that time, the guests had already arrived, primarily the princes and princesses, who were to accompany them to the ancestral temple for ceremonial bowing. In addition to them, there were also the daughters of the late emperor, as well as relatives and their children. The gathering was considerable, though not everyone was waiting there. Most had chosen to wait outside the temple. Wuxian and the emperor hastily consumed a bit of porridge to stave off hunger, as there was little time for a proper meal. On this day, everyone was dressed in their finest attire, and they paid their respects to the emperor and empress before proceeding to exit. At the entrance of the ancestral temple, everyone was gathered, with the emperor and empress in the forefront, attending to the Empress Dowager as they offered incense to their ancestors. This was the first time in many years that the eldest prince knelt here. A moment etched in his memory. Time was of the essence, and no one noticed the contemplative thoughts of the eldest prince, who for a brief moment lifted his gaze. His mother, Lady Shen, was absent. Although she held the title of empress, she had yet to receive a posthumous title, thus rendering her unable to enter the ancestral temple. He had never heard of any decree from his father forbidding his mother from entering, but as of now, there was none. Would there be one in the future? Chapter 99. The body is paramount. His memories of his mother had faded considerably. Yet he always recalled the period when she was gravely ill, her pallid complexion, her inability to stand, and the tears that streamed down her face. Only later did he learn that she rarely cried. Thus, her tears must have stemmed from her worries for herself. He inhaled deeply, standing upright behind his father. He observed his father alongside the current empress, Lady Zhao. They appeared well matched. The emperor was tall and handsome, while Empress Zhao was youthful, beautiful, and exuded grace and dignity. He possessed no recollection of his mother standing beside his father. In this palace, Empress Shen was regarded as a pariah, someone even her own son could not mention. Did his father still remember her? If he did he harbor resentment towards her? Although the 9-year-old eldest prince understood many matters, he was still quite naive regarding human emotions. In his world, everything seemed to be in stark black and white. He did not comprehend that pure black and white were rare, rather life was often painted in shades of gray. His father's feelings towards his mother were neither love nor hate, they were neither black nor white. He remembered her, for she was his legitimate wife. How could he forget? Yet, as time passed, his recollections dwindled. After exiting the ancestral temple, they hastened to the imperial garden to ascend the highest pavilion and admire the chrysanthemums. It was customary to climb heights on the 9th day of the 9th month. Since they could not mountain climb outside the palace, ascending the pavilion was the next best option. The garden was adorned with countless pots of various chrysanthemums, each more vibrant than the last. Some were planted in the ground, presenting a breathtaking view from above. After ascending, they admired the flowers, and the emperor personally cut a chrysanthemum for the empress to wear in her hair. Symbolizing harmony between the imperial couple, Wuxian also picked a flower for the Empress Dowager, expressing filial respect. After circling the garden, the Empress Dowager and several elder female relatives returned to the Yining Palace. The emperor, along with his brothers and the princes of the royal clan, made their way back to the Taiji Palace. Meanwhile, Wuxian accompanied the other female relatives and some noble women back to the Fengyi Palace, where she was to host guests. Among them were her grandmother and mother. Although her grandmother rarely ventured out, such an occasion warranted her presence. However, the pockmarks on her grandmother's face, remnants of smallpox, were indeed quite prominent. In this era, such marks were not entirely viewed negatively, as they were a testament to having survived a deadly illness. Nevertheless, despite their symbolic significance, societal standards of beauty remained unchanged, and such marks were not likely to be admired. In the Fengyi Palace, the third floor was filled with female relatives and noble women. Wuxian changed her attire and engaged in conversation with them. A few days prior, she had reviewed their relationships to avoid any blunders. The women expressed concern for the Empress's health, while she inquired about their domestic affairs. Naturally, she could not ask everyone. Instead, she focused on a few key individuals. They all managed to navigate the conversation quite well. Wuxian also distributed numerous gifts, though she primarily relied on the palace's resources, as the Empress's wealth could not possibly suffice otherwise. The Empress now appeared to be favored, thus the women of the Zhao family were also quite popular. The Zhao family held no significant official positions and wielded no real power, so their popularity was merely superficial. This was acceptable. However, if they were to lose even that semblance of respect, it would certainly spell disaster. Wuxian did not insist on a strict seating arrangement based on rank. Instead, she allowed the concubines to sit next to their maternal relatives. Such gatherings were rare throughout the year, and it was only natural to converse, even if it was simply to inquire about one another's well-being amidst such a large assembly. Of course, this was limited to those whose families resided in the capital. Those from afar could not partake. The grand banquet was held in the Wujidian, presided over by the emperor and empress, with everyone enjoying a lively feast. By the time it concluded, Wuxian felt as though her waist might snap from the extended sitting. In the end, she hurried to escort the Empress Dowager back, then returned to the Fengyi Palace, where Wuxian truly wished to be carried inside, yet she restrained herself as Yin Qianlu observed her fatigued countenance and inquired, "What troubles you?" "I'm exhausted," was all Wuxian could muster. She thought to herself, if only the emperor would seek out the imperial concubine or someone else. I truly do not wish to entertain him any longer. At that moment, she could hardly muster the energy to utter even a few words. She was utterly drained, so much so that she felt as though she might collapse. Yin Qianlu seemed to sense her fatigue and gently wrapped an arm around her waist, allowing her to lean against him for support. At that moment, Wuxian felt as though the Fengyi Palace was vast, almost endless. Upon finally entering the main hall, she wasted no time and beckoned for Zhao Hua to approach. Zhao Hua hesitated for a moment before swiftly coming over to assist her in removing the hairpin and ornaments. Wuxian did not even glance at the emperor before heading to the cleansing chamber to wash up. Once refreshed, she felt as though her feet had grown heavy, dragging her into the inner chamber where she collapsed onto the bed. Yin Qianlu, on the other hand, remained unfazed. He sat sipping the silver ear soup brought by the attendants, leisurely observing his little empress as she moved about like a specter before disappearing into the inner chamber. He found it somewhat amusing, not feeling neglected, but rather entertained by witnessing someone so utterly exhausted that they could fall asleep with their eyes closed. After rinsing his mouth, he too went to wash up. When he entered the inner chamber, he found that the empress had already succumbed to slumber, looking particularly vulnerable, curled up in a tight ball. He approached her, resolved to take action today as he had intended the night before, yet, at that moment, he found himself unable to proceed. In the end, he lay down beside her, and the empress remained undisturbed. Despite having tossed and turned throughout the night, emitting soft sounds of fatigue, Yin Qianlu pondered, perhaps I should summon the imperial physician tomorrow. The empress's health seemed still fragile, surely she should not be this exhausted? Eventually, he was roused from sleep by her restless movements. Realizing she had developed a fever, Wuxian rose to change her garments in the cleansing chamber and muttered to herself, "How did I become this weary?" It turned out that her menstrual cycle had commenced. Upon returning, she discovered that she was running a slight fever, which did not come as a surprise. She was still quite weak, and after a long day of exertion, it was understandable that she would feel this way. "Let us call for the imperial physician," she suggested. Yin Qianlu leaned against the pillow. "No need. A good sleep will suffice." Wuxian nestled her head against the emperor's waist, stating, "I'll feel better after some sleep. Tell everyone not to come tomorrow morning." "Understood," Yin Qianlu replied. Wuxian quickly drifted off to sleep, while the emperor sat quietly for a while before also falling asleep. Reflecting that the empress needed to replenish her strength, he admired her resilience throughout the day, maintaining her composure so meticulously that no one had detected a hint of her distress. He tightened his hold on her, reminding himself that he must encourage her to take care of her health, for she had endured a significant illness, and her well-being was paramount. Chapter 100, Anxious in the morning, Yin Qianlu prepared to attend court. Leaving Wuxian still asleep, her fever had subsided, and he instructed Ling Shui and the others not to disturb the Empress, allowing her to rest fully and to call for the physician upon her awakening. Naturally, Ling Shui and the others complied. When Wuxian finally awoke, she felt relatively well. Although there was a slight fever due to her menstrual cycle, it would not last long. She had merely been fatigued from the previous day. After consuming a small meal, the physician had already arrived. Upon examination, he confirmed that her condition was merely due to exhaustion. In these recent days, the Empress's tonic prescription needed to be revised. As autumn brought dryness, the Empress's dietary habits had improved significantly, and the physician advised her to consume more soups and to eat autumn pears to alleviate the dryness. Thank you for your guidance. Wuxian replied, Not at all, Your Majesty. It is my honor to serve you in ensuring your health. Physician Li hastily responded. After revising the prescription and providing daily recommendations, Physician Li hesitated before adding, Your Majesty. I have heard from Physician Ma that he has also adjusted the prescription for Lady Li Zhao. Physicians within the Imperial Medical Bureau each had their specialties, although traditional Chinese medicine is interconnected. No one could be proficient in every field. For example, Physician Li was quite versatile, yet his expertise lay primarily in women's health and internal medicine. Previously, Physician Zhang had been responsible for Lady Li Zhao's prenatal care. As he specialized in obstetrics, focusing on women's health during pregnancy and postpartum, Physician Ma, on the other hand, excelled in health tonics. Lady Li Zhao must be quite weakened and will require a long time to recover? Wuxian inquired. Indeed, but with an adjusted prescription, the recovery could be expedited somewhat. Physician Li considered. Of course, one must invest a significant amount to acquire quality remedies. The question remains whether one can afford it. Wuxian gently shook her head. It's of no concern. Let her be. However, what tonics are they currently administering in the Chaoyang Palace? At present, there is no medication being administered. However, I have heard a few remarks. The pulse, at this moment, does not reveal much, yet there are certain inclinations. Wumian understood. Good news, let it be as it is. You are busy, so please return. To Kong, ensure that you see off Dr. Li properly. And do remember to collect the rewards. I am most grateful for your grace, Your Highness. It is only right. Wumian nodded at him. After Dr. Li departed, Zhao Hua inquired, Is it possible that the noble consort is truly with child? It is hard to say, perhaps it is true, and if so, that would be for the best. Wumian rose. If none of them are pregnant, wouldn't that be troublesome? Zhao Hua, though puzzled, nodded in agreement. Deciding to heed the words of Her Highness, yet Fei Su frowned. Could it be that Li Zhaoi manages to keep the possibility of her pregnancy a secret? Surely she has heard something. Presently both Li Liangyi and Su Liangyi have stable pregnancies, and Xian Liangyi has secluded herself since moving. Now that Her Highness is in charge, as long as she provides protection, there should be no issues with childbirth. In the blink of an eye, several pregnancies have been noted. Is she not anxious? As Lin Shui remarked, what you say holds truth. However, if the emperor still harbors any grievances, it is uncertain whether he will shower her with affection as he once did. Fei Su replied, the main concern is that her eagerness to request a change in medication from the Imperial Medical Bureau. How does that benefit her health? Zhao Hua finally grasped the intent. Recognizing that Fei Su, while diligent and loyal in her duties, lacked quickness of mind, what harm is there in being steadfast and devoted? Fei Su chuckled, if she wishes to squander her efforts, let her do so. Wumian listened to their conversation, smiling softly. Each of these young ladies possessed their own merits and were quite useful. By the way, there is another matter, Lin Shui said playfully to Fei Su. Do you remember the misdrawn eyebrows of Chu Baolin? Fei Su nodded. Chu Baolin took this opportunity to send away a maid named Emoli. Of course, she had not served for 15 years. But her justification was that Emoli was unclean in her actions. Fei Su laughed. Clever indeed. With this move, and no matter whose maid she is, she becomes unfit. She had been in Roncong Palace recently, hence was unaware of these developments. At that moment, flowers were delivered from the Imperial Garden. Your Highness, the Emperor instructed early this morning that the servants must not disturb you. The steward of the Imperial Garden was newly appointed. Although not directly elevated by Wumian, he would not have had this opportunity had she not dismissed the previous steward. Your Highness, behold, these are this year's new varieties, called Golden Phoenix returns to nest, of which only 3 pots have been cultivated. One has been sent to the Emperor, another was shown to everyone yesterday, and this pot is brought here for your enjoyment. There are also several other rare and precious varieties, quite uncommon. Wumian observed the 7 or 8 pots of chrysanthemums they had brought. Nodding, very well, you have done well. If the Empress is pleased, it is the fortune of us servants, as well as the flowers. They replied, this pot is lovely. What is its name? Wumian inquired, pointing to a pot of white hanging chrysanthemums. In response to Your Highness, this is silver silk hanging dew. It has a flowering period of 1 month. It has not yet fully bloomed, and as long as it is not exposed to rain, it should last a month. Very good. And what about this pink one? In response to Your Highness, this pot is blush begonia. Excellent. Send this pot to the Vice Minister of the Ministry of Rights. Sun's family for his daughter, choose another pot of similar quality to send to my mother's family for my sister-in-law. Additionally, select 2 pots of marigolds for my grandmother and mother. Wumian beckoned Lin Shui over. You will send someone with them, do not let him toil in vain, there will be rewards, your highness is truly gracious, it is my duty to serve you, keep this pot for yourself, the flower house has several more. And I will ensure to select the finest to send to Sun's family. That he knew she was to marry into the Zhao family. You were thoughtful, I remember your surname is Du, Wumian asked. Yes, my surname is Du, thank you for remembering me, your highness. Steward Du Nelton bowed, there is no need for such formality, rise. In the future, attend to your duties well, the imperial garden is vast and cannot avoid complications. Be diligent, and do not let any disturbances arise. Where can the beauties confined in the palace go? Indeed, the imperial garden here was not as small as those she would see in later years. It was sufficiently large, thus requiring even greater attention to avoid harboring filth. I will faithfully adhere to your instructions, your highness. Steward Du replied. Do not be so courteous, Steward Du, it was through much effort that your highness selected you. Lin Shui bowed respectfully to him. Oh, young lady, please do not be so formal, rest assured, in the future, I will know how to manage matters, Steward Du hurriedly assured. After sending him off, the group of master and servants admired the flowers, which were indeed beautiful. Arranging them in various locations brought a pleasant ambience. While they were engaged in light conversation, Jean Bo arrived. Your highness, there is trouble, the crown prince has injured his head in the south garden.